Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 221, Chapter 220, Han's Disciples. Chapter 220, Han's Disciples. This was Ishiro's third time selecting disciples, and he appeared well practiced. After he, Chiko Tomo, and Han used the transformation jutsu to disguise themselves, they wandered around the ninja academy, listening to the various opinions of the students. Having experience from last time, Ishiro knew that everyone's answers would be submitted anyway, so it didn't matter if he listened now or not. Moreover, some of the questions posed by the teachers in each class this time were ones Ishiro had chosen. Ishiro's attention at this moment was entirely on Han. Letting a Jinchuriki take disciples was a big risk for Ishiro. If not handled properly, it could even have a counterproductive effect. Fortunately, Ishiro had prepared early. Months ago, after Han agreed to take disciples, Ishiro had initiated a round of discussions about Jinchuriki in the Ninja Academy. Initially, under Ishiro's instruction, the school teachers did not participate in the discussions. The students' discussions about Jinchuriki mainly focused on how terrifying Jinchuriki were. In earlier years, Iwagakure had also frequently experienced Jinchuriki rampages. It was only after Ishiro transmigrated and developed the 5-element seal that the Jinchuriki became much more stable. Although the new generation hadn't experienced a rampaging Jinchuriki, their parents had personally gone through it. Under the fearful admonitions of their elders, the students were also very afraid of Jinchuriki. So, initially, the mainstream of student discussions was negative, and mentions of Jinchuriki were met with resistance and rejection. But just as everyone's discussions reached their peak, the teachers stepped in. The teachers meticulously described how Han, during the Third Great Ninja War, single-handedly held off Jiraiya, one of Konoha's Sannin. How he reduced casualties for Iwagakure and helped Iwagakure achieve victory in the war. These contents were mostly factual. Many students' elders had also participated in that war, and the information was easily confirmed. So, starting the next day, the direction of discussions about Jinchuriki was no longer so uniform. Although most students still primarily feared Jinchuriki, a considerable number of students clearly held opposing views. They believed that Jinchuriki were also ninjas of Iwagakure and had made sacrifices for the village. Ishiro marked the names of these students on the list in his hand. The three of them walked around the classrooms. Han had taken a liking to many students. His requirements were very low, he liked anyone who was even slightly cheerful. If Ishiro hadn't asked him to pick students who were compatible with him, he probably could have picked hundreds. Ishiro assisted Han with advice from the side. Ishiro's criterion for helping Han screen was the student's inclination towards Jinchuriki. For any who held a resistant attitude towards Jinchuriki, Ishiro used various reasons to persuade Han to give them up. Despite this, Han still ended up liking more than a dozen ninjas. At noon, Ishiro began to carefully read the students' answer sheets. Ishiro hadn't listened in the morning, so this reading had no specific target. Meanwhile, Han held the files of the dozen or so students he had selected, comparing them word by word, unable to make a decision for a long time. Chiko Tomo's selection went smoothly. She had her own set of standards, and now she only had the files of 5 people in her hand. She just needed to choose 3 from these 5 in the afternoon. Ishiro glanced over, these 5 were all students from the regular class. Ishiro was not surprised, this was inherently Chiko Tomo's ninja way. In the afternoon, Chiko Tomo quickly selected 3 disciples from the 5. 2 girls and 1 boy, all commoner children with average grades. However, Han's selection still yielded no results. Later, Ishiro intervened and had the teachers call the students in one by one for questioning. The first student Ishiro chose to call was a girl named Yui Toda, with dual water and fire attributes, an advanced class student, whose parents were Chunin. Her mother had participated in the Third Great Ninja War and was one of the ninjas who had witnessed Han's battle with Jiraiya. When Yui Toda was asked by the teacher how she viewed Jinchuriki, she stated very straightforwardly and firmly, Jinchuriki are also IWA ninjas. They are all heroes of the village. If I had the chance, I would also be willing to become a Jinchuriki. At this point, Han, who was eavesdropping next door, could no longer control his emotions, and tears streamed down his face. After a long while, Han said, I've decided. This Yui Toda will be my first disciple. Seeing this, Ishiro finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having Yui Toda be the first to be questioned was also Ishiro's arrangement. Next, the second student, a boy skilled in taijutsu named Kimiyama Fushiyu, and a boy skilled in ninjutsu named Rizo Kanda, were both students who staunchly supported Jinchuriki. Thus, Han directly stated that there was no need to choose further, these 3 would be it. Ishiro smiled faintly, Han's 3 disciples were basically chosen with Ishiro's help. After Han's students were chosen, Ishiro finally had the mind to observe the students he himself was interested in. In the end, Ishiro followed Inoki's suggestion and selected 6 disciples at once. Kazumasa Yoshimura, male, advanced class student, mother is an injured retired jonin. Kazumasa Yoshimura's talent was considered decent among the graduates of the entire year, but in the advanced class, he was very ordinary. Lacking any specialty, his grades were always at the bottom. However, Ishiro inadvertently discovered a characteristic of his. Kazumasa Yoshimura's fingers on both hands were often wiggling randomly. Originally, Ishiro thought he had some problem with body control, but later confirmed it was just a subconscious habit. Ishiro valued his finger dexterity. This was a ninja who could excel in hand seals. Katsumata, male, regular class student, parents are civilians. The files described the little boy as having exceptionally abundant energy. Since childhood, his sleep duration was shorter than normal people's, but he was full of vigor every day. Ishiro guessed Katsumata's spiritual energy was relatively strong. Ishiro secretly tested him and finally judged that he was likely a ninja more inclined towards genjutsu. Yuran Kawatso, female, regular class student, parents are civilians, has a genin older brother. Perfect score in theoretical subjects, bottom in practical combat ability, the type who normally would definitely not be able to graduate. At noon, Ishiro had taken a liking to some content in her answer sheet. The little girl's theoretical level was very high, very suitable for sealing jutsu research. Takuhiro Uchiyama, male, advanced class student, parents are both ninjas, father is a jonin. Takuhiro Uchiyama's grades in the advanced class were in the lower middle range. Originally, Ishiro wouldn't have paid attention to a student like Takuhiro Uchiyama. Ordinary students in the advanced class, even without his guidance, would likely achieve considerable success eventually. And after receiving his guidance, it would be difficult for them to undergo a qualitative change. Just like Kajiyama Ri, among Ishiro's first batch of students, he had the best talent, but he gained the least from Ishiro's guidance. If not for a later burst of motivation spurred by Ogura Saki, he would probably still be just an ordinary chunin now. However, when observing the students' practical combat in the afternoon, Takuhiro Uchiyama's fighting process felt very strange to Ishiro. When Takuhiro Uchiyama faced an opponent's attack, his evasion method was peculiar. He had a feeling of his whole body being ungrounded, often able to dodge at incredible angles. If it were someone else, they certainly wouldn't understand, but Ishiro immediately realized, this was an application of gravity. It was just that this application was very crude, and he probably didn't understand the principle himself. It was this point that made Ishiro decide to take him as a disciple. Ishiro felt that this might be the kind of ninja with an affinity for gravity mentioned in Iwagakure's ninjutsu scrolls. Himiki Suda, female, regular class student, father is a chunin. Also a student with mediocre grades and no special talents, but this little girl was the student the giant panda had helped Ishiro select as suitable for learning summoning jutsu. Kanako, female, regular class student, civilian background. The little girl was unremarkable, showing no particular talent. Ishiro chose her because of her special hobby, origami. If she merely liked origami generally, Ishiro wouldn't have paid attention. But Ishiro discovered her various, vivid origami works in Kanako's classroom. This immediately reminded Ishiro of Conan. Ishiro wasn't sure if Conan's paper release was a Kekkei Genkai or a secret jutsu, but anyway, Ishiro felt that with his relationship with Conan, it would definitely be no problem for Conan to help guide Kanako. If Kanako didn't learn paper release, Ishiro would merely have one less talented disciple. But if she succeeded, then Iwagakure's gain would be immense. With this, Ishiro's 6 new disciples were all selected. The next day, the list of disciples taken by Ishiro, Chiko Tomo, and Han spread throughout the entire ninja academy. Han's identity needed to be kept secret, so everyone just regarded him as an ordinary jonin. But the disciples of Ishiro and Chiko Tomo sparked heated discussions among everyone. Everyone had known for a long time that Ishiro would be taking disciples. Every time Ishiro took disciples, it caused a big stir, and everyone staying obediently at the school this time was also trying their luck. Although Ishiro taking 6 disciples at once surprised everyone, they merely expressed envy for those lucky ones. What everyone talked about most was Chiko Tomo. Chiko Tomo was also Ishiro's disciple, and the students of this graduating class were already attending school when Ishiro took disciples back then. Everyone had heard about Chiko Tomo. Some of them had even watched the Chunin exams Chiko Tomo participated in back then. But none of them had expected that in just 4 short years, Chiko Tomo would become a jonin and even take disciples alongside Ishiro. Lord Ishiro is too amazing. I heard that senior Chiko Tomo originally might not even have passed the graduation exam. Who would have thought that in just 4 years, senior Chiko Tomo would already become a jonin? Yeah, that's a 13-year-old jonin. Even the top student of each year might not necessarily become a jonin at 13. By the way, does anyone know how senior Kajiyama Ri and senior Kawakita are doing now? Have they both become jonin? Probably not, right? Becoming a jonin isn't that easy. Even Lord Ishiro wouldn't be that exaggerated, would he? Whose parents are jonin? Go home and ask. I heard that whenever a new jonin is promoted, the village sends notifications to other jonin. Ashion, your father is a jonin. Do you have any news? The youth called Ashion was the top student of this graduating class. With his talent, if an ordinary jonin took disciples, he might not necessarily be interested. But Ishiro was different because he indeed knew some news that others didn't. Ashion glanced at the person who asked and said, I do have news. Senior Kaji Yamari became a jonin long ago, even earlier than Senior Chiko Tomo. Senior Kawakita also became a jonin a few days ago. As he spoke, Ashion clenched his fists tightly. He didn't understand why Ishiro didn't choose him, why Ishiro would rather teach some students with mediocre or even poor talent. Ashion not only knew that Chiko Tomo and her two companions had all become jonin, but he also knew that the top student of their year, Mirai Hanaka, was still only a chunin now. It was precisely because he knew this that he wished even more to become Ishiro's disciple. He believed that with the guidance of such a renowned teacher as Ishiro, he might be able to become Iwagakure's youngest jonin. Ashion was immersed in his own world, but his words plunged the entire graduating class into a complete uproar. 13-year-old jonin, and 3 of them at once. Everyone was dumbfounded. Then they looked at the 6 people chosen by Ishiro this time, their gazes becoming even more fervent. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 222, Chapter 221, Kittens, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 221, Kittens, Bonus Chapter. The lively disciple selection event orchestrated by Ishiro concluded in the afternoon when the 12 students left the school. Ishiro didn't know how Han and Chiko Tomo were getting along with their students. He was currently chatting with his 6 children at the training ground. Ishiro looked at the 6 well-behaved kids sitting in a row a meter away from him, smiling so much his eyes narrowed. In the future, he wouldn't have to manage the affairs of the medical department anymore. Alright, let's start with the routine self-introductions. My name is Ishiro. In the future, you can call me Teacher or Teacher Ishiro. When Teacher was your age, my dream was still to become an outstanding ninja. Later, Teacher felt like I had already become an outstanding ninja, so Teacher's current goal is to become Tsuchikage. Teacher likes to eat grilled meat, and I like eating grilled meat with many people. As for things I dislike, it's probably processing documents. You have no idea, as an advisor to the village, the amount of documents I have to deal with every day nearly drives me crazy. Leading a team on missions is much more relaxing. Okay, it's your turn. Who wants to go first? After speaking, Ishiro looked at the 6 children in front of him. The 6 looked at each other, but no one rushed to speak first, which made Ishiro a bit awkward. Indeed, he was missing a student like Ogura Saki who could liven up the atmosphere. However, they were all already genin, not truly children in their thinking. Plus, none of them wanted to leave a bad impression on Ishiro, so someone quickly spoke up. Teacher Ishiro, my name is Takuhiro Uchiyama. My dream is to become an outstanding ninja like my father. I usually like climbing mountains and trees, and I dislike theory classes. Takuhiro Uchiyama was the strongest among them, so he spoke first. Ishiro nodded, offering encouragement. With the first one done, the rest went smoothly. Teacher Ishiro, my name is Kazumasa Yoshimura. My dream is, he paused here, seeming a bit hesitant, then took a deep breath and continued, my dream is to become a ramen chef and make the most delicious ramen in the ninja world for my mom. After speaking, Kazumasa Yoshimura blushed a little and didn't even continue with his likes and dislikes. This was normal. In this ninja world, a normal child's dream usually started with becoming the Kage of their village. Only after realizing they weren't the most special one would their dreams gradually become more realistic, changing from becoming Kage to becoming an outstanding ninja. But no matter how one faced reality, dreams were ultimately directed towards distant aspirations. It was rare to have a dream as practical and life-oriented as Kazumasa Yoshimura's. Ishiro certainly wouldn't laugh, and encouraged, that's great. Kazumasa is very good to your mom. In the future, I'll bring my new disciples to eat ramen at the ramen shop you open. Hearing Ishiro's words, Kazumasa Yoshimura seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The next person to speak was Himiki Suda. The little girl was considered the most cheerful of the 6. My name is Himiki Suda. My dream is to sign a summoning contract with the giant panda. As soon as these words came out, everyone, including Ishiro, was surprised. Ishiro, especially, hadn't expected this. It seemed the giant panda was reliable after all, the student it had chosen was indeed quite drawn to summoning jutsu. Himiki Suda, however, ignored everyone else's thoughts and continued, I like playing with my classmates and dislike staying home alone on holidays. Ishiro nodded and then looked at the next disciple to speak. Teacher, my name is Katsumata. My dream is to become a ninja like you, teacher, skilled at developing ninjutsu. I like the daytime because I can go out and play, and I dislike nighttime and sleeping. Ishiro smiled. What an energetic little rascal. Teacher Ishiro, my name is Kanako. My dream is to make my origami come to life. My hobby is also origami. As she spoke, Kanako took out a carefully prepared origami creation from her sleeve and handed it to Ishiro. Teacher Ishiro, this is for you. Ishiro accepted Kanako's gift and said, thank you. This is the second origami gift I've received. I like it very much. Hearing that Ishiro liked it, Kanako breathed a sigh of relief. The last one to introduce herself was Yuran Kawatsu. The little girl was the most self-conscious one. Because under normal circumstances, the others would have no problem becoming genin, but for her, it was completely impossible to pass the graduation exam. Teacher, my name is Yuran Kawatsu. My dream is to become a ninja like my older brother. I usually like to draw. Then the little girl also took out a small portrait from her sleeve. Ishiro took the portrait, glanced at it, and was stunned. The drawing depicted Ishiro, Chiko Tomo, and Han, who had been wandering around the ninja academy using the transformation jutsu. Ishiro rubbed his nose, not expecting to have been exposed so long ago. It was just that the ninja academy often had guardian ninjas patrolling, and Ishiro and his companions had disguised themselves as patrolling ninjas. He didn't know where they had slipped up. Truly worthy of being the top student in theoretical subjects, despite being lopsided. Ishiro accepted the drawing and also thanked Yuran Kawatsu. After the self-introductions were over, Ishiro, as usual, gave each of them a scroll of food ingredients to help improve their physical constitution. Then he took everyone out for a big meal. Starting the next day, Ishiro began training with his 6 disciples. The 6 had vastly different talents. Takuhiro Uchiyama, the strongest, was already quite good among genin. Yuran Kawatsu, the weakest, was still far from becoming a qualified genin. Ishiro needed to thoroughly understand the training progress of all 6. The first thing Ishiro did was to create a training plan tailored to each of them. Ishiro was now a renowned teacher, and in the eyes of the 6 students, his words were almost like truth. Therefore, the 6 of them implemented the plan Ishiro formulated without any deviation. Their training progress varied, and Ishiro's requirements were also different. Kanako, Himiki Suda, Katsumata, and Yuran Kawatsu focused mainly on basic training. Ishiro's goal was to improve their physical constitution and willpower as quickly as possible. Only after their physique and willpower improved, and their chakra amount increased, would they be qualified for other training. As for Kazumasa Yoshimura, besides basic training, he also had to practice chakra control. Ishiro was an expert in this area. He was proficient in methods for practicing chakra control like tree climbing, water walking, and practicing drawing seals. Finally, there was Takuhiro Uchiyama. His foundation was already very good. Originally, he didn't need to focus on basic training like the others, but Ishiro, to help him integrate into this small group of 6, also required him to conduct basic training for a period each day. However, Takuhiro Uchiyama still spent most of his time practicing ninjutsu. A month later, Ishiro looked at his disciples who were training and began to worry about one thing: grouping. Ishiro had taken 6 disciples at once, so they definitely had to be divided into 2 groups. But when it came to grouping, Ishiro realized he had made a mistake. The 6 disciples he had chosen this time all had their respective specialties, but Ishiro found that there wasn't even one true close combat ninja among them. No matter how Ishiro grouped them, their combat style would have serious flaws. This wouldn't do. A ninja team was best with a mix of long-range and close combat specialists, so they would have many tactical options for both offense and defense. A team composed entirely of ninjutsu-type ninjas had 2 obvious weaknesses, especially in the early stages. When the entire team's members had slow hand seal speeds and insufficient chakra to cast many ninjutsu, they could easily be closed in on by opponents. After much deliberation, Ishiro decided to first have Takuhiro Uchiyama act as the close combat ninja for one group. As for the other group, Ishiro set his sights on Himiki Suda. It wasn't that Himiki Suda was particularly strong in taijutsu, but Ishiro considered that the ninja cat he was preparing for her was about to be born. At that time, Himiki Suda and the ninja cat could cooperate, barely filling the gap of a close combat team member. When training ended that day, Ishiro asked Himiki Suda to stay behind. Then he took her to the natural energy seal area. Recently, because Dango was pregnant, White Cat had withdrawn from Shiden's squad. In fact, with White Cat's current strength, she could already form her own team. Previously, Anoki had kept White Cat, whose overall strength had reached special Jonin level, in the team because Shiden, an elite Jonin, was there and could protect Dango's safety. This time, with Dango's pregnancy, White Cat conveniently withdrew from Shiden's squad. If White Cat remained in the Umbu in the future, she would definitely reform a squad as a squad leader. And Dango's strength surpassed that of her owner, White Cat. Dango's strength was outstanding even among special jonin. This was Himiki Suda's first time in the natural energy seal area. She was somewhat curious about it. She had heard about the natural energy seal from her father but had never seen it before. Teacher Ishiro, can living in here improve one's strength? Himiki Suda asked with a hint of envy. Ishiro shook his head and said, currently, no such effect has been discovered. In fact, apart from the ninja cat Dango, whom we are about to see, no other ninja or ninja animal has been found to benefit in terms of strength improvement. Ah, that's not right. I also benefited. I learned an S-rank ninjutsu precisely because of this natural energy seal. Teacher Ishiro, did you master Sage Jutsu by absorbing the natural energy here? Himiki Suda asked, her eyes shining. Apart from using his original appearance on the first day they met, Ishiro's face had been covered with sage markings every day since. So his 6 disciples all knew about Sage Jutsu and knew that Ishiro was currently training in it. Ishiro nodded and said, that's right. Sage Jutsu is an energy similar to chakra but superior to it, formed by the combination of natural energy, physical energy, and spiritual energy. Currently, in the village, only I, your teacher, have learned Sage Jutsu. After a pause, Ishiro added, actually, Dango also has the talent to train in Sage Jutsu, but she was pregnant a while ago, so she hasn't been practicing Sage Jutsu. Hearing Ishiro mention Dango's pregnancy again, Himiki Suda said a little nervously, Teacher Ishiro, can I really get a ninja cat? Himiki Suda still found it somewhat hard to believe, she hadn't expected to get a ninja animal so easily. Ishiro walked while ruffling Himiki Suda's head, then said, of course. Dango's owner White Cat, and I are all very good teammates. White Cat has already promised me. I've requested a ninja cat each for you and Shinya Matsutani. Himiki Suda's eyes lit up, then as if thinking of something, she asked, Teacher Ishiro, then will my ninja cat also be able to train in Sage Jutsu in the future? Ishiro thought for a moment and said, that's hard to say. Theoretically, Dango's current strength is very high, so her children's talent definitely won't be bad. Plus, Dango has absorbed a lot of natural energy over the years, so it's somewhat possible that the kittens can train in Sage Jutsu. But the kitten's father is, after all, just an ordinary cat, so no one can say for sure to what extent the kittens can grow. Seeing Himiki Suda a little disappointed, Ishiro said, precisely because of this, little Himiki needs to accompany the kitten as it grows. Little Himiki needs to train together with the kitten so that the kitten can become an outstanding ninja cat. Yes. Himiki Suda nodded vigorously. We've hit 200 Power Stones goal as promised this week, here's the bonus chapter. Thank you for your support, please keep it coming. Chapter 223, Chapter 222, Anoki Sage Jutsu. Chapter 222, Anoki Sage Jutsu. When Ishiro arrived at White Cat's residence with Himiki Suda, Dango was about to give birth. Dango's delivery was a major event for Iwagakure. Anoki had specifically entrusted this matter to Ishiro, asking him to take personal charge. Right now, 2 Umbu squads arranged by Ishiro were standing guard nearby, and the ones delivering the kittens were medical jonin from the medical department. Ishiro covertly made a series of hand signs to the Umbu hidden in the shadows, then led Himiki Suda into White Cat's residence. There were quite a few people inside. Shinya Matsutani was already there, and the medical department was personally led by Nakata Hajime. However, Nakata Hajime was not personally delivering the kittens but was directing from the side. Seeing Ishiro enter, Nakata Hajime immediately came up to him. Before Ishiro could ask, he began to explain the situation. Advisor, Dango is in good condition and is about to give birth. The vital signs of the 4 kittens are also very normal. There shouldn't be any problems with this delivery. Ishiro breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Dango carried the great responsibility of cultivating Iwagakure's ninja cat clan. Otherwise, with Dango's status as a ninja cat, there was actually no need for her to get pregnant and give birth to kittens so early. But the village needed Dango to produce as many offspring as possible, to give birth to as many ninja cats for the village as she could, which led to Dango's current pregnancy. Ishiro nodded at Nakata Hajime and said, thank you for your hard work. Continue with your tasks, don't mind me. You must ensure the safety of Dango and the kittens. Yes. Nakata Hajime was a practical man. After agreeing, he directly left Ishiro and went back to focus on Dango's situation. Teacher Ishiro. Seeing Nakata Hajime leave, Shinya Matsutani came over to greet Ishiro with a grimace. Ishiro looked Shinya Matsutani over and then asked, how is your balance training going? After disbanding Squad 2, Ishiro had given each disciple some instructions. For Shinya Matsutani, it was to do some preparatory work for Sage Jutsu training. Several months had passed since then, and Ishiro was unsure of Shinya Matsutani's training progress. Shinya Matsutani scratched his head and said, "Teacher Ishiro, the balance training seems to suit me quite well. I completed it not long ago. I can now stay at a height of 100 meters for a whole day." Ishiro's breath caught, but he quickly calmed down and said, "Very good. This is preparatory work for training in Sage Jutsu." He paused and then added, "Since the balance training is complete, you should focus your training on chakra control next. Natural energy is not so easy to control, your foundation is still insufficient." Shinya Matsutani scratched his head and said, "Understood. But, Teacher Ishiro, why do I have to raise a ninja cat too?" Shinya Matsutani was quite close with animals, but being naturally lazy, he found even managing his own daily life troublesome, wishing he could just lie in bed and wait for death every day. Now Ishiro was asking him to take care of a kitten, and Shinya Matsutani could only see a future of darkness. Ishiro found it rather amusing and said, "Dango has absorbed a lot of natural energy. The possibility of her kitten successfully training in Sage Jutsu is higher than other ninjas or ninja animals. I hope you can gain some insights into training Sage Jutsu through your interactions with the kitten." After speaking, fearing Shinya Matsutani would slack off, Ishiro added, "Don't forget the feeling of powerlessness when your companions are in danger." Shinya Matsutani gave a bitter smile and could only go to a corner to adjust his mentality. Ishiro shook his head with amusement and didn't say more. After 2 years of getting along, Ishiro had some understanding of this lazy otaku who liked to lie flat, do the bare minimum. Shinya Matsutani wouldn't take the initiative to do things, but he would still conscientiously complete tasks that his superiors strongly demanded. Moreover, because he was a slacker and usually had nothing else to do, he appeared even more serious when he did work. Ishiro looked around. Just as he was about to go talk to White Cat, who was waiting anxiously on the other side, something seemed to be happening with Dango. "Master Nakata, Dango is giving birth. Team A, deliver according to plan. Team B, be ready for a C-section at any time." After a long while, everything went smoothly. The mother and kittens were safe, Dango and her 4 kittens were all fine. Dango had a strong body, and with timely treatment from the medical nin after delivery, she was in no danger. She had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. White Cat sat by Dango's side the whole time, her heart aching for her. Nakata Hajime and the other medical nin gave the 4 kittens a detailed checkup before leaving one after another, leaving only one medical jonin behind for periodic checks. Then, Shinya Matsutani, Himiki Suda, and Ishiro sat around the 4 little kittens' small bed, discussing in low voices. Himiki Suda carefully poked one of the kittens with her finger and then asked Ishiro, "Teacher Ishiro, why are the 4 kittens all different colors?" Indeed, Dango was black, but among the 4 kittens, only one was black. The other 3 were one white, one gray, and one black and white. Ishiro was an amateur on this topic, so he looked at Shinya Matsutani and asked, "Shinya, you're closer to animals. Do you know the reason?" Shinya Matsutani shook his head helplessly and said, "Little animals don't even know this kind of thing themselves, so I know even less." "Then let's not worry about that for now. You two pick one first," Ishiro said. "I want the white one," Himiki Suda said immediately. Ishiro nodded and looked at Shinya Matsutani again. Knowing he couldn't escape, Shinya Matsutani could only say, "I'll choose the black and white one." The one Shinya Matsutani chose was the largest and strongest. This guy was definitely thinking that this one would grow the fastest, so he could spend less time taking care of it. Ishiro didn't expose his thoughts. Seeing that both had chosen, Ishiro went over to White Cat and asked in a low voice, "Is Dango okay?" White Cat nodded and said, "Dango is fine. She's resting with her eyes closed right now." Just then, Dango opened her eyes and let out a soft meow. White Cat quickly said to Ishiro, "Dango wants to see the kittens." Ishiro turned to Shinya Matsutani and said, "Shinya, bring the kittens over." Himiki Suda and Shinya Matsutani carried the 4 kittens to Dango's side. Dango painstakingly licked each of the 4 kittens one by one, then went back to sleep again. Seeing Dango sleeping soundly this time, White Cat finally chatted with Ishiro about adopting the kittens. Ishiro said, "The kittens are still small and can't leave their mother yet. So for the first month, let Shinya and Himiki come over every day to see them and play with them to build some affection. We'll take them away when they're a bit older." White Cat nodded, looking at the 4 kittens with some reluctance. She then asked, "What about the other 2? Ishiro said, "I have already discussed this with Lord Tsuchikage. He will choose 2 suitable ninjas to adopt them. They will most likely also be students who graduated in the last year or 2. This time, White Cat just nodded without speaking. Ishiro watched as Shinya Matsutani and Himiki Suda played with the little kittens for a while. Only after all 4 kittens had fallen asleep did he lead the 2 of them away. On the way out, Himiki Suda was very excited, chattering with Ishiro about what to name her little white cat. But Shinya Matsutani looked as if all life had been drained from him. The 6 disciples Ishiro took this time, like the last, also graduated early. About a month after Ishiro had trained them, the other students of their year had also graduated and begun undertaking missions. So Ishiro also decided to start taking the 6 of them on missions. Ishiro divided the 6 into 2 squads. To distinguish them from the previous 2 batches of disciples, this time they were Squad 3 and Squad 4. Squad 3 members, Kazumasa Yoshimura, Himiki Suda, Katsumata. Squad 4, Yuran Kawatsu, Takuhiro Uchiyama, Kanako. Every day, Ishiro would take one squad out to perform D-rank missions, while the remaining squad would conduct daily training at the training ground. During this period, Ishiro had to absorb natural energy once every day, trying to maintain himself in sage mode as much as possible. After more than a month, Ishiro felt that his body had been enhanced. It was just that Ishiro was already in a period of rapid strength growth, so for a moment, he couldn't confirm whether it was the effect of sage jutsu. Early this morning, Ishiro came to the valley as usual to practice sage jutsu. However, 2 things were different today. First, today Ishiro was going to try to independently complete entering sage mode. After more than a month of practice, Ishiro's speed of integrating natural energy was far faster than at the beginning. Ishiro guessed this was also related to him constantly maintaining sage mode. Ishiro's body was changing to become more suitable for sage jutsu. Second, today besides Ishiro, another person was also going to conduct sage jutsu training. This person was naturally Inoki. After a month of practice, Inoki had completed the balance training. After a few days of buffer, today Inoki was finally going to start practicing sage jutsu. Ishiro went first. Under everyone's gaze, with a drop of liquid natural energy on the back of his hand, Ishiro smoothly entered sage mode not long after. This time in sage mode, Ishiro reached the upper limit of fusing natural energy for the first time. It was also the first time the entire process was completed within the natural energy seal. Ishiro was surprised to find that when he reached the limit, the back of his hand immediately stopped absorbing natural energy. Perhaps the natural world sensed that he had become a part of it, Ishiro explained to himself. Saka said, Ishiro's progress is very fast. The markings on his face are about half of what they were at the beginning. The sage markings on Ishiro's face were not so dense now. The patterns that had once covered almost his entire face now appeared much more sparse. Inoki nodded, looked at the ninja responsible for recording data on the side, and said, during this period, how has Ishiro's progress been in his various attributes? The ninja responsible for recording immediately took out a booklet and handed it to Inoki, simultaneously saying, Advisor Ishiro's strength is progressing very rapidly, especially his physical strength, which is slowly increasing almost every day. Inoki nodded while flipping through the data in his hand. After reading it, he also couldn't determine whether sage jutsu played a role in Ishiro's progress. After Ishiro woke up from his training state, Inoki said, all right, prepare yourself. I'm about to start too. Everyone nodded, and Ikura immediately became alert. Although Ishiro had still called him for his sage jutsu training during this period, the black rod in his hand hadn't been used for a long time. Inoki entered the natural energy seal. After he calmed his mind, the liquid natural energy on the other side was also ready. Ikura personally dripped the liquid natural energy onto the back of Inoki's hand. Then, under the expectant gazes of Ishiro and the others, Inoki began his first attempt at sage jutsu training. Dash, support me with power stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals bounds chapter. Dash, 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 224, Chapter 223, The Future of Iwagakure Lies in Sage Jutsu. Chapter 223, The Future of Iwagakure Lies in Sage Jutsu. Inoki's talent for practicing sage jutsu might not have been strong, but his chakra amount was greater than Ishiro's, and his control over chakra was also stronger. In terms of fusing the 3 types of energy, Inoki was still the best in the entire ninja world. So, although he didn't succeed in one go, according to Inoki's description, his process of absorbing natural energy was quite smooth. Achieving a small amount of natural energy fusion was just a matter of time. Seeing Inoki's smooth progress, Ishiro couldn't help but wonder if practicing sage jutsu was actually difficult, or if there were just too few ninjas who had access to it. Perhaps the practice of sage jutsu wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. Not only did Ishiro have this thought, but Inoki, after one attempt, also felt the same way. Because by training according to the steps designed by Ishiro, Inoki felt that practicing sage jutsu wasn't that difficult, and it wouldn't be hard to reach Ishiro's current level. All that was lacking was time. In the end, it was Ikura, who had participated in Ishiro's training from start to finish, who thought of a possibility. The 3 great sage regions were, in their entirety, huge natural energy sealing grounds. The natural energy within them was far more abundant than in the outside world, and also more than in the natural energy ceiling area created by Iwagakure itself. This led to a situation where any ninja training in Sage Jutsu in the three Great Sage regions would be immediately overwhelmed by an unimaginably vast amount of natural energy as soon as they came into contact with the liquid natural energy, rendering them completely defenseless. The result was that ninjas whose chakra amount hadn't reached a certain level simply couldn't practice it. Furthermore, Ishiro's current shortcut method was based on the ability to leave the natural energy ceiling area at any time. The reason Ishiro succeeded in entering Sage mode for the first time was precisely because he calculated the time and left the ceiling area, interrupting the absorption of natural energy. This was something that couldn't be done in the three Great Sage regions. It wasn't easy to enter the Sage regions, and it was also difficult to get out. It was impossible to interrupt the connection with natural energy at a critical moment during training. Therefore, Naruto and the others did not have the kind of transitional phase that Ishiro had during their Sage Jutsu training. And if Ishiro hadn't had the experience of maintaining Sage mode daily during his transitional phase, it would have been impossible for him to complete his training so quickly. It still came down to the same thing. Ishiro believed that the miraculous chakra possessed a memory function. Ishiro still couldn't enter Sage mode outside the natural energy seal, and even within the seal, without the aid of liquid natural energy, Ishiro couldn't enter Sage mode. But Ishiro believed that as long as he persisted in maintaining Sage mode every day, his body's adaptability to Sage Jutsu would definitely get higher and higher. Inoki, while rubbing the back that had been struck by Ikura's black rod, said, "Ikura, my training progress shouldn't be much slower than Ishiro's. I estimate it won't be long before I can enter Sage mode. You're next. You should start preparing with balance training as well." Ikura nodded and said, "I started trying long ago, but my progress in balance training isn't fast. Perhaps I'm not suited for practicing Sage Jutsu." Ishiro said, "No hurry, take your time. You have plenty of time. Anyway, in a while, after Dango recovers from childbirth, she can also try practicing Sage Jutsu. You can be in line after Dango." Ikura nodded. He also felt very helpless. He was different from Ishiro and Inoki. Ishiro and his group had experience developing or training Kekkei-genkai. Fusing chakra was not unfamiliar to Ishiro. But even if Ikura completed the balance training, the time it would take for him to master Sage Jutsu would definitely be far longer than Ishiro's. Not to mention, Ishiro's familiarity with and research into natural energy were also far beyond what Ikura could hope to match. Whether it was the various developments and research on the natural energy seal or the derivation and attempts of the training steps, Ishiro, as the main designer, had an understanding of the Sage Jutsu training process that those who came after could not compare to. And how much time had Ishiro spent on training Sage Jutsu? No matter how you calculated it, it was measured in years. Ikura, who was inferior to Ishiro in all aspects, felt that even if he were to master Sage Jutsu, the time required would probably be upwards of 10 years. This made Ikura not very confident about practicing Sage Jutsu. Ikura didn't have this mentality before, it only emerged after he began training in S-rank ninjutsu. Originally, Ikura's ability to learn ninjutsu was not inferior to Ishiro's, and he had developed a combat style suitable for himself early on. But everything changed after he started learning S-rank ninjutsu. He had clearly started learning S-rank ninjutsu first, but Ishiro learned it first. Not only did Ishiro learn it, but he also learned more than one. Ishiro learned 3, one of which was even learned outside. This made Ikura feel that when it came to practicing these strange and unusual things, Ishiro's talent far surpassed his. These past few years, Ikura had focused all his energy on learning S-rank ninjutsu, aiming to use S-rank ninjutsu in actual combat. For this, he had slowed down or even given up on many other areas of study. But what about Ishiro? During his training, Ishiro had also developed a Kekkei-genkai and contributed at least 5 A-rank ninjutsu to the village. This guy had also taught 3 disciples who had already become jonin. He couldn't figure it out. Where did Ishiro get so much time? Ishiro didn't know that Ikura was marveling at his strong learning ability. He was currently thinking about how to explain the precautions for practicing Sage Jutsu to Dango in detail. Dango was very smart, with an intelligence no less than that of a normal human, but communication between Ishiro and her was not that smooth after all. He was afraid it wouldn't be easy to guide her in practicing Sage Jutsu. At this moment, Inoki finished sensing his body and said with a serious expression, "All right, that's it for the discussion on Sage Jutsu. The few of you, follow me to the office. We have things to discuss." Ishiro and Ikura exchanged a glance, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. They didn't understand what had happened again in the ninja world that had just settled down. After following Inoki to the Tsuchikage's office, Inoki called Sokka and Mei over as well, then directly handed 2 intelligence reports to Ishiro and the other 3. After reading them, Ishiro understood why Inoki was so serious. There were 2 reports. The first was about Konoha. After a round of post-war political maneuvering, the Uchiha clan had moved out of Konoha's core area. This was several years earlier than in the original story, where they were driven out due to the Nine-Tails rampage. And shortly after relocating, the Uchiha clan announced a change in clan leadership. Fugaku Uchiha replaced Uchiha No as the head of the #1 powerful clan in the ninja world. Ishiro was very interested in this intelligence because being far from Konoha's core meant that communication between the outside world and the Uchiha clan would no longer be so difficult. Ishiro was not the only one with this idea. Sokka quickly proposed increasing contact with the Uchiha clan, and this suggestion was quickly approved. Ishiro believed that other hidden villages would also make the same choice. Because of Ishiro's influence, in this timeline, the four major powers had a clearer understanding of this internal conflict within Konoha. In the original story, no other hidden villages were seen until the Uchiha clan was annihilated, but Ishiro felt that such a thing was probably impossible in this timeline. Ishiro himself really wanted to run to Konoha immediately and have a good chat with the Uchiha clan's radical faction. This intelligence was good news for Iwagakure, but the other piece of intelligence was not necessarily so. Mei frowned slightly and said, "The Cloud and Mist are also trying to form an alliance." That's right. The second intelligence report mentioned close communication between the Cloud and Mist ninjas. The two sides had communicated many times, and at a very high level. The intelligence personnel even mentioned that A and Yagura Karatachi had also participated in the exchanges. Ishiro speculated, it's probably because they were spurred on by our alliance with the Sand. In fact, the alliance between Iwagakure and Tsuchikage had more political significance than practical meaning. The two countries had not reached any agreement to advance and retreat together. The main content was still the commercial trade that was already factually taking place. The only one who probably took this alliance treaty very seriously was the Akatsuki organization in the Land of Rivers. But only high-level officials like Ishiro were clear about this, the people below didn't know, and Konoha, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure naturally wouldn't know either. So, while Konoha, the original hegemon, found this troublesome, Kumogakure, which considered itself the second strongest in the ninja world, also felt uncomfortable. The Land of Lightning, after all, was still just across the sea from the Land of Earth. Ikura asked, should we sabotage it? This was a difficult question to answer. Because an alliance between the Cloud and Mist would certainly be disadvantageous to Iwagakure, but Konoha would feel even more uncomfortable. From the perspective of, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, not only should Iwagakure not sabotage it, but they should do their utmost to facilitate it. However, thinking about how they had spent so much effort holding the joint Chunin exams, and had schemed to provoke a sense of crisis in the Sand Ninjas, only to barely achieve an alliance that couldn't be more nominal. And now, just because they succeeded, the Cloud and Mist were going to easily replicate it. Everyone felt very unbalanced. In the end, it was Inoki who said, forget about sabotaging it. Let them be. If they can successfully form an alliance, we won't make trouble either. Let Konoha have the headache. Ikura said, but why is the contact between the Cloud and Mist so high profile? Ishiro was also puzzled. The alliance negotiations between Iwagakure and Tsuchikage were kept secret. The itineraries of the important figures participating in the negotiations were even concealed under the cover of the joint Chunin exams to get them together. It is indeed strange. The alliance between the Cloud and Mist this time is probably unusual. Even if we don't actively sabotage it, we can't skimp on intelligence gathering. Lord Tsuchikage, how about I take a trip to the Land of Water? Ishiro said tentatively. Originally busy with sage jutsu training and teaching disciples, Ishiro had been quite content, not feeling bored even while staying in the village. But hearing that there was so much excitement to join in on outside, Ishiro's mind couldn't stay still. Inoki, Sokka, Mei, and even Ikura all glared at Ishiro in unison. Mei said, are you thinking of going out to play crazily again? Every time you go out, you never know to return to the village until you've had enough fun. Don't even think about going out this time. Train your sage jutsu properly, and don't leave the village until it can be used in actual combat. Ishiro felt guilty and didn't dare to make a sound. His daily sage jutsu training was consuming a large amount of the village's funds. It was Inoki who, after thinking for a moment, said, it's fine if you want to go out. The alliance between the Cloud and Mist this time is too abnormal. Ordinary intelligence personnel might not be able to analyze any useful information and won't be able to make any effective response. I agree to you going to the Land of Water, but you have to wait a bit longer. After Konoha's actions are confirmed, you can set out and formulate a targeted action plan. But remember, no matter what, you cannot go deep into the Land of Water. Ishiro's eyes lit up. He nodded desperately and said, understood. Please rest assured, Lord Tsuchikage. Everyone was speechless. It would be a miracle if they could rest assured with you. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 225, Chapter 224, A Name. Chapter 224, A Name. As soon as the high-level meeting ended, Ishiro began preparing to leave the village. The first thing he had to do was make arrangements for his 6 disciples. The 6 disciples each had different talents, and Ishiro hadn't trained them according to their talents before. His training focus for them had still been on the fundamentals. Now, Ishiro felt it was time to create some training plans for the 6 that could bring out their strengths. For the strongest, Takuhiro Uchiyama, Ishiro planned to use the light/heavy rock jutsu to take him flying a few times every day, to let him properly experience the changes of weightlessness and overweight. Unfortunately, the light/heavy rock jutsu was a village ninjutsu, and Ishiro didn't have the authority to teach it to his disciples. As an advisor, if Ishiro insisted on giving his disciples special tutoring, it wouldn't be impossible to find a reason to teach 1 or 2 B-rank ninjutsu belonging to the village. Back then, Ishiro had applied for the then genin Kawakita to learn B-rank sword techniques. The village, considering that Kawakita had miraculously learned to use blade energy at the time, agreed very readily. But the light/heavy rock jutsu was A rank, a ninjutsu that required a seal to be placed in his mind even after he learned it. So even though Ishiro was an advisor, he couldn't casually teach it to his disciples. All Ishiro could do was give Takuhiro Uchiyama some more experience with gravity, but he couldn't directly teach him the related ninjutsu. Kanako's origami talent was the most difficult to manage. Fortunately, Ishiro had Konan as an external aid. Ishiro had written to Konan right after taking on his disciples. Konan was very excited to know that Ishiro had taken on a disciple with a talent for origami, wishing she could snatch Kanako away from Ishiro. So she wrote a notebook related to paper release overnight and had someone deliver it to Iwagakure. Therefore, guiding Kanako was the easiest. Ishiro just had to give Konan's notes to Kanako, and that was it, at most answering some questions Kanako didn't understand based on his own experience. Yuran Kawatsu's talent was related to sealing jutsu. Ishiro was an expert in this field. From C rank to S rank sealing jutsu, Ishiro had a rich foundation and could easily guide the little girl's introduction to it. The arrangements for the 3 members of Squad 4 were easy, but the 3 from Squad 3 were more troublesome. Although Himiki Suda had the ninja cat, Shiro was still just a little kitten. Forget about fighting, it couldn't even take care of itself. And Ishiro was not very good at guiding ninja animals in training. In the end, he had to ask White Cat and Dango for help, letting them provide guidance. It just so happened that Dango was still in her postpartum recovery period, so there was enough time. Additionally, Ishiro also took Himiki Suda to see the giant panda. Himiki Suda was chosen by the giant panda, so the giant panda was relatively close to her and was willing to guide the little girl on some matters related to ninja animals. Katsumata's talent for genjutsu surpassed that of ordinary people, but Iwagakure's collection of genjutsu was not large. Previously, Iwagakure had basically no B-rank genjutsu that could be used in actual combat, the ones they had were merely auxiliary. After the Third War, Iwagakure obtained 2 B-rank genjutsu from Konoha, Demonic Illusion, Mirror Heaven and Earth Change, and the Temple of Nirvana technique. The former could barely be used in actual combat, but it had high requirements for the caster. Currently, no one in Iwagakure could use this genjutsu against an enemy. The latter was practically only useful against civilians, learning it was completely useless. The village had been organizing personnel to develop new genjutsu after the war, but the results were mediocre. Forget B-rank genjutsu, they couldn't even create a C-rank genjutsu that could be used in combat. Developing a whole system of ninjutsu was too difficult. Iwagakure's foundation was too shallow, it would still take a lot of time to achieve any results. Fortunately, although Katsumata's talent was good, his foundation was too poor. He hadn't been exposed to genjutsu before, so he needed to start from the most basic theoretical knowledge. Ishiro could still guide him for a short period. In addition, besides teaching Katsumata theory, Ishiro also arranged his first genjutsu training plan for him, interrogation. Anyway, Ishiro was the advisor in charge of interrogation, arranging for Katsumata to interrogate enemy spies was a piece of cake. With the opportunity for practical application, Ishiro believed it would be easy for Katsumata to get started. Finally, there was Kazumasa Yoshimura. Ishiro himself was an expert skilled in hand seals, so guiding Kazumasa Yoshimura seemed very simple. But the main reason Ishiro's hand seals were fast was his strong chakra control, not his hand speed. Ishiro's hand speed was trained later. So, in guiding Kazumasa Yoshimura, Ishiro was also crossing the river by feeling the stones, formulating a training plan that suited him as much as possible. The primary goal of the plan was to increase the speed of hand seals when casting ninjutsu, the secondary goal was to simplify hand seals. Considering Kazumasa Yoshimura's special situation, Ishiro also added another item, developing new hand signs. There were many hand seals in the ninja world. Not to mention the common signs, there were also many strange and unusual hand seal methods, like Jiraiya's method of forming seals with his feet. In terms of two-handed seals, Ishiro only knew the 12 basic ones. But for practicing one-handed seals, there weren't many existing signs to refer to. Ishiro had developed them entirely on his own back then. So Ishiro had some experience in developing new hand signs and also had some hope for Kazumasa Yoshimura. After arranging for the 6 disciples, Ishiro turned his focus to the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, Han. Ishiro had high expectations for Han and also spent a lot of time on him. Before leaving the village this time, Ishiro wanted to have a good talk with Han. Ever since taking on 3 disciples, Han's life had completely changed. Every day, he was either teaching the 3 rookie genin or pondering how to teach. When Ishiro came to find Han this time, his 3 disciples happened to be away. Otherwise, Ishiro seriously suspected he might not have been able to get a word in. Even so, the rhythm of their conversation was still occasionally diverted by Han, eventually circling back to his 3 disciples. Han would either ask Ishiro for some details on teaching disciples or describe the training progress of his 3 disciples to Ishiro. Ishiro had originally thought of waiting for him to finish asking before chatting. But seeing this posture, he estimated that the topic wouldn't return to normal even by the time his disciples came back. So Ishiro finally found an opportunity to bring up the topic of tailed beasts. "Senior Han, how have you and the Five-Tails been getting along recently?" Han was clearly stunned by this question, then as if waking from a long dream, his previous excited and agitated emotions cooled down considerably. After hesitating for a moment, Han said, "I've almost forgotten my identity as a Jinchuriki during this time. I haven't had any conflicts with the Five-Tails recently." As he spoke, Han scratched his head and said, "It's a bit strange. The Five-Tails used to frequently attack the seal, but now it seems to have calmed down a lot." Ishiro smiled and said, "Senior Han, I've wanted to talk to you about the tailed beasts for a long time, but your state wasn't good before, so it wasn't suitable to bring up this topic. But since you took on 3 disciples, your mental state has changed greatly. And in my opinion, this change is very positive and very suitable for getting along with a tailed beast. So today, I plan to tell you something about the tailed beasts." Han was somewhat surprised, looking at Ishiro, unable to speak. Ishiro stood up and said, "Let's go to the top of the valley. The view is open there, and we can feel more at ease while chatting." After speaking, Ishiro got up and went to the top of the valley without looking back. Han hesitated for a moment but still followed. The two sat at the top of the valley, looking into the distance, neither speaking. After a long while, Ishiro finally said, "Senior Han, do you know the Five-Tails' name?" Han's body trembled. He turned his head towards Ishiro in astonishment and asked tentatively, "Tailed beasts have names?" And inside Han's body, within the seal that Ishiro couldn't see, the Five-Tails, which had been lying down asleep, instantly opened its eyes. Ishiro did not turn to look at Han but continued to gaze into the distance, saying, "The people of the village see you as a monster, Senior Han, and don't dare to get close to you. But I know you are a hero who has made a sacrifice for the village. But, Senior Han, you see the Five-Tails as a monster. Have you ever thought that the Five-Tails is also a living being? It has its own thoughts and emotions. It also has its own name." Han was stunned after hearing Ishiro's words. Ishiro ignored him and continued, "From the Five-Tails' perspective, it did nothing, yet it was sealed within a ninja's body by us. Not only did it lose its freedom, but it also has to be used by us as a weapon. So from the Five-Tails' perspective, we IWA ninjas are the bad guys, and it is the victim." Han had never heard anyone say such a thing. His understanding had always been how terrifying the tailed beasts were and what a great threat they posed to the village, but he had never thought about things this way. Han subconsciously wanted to refute, but thinking of what Ishiro had just said about the village civilians treating him as a monster, Han wavered. Perhaps he had misunderstood the Five-Tails, just as the villagers had misunderstood him. But was what Ishiro said true? Ishiro didn't give Han much time to think, directly saying, "Han, try to become friends with the Five-Tails. It is just like you used to be, very lonely. You still have friends, you have Taijima, you have me, and now you have disciples. But what about the Five-Tails? It still only has itself. Originally, you were like it, bearing the loneliness together. But now you are suddenly no longer lonely. What will it think? So, Han, give the Five-Tails a friend." Han lowered his head and remained silent for a long time before asking, "Advisor Ishiro, do you know what the Five-Tails' name is?" Ishiro nodded and said, "Of course I know, but I won't tell you. You need to communicate with the Five-Tails yourself to find out. Let becoming friends start with knowing its name." Han, with his head lowered, was stunned for a moment. After a long while, he slowly raised his head, looked at Ishiro, and then, like Ishiro, turned his gaze to the distance. Then he smiled and said, "I understand. I will become friends with the Five-Tails." Ishiro didn't turn his head, but his mind's eye could feel Han's chakra fluctuate distinctly at that moment. The fluctuation was very brief and quickly returned to calm. But Ishiro knew that Han's mentality had changed. Ishiro didn't know if today's conversation would be beneficial to Han, but Ishiro knew that at this moment, Han's mood was very good. So Ishiro also put away his serious expression and smiled. The two of them just looked into the distance like that, until the voices of Han's three disciples calling for him came from below, ending this brief but pleasant conversation. Han nodded at Ishiro, then got up and returned to the valley. Ishiro looked at Han's back, smiled again, stood up, and stretched. The biggest matter was finished, it was time to leave the village. 5 days later, news from Konoha also reached Ishiro. The spy reported that Konoha's Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya had disappeared together. When the spy got the news, the two had not made a public appearance for at least 3 days. This would be normal for Orochimaru, but it was not normal for Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze was fine, as he often went out on missions. But if Jiraiya wasn't chased out of a women's bathhouse 2 or 3 times a day, his life would seem imperfect. After paying a little attention, the spy discovered that besides these two, several other well-known elite jonin from the village had also disappeared. Thus, Konoha's response was obvious. This time, Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze were leading the team again. It was just that Ishiro wasn't quite sure who Hiruzen Sarutobi was specifically targeting this time. After receiving the news, Ishiro entrusted his 6 disciples to Chiko Tomo's care and then left the village. Support me with Power Stone. For every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/sega. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 226, Chapter 225, Konoha Village. Chapter 225, Konoha Village. A massive cliff, with a bustling village below it. The cliff face was carved with the heads of 3 individuals. That's right, this was Konoha Village. After leaving Iwagakure, Ishiro didn't go to the land of water but instead came to Konoha. Ishiro chose to come to Konoha at this time naturally to look for an opportunity, because Konoha currently had very few high-end combatants. Among them, Minato Namikaze, whom Ishiro was most wary of, was not in Konoha. Although the number of ninjas in Konoha who could display Kage-level combat power was frighteningly large, fortunately, they each had their own issues. At this point in time, the Sannin and Minato Namikaze were not in Konoha. Among Konoha's many Kage-level individuals, only Kushina Uzumaki was likely to be wandering around the village. Others, such as Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, and Fugaku Uchiha, would not be running around the village randomly. Ishiro felt he was relatively safe. As long as he could fly away and escape the moment he sensed something wrong, Ishiro felt that Konoha was not a place of certain death. Ishiro dared to infiltrate Konoha due to 2 main reliances. First was a ninjutsu to suppress chakra fluctuations. This allowed Ishiro to lurk within Konoha village while maintaining a certain level of combat readiness. Second was the mind's eye. The miraculous thing about this S-rank ninjutsu was that, much like seeing with eyes or hearing with ears, it didn't consume chakra. Therefore, using the mind's eye didn't risk exposing his identity as a ninja. The only risk Ishiro had to take was the moment he first entered Konoha. Ishiro couldn't carry any sealing scrolls, nor could he have a single trace of chakra in his body. Otherwise, Konoha's sensory barrier would definitely detect it. At the same time, because Ishiro was entering Konoha village disguised as an ordinary person, he couldn't carry any weapons. So, at that moment, Ishiro was at his weakest. Fortunately, Ishiro's luck was good, and no accidents occurred when he entered Konoha. After entering Konoha, Ishiro immediately ducked into a tavern to refine his chakra. This process was risky. If Konoha's sensory team's periodic village-wide scan happened to pass over Ishiro at this time, then this unfamiliar yet near Kage-level chakra source on Ishiro would immediately trigger Konoha's highest level of alert. Fortunately, Ishiro had done his homework before coming. This time was precisely when Konoha's sensory team was changing shifts. Ishiro was betting that the sensory team wouldn't conduct a time-consuming full village scan during this period. After refining his chakra, Ishiro immediately cast the ninjutsu to suppress his chakra fluctuations. Then, as if nothing had happened, Ishiro left the tavern and walked around the area, carefully observing with his mind's eye. After confirming there was nothing abnormal in the vicinity, Ishiro finally breathed a sigh of relief. Infiltration successful. Ishiro had entered Konoha with a merchant caravan. He only had 3 days, but there were many things he wanted to do. Taking advantage of the early hour, Ishiro first went to the Uchiha clan's current gathering area. The reason Ishiro dared to do this was simple: the Uchiha clan had just relocated, and there were still other civilians living nearby. And because the Uchiha clan needed to build houses, there were many civilians or ninjas in this area doing things like construction. Ishiro had intelligence on these matters beforehand, so even though he was walking in the Uchiha clan's territory, Ishiro was not afraid of being exposed. However, Ishiro did not go deep, merely strolling around the periphery. Ishiro came to Konoha mainly for two people. These two were named Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Sakai. Ishiro had long ago instructed the intelligence department to pay attention to kind-hearted children within the Uchiha clan. These two were young but kind-hearted children from the Uchiha clan that the intelligence department had reported to Ishiro. Of the two, Uchiha Izumi was a girl, currently 5 years old, in the first grade of the Ninja Academy. Uchiha Sakai was a boy, a year younger than Izumi, who would be entering the Ninja Academy in a month. Ishiro hoped to encounter one of these two. This was the biggest purpose of his trip. If one of them appeared in front of Ishiro at this time, Ishiro would not hesitate to expose himself and snatch them away. Anyway, this place was already very close to the edge of Konoha. As long as he acted quickly, even Konoha's Kage-level powerhouses might not be able to react in time. Unfortunately, Ishiro's luck didn't seem to be very good. He didn't encounter Uchiha Izumi or Uchiha Sakai, but instead ran into an ill-timed pair of best friends. What the hell, why is Kushina Uzumaki here? The arrivals were none other than Kushina Uzumaki and Mikoto Uchiha. Ishiro didn't understand why the Konoha higher-ups would let the Ninetales Jinchuriki get so close to the Uchiha clan. Ishiro only knew that he had run into the person he least wanted to meet. Seeing Kushina Uzumaki, Ishiro didn't entertain any wild thoughts. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about releasing the Ninetales within Konoha village, learning from Obito, and dealing Konoha a severe blow. Taking out a Hokage would be a bonus. But Ishiro knew his own limits. He might be able to defeat Kushina Uzumaki through various strange methods, but it would definitely not be quick. By then, his own fate would surely be to be killed by the Kage-level individuals from Konoha rushing over. So Ishiro naturally turned his head and left in another direction. Kushina Uzumaki was chatting with Mikoto Uchiha and did not pay attention to Ishiro. The Ninetales should have sensed my ill intent. I hope the Ninetales doesn't expose me. I remember the relationship between the Ninetales and Kushina didn't seem to be very good. The worst-case scenario that Ishiro feared did not happen. The pair of best friends happily walked past the area where Ishiro had just been. Ishiro breathed a sigh of relief. He figured there were probably too many people in Konoha with ill intent towards the Ninetales or Kushina, so the Ninetales had gotten used to it. Ishiro left the Uchiha clan's territory and walked in the direction of the tavern. Suddenly, a father and son pair in green jumpsuits ran quickly from Ishiro's left side, doing handstands, and then quickly departed from Ishiro's right. Ishiro didn't move. Although he felt extremely unlucky, having encountered two Konoha ninjas with Kage-level combat power in such a short time, he still walked back with a calm expression. He kept emphasizing to himself, Konoha is too dangerous. He needed to get back to the tavern quickly. If he ran into Hiruzen Sarutobi out inspecting the public sentiment, it would be over. Only after returning to his tavern room did Ishiro let out a long sigh of relief. Such bad luck. If his mind's eye hadn't detected any problems, Ishiro would have thought he had been exposed. That afternoon, Ishiro did not leave the tavern again. He only came out to move around after dark. This time, Ishiro's target was Orochimaru's residence. Given Orochimaru's caution, his residence shouldn't have any confidential materials. But in Ishiro's eyes, apart from the ninjutsu scrolls recording various forbidden jutsu, the most valuable things in all of Konoha were Orochimaru's research. Even knowing that there shouldn't be anything in Orochimaru's home, Ishiro still wanted to go and try his luck. The journey was perilous but without major incident. With the sharp tool of his mind's eye, although he occasionally needed to use chakra to dodge, as long as he wasn't detected by Konoha's barrier, it wasn't a big problem. Orochimaru himself was still in the land of whirlpools conducting his human experiments, and there was no one else at home. Ishiro's infiltration was very smooth. Orochimaru's house was a small two-story building. After entering, Ishiro first went upstairs. He just hastily searched the upper floor, then moved to the ground floor. After searching both floors and finding nothing, Ishiro began to check the underground. With Ishiro's understanding of Orochimaru, even in his own home, Orochimaru definitely had another nest underground. Ishiro cast the moving underground technique, entered the ground, and began to feel his way around. This process was naturally easy to expose, and being exposed underground was equivalent to Ishiro losing his greatest advantage of flight. Fortunately, the risk was worth it. Not long after descending, Ishiro encountered a seal. It's a 5-element seal. If it were another seal, although Ishiro could still break it, it would take at least some time for analysis. But with a 5-element seal, Ishiro circled the seal a bit and found a hidden door left by Orochimaru, entering the interior of the seal from there. The moment he entered the seal, Ishiro was prepared for battle. After all, this was Orochimaru's residence. But Ishiro had overthought it, there were no defenses here at all. However, Ishiro, who had encountered no danger, was not very happy, because no danger meant no gains. The basement was not large, only the size of a small room. Ishiro could see the end at a glance. There weren't many things inside either. Ishiro had anticipated this because Orochimaru's stomach seemed to be able to hold anything, his own body was the biggest warehouse. But Ishiro was unwilling to give up and still searched meticulously. He first checked various hidden places but found nothing. Finally, he found 2 scrolls directly on the tabletop. Ishiro was somewhat speechless, these 2 scrolls were placed in the most conspicuous spot. Judging by their position, they were probably used for recording something the last time Orochimaru left. Ishiro carefully opened them to have a look. Is this experimental data? The first scroll recorded some data that Ishiro couldn't understand. Ishiro hadn't brought a sealing scroll, so he just looked at it and then put it aside. Opening the second scroll, Ishiro's eyes lit up immediately, Genjutsu. The scroll recorded the genjutsu that Iwagakure was most lacking, and not just one, but a full 4 of them. Of the 4 genjutsu, 1 was A rank, and 3 were B rank. Ishiro quickly began to read, but after a short while, his brows furrowed. Because these 4 genjutsu were all Sharingan genjutsu, this scroll was for Uchiha clan members to practice after awakening the 3-tomo Sharingan. Ishiro just gave it a rough scan and found that these 4 genjutsu were all ocular-type genjutsu. Without a Sharingan, they couldn't be cast at all. Unwilling to give up, Ishiro circled around again. After confirming there were no more gains, he returned to the table, memorized the contents of the 4 genjutsu, and then left the room. Even if he couldn't use them, they were good for reference. Iwagakure was lacking in everything related to genjutsu. After Ishiro left, a small green snake emerged from a corner of the room. The small green snake watched the direction Ishiro left, flicking its tongue, then lowered its head and remained motionless. It seemed to be searching its memory for Ishiro's identity. But no matter how it thought, it had no impression of Ishiro. Just then, Ishiro unexpectedly re-entered the room. The small green snake realized something was wrong and immediately tried to dart back into the corner. But it was too late. Ishiro, having activated the lightning release stimulation method, flashed to the small green snake's side in an instant and grabbed it by its vital spot. Although the small green snake was Orochimaru's summoning animal, it was clearly different from a normal summoning animal. After being attacked, it didn't disappear directly as Ishiro had thought. Ishiro guessed the small green snake was probably not summoned by Orochimaru but had come directly from Ryuchi Cave. Although Ishiro had caught the small green snake, after thinking about it, he found that apart from killing it, there seemed to be no good way to deal with it. Maybe I should try using genjutsu. Ishiro suggested to himself. Support me with Power Stone. For every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 227, Chapter 226, The Notebook. Chapter 226, The Notebook. Ishiro cast the genjutsu, Demonic Illusion, Mirror Heaven and Earth Change, on the small green snake. The genjutsu succeeded, but for some unknown reason, the constructed space was not stable. The small green snake's resistance to genjutsu was quite high, so much so that the genjutsu space Ishiro could maintain was very small. Ishiro simply constructed a narrow, sealed laboratory. In the genjutsu, Ishiro, in the guise of Orochimaru, was conducting an experiment. The small green snake, caught by Ishiro, happened to emerge from a corner. Ishiro, following his memory of the original story, mimicked Orochimaru's appearance, extended a long tongue to lick his lips, and without turning his head, said in a cold voice, "Spit it out." This was Ishiro's intelligence advantage. He knew that Orochimaru liked to hide things in snakes' bellies. The principle might be related to the summoning jutsu, Ishiro couldn't figure it out. But that didn't stop him from bluffing the little green snake. In the genjutsu, upon hearing Orochimaru's words, the small green snake subconsciously wanted to act but instinctively seemed to resist. For a moment, it was hesitant. At this moment, Ishiro, disguised as Orochimaru, turned his head and looked at the small green snake with eyes full of killing intent. The small green snake's body visibly stiffened. It lowered its head towards Ishiro and then obediently opened its mouth to a clearly unreasonable angle, spitting out a scroll a size larger than its own body. In the process of spitting out the scroll, the small green snake, due to the violent chakra fluctuation, suddenly broke free from the genjutsu. Realizing what it was doing, the small green snake's first reaction was to eat the thing back. But how could Ishiro let it have its way? With one punch, he directly smashed the little snake's head flat. Then he released a small fire-release jutsu, burning the snake's corpse to ashes. Only then did Ishiro turn his gaze to the scroll the small green snake had spat out. Ishiro wiped off the snake's saliva slightly, then opened the scroll on the spot. After opening the scroll, Ishiro was somewhat disappointed. What was recorded in the scroll was not the ninjutsu he wanted most. But it wasn't bad either, because what was written inside were some of Orochimaru's training insights. Ishiro estimated that Orochimaru had prepared these notes for someone specific, as they were clearly targeted. The scroll mainly described the process of Orochimaru learning and developing fire-release ninjutsu in his youth. This was naturally beneficial to Ishiro, but he wouldn't be able to use it in the short term. Holding this scroll, Ishiro spent several more hours completely memorizing it, then another small fire-release jutsu burned the entire scroll. Ishiro didn't dare to keep Orochimaru's things with him. Moreover, being in Konoha, he didn't dare to carry any items related to ninjas. After scanning the surroundings with his eyes once more and confirming there was nothing else of value, Ishiro turned and left the basement. This time, Ishiro truly left. After using the moving underground technique to return to Orochimaru's house on the surface, Ishiro once again relied on his mind's eye's reconnaissance ability to sneak back into the tavern. Although the night had some minor twists and turns, the result was still satisfactory. Ishiro had obtained ninjutsu insights that he could use for developing fire release in the future. He had also gotten several referenceable genjutsu for the village. The next day, Ishiro wandered around a relatively remote area of Konoha village again. When he strolled near the Uchiha clan's territory, Ishiro deliberately slowed his pace, but unfortunately, this time he still did not encounter Uchiha Izumi or Uchiha Sakai. After returning to the tavern before dark, Ishiro felt a bit anxious. Tomorrow was the last day. Should he directly enter the Uchiha clan's territory? The only person in the Uchiha clan Ishiro was wary of was Fugaku Uchiha. Ishiro wasn't sure if Fugaku was in the Uchiha territory during the day or at the police force headquarters. But Ishiro didn't dare to take the risk. For an Uchiha child, Ishiro was willing to take a risk. But the probability of Fugaku being in the clan territory was not small. This risk was a bit too big, and Ishiro couldn't make up his mind. That night, Ishiro went to the Senju clan's territory. The Senju clan had already integrated into Konoha. The only ninja still active in the ninja world under the Senju name was Tsunade. Therefore, the so-called Senju clan territory was actually just a relatively large courtyard. There was no one inside either. Ishiro entered without causing any commotion. But what made Ishiro frown was that it was too clean inside. Apart from some daily necessities, there was nothing extra. Could it be that Tsunade gambled it all away? Refusing to give up, Ishiro searched the courtyard meticulously and finally confirmed that there was really nothing of value inside. Forget ninjutsu, Ishiro didn't even see anything related to ninja training. Moreover, there were no secret passages or hidden rooms in this Senju clan territory. Tonight, Ishiro was destined to gain nothing. What Ishiro didn't know was that when Tsunade left the village, there were many things related to ninja training here. But Hiruzen Sarutobi knew Tsunade wouldn't be back for a while, so he put away all the valuable and relatively confidential things on Tsunade's behalf. Having gained nothing from Tsunade's side, Ishiro thought of taking advantage of the long night to visit Jiraiya's house. But this time, an accident occurred. Through his mind's eye, Ishiro could detect chakra fluctuations within a 200-meter range. So with Ishiro deliberately avoiding them, ordinary patrolling ninjas couldn't discover him. But this time, Ishiro encountered no ordinary patrolling ninjas, he ran into the Inuzuka clan. From 300 meters away, the other party smelled his scent and quietly alerted its master. Ishiro's hearing was naturally not bad. In this state of high alert, he immediately realized something was wrong. Without any hesitation, Ishiro directly activated the lightning release stimulation method and rushed out in the opposite direction of the dog's bark at the fastest speed. After twisting and turning for 500 meters, a patrol squad of 3 Chunin happened to pass in front of Ishiro. Fortunately, the mind's eye discovered the enemy in advance, and the Inuzuka clan member over there seemed not to have raised the alarm yet, so the 3 Chunin were not on high alert. Facing 3 people at once, Ishiro didn't have many options. He had no weapons on him and didn't dare to make too much noise. Helplessly, he could only use his porcelain release, which could easily expose his identity, to transform dozens of kunai and turn the 3 into hedgehogs before they could react. Then, while collecting the dozens of kunai transformed from his porcelain release, Ishiro charged forward again. After running another few hundred meters, Ishiro used the camouflage jutsu and the light/heavy rock jutsu. Floating in the low altitude, he quickly returned to the tavern. At this point, the best thing Ishiro should have done was actually leave Konoha. But Ishiro was somewhat unwilling to give up, still holding onto the idea of trying his luck tomorrow. So, in the end, Ishiro chose to take the risk and stay in Konoha. The 3 bodies were quickly discovered, and Konoha immediately entered a state of alert. A large number of ninjas skilled in reconnaissance were dispatched. Fortunately, Ishiro had long since cleared his scent and used the jutsu to suppress his chakra, making himself look like a civilian. The tavern where Ishiro was staying had many outsiders and was a key point for Konoha's investigation and surveillance. Not only did 4 waves of ninjas come to check everyone one by one, but Ishiro's mind's eye also discovered 8 ninjas staying around the tavern. Among the 8, 2 were Jonin and 6 were Chunin. These were 2 complete Umbu squads. On the 3rd day, the people in the tavern were required not to leave, and Ishiro could only obediently stay inside. Ishiro was not in a hurry, delaying by 1 day didn't matter, and the merchant caravan's postponed schedule had no effect on him. In the morning, 2 more batches of ninjas came to inspect Ishiro and the others. By the afternoon, no more inspecting ninjas appeared. But the surrounding Umbu did not disperse. By the 4th day, Konoha lifted the restrictions on everyone's movement, but Ishiro knew that the hidden guard force was only greater than before. Time was running out, and there was only one chance. He would go to the Uchiha clan's territory one last time. If there were still no gains, Ishiro could only fly away. Today, Ishiro did not wander around as before. Having just experienced a lockdown yesterday, being in the mood for strolling today would be underestimating Konoha ninjas too much. Ishiro went to a shop on the edge of Konoha, bought some materials for building a house, and then walked straight towards the Uchiha clan's camp. This time, Ishiro did not hesitate and directly entered the Uchiha clan's territory. With an enemy invasion in Konoha, the Uchiha clan couldn't be idle. Fugaku Uchiha would most likely be in command at the Konoha Military Police Force headquarters. However, Ishiro did not go too deep either. Being surrounded by a group of elite Jonin was not what Ishiro wanted. After entering the Uchiha clan camp, Ishiro came to a house under construction and slowly took out the things he was carrying one by one. Many Uchiha clan members came and went, but none paid attention to Ishiro. The construction workers didn't look much in Ishiro's direction either. Ishiro just stood there, handling the pile of things he had bought. After a while, the sound of a group of children playing came from a distance. Ishiro's heart stirred. He picked up some of his things and walked in that direction. Turning a street corner, Ishiro indeed saw a dozen or so children wearing clothes with the fan symbol playing. It looked like they were playing a ninja game. Ishiro only needed one glance to recognize a little boy among them, who was one of his targets, Uchiha Sakai. Taking a deep breath, Ishiro calmed his fiercely beating heart and walked towards the group of children. But an accident happened at this moment. In the perception of his mind's eye, a Jonin was walking towards them. Am I exposed? It seems not. If I were exposed, it shouldn't be just one Jonin coming over. I did silently kill 3 Chunin last night. Is it a coincidence? While guessing the reason for the Jonin's approach in his heart, Ishiro continued to approach the Uchiha children without changing his expression. When Ishiro was still dozens of meters away from the children, the Jonin seemed to have sensed something. He frowned slightly and looked in Ishiro's direction. Ishiro cursed inwardly. Then his foot twisted, and his body very naturally fell to the ground. Then, the materials in Ishiro's hands fell to the ground with him. Ishiro quickly got up from the ground and began to handle the scattered materials. This scene was naturally seen by the children and that Jonin. The Jonin felt something was off and was about to step forward to question Ishiro when a child suddenly ran out from the group of children. The person who came was Uchiha Sakai. He ran up to Ishiro and nimbly began to help Ishiro pick up the materials. Ishiro smiled to himself, just as the intelligence said. This scene is making me feel a bit guilty. Seeing the fish run right up to him, Ishiro reached out a hand, and with a light pat, he knocked Uchiha Sakai unconscious, then slung him over his shoulder and ran. The Jonin initially thought Uchiha Sakai and Ishiro knew each other, so he hesitated for a moment. But the moment Ishiro raised his hand, he realized something was wrong. But it was too late. Although he rushed over at the fastest speed, he was too far away, and Ishiro had already succeeded. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 228, Chapter 227, Making a Move. Chapter 227, Making a Move. Ishiro and the Uchiha clan Jonin, one chasing and one fleeing, rushed towards the outside of Konoha. The speed Ishiro displayed was not fast, and the distance between him and the pursuing Uchiha Jonin was slowly closing. Because of this, the opponent did not immediately send a signal for help, and as a result, missed the best opportunity to surround and block Ishiro. Just as it seemed he was about to be caught, Ishiro activated the lightning release stimulation method. Then, under the stunned gaze of the Jonin, he burst forth with a speed far exceeding his previous pace, rapidly rushing out of the edge of Konoha village. The Jonin knew he had been tricked. He formed hand seals with both hands, and then a giant great fireball shot into the sky. Ishiro, running ahead, naturally noticed it too. He was somewhat speechless. Did everyone in the Uchiha clan come with their own built-in signal flare? However, Ishiro was no longer afraid of being exposed at this point. When passing through Konoha's outer wall just now, Ishiro had felt a trace of chakra fluctuation, which should have been the barrier. Presumably, instructions had already been issued from Konoha's sensory team. Carrying Uchiha Sakai, Ishiro ran at full speed away from Konoha. Konoha, already in a state of alert, acted quickly, and the number of pursuers behind Ishiro grew. These were not the most troublesome. There were also many ninjas intercepting Ishiro from the front. This was near Konoha, after all, and the density of patrolling ninjas was very high. At first, Ishiro could still rely on his mind's eye to evade in advance, but it became more and more difficult later on. Finally, Ishiro was intercepted by 3 squads of patrolling ninjas up ahead. Fortunately, the strength of the 3 squads was not strong. In the 2 squads directly in front and to the right front of Ishiro, there were 2 to 3 chunin each, while the squad to his left front had 1 chunin leading 3 genin. Without trying to be a hero, Ishiro changed direction and rushed quickly towards the left front. Ishiro carried Uchiha Sakai on his back, then formed hand seals with both hands. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball with a diameter of over 10 meters rolled forward directly. The foreman squad with only 1 chunin knew they couldn't resist. They didn't persist and instead opened up a path. Ishiro passed through the interception smoothly. But this was just the appetizer. Ishiro continuously encountered patrolling ninjas and ninja squads performing missions in the vicinity. Ishiro chose to hide if he could, and if he couldn't, he would end the fight quickly. Although the process was smooth, his speed was ultimately slowed down. And after shaking off team after team of patrolling ninjas, he finally met a tough opponent. 200 meters ahead of Ishiro, at the limit of what his mind's eye could sense, 12 chakra sources suddenly appeared. Among the 12, there were 3 jonin, and the rest were chunin. Ishiro's brows furrowed. What was this situation? 3 full Umbu squads. When did the Konoha Umbu get in front of him? The route Ishiro took after being exposed was generally a straight line, with only slight detours. Although his speed had decreased somewhat, it wasn't by much. If 1 or 2 ninjas skilled in speed had gotten ahead of him, Ishiro could accept it, but for 3 complete Umbu squads to appear so abruptly was strange. With Ishiro's near-Kage strength, plus the burst of speed from the lightning release stimulation method, it should have been impossible for the Konoha Umbu to get in front of him. Unless these Umbu were already ahead of Ishiro. But if there just happened to be 1 Umbu squad on a mission nearby, Ishiro could understand it. For 3 to appear at once, that was not normal. Could it be that Konoha had set up an interception network on the outskirts of the village? Impossible. Konoha was so large, to set up interceptions everywhere, how many Umbu would they have to dispatch? Was it worth it for an infiltrator of unknown background? What Ishiro didn't know was that this was actually his bad luck. He had chosen to leave Konoha from the direction of the Uchiha clan's territory, and the Konoha higher-ups had specifically arranged a security net in this area. Konoha had not arranged this waiting for Ishiro, but to prevent the Uchiha clan from defecting. After all, the Uchiha clan was right on the edge of Konoha. If the Uchiha clan made up their minds to leave secretly, the Konoha higher-ups might really not be able to discover it in time. Ishiro didn't know any of this. This was intelligence that spies couldn't access. So Ishiro had run headfirst into the security net. Fortunately, this net had just been laid and was not dense. Now, 3 Umbu squads appeared before Ishiro. If he had waited another month, Ishiro would have had to face at least 5 Umbu squads. 3 Umbu squads, is it? Ishiro carefully distinguished the chakra attributes of these Umbu again. Good, there were no particularly strange chakras, there shouldn't be any ninja clan members. Although he had obtained the Uchiha clan bloodline, Ishiro didn't care even if he was exposed. Konoha wouldn't start a war over something like this. At most, they would just make Iwagakure bleed a little, which was a good deal. But since his identity hadn't been exposed yet, he still had to try and see if he could break through the interception without using Iwagakure's unique ninjutsu. While rushing forward, Ishiro formed hand seals and cast a water clone. Then the main body and the water clone attacked together. Water release, raging water wave. Lightning release, lightning vine. 2 B-rank ninjutsu. The water release needs no explanation. This lightning release, lightning vine was something Ishiro created by slightly modifying the C-rank lightning guide jutsu. It had no other use and was specifically for performing combination ninjutsu with water release. The 2 B-rank ninjutsu, cast by Ishiro without regard for chakra consumption, had power approaching A rank. When combined, their power far exceeded that of a normal A-rank ninjutsu. Of course, Ishiro didn't expect this one attack to defeat the intercepting ninjas. The Umbu were not that easy to deal with. Ishiro's goal was to intercept the opponent's group ninjutsu. As expected, the opponent's tactic was the same as Ishiro's, launch a wave of combination ninjutsu from a distance. Among the 12 people, 5 participated in a wind and fire combination ninjutsu. However, although the opponent had more people, the final power of their ninjutsu was less than the combination ninjutsu cast by Ishiro alone. After Ishiro's water and lightning combination ninjutsu dispersed the opponent's wind and fire combination ninjutsu, it still had power left to attack. This forced the opponent to cancel their original plan of continuing the attack and adopt a defensive stance. 2 earth walls rose from the ground, blocking the greatly weakened combination ninjutsu. According to the normal tactic of a strong individual against a group of weaker opponents, Ishiro should have rushed into the enemy ranks at this point, disrupted their formation, and then picked them off one by one. The Konoha Umbu were also prepared for this. Having lost the initiative, they were now waiting for Ishiro to make a move. But Ishiro did not rashly approach. Unable to expose his Kekkei Genkai, the greatest advantage Ishiro could rely on was his hand seal speed. So, just as the Konoha Umbu behind the earth wall had blocked the combination ninjutsu and were still guessing which direction Ishiro would break through from, Ishiro's next wave of ninjutsu attacks arrived. A-rank water release ninjutsu, water cutting technique. This was Ishiro's only completely original A-rank ninjutsu. It was rarely used after its successful development, and all enemies who had seen this ninjutsu had been silenced. The water cutting technique was Ishiro's strongest group A-rank ninjutsu because although it was a group ninjutsu, its range was small, and it could be used as a single target attack ninjutsu. And yet, the water cutting technique was indeed a group ninjutsu, most suitable for dealing with enemies in a dense formation with their line of sight blocked, like the ones in front of him. Over on the Konoha Umbu's side, the earth wall they were hiding behind was suddenly pierced by a line of water. Everyone was startled, then secretly rejoiced that the water line had missed. The point where the water line pierced the earth wall was even further to the left of the leftmost person. But just as their relief arose, a sudden change occurred. The water line suddenly cut horizontally at an extremely fast speed. This move caught everyone off guard. All 12 people were enveloped by this one attack. The 3 on the far right reacted in time and were far enough away to just barely dodge. The remaining 9 were all hit. Among the 9, apart from one jonin who moved a step faster and only lost a leg, the other 8 were all cut in half at the waist. Ishiro was not surprised by this result. This kind of situation could occur if a ninja didn't understand the enemy's intelligence. And Ishiro's water cutting technique had been specially enhanced in power. This one attack alone consumed 100A of Ishiro's chakra. If it were him back when he was an elite jonin, he would never have wasted it like this. But the effect was also obvious. The remaining 4 had lost their courage and no longer posed a threat to Ishiro. Just as Ishiro was about to use a few more ninjutsu to clean up the remaining Umbu, he suddenly felt a huge chakra source coming from behind him. Not daring to hesitate, Ishiro activated the lightning release stimulation method, instantly bypassed the remaining Umbu, and continued to retreat into the distance. This amount of chakra, such cold chakra, is it Fugaku Uchiha? He caught up so quickly. After thinking for a moment, while still running, Ishiro created a water clone. The person who came was indeed Fugaku Uchiha. He had set out from the police force headquarters after seeing the Great Fireball signal. The position of the Great Fireball earlier was near the new Uchiha clan territory. Fugaku was somewhat worried about his clansmen, so he didn't notify his subordinates and rushed over alone. When Fugaku arrived at the location where the Umbu had just intercepted Ishiro, his gaze darkened. He quickly understood what had happened here and also guessed the reason why these Umbu had appeared here. This matter was more heart-wrenching for Fugaku Uchiha than Ishiro abducting a child from his clan. The village is already guarding against us as if we were enemies. Fugaku looked at the 4 remaining Umbu with an inscrutable expression and squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth, report. The remaining Umbu didn't dare to conceal anything in this matter. One of the uninjured Umbu immediately said, only one enemy, took a boy. Skilled in ninjutsu, uses water and lightning release combination ninjutsu, suspected of knowing the lightning release stimulation method. Has a very powerful group water release jutsu, that's the move that took our men down. Fugaku didn't speak. He passed the few people and chased in the direction Ishiro had left. Not long after, Fugaku encountered the water clone left by Ishiro. Fugaku, with his 3 Tomo Sharingan activated, quickly judged from experience that this was not Ishiro's real body. Just as he was about to end it quickly, Ishiro's water clone spoke. Senior Fugaku, is it possible to leave the Uchiha clan a path to survive? Fugaku moved quickly. Just as Ishiro finished speaking, he had already punched and destroyed Ishiro's water clone. However, after destroying Ishiro's water clone, Fugaku did not immediately give chase. He stood on the spot, thinking silently for a moment, then turned around and walked back towards Konoha village. If he hadn't encountered those Umbu just now, Fugaku wouldn't have been so moved by Ishiro's single sentence. But with the matter of those Umbu monitoring and guarding against them fresh in his mind, Fugaku had to take Ishiro's words to heart. After walking back for a while, Fugaku encountered the pursuing ninjas, among whom were members of the Uchiha clan as well as ordinary Konoha ninjas. Everyone was somewhat puzzled to see Fugaku returning alone. The Jonin who had initially tracked Ishiro and then set off the fire jutsu signal stepped forward and carefully asked, "Lord Clan Head, has Sakai been recovered?" Fugaku Uchiha glanced at him, then at the other ninjas not far away, his gaze lingering on the umbu among them for a moment. Then he said faintly, "Lost the trail. We're returning to the village." The Jonin was puzzled and wanted to say something, but he held back. Then, the Uchiha clan members followed their clan head back to Konoha. The remaining ninjas looked at each other, not understanding why Fugaku had stopped the pursuit. Finally, after a discussion, the umbu continued the pursuit, while the other ninjas returned to the village to report to the third. Support me with Power Stone. For every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 229, Chapter 228, Land of Water, Bounds Chapter. Chapter 228, Land of Water, Bounds Chapter. After breaking through the Konoha umbu's interception, Ishiro had been traveling at full speed using the light/heavy rock jutsu. The speed of the light/heavy rock jutsu couldn't compare to the body flicker technique, let alone the lightning release stimulation method, but its advantage was its stealth. Flying at a low altitude, it wasn't easy to leave a trail. If Fugaku Uchiha had chased him directly, Ishiro wasn't sure if he could have escaped. But for the later Konoha umbu, it wouldn't be easy to find Ishiro's trail after he had been gone for some time. So, after pursuing for a while, the Konoha umbu completely lost Ishiro's track. Helplessly, they could only return to Konoha. Ishiro wasn't sure what actions Hiruzen Sarutobi would take after the news reached Konoha. Nor did he know what methods Fugaku Uchiha would use to deal with the Konoha higher-ups afterward. Ishiro was somewhat relieved that Fugaku hadn't pursued him. Few in the ninja world would dare to face a Mangekyo Sharingan with unknown abilities. In the original story, Fugaku never made a single move until the day he died. The abilities of his pair of Mangekyo Sharingan and their whereabouts became a mystery. After confirming his safety, Ishiro went to a village not far from Konoha. This was a base Ishiro had set up before entering Konoha. His personal belongings were all stored here. Although a ninja's greatest reliance in battle is themselves and their chakra, a handy weapon is also part of a ninja's strength. Ishiro was not yet strong enough to dominate the ninja world without relying on external aids. Temporarily safe and with his equipment back in his hands, Ishiro finally woke up Uchiha Sakai, whom he had knocked out and carried away. Uchiha Sakai was still a bit dazed. He hadn't officially entered the ninja academy yet, after all, and had only received enlightenment education within the Uchiha clan. Although the educational requirements of a large ninja clan were high, his age and experience were what they were. Uchiha Sakai hadn't yet realized he had been abducted. His memory was still stuck at the moment he was helping Ishiro pick up things. Ishiro didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Uchiha Sakai, congratulations on being captured by me." Huh. The little boy was stunned for a moment. He was captured. How was he captured just like that? Was this a new way of playing the ninja game? It took him a while to react. Uchiha Sakai then struck a defensive posture and said, "You're not a village ninja. Who are you?" Ishiro didn't laugh at Uchiha Sakai's slowness, saying, "My name is Ishiro. I am an advisor from Iwagakure, the village hidden in the stones, in the Land of Earth." Land of Earth. Uchiha Sakai hadn't systematically studied the history and geography of the ninja world. He had only occasionally heard some things about the ninja world from the elders in his clan. But because the Uchiha clan had been directly facing the Land of Water, Uchiha Sakai was still aware of Kirigakure, the village hidden in the mist. However, Uchiha Sakai knew very little about Iwagakure from the Land of Earth, which had withdrawn from the war early on. Ishiro was not surprised. This was a simple-minded kid like Obito. The intelligence report stated very clearly that this Uchiha Sakai was not high in either intelligence or training talent. Ishiro reached out, ignoring Uchiha Sakai's resistance, pressed down on his head, and made him sit down. Then he said, "It's still early. Let me tell you about the situation in the ninja world and your own predicament. There are many countries in the ninja world. Among them, there are only 5 great nations, the Land of Fire, the Land of Earth, the Land of Water, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Lightning. Among them, your Land of Fire is powerful." Hearing Ishiro say this, a proud expression appeared on Uchiha Sakai's face. Ishiro continued, "Do you know how the 5 great nations came to be?" Uchiha Sakai knew a little about this and immediately said, "It was established by Lord First Hokage and the ancestor of our Uchiha clan, Lord Madara Uchiha, together." Ishiro nodded and said, "That's right. Konoha village was indeed established by those 2 you mentioned. They secured the now prosperous lands of the Land of Fire. but they only established Konoha village. Other hidden villages also have their own heroes. For example, our Iwagakure was established by our Lord First Tsuchikage. Uchiha Sakai seemed to have forgotten that Ishiro was still an enemy and nodded with a look of partial understanding. Ishiro continued, the first Hokage was Hashirama Senju, the second Hokage was his younger brother Tobirama Senju, and the third Hokage is the second Hokage's disciple, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Why did the position of Hokage not go to Madara Uchiha, whose contributions were no less than Hashirama Senju's? Why did it not go to your Uchiha clan? Uchiha Sakai immediately retorted, the fourth Hokage will definitely be an Uchiha. Our clan head, Lord Fugaku, will definitely become the fourth Hokage. Ishiro glanced at the agitated Uchiha Sakai and said, then do you know why your clan's territory was suddenly moved from the center of Konoha village to the remote corner where it is now? Uchiha Sakai fell silent. Being in the Uchiha clan, how could he not have heard the complaints of the clan elders? After a while, he continued, the village has a misunderstanding about our Uchiha clan right now, but this misunderstanding will be cleared up sooner or later. Ishiro smiled and said, then do you dare to make a bet with me? I bet your misunderstanding will not be cleared up, and I bet the fourth Hokage will not be an Uchiha. Impossible. Don't try to sow discord. I won't fall for it. Uchiha Sakai shouted excitedly at Ishiro. Ishiro scanned the surroundings with his mind's eye and, finding no movement, continued, how about this, you go to school at our Iwagakure's Ninja Academy. After you graduate and become a genin, if the fourth Hokage is an Uchiha, or if your Uchiha clan moves back to the center of Konoha, then I promise to let you return to Konoha. But you have to promise me that you will study hard at the Ninja Academy and not reveal your identity as a member of the Uchiha clan. Originally, Ishiro had wanted to say that if, by that time, the fourth Hokage was not an Uchiha and the Uchiha clan had not returned to the center of Konoha, then Uchiha Sakai would have to join Iwagakure. But after hesitating, he didn't say it. Uchiha Sakai's face lit up upon hearing this. Really? You'll keep your word? Ishiro nodded and said, of course. I wouldn't go so far as to lie to a child like you. Besides, my only request is for you to study. I'm not asking for intelligence on Konoha or the Uchiha clan, nor am I asking you to do anything for Iwagakure. You're not losing out. Uchiha Sakai hesitated for a moment, then said, all right, I promise you. Ishiro smiled to himself. Good that you agree. In a few years, when you graduate, it's hard to say if the Uchiha clan will even still exist in the ninja world. Ishiro created a water clone, which went out to get some food. After it got dark, Ishiro cast the light/heavy rock jutsu on both himself and Uchiha Sakai, and also used the camouflage jutsu on himself. Then Ishiro took Uchiha Sakai and left the land of fire, flying back to Iwagakure. When Inoki heard that Ishiro had returned, he was somewhat puzzled. But when he heard that Ishiro had brought back an Uchiha child, Inoki's puzzlement turned into ecstasy. Inoki immediately arranged for the Umbu to create a new identity for Uchiha Sakai. Of course, his name couldn't be Uchiha Sakai anymore. Inoki gave him a name on the spot. He would be called Ryatenbin Chuko. Inoki giving Uchiha Sakai his own surname was in the hope that the ninjas and civilians of Iwagakure would be friendlier towards him after hearing his name, so he would feel a sense of belonging to Iwagakure. The name Chuko, Resurgence, was because, influenced by Ishiro over the years, Inoki also felt that the Uchiha clan's days in Konoha would not be easy. They might even decline. So he hoped the boy could rebuild the Uchiha clan's glory in Iwagakure. Uchiha Sakai, no, he should be called Ryatenbin Chuko now, was not fond of this name, but it didn't matter. He would change it back sooner or later anyway. Ryatenbin Chuko would be raised by Inoki from now on. Ishiro guessed that Inoki would probably brainwash him. However, none of this concerned Ishiro for the time being. Fearing that Inoki would take the opportunity to keep him in the village, Ishiro ran off after explaining the matter. Inoki's entire attention was now on the child, Ryatenbin Chuko, and he didn't care about Ishiro's departure. After chatting with Chuko for a bit and readily agreeing to the bet between him and Ishiro, Inoki summoned his 3 advisors again to explain the situation. After leaving the Tsuchikage's office, Ishiro rushed straight to the Land of Water without a moment's rest. Among the 5 great shinobi countries, the Land of Water was the only island nation, composed of more than a dozen medium to large islands and countless small islets. The abundant water vapor in the Land of Water gave the mist ninjas a very suitable environment for practicing water release. This was Ishiro's first time in the Land of Water. As a ninja whose primary attribute was water, Ishiro was very fond of the environment here. After entering the Land of Water, Ishiro changed into a mist umbu uniform. Ishiro did not rashly contact the Iwagakure spies in the Land of Water because, judging from the news sent back by the spies, they were not yet aware that Konoha had made a move. Ishiro was both afraid that rashly contacting the spies would expose them and felt that the information they had gathered was not comprehensive enough. So Ishiro decided to conduct his own reconnaissance first. Ishiro was not concerned about the progress of the negotiations between the Land of Water and the Land of Lightning right now. The Iwagakure higher-ups, having experience negotiating with Tsuchikage, knew that if two countries intended to ally, it was very difficult for others to interfere. What Ishiro was concerned about was Konoha, which wanted to hide in the shadows during this incident. Before understanding Konoha's movements, Ishiro didn't want to enter the eye of the storm too early. The meeting point for the two countries was on a medium-sized island belonging to the Land of Water. Because intelligence showed that the level of contact between the two sides was relatively high, there might be powerful ninjas or those skilled in reconnaissance. So Ishiro didn't go directly to that island but first scouted the surrounding large and small islands. After scouting only 4 or 5 small islands, Ishiro noticed something was amiss. Ishiro's original goal was to find traces of Konoha ninjas. Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya would not leave any tracks for Ishiro to follow, but it was impossible for the subordinates they brought to leave no trace at all. So Ishiro wanted to find some signs of Konoha ninjas on the outer islands of the Land of Water. But he didn't encounter any Konoha ninjas. Instead, Ishiro encountered mist ninjas. This was the Land of Water, so encountering mist ninjas was not a problem. But encountering a large contingent of mist ninjas was not normal. We've hit 400 Power Stones goal as promised this week. Here's the bonus chapter. Thank you for your support, please keep it coming. Chapter 230, Chapter 229, An Unclear Situation. Chapter 229, An Unclear Situation. Ishiro scouted 5 islands in succession. 3 of them felt wrong to him, so he ultimately did not land on them. Using camouflage jutsu and light/heavy rock jutsu, Ishiro discovered traces of a large number of ninjas gathered around the small islands. These islands also have ships coming to deliver supplies. Konoha ninjas are on a cross-border mission, it's impossible for them to have supplies on this scale. Then it can only be the mist ninjas, Ishiro guessed inwardly. Ishiro had spent a long time on the border of the Land of Earth before, and after becoming a high-level official, he came to understand the normal defenses of the Land of Earth. So he could see at a glance that the mist ninjas' deployment was abnormal. These few small islands were not far from each other. If the mist ninjas had set up a large-scale border defense base on one of the islands, Ishiro could understand. But for them to be so close yet all have large numbers of ninjas gathered, this was something Ishiro couldn't comprehend. Are the mist ninjas guarding against Konoha? That shouldn't be right. The mist has the home field advantage, there's no need to disperse their main forces and hide them on surrounding islands. The mist could have openly deployed their main forces on the island where they are negotiating with the cloud. Since they chose to hide, they must not want a certain party to know. But who are the mist trying to guard against? Thinking of this, Ishiro had a feeling that he had misjudged the situation. According to Ishiro's first reaction, the mist must be guarding against Konoha. But Konoha, like Ishiro, was acting in secret and would inevitably scout the surroundings repeatedly. Although the mist ninjas had hidden themselves, Ishiro alone could easily discover that something was amiss. Konoha had even dispatched a large force, so it was even more impossible for them to be deceived. So, who was the target the mist wanted to deal with? When his train of thought reached this point, Ishiro had a jolt of inspiration. Could it be the cloud ninjas? This matter must be clarified. Ishiro made up his mind. This matter concerned the situation of the entire ninja world. If the mist and Konoha had allied, it would be a disaster for Iwagakure. The current Konoha was not like it was at the beginning of Shippuden, where Minato and his wife had died in the Ninetales incident, the Uchiha were annihilated, the third was old, Tsunade was crippled by hemophobia, Orochimaru had defected, and Jiraiya had left the village to search for his companion's trail, leaving Konoha with only Danzo, who coveted the Hokage position. At that time, even with their alliance with the Sand, Konoha had only maintained its status as the hegemon of the ninja world. The current Konoha was teeming with powerful individuals. If they allied with the mist, they could steamroll the other 4 great nations. After some thought, Ishiro first followed a ship that was returning after delivering supplies to its place of origin. There were ninjas on the ship, so Ishiro did not act rashly. He followed the ship to a medium-sized island and only then found an opportunity to cast a genjutsu on a civilian crew member. Has it been more than 10 days? Ishiro muttered to himself. Ishiro learned from this supply point that these people had been delivering provisions to the islands for over 10 days. There were about a dozen such small islands, and from the amount of supplies, each island had about several hundred to 1,000 ninjas. After obtaining this intelligence, Ishiro could no longer sit still. He had to gather as much intelligence as possible. The mist was planning a big move, and Ishiro had to respond in time. Ishiro found several of Iwagakure's most important intelligence ninjas in the Land of Water. After some inquiry and analysis, he felt it was too late. Because the Mist and Cloud had already completed their alliance negotiations and were just waiting for the high-level officials from both sides to meet and sign the treaty. And the official signing by the high-level officials from both sides was tomorrow. Ishiro looked at the sky that was about to brighten, sighed, got up, and headed towards the direction of the Alliance Island mentioned by the intelligence ninja. Combining the newly obtained intelligence, Ishiro basically confirmed that the mist's target this time was the cloud. The so-called alliance negotiation was just bait. To deal with the cloud, the mist had even proactively contacted Konoha. For a moment, Ishiro didn't understand why the mist was targeting the cloud, but Ishiro knew that opposing Konoha was always the right thing to do. No matter what the mist was thinking, Konoha's plan must not be allowed to proceed smoothly. When Ishiro flew over the island from the air, the battle had already erupted. Ishiro hid himself in mid-air, and with a brief observation, he understood the situation. It was more or less as Ishiro had deduced from the intelligence. Konoha was joining forces with the mist to besiege the cloud. The battle should have been going on for some time before Ishiro arrived. Of the originally besieged cloud ninjas, only the third Raikage was left. The guards and negotiation personnel who had come with the third Raikage had all been killed in battle. Looking closely, the people entangled with the third Raikage nearby were Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya, and a gray-haired old man. The old man's identity was clear. From his attire, one could tell this was the third Mizukage. The third Mizukage was mentioned very few times in the original story. Ishiro only knew that this person was very old. In terms of seniority, he should be higher than the third-generation Kage like Inoki. Now that Ishiro saw the third Mizukage, he estimated his age should be no younger than the two retired advisors from Iwagakure. The third Raikage had no intention of getting too entangled with the few of them. He was currently activating his lightning release chakra mode and trying his best to break out. Looking down from the sky, Ishiro could see a steady stream of ninjas surrounding this direction from not far away. With a rough estimate, Ishiro knew the total number was definitely no less than 8,000. Among these 8,000, the majority were mist ninjas, but there were also quite a few from Konoha. The mist was mobilizing troops within their own country. Ishiro could understand how they could deceive the intelligence personnel of various parties. But how did Konoha mobilize so many troops without other countries noticing? Why hadn't Iwagakure received any news at all? Thinking of this, a chill ran down Ishiro's spine. If Konoha used the same method to mobilize troops for a surprise attack on the land of Earth, could his own village respond in time? However, this was not the time to think about this problem. Ishiro really wanted to sabotage Konoha's operation, but he knew his own limits. Even if he joined the fray, the three Kage-level individuals from Konoha and the mist would only need to spare one person to deal with him. In that case, the third Raikage's fate would not change, and Ishiro might even get himself killed. After some thought, Ishiro flew quickly in the direction of the land of lightning. When the Kage from both sides participated in an alliance ceremony, they couldn't bring too many ninjas, but there might be a large force following behind. Whether it was useful or not, it was good to go and pass on a message. This time, Ishiro didn't fly for long. Soon, he saw another battlefield in the distance. Unlike the battle besieging the third Raikage, this battlefield was a large-scale engagement between two armies. In a sea area, the cloud and mist sides were fighting fiercely, either relying on large ships or standing on the surface of the sea. The cloud side, with about 3,000 people, was suppressing the mist's 2,000. On the surface, the cloud had a great advantage. But Ishiro had also participated in a great war and could see at a glance that it would take the cloud a considerable amount of time to achieve a complete victory. After all, it was at sea, the mist's home turf. By the time the cloud won, it was hard to say how many people would be left to support the third Raikage, and it was even harder to say if the third Raikage would still be alive by then. Ishiro lowered his altitude and looked closely, discovering that the high-end combat power on both sides was evenly matched. On the cloud side were Killer Bee and A. On the mist side, Yagura Karatachi was dealing with A, and there was another ninja with abnormal chakra fluctuations. Because this person had appeared on the Land of Whirlpool's battlefield before, Ishiro had intelligence on him, the Three Tails Jinchuriki. However, this person's use of the Three Tails power was far inferior to Killer Bee's. He was constantly being suppressed by Killer Bee, and from the looks of it, he could go berserk at any moment. Ishiro thought for a moment and suddenly had an idea. Porcelain Release, Kunai Rain. Ishiro used the Kekkei Genkai that could prove his identity, launching a wave of solidified rock kunai at the Three Tails Jinchuriki who was entangled with Killer Bee. However, Ishiro was far away, and it was somewhat difficult to injure the Three Tails Jinchuriki with this Kekkei Genkai that he didn't practice much. A large amount of tailed beast chakra surged from the Three Tails Jinchuriki's body, forming a huge tail that swung forcefully at the kunai filling the sky. The kunai rain formed by Ishiro's consumption of a large amount of chakra was scattered at once. However, Ishiro's move was not without effect. Killer Bee seized the opportunity, also bursting forth with the Eight Tails chakra, and landed a heavy blow on the partially transformed Three Tails Jinchuriki. Just as Killer Bee was about to press his advantage, Ishiro's voice came from the sky. Eight Tails Jinchuriki, I'll take you to save your third Raikage. Along with Ishiro's voice came a flying platform about 1 meter in diameter, formed from solidified mud, which quickly landed in front of Killer Bee. Killer Bee didn't get on the platform directly but turned to look at A. Dummy big bro, stupid big bro, should I go or not? Answer quickly. I had naturally heard Ishiro's words as well. The rhythm of his battle with Iwagakure also paused, and he immediately shouted, "Go quickly and return quickly." Hearing this, Killer Bee immediately jumped onto Ishiro's porcelain platform. Seeing this, Ishiro was overjoyed. While controlling the platform and raising its flight altitude, he took Killer Bee across the Mist's main force and towards the battlefield where the third Raikage was being besieged. The Mist ninjas below naturally wanted to intercept, but they were all held back by the Cloud ninjas. The Cloud already had the advantage in numbers, and it was not easy for the Mist to break free from the entanglement. The Three Tails Jinchuriki, however, was direct. He immediately wanted to unleash his chakra and fire a tailed beast bomb at Ishiro. Seeing this, not only was Ishiro startled, but even the Mist ninjas themselves were scared out of their wits. Ishiro was in the air, and it wasn't easy to hit him directly. The two sides were also close to each other. Once the tailed beast bomb exploded, it was unknown if Ishiro would die, but the Mist would surely suffer heavy casualties. Iwagakure quickly shouted to stop him. As a result of the distraction, he was almost smashed by one of A's punches. In the end, although he avoided a vital point, he was still injured. Seeing the Three Tails Jinchuriki disperse the tailed beast bomb, Ishiro, having escaped disaster, didn't dare to be negligent. He used all his strength to fly with Killer Bee towards the first battlefield. A, seeing this from below, also breathed a slight sigh of relief. He no longer charged blindly but began to command the main Cloud force, striving to achieve a greater victory to prepare for supporting Killer Bee and the third Raikage later. Ishiro naturally couldn't see any of this. The speed at which Ishiro flew with Killer Bee was not much slower than when he flew alone, but carrying a person with porcelain release consumed a great deal of mental energy. In fact, it was easiest to carry a person using the light/heavy rock jutsu, but Ishiro, being a long-range ninjutsu-type ninja, didn't dare to bring a swordsmanship expert like Killer Bee close to him. So he adopted this highly consumptive method. Fortunately, Ishiro's mental strength was powerful, and the two battlefields were not far from each other. So when Ishiro reached the battlefield, the consumption was still bearable. Whether it was Killer Bee or the third Raikage, their combat experience was no less than Ishiro's. Specific tactics didn't require Ishiro's consideration. So, as soon as he arrived above the battlefield, Ishiro threw Killer Bee towards the third Raikage, who was still trying his best to break out. And the tactic Killer Bee adopted was more or less as Ishiro had expected. While still in midair, a large amount of tailed beast chakra erupted from his body, and then the giant eight tails smashed into the battlefield. This was the first time Ishiro truly felt the power of a complete tailed beast, and it was Gyuki, the eight tails, second only to the nine tails among the tailed beasts. The oppressive feeling of that chuk tonnage was something that ninjas like Ishiro, who needed to use chakra meticulously, could not comprehend. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 231, Chapter 230, The Troublemaker. Chapter 230, The Troublemaker. Ishiro, still in the air, had the presence of mind to marvel at the power of the tailed beast, but the others were not in such a mood. Whether they were Mist or Konoha ninjas, they were all caught off guard by this move. When the tailed beast's massive body descended from the sky, very few were able to dodge in time. The location Ishiro had chosen was also the center of the battlefield, so from this one move alone, Konoha and the Mist combined lost at least 500 men. Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya, and the third Mizukage naturally wouldn't be so easily crushed to death. All three managed to escape the Eight Tails rampage area in time. However, the expressions on all three of their faces were very grim. When they formulated the plan to besiege the third Raikage, they had prepared for outside interference. During the siege, if one or two Kage-level individuals intervened, they were somewhat confident they could keep the interferers there as well. The only difference would be the number of casualties they would have to sustain. But their prepared response strategy certainly did not include how to deal with a tailed beast falling from the sky. Looking at the third Raikage standing on the head of the Eight Tails, finally having a moment's respite, both Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze began to have second thoughts. The third Raikage's close combat and single-target attacks, combined with the Eight Tails group attacks, the two together were nearly invincible. The most unbearable part was that both of them could be classified as unkillable cockroaches. The greatest weakness of a ninja, high attack, low defense, seemed not to exist before these two. The defense of the lightning armor formed by the lightning release chakra mode had been tested by the S-rank ninjutsu, wind release, Rasen Shuriken, in the original story. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki's recovery ability was astonishing, and the tailed beast itself was virtually immortal. Seeing this, the third Mizukage said, although the opponent's Jinchuriki has impressive control over the tailed beast, it's not at the level of doing whatever he pleases. The Eight Tails' complete form won't last long. Unless their cloud village no longer wants the Eight Tails will soon return to the Jinchuriki's body. The third Mizukage hadn't lived to his old age for nothing. He was an old fossil who had participated in the first 5 Kage summit back in the day. His knowledge was much stronger than Jiraiya's and Minato Namikaze's. Whether a Jinchuriki was stronger in their complete tailed beast form or when borrowing the tailed beast's chakra was actually not a settled matter in the ninja world. But on a large-scale battlefield like this, the destructive power a complete tailed beast could inflict on ordinary ninjas was certainly something a ninja merely borrowing tailed beast chakra could not achieve. So as long as the Eight Tails' complete form didn't last too long, it was still no problem for the Mist and Konoha to take down the third Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. That is, as long as that troublemaker in the sky didn't interfere again. Otherwise, if Ishiro found the right moment to fly away with the third Raikage and Killer Bee, it would obviously be impossible to besiege them with a large army again. Thinking of this, the three of them turned their gazes towards Ishiro in the sky. Among them, Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya had naturally guessed Ishiro's identity. Both had their battle rhythm disrupted by Ishiro before. When Ishiro saw the 3 Kage-level individuals looking at him, he was startled, thinking they were going to deal with him first. He quickly gained more altitude. Still feeling uneasy, he decided it was better not to watch from the sidelines and to leave the battlefield directly. No matter who won this battle below, Konoha certainly wouldn't come out well. There was no need for Ishiro to interfere any further. With a trace of regret, Ishiro quickly departed from the battlefield. Not long after flying away, a white light flashed from behind. Ishiro looked back and saw that the source of the white light was the previous battlefield. Immediately after, the sound of a huge explosion also reached him. After a long while, the fireworks effect, caused by the explosion slowly subsided. A tailed beast bomb. Ishiro turned his head and paid it no more mind, flying forward again. But as he flew, he thought, if I encountered this situation, how would I deal with it? Up until now, all of Ishiro's tactics were aimed at ninjas. He had no good methods for dealing with tailed beasts. This wasn't Ishiro's fault. His goal had always been to develop Kekkei Genkai and achieve life evolution. He hadn't spent much time on such obviously targeted tactics. But after truly experiencing it, Ishiro had to start thinking in this direction. He wanted to become Tsuchikage. If for no other reason than the training resources, Ishiro had to strive to become Tsuchikage. And a qualified Tsuchikage could not lack good methods for dealing with tailed beasts. Ishiro had no way to deal with a complete tailed beast, not even a method of mutual destruction. If Inoki and Ikura were not in the village, and the 5 tails or 4 tails entered its complete form, all Ishiro could do was watch helplessly, trying his best to ensure he didn't die. If the tailed beast fired a tailed beast bomb at the village, Ishiro wouldn't even have a way to stop it. This did not meet the requirements a major hidden village had for their Kage. But as he flew and thought, Ishiro still couldn't come up with a good solution. Training in a large-scale S-rank ninjutsu was a common method, but Ishiro had neither the time nor the chakra. S-rank ninjutsu could restrain a tailed beast, but not necessarily subdue it in one hit. It could only create an opportunity for ninjas to defeat or seal the tailed beast. With Ishiro's pitiful amount of chakra, setting aside whether it was enough to cast an S-rank ninjutsu that could threaten a tailed beast, even if he could, it was debatable whether he would have the strength left for a follow-up strike. After flying for several more hours, a large island entered Ishiro's field of vision. It was the largest island in the Land of Water, and also where the capital of the Land of Water and the village hidden in the mist were located. Ishiro had flown so far precisely for Iwagakure. At this time, both the 3rd Mizukage and Yugura Karatachi, 2 Kage-level individuals, were on the battlefield, and the 3 tails Jinchuriki had also been taken away. It was precisely when Iwagakure's defenses were at their most vulnerable. Ishiro wanted to see if there were any opportunities he could take advantage of. Ishiro had originally intended to infiltrate Iwagakure just as he had infiltrated Konoha. But when he arrived at Iwagakure, it seemed the village itself was not peaceful. Iwagakure seemed to be under lockdown. The feeling was just like Konoha a few days ago after Ishiro had caused a disturbance. Konoha had been under lockdown for several days because a 3-man patrol squad had been killed at night. Ishiro suspected that there was also someone in Iwagakure now who, like him, had come to take advantage of an opportunity. It was just that this person was either reckless or too careless, exposing their tracks and triggering Iwagakure's defense mechanism. But this made it difficult for Ishiro to infiltrate Iwagakure. Not to mention that the entrance to Iwagakure was now certainly under strict inspection and might not even allow outsiders to enter. Even if Ishiro managed to sneak in, Iwagakure's reconnaissance barrier would certainly not be idle like Konoha's was at the time. It would definitely be constantly searching for the enemy's tracks. Under these circumstances, Ishiro felt that even if he did manage to infiltrate, he wouldn't be able to do much. The location of Iwagakure's ninjutsu collection would surely be the most heavily guarded spot right now. To gain anything, he would have to launch a frontal assault. And Ishiro acknowledged he didn't have the strength to attack a village, especially a hidden village of a great nation, all by himself. But to just leave like this, Ishiro was also unwilling. After some thought, Ishiro finally chose to wait outside the village. The ninja who had caused such a big disturbance in Kirigakure would definitely have to come out. Ishiro decided to guard the stump waiting for a rabbit to prey on the predator. However, the subsequent situation was completely different from what Ishiro had imagined. The ninja causing trouble in Kirigakure did not act like Ishiro. After exposing their tracks, not only did that person not immediately hide, but the commotion they caused grew even larger. From outside Kirigakure, Ishiro also noticed that the chaos within the village was escalating. After a while, seeing that the situation in Kirigakure was not easing but was instead becoming more chaotic, Ishiro no longer delayed. He directly flew into Kirigakure, right through the mist sensory barrier. After entering the village, the feeling became clearer, and Ishiro's judgment of that senior's strength became more direct. Although he didn't know who that person was, Ishiro knew their strength was definitely not low. To cause such a big disturbance, yet Kirigakure still hadn't locked down their position. This was definitely a Kage-level individual, and one skilled in concealment at that. After waiting in a corner for a while and confirming that no mist ninjas were coming to trouble him, Ishiro then headed towards the Minazuki clan's territory. Originally, Ishiro's first choice target was Kimimaro Kagaya. Kimimaro should still be young now, but having shown his talent early, he should be confined by the Kagaya clan, which would actually make him easier for Ishiro to find. But now that Kirigakure had entered a state of war readiness, it would not be easy to approach Kimimaro without a sound. So Ishiro set his sights on Haku Minazuki. Unlike Kimimaro, Haku's talent was discovered later in life. The current Haku should still be an ordinary clan member within the Minazuki clan. Finding Haku would certainly not be easy, but it would be relatively safer. The importance the Minazuki clan placed on Haku was definitely not as high as the Kagaya clans on Kimimaro. Listening to the commotion occasionally coming from the center of Kirigakure, Ishiro dodged the occasional passing patrol ninjas and walked into the Minazuki clan's territory. The Minazuki clan was also a main ninja clan of Kirigakure. Most of its elite members had followed their Mizukage to besiege the third Reikage. Of the remaining experts, a portion had been dispatched to search for the intruder who had arrived before Ishiro. So Ishiro sensed from his mind's eye that although there were many ninjas in the Minazuki clan, there were not many of Jonin level. On the edge of the Minazuki clan's territory, Ishiro cast a genjutsu on a Minazuki clan civilian who had not awakened their ice-release Kekkei. He had no choice. To minimize his chakra fluctuations as much as possible, Ishiro only dared to target civilians. In the genjutsu space, Ishiro asked the other party about a recently born child named Haku Minazuki. As it turned out, there really was such a person. It was just that this person was actually a relative of the Minazuki clan head, and their location was right near the few Jonin Ishiro had detected with his mind's eye. This made it impossible to get Haku away without making a sound. After hesitating for a while, Ishiro still snuck towards the core area of the Minazuki clan. If not for the commotion caused by that other person, Ishiro would probably have settled for second best and chosen one or several ordinary Minazuki children. But feeling the commotion coming from the distance, Ishiro felt he couldn't disgrace the profession of infiltrators, he couldn't be too easily satisfied. The children Iwagakure had taken in before might have talent, but their future achievements were uncertain. But Haku was different. This was the first genius confirmed by the original story that Ishiro had sought. However, this time Ishiro underestimated the Minazuki clan. The concealment ninjutsu Ishiro relied on was the camouflage jutsu, but the Minazuki clan excelled in ice release, and their application of light was much more advanced than Ishiro's camouflage jutsu. So, before even entering the core area, Ishiro was exposed. Fortunately, Ishiro had his mind's eye. When he discovered a Jonin suddenly leaving the Minazuki clan's area and heading towards the core area of Kirigakure, Ishiro knew he had been exposed. Without hesitation, Ishiro cast water release, driving rain jutsu in the direction of the remaining Minazuki Jonin. The driving rain jutsu was the group version of the water pressure line technique. Its single target attack power was not low, but unfortunately, it ran into ice release. In terms of Kekkei level, ice release was not inferior to porcelain release, and in terms of development, it was far superior. Ishiro's driving rain jutsu was easily blocked by a wave of C-rank ice release ninjutsu cast by several Jonin. Knowing that ice release defense was strong, Ishiro did not cast a large area attack ninjutsu again, but instead used water release, water cutting technique. It was also an area of effect ninjutsu, but the power of the water cutting technique far surpassed the water pressure line technique. A line of water cut horizontally, slicing through the numerous ice mirrors blocking Ishiro's path. Ishiro himself took this opportunity to flash several times and break into the core area of the Minazuki clan. After entering, Ishiro did not go on a killing spree but hid in a corner and cast several clone jutsu. Several clones dispersed outside to attract the attention of the Jonin. Ishiro himself began to search for an infant around 1 or 2 years old. Just now, Ishiro had learned from the genjutsu that there was only one infant of this age in the core area of the Minazuki clan. So Ishiro was not afraid of getting the wrong person. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 232, Chapter 231, The Encounter. Chapter 231, The Encounter. Finding the infant was easy. Because Ishiro had already infiltrated the core area of the Minazuki clan, the few jonin had split up, with one covering the retreat of the non-combatant clan members. Relying on his mind's eye's perception, Ishiro easily found his target by following the chakra of this jonin. Since Haku Minazuki had not yet shown any strong talent, he was not given special attention at this critical moment. He was currently being held in the arms of a genin. Ishiro activated the lightning release stimulation method, suddenly approached the opponent, and snatched Haku Minazuki from his arms before he could react. The process was incredibly smooth. By the time the few jonin rushed over, Ishiro had already left the area. In fact, if Ishiro wanted to kill those few jonin, it wouldn't have taken much time. Ishiro just thought that since Iwagakure would be raising Haku after all, if he dealt a killing blow to the Minazuki clan, it might cause Haku to harbor resentment towards the village when he grew up. Having succeeded smoothly, Ishiro did not go to join the excitement in the core area of Kirigakure but chose to run directly towards the outskirts of the village. However, even though Ishiro wasn't looking for excitement, excitement found him. Just as Ishiro stepped out of the Minazuki clan's territory, he suddenly sensed danger. Holding Haku, he shifted sideways. During the shift, Ishiro also used universal pull on a distant house. The house naturally didn't move, but Ishiro himself drifted a certain distance towards it. These were some small tricks Ishiro had comprehended from gravity-type ninjutsu like Bansho Tenin and Shinra Tensei. Then, a gray snake quickly shot out from the ground where Ishiro had just been. Its mouth, larger than Ishiro's body, almost swallowed him in one gulp. A figure walked out from the shadows, seeming surprised that Ishiro could dodge this long-laid ambush, and also somewhat curious about Ishiro's method of avoiding the attack. The newcomer was dressed just like Ishiro, in a Mistumbu uniform. But from his proficient snake-related ninjutsu, Ishiro had long guessed his identity. It was none other than Orochimaru. It seemed that the person who had the same idea as Ishiro, wanting to take advantage of the void within Kirigakure, was one of the Sannin, Orochimaru. As a Kage level of Konoha, with his best buddy still fighting desperately on the front lines, he himself runs off to take advantage of the situation. Truly worthy of being Orochimaru, his style is very consistent, Ishiro complained inwardly, but his feet never stopped, showing no intention of chatting with Orochimaru. This was the real ninja world, not an anime. People didn't chat for 10 minutes, add some flashbacks, and then start fighting when the audience got impatient. As a long-range ninjutsu-type ninja, Ishiro would naturally try to create as much distance from his opponent as possible. Porcelain Release, Rock Spear. Facing the giant gray snake summoned by Orochimaru to ambush him, Ishiro didn't have many timely and effective methods he could use. The Porcelain Release, which didn't require too many hand seals, was still the most useful. Mud continuously and quickly formed around Ishiro, instantly condensing into a giant stone spear. Propelled by Ishiro, the stone spear stabbed towards the gray snake, which had just emerged from the ground and was still unsteady. The stone spear was large, but its speed was not fast. Although the gray snake couldn't dodge in time, it still had a master. Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals, and an earth wall directly pushed the gray snake up, allowing it to dodge Ishiro's rock spear. But the advantage of Porcelain Release was not only its fast casting speed but also its versatility. The spear that had struck the earth wall below the gray snake once again turned into mud. Then, under Orochimaru's astonished gaze, the mud suddenly dispersed and then quickly wrapped around the gray snake's body. However, although the mud enveloped the gray snake, it couldn't harm it. With the gray snake's strength, it probably wouldn't take long for it to break free. But Ishiro would not do something useless. With a low shout from him, the gray snake's tail, now out of its own control, swung rapidly and hit Orochimaru. Perhaps Orochimaru didn't expect Ishiro to have this move, or perhaps he felt that taking such a hit was no big deal, so he didn't even dodge. He was sent flying a great distance, smashed into the wall of a distant house. Ishiro had thought of this move on his way to Kirigakure, a method to deal with large summoning animals or even tailed beasts. The principle was to use mud to envelop a part of the summoning animal's body and then, while the summon was instinctively struggling, control its body to attack along the direction of its force. Originally, Ishiro's goal was to make the gray snake attack itself, but Orochimaru happened to be nearby, so he couldn't resist controlling the snake's tail to sweep Orochimaru away. Of course, Ishiro was not naive enough to think that such a blow could kill Orochimaru. Not only did Ishiro not press his advantage, but he also took the opportunity of Orochimaru being sent flying to quickly leave this place of trouble. Fortunately, this was Kirigakure. Orochimaru had just laid a trap for Ishiro while he was not paying attention, and now Ishiro's vigilance was at its maximum. Orochimaru didn't want to cause extra trouble either. So, after emerging from his original body using the snake body replacement technique, Orochimaru did not stop Ishiro from leaving. He muttered, similar to the sand manipulation jutsu of the sand ninjas, and then burrowed into the ground with an earth release jutsu before the main mist forces could arrive. Orochimaru didn't want to face the main mist forces, and Ishiro naturally wanted to even less. Although Ishiro was curious about what Orochimaru had gained from his trip to Kirigakure, and whether he had gotten his hands on Kimimaro and others from the original story, the current Ishiro did not have the ability to snatch spoils from Orochimaru's hands. Ishiro had made several moves back and forth without killing a single person. Although he had caused a commotion, it was nothing compared to the one Orochimaru made by summoning the Grey Snake. Although the Grey Snake's size was far from comparable to Manda's, its body, dozens of meters long, still attracted the attention of the main mist forces. Therefore, after the mist ninjas arrived, although they learned from intelligence analysis that there was another intruder besides Orochimaru, the focus of their search was still on Orochimaru, this long-famous powerhouse. Thus, the mist ninjas did not put up a strong resistance to Ishiro's departure. Ishiro only encountered 2 patrol squads when he was leaving the walls of Kirigakure. Relying on his mind's eye, Ishiro seized the initiative and forced them back with 2 waves of porcelain release kunai rain. At this point, Ishiro was no longer afraid of being exposed. Anyway, when he fought Orochimaru, his porcelain mud was still lying there. Seeing Ishiro leave the village, the 2 patrol squads hesitated for a moment and then did not pursue. The brief exchange just now was enough to show the difference in strength between the 2 sides. If Ishiro hadn't been in a hurry to leave, these 2 mist squads would have been no match for him. Ishiro did not leave Kirigakure directly. Instead, holding the 2-year-old Haku, he circled around Kirigakure again, then ambushed a mist patrol squad, captured a live one, and then leisurely flew away. Looking at Kirigakure behind him, Ishiro knew that Orochimaru was still inside. Ishiro chuckled, did not return to the land of Earth, but instead came to the place where the mist and Konoha had previously besieged the third Reikage. Ishiro had been gone for a while, and the battle below had ended, but it was unknown whether the third Reikage was dead or alive. Ishiro estimated the outcome wouldn't be good. After all, the people besieging the third Reikage this time were different from the ordinary IWA ninjas in the original story. This time, there were 3 Kage-level individuals. 2 veteran Kage-level plus a yellow flash. This lineup was not something that the addition of 1 killer bee could make up for. Although Ishiro could fly, he didn't dare to linger above the main mist force for long. He dropped the captured live one down below and then left. From a distance, Ishiro saw that dozens of ninjas from the mist were also slowly beginning to ascend into the air. Secretly relieved, Ishiro didn't stay at all. But before leaving, he manipulated the mud to write a line of large characters in the air. Orochimaru ambushed Kirigakure. At this time, the mist and Konoha sides had not yet dispersed. The 2 sides had just fought a great battle together and were in their honeymoon period. Especially after Ishiro's disruption, both sides had suffered huge losses, and both had a sense of being brothers in misfortune. With Ishiro as a common enemy, their interactions had become much more harmonious. But at this moment, such a line of large characters appeared overhead, and Ishiro had also thrown down a human witness. The main mist force was also full of experts. With a few water-release jutsu, they caught the ninja Ishiro had thrown down. In fact, this ninja didn't know who had invaded the village. But at a time like this, everyone's first reaction was not to interrogate but to defend. What is the result when 2 mutually distrusting groups of ninjas assume defensive postures at close range? Of course, it was all sorts of misunderstandings and frictions. So, in the brief time between Ishiro creating those large characters and the commanders from both sides coming out to stabilize the situation, at least a dozen conflicts broke out on the battlefield. Although no one died, quite a few were injured. For a moment, the 2 sides were at daggers drawn, as if a single spark could set them off. Was there a spark? Of course, there was. Because the ninja who was thrown down quickly woke up. He looked around after waking up and soon saw many important figures from the village, including the heavily injured third Mizukage. Then he blurted out, "Lord Mizukage, the village has been invaded." Oh boy. No one could hear what this person said next, both because the huge uproar drowned out his words, and more so because the previously volatile situation had truly erupted. A jonin from Konoha who had come over to communicate was instantly riddled into a sieve by attacks from all directions. And this battle was not an isolated incident, dozens of fights broke out across the field. In the most severe one, over 100 mist ninjas and dozens of Konoha ninjas were locked in a chaotic brawl. This time, although the mist higher-ups also wanted to stop it, they were more interested in the accuracy of the intelligence. The witness also knew the matter was urgent and quickly and concisely recounted what had happened in Kirigakure. Hearing that the village was only invaded by a few individual ninjas, the high-level officials first breathed a sigh of relief. But then they thought of the intruder being able to easily evade their search without being discovered, and everyone became solemn again. Could it really be Orochimaru? One of them muttered to himself. There were many and yet not many experts in the ninja world. Those who could act so wantonly in Kirigakure were all Kage level, and they had to be quite outstanding ones at that. Counting the ninjas who met the criteria, Orochimaru was indeed the most likely. First, he was close by, he was right in the land of whirlpools. Second, he had the ability and intelligence. With Konoha participating in the operation, it wouldn't be strange for Orochimaru to get accurate information to invade Kirigakure. Besides this, Orochimaru had a strange personality. The mist higher-ups felt the possibility of him doing such a thing was not low. Thus, the higher-ups who had originally wanted to stop the conflict all hesitated, each of them looking at the third Mizukage. The third Mizukage was not in a good state at this time. Already old, his plan had been disrupted by Killer Bee's intervention, and in the end, he had to go all out, even overdrawing his potential to heavily injure the third Raikage. At this time, the third Mizukage was a spent force. He didn't want to go to war with Konoha at this juncture. It should be known that Konoha had two Kage-level individuals present, while their own only Kage-level, Iwagakure Karatachi, was not here. Although the mist had more people, they wouldn't necessarily win in a real fight. So, although the third Mizukage also guessed that the intruder was very likely Orochimaru, he still resisted the urge to turn hostile. Instead, he issued the order to stop the conflict and return to support Kirigakure. Of course, before that, they had to escort the Konoha ninjas off their land. In the end, a large-scale war did not break out between the mist and Konoha, but the hard-won tacit understanding between the two sides completely vanished. Ishiro returned to Iwagakure with Haku Minazuki without any danger. Because he hadn't gathered intelligence at the end, Ishiro was not clear about the final outcome. Facing Inoki's questioning, he only relayed the news he knew. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 233, Chapter 232, The Root of Disaster. Chapter 232, The Root of Disaster. Because Ishiro was a participant, Inoki handed the task of analyzing this intelligence over to him. It was only 3 days later, after piecing together intelligence from various sources and his own experiences, that Ishiro was able to determine the general course of events. At the high-level meeting, Ishiro began his analysis. The alliance between the mist and the cloud was a pretext from the very beginning. It was a trap set for the third Raikage by Kirigakure. Although I don't know the motive behind the mist dealing with the cloud, they certainly didn't come up with it on the spot. To ensure the plan's success, they even brought in their major enemy, Konoha. The process isn't very clear, I only know the gist of it. First battlefield, about 8,000 mist and Konoha ninjas, led by the third Mizukage, Jiraiya, and Minato Namikaze, besieged the negotiation delegation led by the third Raikage. Of the 8,000, Konoha had fewer, about 3,000 plus, with the rest being mist ninjas. At another location, with Iwagakure Karatachi and the Three Tails Jinchuriki as their top combatants, 2,000 mist ninjas held back 3,000 cloud ninja reinforcements. This cloud contingent was likely supposed to be the support unit, led by A and Killer Bee. I stuck my foot in and brought the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, to the first battlefield. I didn't witness the subsequent battle situation because I went to Kirigakure. As for Orochimaru, he invaded Kirigakure a step ahead of me. The final result should be that both the third Raikage and the third Mizukage were heavily injured. I estimate that the Mizukage, seeing the siege was about to fail, resorted to desperate measures. It was only at this point that I guessed some of the mist's objectives. It's likely that the third Mizukage is old and his life is nearing its end, so he wanted to drag the third Raikage down with him before he died. Sokka nodded and said, I thought of that as well. Although Konoha is our four nations' greatest enemy, Konoha is not very aggressive. In several great wars, Konoha has always been the defending party. With the third Mizukage about to die, Kirigakure will naturally enter a period of weakness, while Kimogakure is at its peak. Coincidentally, both the mist and the cloud are great maritime powers. The greatest threat to the mist is actually the cloud, not Konoha. Ishiro had a moment of realization. He hadn't thought in this direction before. After Sokka's reminder, Ishiro recalled that the battlefield where A and Iwagakure Karatachi fought was indeed at sea. Ishiro continued his report, the result of this battle is not good for Konoha, Kirigakure, or Kimogakure. The cloud's ordinary ninja losses were not many, but they are about to lose a Kage whose combat power is at its peak. Their overall strength will inevitably decline. The mist's third Mizukage doesn't have much time left, so we won't count that loss for now. I estimated the losses of ordinary mist ninjas, across two battlefields and within Kirigakure itself, they lost at least 2,000 people in total. Additionally, the Mist's Three Tails Jinchuriki probably doesn't have much time left. If they can't find an adult ninja, the Mist might fall into the same awkward situation as the Sand. Although Konoha didn't lose a single Kage-level individual, more than half of the 3,000 plus people dispatched this time died. Only a little over 1,000 returned to Konoha. However, not many of these returning ninjas were injured. After all, when facing either the Eight Tails or the Third Raikage, it's hard to only be injured, contact usually means death. At this moment, Mei suddenly interjected, has the matter of Orochimaru ambushing Kirigakure been confirmed by the Mist side? Orochimaru had planted a root of disaster for Konoha this time. Originally, Konoha could have used this opportunity to ally with the Mist, or at least restore a state of peace. But Orochimaru's sudden move directly branded Konoha with the infamous name of a betrayer of allies. Mei and the others knew that Ishiro had gone back to expose Orochimaru. This matter concerned the tacit understanding between the Mist and Konoha, which was why Mei asked. It has been confirmed. Orochimaru didn't hide his identity much during this operation, he seemed somewhat reckless. Intelligence shows that the Mist has clearly confirmed Orochimaru's identity. Similarly, they have also confirmed my identity, Ishiro said. Anoki nodded and said, Kirigakure is on the verge of decline and doesn't border us, so it doesn't matter if you were identified. Besides, the one they hate the most is definitely Konoha, the traitor who stabbed them in the back. It's just, Anoki said with a frown, did Orochimaru not consider Konoha's reputation when doing this? That hypocrite Hiruzen Sarutobi cares about face the most. No one could give an answer. Ishiro thought for a moment and said, I speculate that Orochimaru might be thinking of leaving Konoha. Everyone was stunned and looked at Ishiro in unison, waiting for his explanation. Ishiro gave a bitter smile. He had no evidence, just a guess based on reversing cause and effect from the original story. This was too incredible. A Kage-level ninja defecting, and not one like Sasori of the Red Sand who had the stigma of being captured. Orochimaru was a ninja with high hopes of succeeding as the fourth Hokage. Such a ninja would choose to defect. Everyone expressed their disbelief. I'm just guessing, Ishiro said, shrugging. Fortunately, no one dwelled on this matter too much, mainly because they didn't believe it. Ikura asked, has the matter of you killing people in Konoha and kidnapping an Uchiha been exposed? Ishiro thought for a moment and said, Konoha should have guessed it by now, but they probably have no evidence. Ikura nodded. It doesn't matter if there's no evidence. If Konoha comes knocking, we'll just deny it. After a pause, Ikura asked again, I heard you brought back another child from a Keki-Igenkai family. Under the expectant gazes of the others, Ishiro nodded and said, that's right. This time it's a Minazuki of the ice release. Originally, my target was a Kagaya, but Kirigakure was too chaotic, and I was afraid I couldn't handle the close combat strength of the Kagaya clan, so I chose a Minazuki. As he spoke, Ishiro looked at Anoki and said, I've already handed the child over to Lord Tsuchikage. I wonder how his talent is. Hearing Ishiro mention Haku's talent, Anoki immediately broke into a smile and said, his talent is good. Although I don't know if he can awaken his Keki-Igenkai, both his physical and spiritual talents are good. With proper cultivation, his future achievements are worth looking forward to. At least much better than that Uchiha. Speaking of Uchiha Sakai, now Ryotenbin Chuko, Anoki's smile vanished. Clearly, the talent of this Uchiha that Ishiro brought back was truly average. The Ninja Academy was about to enroll new students, and his talent probably wouldn't even get him into the advanced class. Ishiro naturally wouldn't explain the Uchiha clan's miraculous talent, anyway, Anoki's cultivation of Ryotenbin Chuko would not be reduced. Finally, the group analyzed how Konoha managed to gather an army of 3,000 ninjas without any other country noticing. The final conclusion was that most of these troops were the Konoha army from the previous Land of Whirlpools battlefield. They were originally under the command of the Uchiha and Hyuga. After the war, the Uchiha and Hyuga returned to Konoha, and these ninjas had been overlooked by all parties. This time, Konoha just dispatched some elites to act as commanders and then sent the 3,000-strong army to the Land of Water without anyone knowing. The topic more or less concluded here. Finally, Anoki asked Sokka to pay more attention to the movements of the Mist and Konoha, and then the meeting was dismissed. Ishiro went back to continue supervising the training of his several disciples, and everything returned to normal. However, a storm was brewing in the ninja world. Not only were various pieces of news flying around wildly, but the Cloud and Mist successively announcing the deaths of their third Kage and the succession of their fourth was enough to shock the entire ninja world. Throughout the entire Third Great Ninja War, only one Kazekage had gone missing before the war. No one had expected that two Kage would suddenly die in battle during peacetime. Especially the third Mizukage, he hadn't even shown his face during the Third War. No one understood how he died so inexplicably. However, what the gossiping crowd talked about the most was actually the future fourth Hokage and fourth Tsuchikage candidates for Konoha and Iwagakure. The discussion about Konoha was the most heated. There were too many people qualified to run for 4th Hokage, and this had always been a key topic of discussion. But Iwagakure was also worth speculating about this time because, after Ikura, another powerhouse capable of stirring up the winds and clouds of the ninja world had appeared in Iwagakure. Everyone speculated when the ninja world would completely enter the era ruled by the 4th generation. The changing situation in the ninja world had nothing to do with the current Ishiro. Ishiro had originally planned to start developing his second Kekkei during this period. After all, he had been training in lightning release for quite some time. However, although Ishiro had developed A-rank ninjutsu like the lightning release stimulation method, Chidori, and Chidori Nagashi, none of these were completely developed by Ishiro himself. In terms of proficiency, his lightning release was still far from comparable to his water release. Ishiro's water release was developed step by step by Ishiro himself, starting from C-rank. The proficiency gained from one A-rank water cutting technique completely surpassed that of 3 A-rank lightning release jutsu. But Ishiro had also tested it. His lightning release had indeed barely reached the threshold for training in a Kekkei. Because his Sage Jutsu training was already on the right track, although his lightning release proficiency had just barely met the standard, since there was no particularly needed training content, Ishiro was already preparing to develop Storm Release. But the plan was interrupted by two things before it even began. The first matter was related to Ishiro's disciple, Chiko Tomo. Before leaving the village this time, Ishiro had entrusted the care of his 6 disciples to Chiko Tomo. After returning this time, Chiko Tomo actually told Ishiro that she had developed a C-rank seal-less ninjutsu. Chiko Tomo excelled in wind release and had been developing her own ninjutsu over the years. This was also a characteristic of Ishiro's disciples, almost every one of them was innovative. Among the first batch of disciples, Kageyama Ri was the earliest to develop his own unique water release ninjutsu, and Kawakita created the largest number of sword techniques. Even Ogura Saki from the second batch had developed the wind tornado. Originally, Ishiro had thought Chiko Tomo's ninjutsu development path had failed. But as it turned out, she was one to come out of nowhere with a bang, directly creating a seal-less ninjutsu. Although there were many ninjutsu Ishiro could cast without seals, none were developed by himself. For example, Bansho Tenin and Shinra Tensei were taught by Nagato. These two ninjutsu were difficult to learn, but once learned, they inherently required no hand seals. Reiznan was learned from the original story. The body flicker technique was just simplified and practiced based on predecessor's experience. Therefore, Ishiro was very shocked that Chiko Tomo could develop a seal-less ninjutsu. Ishiro tested it and found that Chiko Tomo could spit out a tiny wind release attack from her mouth during battle. In terms of power, it was indeed C-rank wind release. Although its range was small, its penetrating power was astonishing, with single-target attack power approaching B-rank. This was also the advantage of wind release. Wind release excelled in offense, not defense. Most importantly, Ishiro found that this ninjutsu still had a lot of room for growth. With more effort put into it, it might be possible to create a B-rank or even an A-rank seal-less ninjutsu. Of course, these were the most ideal expectations. This seal-less C-rank wind release, similar to the vacuum sphere, created by Chiko Tomo also had a drawback: it needed to be charged. That is to say, before casting the ninjutsu, although no hand seals were needed, the process of gathering power could not be omitted. If the opponent had a Sharingan or Byakugan, they could see Chiko Tomo's small movements at a glance. But how many ninjas possessed a Dojutsu Kekkei? The fact that it required no hand seals was enough to warrant the attention of the higher-ups. So this ninjutsu was immediately included in Iwagakure's ninjutsu collection. Although the exchange price was not high, all ninjas who exchanged for it had to have a seal placed in their minds, just like when learning an A-rank ninjutsu. Ishiro was also very tempted when he saw this ninjutsu. Although his wind release nature transformation was not yet sufficient to cast a C-rank wind release, Ishiro still added the training of this ninjutsu to his recent training plan. Support me with Power Stone. For every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 234, Chapter 233, A Surprise. Chapter 233, A Surprise. If Chiko Tomo's wind release was a pleasant surprise for Ishiro, then the other matter completely opened the door to a new world for him. The protagonist of this matter was Ishiro's new disciple, Yuran Kawatsu. The little girl's physical and spiritual strength were both average. But her intellect was exceptional, and her talent in sealing jutsu surprised even Ishiro. And most importantly, the little girl had ideas. Yuran Kawatsu came from a civilian family, and her way of thinking was somewhat different from that of a normal ninja. Her mind was more open. After Ishiro focused on cultivating her sealing jutsu abilities, the little girl began to think about how to use sealing jutsu in combat. The little girl originally didn't have much knowledge, with only a genin older brother at home. But after becoming Ishiro's disciple, she was exposed to a whole new world. This was also deliberately created by Ishiro. Ishiro did not maintain an air of mystery in front of his disciples like Kakashi did with Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Ishiro often demonstrated various ninjutsu to his disciples, with the aim of broadening their horizons. It was under these circumstances that Kawato had her breakthrough. In the few short days that Ishiro was away from the village, she learned her first C-rank sealing jutsu from the materials Ishiro left behind, chakra seal. Immediately after, she researched a method to use sealing jutsu in combat. She inscribed sealing runes onto Kanako's origami. Then Kanako, using a method learned from Konan's notebook, slowly controlled the origami to fly onto Takuhiro Uchiyama. Kanako's origami was prepared in advance, she couldn't create paper with chakra like Konan. But she could just about manage to control the origami to fly slowly over a short distance. Subsequently, Kawato activated the sealing jutsu from a distance, successfully sealing Takuhiro Uchiyama's chakra. To be honest, when Ishiro saw this scene, he was completely dumbfounded. Although this tactic was still just a joke for now, and Kawato could only seal Takuhiro Uchiyama's chakra for a short while. Moreover, the success of the tactic depended on Takuhiro Uchiyama's cooperation. But the prospects of this method were limitless, especially for Ishiro. Other sealing jutsu users lacked a medium for inscribing runes, but Ishiro wasn't lacking. Ishiro had porcelain release, and the porcelain mud was perfectly suited for inscribing runes. In that instant, Ishiro seemed to see a vision of himself using sealing jutsu, killing gods who blocked his way, killing Buddhas who blocked his way. It had to be known that the most incredible techniques in this ninja world were sealing jutsu. The prospects of sealing jutsu were infinite. Ishiro had lacked someone to give him pointers before. Now, with Kawato's successful precedent, he believed he could soon develop his own sealing jutsu techniques. However, while inscribing runes on paper beforehand was naturally simple, the porcelain mud Ishiro used was formed by chakra, not prepared in advance, so it couldn't be inscribed beforehand. Therefore, Ishiro could only choose to inscribe during combat. If it were actual writing of runes, the difficulty would not be great for Ishiro. But in actual combat, Ishiro could only secretly draw the runes within the mud using chakra, which greatly increased the difficulty. For example, the mud itself was not suitable for drawing runes. Ishiro could only inscribe on the rock formed after the mud solidified. But the greatest advantage of porcelain release was its versatility. If Ishiro inscribed runes on it, it meant he could no longer turn the rock back into mud to change its form. There were many such problems, all of which needed to be solved by Ishiro one by one. But it didn't matter. Ishiro now had his own set of theories for approaching new things. It was okay if he didn't understand, he just had to try a few more times. If a few times weren't enough, then dozens or hundreds of times. He could even figure out sage jutsu, let alone a mere sealing jutsu for combat. Next, Ishiro's life returned to a state of training, beginning his daily routine of practice. At the same time, his attention was focused again on his 6 new disciples. Among the 6, Kawato was the first to show her talent and naturally became the focus of Ishiro's cultivation now. Ishiro would spend time every day teaching Kawato sealing jutsu. Although the little girl's talent was good, she knew too little. Unlike Ishiro, who had read almost all of Iwagakure's basic books before learning sealing jutsu. In addition to the basic training that Kawato could not interrupt daily, Ishiro also required her to read a certain number of books and stipulated that she must learn a C-rank sealing jutsu after a certain period. Kawato had a poor foundation and a small amount of chakra. But fortunately, the chakra requirement for sealing jutsu was much lower than for general ninjutsu, so the little girl could just about meet the standard. The only thing that made the little girl dissatisfied was that the time required to complete the daily basic physical training was too long, which seriously affected her progress in learning sealing jutsu. But this was a hard requirement from Ishiro, not up for negotiation. So although she was dissatisfied, at least she wasn't suffering alone. Because there were others suffering together, she could still persevere. The ones who were also tormented by the basic physical training were Kanako and Himiki Suda. Among the 6 disciples Ishiro selected this time, the 3 girls were all the type with particularly poor foundations. The 3 of them were chosen by Ishiro for some inconspicuous reasons. Compared to the 3 boys, the 3 girls' foundations were indeed much worse. Originally, the 3 didn't think much of it. After all, I'm not the only one who's bad. Initially, the 3 only persisted in training because they didn't dare to disobey Ishiro's words. But after spending some time under Chiko Tomo's care, their attitudes changed. Chiko Tomo had been a student with a very poor foundation, just like them. Originally, the 3 thought Chiko Tomo's success was mainly due to Ishiro's teaching. They now also had Ishiro's guidance and would succeed sooner or later. Effort was not the most important thing. But when they saw that Chiko Tomo, already a jonin, still trained desperately every day, and apart from occasionally teaching disciples, Chiko Tomo spent most of her time developing and improving her ninjutsu. Ishiro hadn't noticed that by unintentionally entrusting the 6 to Chiko Tomo's care for a few days, he had changed the 3 girls' attitudes towards training. Ishiro had also read the notes Konan gave to Kanako. Ishiro couldn't interfere with the other things, but the training method recorded inside required the ninja to have very high chakra control skills. So, Ishiro's training plan for Kanako, besides the basic physical training she disliked very much, also included a whole set of tedious training to gradually improve her chakra control. As a result, the time Kanako spent on origami was greatly reduced. Now, Kanako cherished the little time she had for origami every day. Every time she folded paper, it seemed like she was enjoying life, expressing her dissatisfaction with the great demon king, Ishiro. Himiki Suda was more lively. Although her foundation was also poor, her physical fitness was much better than the other 2 gentle girls. But she was also dissatisfied with the training Ishiro arranged. Because Ishiro was crazy enough to arrange a training plan for her newly born ninja cat as well. This made Himiki Suda use the opportunity she had originally intended to bargain for a reduction in her own training for the ninja cat instead. Ishiro had no objection to this. When Himiki Suda protested his arrangements for the ninja cat, Ishiro directly stated that if Himiki Suda could complete the ninja cat's training as well, then he didn't care. Himiki Suda agreed. For the sake of her ninja cat having a carefree childhood, she shouldered all the pressure. Katsumata's talent for genjutsu was obviously wasted in Iwagakure. Ishiro gave all the Sharingan genjutsu scrolls he had obtained from the Uchiha clan this time to Katsumata, letting him study them on his own to see if he could learn anything. Anyway, for Katsumata, Ishiro had one phrase, a hands-off approach. Kazumasa Yoshimura was the most amazing. Ishiro had previously formulated a training plan for him, and he naturally didn't dare to slack off on the basic physical training Ishiro had mandated. But the method Ishiro had come up with for practicing hand seals was actually adjusted by him. This guy actually applied the hand seal practice to making ramen. Watching him take out a table and start kneading dough while training, Ishiro was speechless. Then he recalled that his dream was to become an outstanding ramen master, and Ishiro could only sigh, what a talent. If it were any other teacher, they might have intervened. But Ishiro was different. In his previous life, Ishiro felt that those who could make money from their strengths or hobbies were all talents. Although Kazumasa Yoshimura wasn't making money, using his hobby to improve his strength obviously made him a talent as well. Anyway, the direction was set, and the various tricks for training and developing hand seals had been told to him. How he wanted to train was his own business. Ishiro had no intention of interfering too much. The most troublesome was Takuhiro Uchiyama. Ishiro had no experience in guiding geniuses. Ishiro himself could be considered a genius, but his talent was severely lopsided and not of the same type as Takuhiro Uchiyama's. So Ishiro had no good way to guide Takuhiro Uchiyama. After thinking for a long time, Ishiro could only think of one method, sparring. Ishiro often created a clone with not much chakra to spar with Takuhiro Uchiyama. Sometimes it was a water clone, sometimes an earth clone, and the tactics and ninjutsu used by the clones were constantly changing. When the opportunity was right, Ishiro also often took Takuhiro Uchiyama to spar with other ninjas. Most of the time, Ishiro would find Genin or Chunin from the village. Ishiro had been a commander for a while and knew many subordinates. In short, when there was no good method, Ishiro's training method for Takuhiro Uchiyama was to have him comprehended himself in battle. Of course, the daily step of taking Takuhiro Uchiyama to experience changes in gravity could not be omitted. In the original story, Nagato's greatest reliance in conventional combat was Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin. Ishiro himself had also learned these 2 moves and knew how much these 2 S-rank ninjutsu could help a ninja if they were proficient. Ishiro was somewhat expectant, anticipating whether Takuhiro Uchiyama would bring him any surprises in the future, just like Chiko Tomo and Yuran Kawaso. To get back to the main point, Ishiro once again returned to a peaceful life, guiding his disciples, supervising their training, doing an average of 1 D-rank mission per day, and incidentally increasing the tacit understanding among his disciples. It was just that Ishiro hadn't expected that the storm in the ninja world this time would not calm down so quickly. The various chain reactions of the 3rd Reikage incident followed one after another. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 235, Chapter 234, The Aftermath. Chapter 234, The Aftermath. For Iwagakure, the death of the 3rd Reikage was neither good nor bad. The 3rd Reikage was perhaps one of the strongest enemies in the eyes of Konoha's higher-ups, perhaps even the strongest. From this perspective, the 3rd Reikage's existence was naturally a good thing for Iwagakure. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, after all. But from another perspective, the third Reikage had led the Cloud Village into its golden age, posing a significant threat to the land of Earth, which was closest to the land of lightning and just across the sea. Ishiro had once speculated that in the original story, Anoki's move against the third Reikage was likely for the same reason as the Mist's now, fear that the Cloud's aggressiveness was too strong and that they coveted their own territory. So, whether the third Reikage's death was more beneficial or detrimental to Iwagakure was something neither the ninjas nor the civilians of the land of Earth could say for sure. Everyone was just watching the event with the mentality of an onlooker. However, for Konoha, the impact of this matter was immense. Firstly, Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze, who carried out this mission, became heroes in the eyes of Konoha's civilians. As for Orochimaru's actions, they were initially suppressed by Hiruzen Sarutobi and not widely spread within Konoha village. However, the ninjas of Konoha still began to harbor some resentment towards Orochimaru. And Orochimaru himself didn't even do the face-saving work of returning to the village to explain. Orochimaru even gave the cold shoulder to the messenger Hiruzen sent to summon him. Outsiders like Ishiro naturally couldn't perceive this, but as the Hokage's advisor, Danzo naturally knew everything clearly. Thus, Danzo, who had been lying low ever since suffering a great loss at the hands of the Cloud Ninjas, started to make moves again. In the original story, Danzo's power in Konoha at this time was considerable. Even after suffering a setback at Nagato's hands, he still hadn't given up on the position of fourth Hokage. So at that time, Danzo's attitude towards Orochimaru was one of recruitment and cooperation. Whether it was recruitment or cooperation, Danzo held the initiative in his dealings with Orochimaru. It was because of this that after the human experimentation incident was exposed later, Danzo was able to pin all the blame on Orochimaru and then hide himself behind the scenes again. But this time period was different. Danzo's forces had been almost completely wiped out by the Cloud Ninjas. He had already lost the initiative to cooperate with Orochimaru. If it were an ordinary person, they might give up cooperation, or perhaps endure for a while and wait for a mature opportunity to regain the initiative. But Danzo was no ordinary person. Danzo chose to give Orochimaru a push. Hiruzen Sarutobi was Orochimaru's teacher and should have understood him thoroughly. This was indeed the case. It was said that Hiruzen didn't choose Orochimaru to succeed him because he saw ambition in Orochimaru's eyes. But in terms of understanding Orochimaru's heart, Hiruzen couldn't compare to Danzo, who, like Orochimaru, was not content with the status quo. Danzo might not have expected that Orochimaru had long wanted to break away from Konoha, but Danzo had keenly discovered the change in Orochimaru's attitude towards Hiruzen and Konoha. Thus, Danzo made his move against Orochimaru. The method Danzo adopted was to spread rumors about Orochimaru. After all, this move had a successful precedent. White Fang had fallen to this very tactic. To say it was spreading rumors wasn't quite right, because the rumors Danzo spread within Konoha about Orochimaru were all true. Some of the content even involved projects Danzo and Orochimaru had collaborated on before and during the Third Great Ninja War. For Danzo, producing some half-true evidence was all too easy. And so, Konoha became lively. Not only was the ambush incident that Hiruzen had tried so hard to cover up exposed by Danzo, but rumors were also spreading within Konoha that Orochimaru was using the bodies of ninjas and civilians for experiments. The various rumors were told in vivid detail, with pictures as proof. Whether others believed them or not, Danzo himself did. Orochimaru instantly went from a hero to an executioner. This matter spread very quickly under Danzo's guidance. The ninjas and civilians of Konoha discussed this matter with an enthusiasm that far surpassed that of the Third Reikage's death. Of course, the direction of the discussion was not one-sided. Orochimaru still had many loyal subordinates who firmly believed that Orochimaru was being wronged. In addition, some people remembered the White Fang of yesteryear. Their attitude was relatively cautious. They didn't fully believe it, nor did they directly refute it. They were waiting for the Hokage's voice. But unfortunately, this time Danzo had evidence, so the mainstream of the rumors was still quite unfavorable to Orochimaru. Such rumors naturally couldn't be hidden from Jiraiya, who went to the hot springs every day to gather material. Upon learning that his best buddy might be on the wrong path, Jiraiya's first reaction was disbelief. Feeling that someone was targeting Orochimaru, Jiraiya shattered the glass window of the Hokage's office and jumped directly in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was smoking with his head down. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up at Jiraiya, didn't stop smoking, but just waved his hand at the Umbu who followed him in. After the Umbu left, Jiraiya said impatiently, "Old man, what's going on with Orochimaru? Who on earth is targeting him? Is it the Cloud Ninjas retaliating against us? Why aren't you stopping it?" Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Jiraiya again, took a deep drag from his pipe, and then said, "Orochimaru didn't make a move against the Cloud Ninjas. If the Cloud wanted to retaliate, they should be coming for you. On the contrary, Orochimaru ambushed Karigakure and helped the Cloud get some payback. Why would the Cloud target Orochimaru?" Jiraiya thought about it and agreed. He had been confused because he cared too much. Now, reminded by Hiruzen, he felt that this matter indeed didn't seem to be the work of the Cloud Ninjas. He thought for a moment and said, "Is it Danzo?" In Jiraiya's heart, his best buddy was naturally his most reliable companion. Although the two often had their squabbles, Jiraiya felt that this was also a kind of fun. But what Jiraiya didn't know was that in Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart, Danzo was also the companion he considered most reliable. Although Hiruzen also suspected that there was a high possibility Danzo was behind this, Hiruzen didn't want Danzo's image in Jiraiya's heart to be too malicious. Besides, Hiruzen had no evidence to prove that Danzo did it. On the contrary, Hiruzen had a detailed file of evidence regarding Orochimaru's series of human experiments. Pointing with his pipe, Hiruzen Sarutobi gestured for Jiraiya to look at the documents himself. Jiraiya snatched the documents from Hiruzen and, ignoring the smoke in the Hokage's office, immediately began to read. But the more he read, the deeper his brows furrowed, because based on his judgment, he also felt that this evidence was real. After finishing the documents, Jiraiya, with reddened eyes, stared at Hiruzen Sarutobi without speaking. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at by Jiraiya. After waiting for a while, he finally said, "Go to the land of whirlpools and bring him back." "All right." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya jumped out of the window without another word. In fact, even if Hiruzen hadn't said it, he was going to the land of whirlpools anyway. He wanted to ask Orochimaru in person if there was some hidden story, some tragic loyalty behind it. Hiruzen Sarutobi got up and walked to the window, watching Jiraiya's figure disappear straight in the direction of the land of whirlpools, and sighed. He knew that Jiraiya would definitely not go through the main gate at this time. He would have to register there, and Jiraiya probably didn't want to wait for even a second. Coughing once, Hiruzen Sarutobi called an Umbu and had him inform the barrier team not to make a fuss about Jiraiya leaving without permission through the barrier team's Jingjie, guarded/alert area. After a while, Hiruzen Sarutobi said to another Umbu, "Go and get Danzo." Although he hadn't responded to Jiraiya's words earlier, he himself also felt that Danzo was the biggest suspect behind this matter. He wanted to ask Danzo face to face. What Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't know was that Danzo had been waiting for him for a long time. When Danzo spread the rumors, he had already prepared for all possible subsequent developments. Long before Jiraiya set out, Danzo had already notified one of Orochimaru's loyal subordinates. That subordinate of Orochimaru had already left Konoha under the pretext of a mission and was probably already close to the land of whirlpools by now. Danzo was naturally not kind enough to remind Orochimaru to destroy the evidence. Danzo no longer needed evidence. The evidence he had spread within Konoha was enough to confirm Orochimaru's crimes. Danzo understood Orochimaru's personality. If Orochimaru didn't know the matter was exposed, he might have concealed it a little in front of Jiraiya. But if Orochimaru knew in advance that the matter was exposed, he would, on the contrary, not conceal it in front of Jiraiya. Danzo's prediction was correct. Not only did Orochimaru not destroy the evidence before Jiraiya found him, but he also demonstrated the process of human experimentation in front of Jiraiya, nearly causing Jiraiya to doubt his own life. As a result, the two naturally parted on bad terms. Jiraiya and Orochimaru had a big fight, which ended with Orochimaru's victory. During the battle, Orochimaru used some of the results of his human experiments and taught Jiraiya a lesson. However, Orochimaru didn't deal a killing blow. Jiraiya and Konoha were both his bonds. At this time, he had no intention of destroying Konoha. After defeating Jiraiya, Orochimaru returned to Konoha village alone, leaving Jiraiya, who thought he was still in the land of whirlpools, to turn the country upside down searching for him. After returning to Konoha, Orochimaru took the items he had placed in Konoha and some surrounding experimental labs, and then planted the newly developed, immature cursed seal on his dear disciple, Anko. After everything was handled, he leisurely went to a training ground and waited quietly. This was a place he often came to in his youth when he was still in the squad led by Hiruzen Sarutobi. After a while, Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived with his Kage guard. The moment he saw Orochimaru, Hiruzen knew that this disciple had made up his mind. The day before, he had called Danzo to his office wanting to question him, only to be ruthlessly rebuffed. Hiruzen was full of resentment and had originally wanted to have a good talk with Orochimaru, but at this moment, he couldn't say a single word. Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi's appearance, Orochimaru's mouth curved into an exaggerated arc. He smiled silently, then turned and left Konoha without looking back. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched Orochimaru leave, remaining silent, turning a deaf ear to the urgent prompts from his Kage guard and his summoning animal, Monkey King Enma. Hiruzen Sarutobi was immersed in grief and unable to extricate himself, until a cold voice interrupted him. "Hiruzen, list Orochimaru as an S-rank rogue ninja. Otherwise, anything he does in the future, we in Konoha will have to bear the responsibility for." Hiruzen Sarutobi came back to his senses upon hearing this. He took a deep breath, then turned his head, looked at the three approaching advisors, his gaze sweeping over Kohara Yutane and Hamura Mito Kato, finally landing on Danzo, who had spoken. Word by word, he ordered the Umbu beside him, list Orochimaru as an S-rank rogue ninja, then announce it to the entire ninja world. After speaking, Hiruzen Sarutobi was about to leave, but how could Danzo let him leave so easily? He took a step forward and said, Hiruzen, the confidants Orochimaru left in the village must be dealt with. These people are all future troubles. Hiruzen was furious and shouted, Danzo, these people are ninjas of the village, they are our comrades. Danzo, however, was unmoved and retorted sharply, Hiruzen, don't show misplaced mercy. You must make a Hokage's decision. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals bounds chapter. Dash, 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 236, Chapter 235, The Correct Theory, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 235, The Correct Theory, Bonus Chapter. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi was furious at what Danzo had said, he still took several deep breaths, trying to calm himself. Then his gaze went past Danzo to the other two advisors, and he said, Hamura, Koharu, what are your thoughts? Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado first exchanged a look, then Hamura Mitokado looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi and said, let's absorb Orochimaru's old subordinates into the Umbu. Add a curse seal, and they can be Umbu for life. Although Koharu Udatane didn't speak, she also nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi abruptly turned to look at Danzo. Only at this moment did he understand Danzo's purpose. It turned out Danzo had his eyes on Orochimaru's subordinates. Although Hamura Mitokado spoke of absorbing them into the Umbu, Hiruzen knew that these people would eventually end up en route. Because he, Hiruzen Sarutobi, needed to stand in the sunlight, without any shadows on him. He, Hiruzen Sarutobi, couldn't do something like placing curse seals on his subordinates. Facing Hiruzen's fierce gaze, Danzo was not afraid at all, looking at Hiruzen with a determined expression. The two stared at each other for a while. Finally, Hiruzen said, give me the list. I need to confirm it. Hearing this, Danzo relaxed slightly in his heart. It was a good thing Hiruzen was still the same Hiruzen. He then took out a list from his ninja tool pouch. When Hiruzen saw that Danzo had even prepared the list long ago, his anger flared up again, but he ultimately endured it. He took Danzo's list, crossed out about half of the personnel, and then returned the list to Danzo. Danzo glanced through it and, seeing that only half were missing, didn't mind. This was within his expectations. But when he saw that one particular name had also been crossed out, he said, Hiruzen, Anko. Anko is still a child. Before Danzo could finish, Hiruzen's voice, almost a roar, cut him off. Danzo paused and said no more. His goal had been achieved, and missing one Anko was inconsequential. Before getting these people in his hands, Danzo didn't want to provoke Hiruzen any further. The subsequent matters were easy to handle. Orochimaru's subordinates on the list joined the Umbu, half forced and half willingly. Hiruzen selected some from among them. These individuals had relatively less contact with Orochimaru, and they would live in Konoha as normal Umbu members. The rest were all pulled into route by Danzo as he wished. From then on, route, which had been empty for a long time, became plentiful once again. And along with route's strength, Danzo's ambition also recovered. Konoha moved very quickly this time. By the time the news reached Iwagakure, Konoha had long since returned to calm. Even Ishiro hadn't expected the Konoha higher-ups to act so quickly and decisively this time. Originally, Ishiro had thought of stirring up some trouble while Orochimaru was defecting, but in the end, he hadn't received any news beforehand. The matter was too big. Inoki immediately convened the four advisors for a high-level meeting. Entering the meeting room, Ishiro discovered that this time, besides Inoki and the four advisors, there were three other people. Of these three, two were women and one was a man. The man was none other than Ishiro's former captain, Kitsuchi. The two women were about the same age as Kitsuchi, and judging by their strength, both were jonin. After everyone arrived, Ishiro was the first to speak, asking Inoki, Lord Tsuchikage. Has the advisory council been expanded? Inoki shook his head and said, Aki, Yako, and Kitsuchi are not advisors. They are Tsuchikage's assistants, responsible for assisting the Tsuchikage with daily affairs. They have the right to participate in high-level meetings, but they do not have the right to vote. Ishiro and the others nodded, expressing no objection to Inoki's arrangement. After introducing the three Tsuchikage's assistants, Inoki signaled for Aki to give a rundown of the recent events in Konoha. After hearing that Orochimaru, the Hokage's disciple and one of the most promising candidates to succeed as the fourth Hokage, a Kage-level powerhouse, had actually defected, Ikura, Mei, and Sokka all looked at each other in dismay. Finally, all three turned their gazes to Ishiro. Because they all thought of what Ishiro had said back then, Konoha's losses on the battlefield were not as great as those from their internal strife. Indeed, this time it proved Ishiro correct again. Throughout the entire Third Great Ninja War, Konoha did not lose a single Kage-level individual. But how long had it been since the war ended, and a Kage-level from Konoha had already defected? To be honest, for Iwagakure, a Kage-level from Konoha defecting was even more joyous than one dying in battle. If Orochimaru had died in battle, Konoha would only be short one Kage-level individual. But now that Orochimaru had defected, many ninjas and even ninja clans within Konoha would be implicated. This intangible impact would inevitably be huge, it would consume Konoha's resources for a long time to come. Because even if Konoha was calm now, for a long time in the future, they would have to station a large number of Umbu within the village, both to guard against various internal forces and to monitor targets that might be connected to Orochimaru. Furthermore, the defection of a Kage-level individual would inevitably be a huge blow to the morale of Konoha's ninjas. Just as Ikura and the other two were about to speak, Aki said again, besides Orochimaru, Jiraiya has also gone missing. It is speculated that Jiraiya has gone to search for Orochimaru's whereabouts. Sokka was overjoyed upon hearing this and said, does this mean all three of the Sannin have left Konoha? Sokka couldn't help but be happy. When their generation had just come to power, Konoha's strength was at a low point. Iwagakure, Kumogakure, and even Tsunagakure all coveted Konoha's position as hegemon. But all ambitions were shattered after the meteoric rise of the Sannin. Hiruzen Sarutobi's own war record wasn't high, but the achievements of his three disciples earned him the title of Professor of Ninjutsu. It could be said that the Sannin had become inner demons for the older generation of ninjas. Now, suddenly hearing that all three Sannin had left Konoha for various reasons, Sokka and Mei could no longer remain calm. Similar to Sokka's feelings were those of Katsuchi and the other two Tsuchikage's assistants. They were slightly younger than the Sannin and had practically grown up hearing stories of the Sannin. In their childhood, the expectation their elders had for them was to surpass the Sannin. In their youth, Katsuchi and the others had indeed thought about surpassing the Sannin, but as they grew older, no one held such fantasies anymore. Now, knowing that the Sannin had all left Konoha, their feelings were also very complex. On the other hand, Ikura and Ishiro, who had grown up during the war era when the village controlled public opinion, had fewer feelings about the Sannin. After a while, once everyone had calmed down, Inoki said, Ishiro, back then I followed your advice and changed my strategy towards Konoha, and it was indeed correct. First White Fang, then Orochimaru. Konoha's losses from internal strife are indeed greater than from external wars. After a pause, Inoki said, Ishiro, Ikura, do you think it's possible to deal with Jiraiya and Tsunade, who are outside Konoha? Inoki's words were somewhat plausible. Previously, the ninja world was not confident about besieging and killing a Kage, but after the precedent of the Third Reikage, things were different. The Third Reikage was practically the public ceiling of the ninja world. Most importantly, the Third Reikage had integrated offense and defense, making him the most difficult type of ninja to kill. Since even the Third Reikage was killed, it was understandable for Inoki to set his sights on Jiraiya and Tsunade. However, after thinking for a moment, Ishiro said, the Sannin have all signed contracts with the three Great Sage regions. When they are in danger, they can escape a siege through the reverse summoning technique. So I don't think besieging the Sannin is reliable. Ikura also nodded and said, the Sannin's giant summoning animals are also not easy to deal with. This time, Konoha and the Mist besieged the Third Reikage. The number of ninjas killed by the Third Reikage was actually not large, but a great many died at the hands of the Eight Tails. It's clear that the tactic of besieging is not suitable for ninjas who can summon giant animals. Inoki thought for a moment and then gave up the idea. Inoki was not clear about the reverse summoning technique Ishiro mentioned, but what Ikura said was a fact. Although Iwagakure had a large number of ninjas, they were not willing to lose too many people for a plan that might not even be realized. After a moment, Ishiro added, however, if we get information on Jiraiya or Tsunade, we can give the intelligence to other hidden villages, like the Cloud. I imagine the Fourth Reikage would be interested in this kind of intelligence. He should be very keen on launching a siege against Jiraiya as well. Inoki and the others thought it made sense, and the matter was settled. It was just that Aki and Yako looked at Ishiro with somewhat strange expressions. Inoki, Ikura, and the other advisors were already used to Ishiro's way of thinking. But Katsuchi and the other two hadn't expected Ishiro to be this kind of person. Especially Aki and Yako, they had had very little contact with Ishiro. Before, they only knew that Ishiro was a genius similar to Ikura. They hadn't expected Ishiro's heart to be so black. No wonder some in the ninja world called Ishiro the Fox of Iwa. Now it seemed this title was quite fitting. The group discussed for a while longer and, finding no more opportunities to take advantage of, ended the meeting. Finally, Inoki said, let's pay attention to the movements of the other hidden villages for now. Ikura, secretly gather an elite unit to be ready for any possible changes. Everyone nodded and then dispersed. Among the other hidden villages, apart from the sand, which chose to be an onlooker like Iwagakure, the mist and the cloud were indeed somewhat restless. In the cloud, the war faction, represented by the newly appointed 4th Hokage, was in the majority. If Konoha hadn't dealt with the Orochimaru defection incident so decisively this time, the cloud might have already sent out troops. The movements from the mist village were small. It seemed that after Yagura took power, he was busy rebuilding Kirigakure. After all, the invasion by Orochimaru and Ishiro had had a significant impact on Kirigakure, and the Mizukage was needed to appease the emotions of the populace. But Yagura not making a move didn't mean the mist wasn't making a move. The middle and lower ranks of the mist were very resentful of Konoha's betrayal. This emotion became even stronger, especially after some frontline ninjas returned to the village and learned that their relatives and friends had been injured or even killed. Many mist ninjas specifically chose missions where they might encounter Konoha ninjas and then secretly stirred up trouble. However, major matters of war and peace between two countries were not something a few disgruntled middle and lower-ranked ninjas could influence. Yagura was very clear about the gap between the mist and Konoha. For the mist to go head-to-head with Konoha alone would only be a path to self-destruction. So, in the end, the mist did not make any major moves. Finally, although all countries were prepared to intervene at any time, no one was willing to be the one to stick their neck out. The result was that after a period of silent confrontation, all parties dispersed. If Ishiro hadn't been a high-level official of Iwagakure, he probably wouldn't even have noticed these small movements among the 5 great hidden villages. Alas, the ninja world is really not peaceful. It's really not right to always look at the ninja world through the lens of the 3rd and 4th wars from the original story. Looking at this situation, if any hidden village's higher-ups got hot-headed, the 4th war would have erupted, Ishiro mused to himself, simultaneously admonishing himself not to rely too much on the original plot. We've hit 200 Power Stones goal as promised this week. Here's the bonus chapter. Thank you for your support, please keep it coming. Chapter 237, Chapter 236, Time and Tide Wait for No Man. Chapter 236, Time and Tide Wait for No Man. The ninja world was full of ups and downs. One moment, where clouds might be gathering, the next, it could be calm and peaceful. Ishiro watched as Akura secretly organized an elite unit. At that moment, Ishiro believed that if anything else happened in the ninja world, it would probably be difficult for any party to hold back. But in just 3 short days, this elite unit was disbanded, and the surging undercurrent in the ninja world immediately returned to calm. Whether from public opinion or intelligence, no information related to war could be seen anymore. However, this matter still reminded Ishiro that the peaceful times in the ninja world were not as long-lasting as he had previously thought, war could break out at any moment. It seems the research on applying sealing jutsu to actual combat needs to be accelerated. Preparing for a rainy day is something that should be done in advance. After all, as time went on, Ishiro was also gradually entering the Kage level tier. But his techniques were still stuck at the elite Jonin stage. He lacked a powerful signature move and had too little burst power. The advantage of sealing jutsu was its low chakra consumption, making it a good way to defeat the strong as the weak. It was very suitable for a possessor of a gram of chakra like Ishiro. Yuran Kawatsu's success gave Ishiro a great deal of inspiration. Ishiro first tried to break down a simple sealing jutsu into several parts, using chakra to draw them on his porcelain release that had been hardened into rock. Then, Ishiro manipulated these rock pieces to approach the target and then activated the runes on them. These runes combined with each other to finally form a complete sealing jutsu. The process was very smooth, simpler than Ishiro had expected. But there were also a few small problems. First, directly drawing runes on rock from a distance with chakra was quite difficult and took too long. There was nothing to say about this but to practice more. Second, the rock pieces with sealing jutsu runes attached were too large and could easily alert the enemy. The enemy didn't need to know what Ishiro wanted to do, they just needed to dodge after sensing something was wrong. In response to this situation, Ishiro's solution was to break down the sealing jutsu as much as possible. Finally, Ishiro simply tried to break the sealing jutsu down into individual pieces based on single runes. This method was feasible, but because the runes were scattered, there was a significant delay when finally activating the sealing jutsu. Additionally, having the runes too scattered placed a great demand on Ishiro's mental power. Ishiro needed to remember the position of each rune. Of course, Ishiro was not a one-track-minded ninja and quickly thought of a way to reduce the consumption of mental power, divide the runes into various types, inscribe many of each type, and when needing to activate a sealing jutsu, temporarily search for them among the tiny rock shards near the target. This way, the time to activate the sealing jutsu would be even longer, but the demand on Ishiro's mental power would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. Although the long-range sealing jutsu still had many flaws, now that it was on the right track, Ishiro believed that with an increased number of practice sessions, his proficiency would quickly catch up. Ninjutsu training had always been like this, the difficulty of getting started was always countless times greater than increasing proficiency later on. On this day, Ishiro was on a C-rank mission with the 3 members of Squad 3, Kazumasa Yoshimura, Katsumata, and Himiki Suda. After Ishiro's guidance, the foundation of his 6 disciples was already good. Now, Ishiro had changed from 1 D-rank mission per day to 1 C-rank mission every few days. The goal of the missions had also changed from the initial familiarization within the team to adapting to the ninja world environment and becoming a truly qualified ninja. The mission Ishiro and his team were on this time was an escort mission. He had no choice, the general environment in the land of Earth was relatively good, and it was hard to find a mission suitable for newcomers to experience the cruelty of the ninja world. There were no missions like exterminating bandits in the land of Earth at all. There were quite a few missions to find and kill rogue ninjas, but at this stage, neither Squad 3 nor Squad 4 was qualified. Among the 6 disciples in the 2 squads, only Takuhiro Uchiyama of Squad 4 was barely strong enough, the others could only be considered rookies. Ishiro had hoped to stir up some action during the escort mission to let his disciples experience a ninja battle, but they reached their destination without any incidents. This made Ishiro a bit depressed. He didn't feel like talking much on the way back, with most of his attention focused on thinking about the long-range sealing jutsu. The atmosphere within Squad 3, however, was quite good. The 3 of them were very happy to be able to leave the village for a mission, and the 3 members of Squad 3 were much more lively than Squad 4. 3 children plus a little kitten made for a very active atmosphere. They chatted about training matters while slowly following Ishiro's pace back towards the village. Himiki, have you thought of a name for the little white cat? The one asking was Kazumasa Yoshimura. He was quite envious that Himiki Suda had a ninja animal, but if he had to raise one himself, he didn't have the patience. Not yet. I feel like no name is good enough for him, Himiki Suda said, somewhat deflated. Ishiro, leading the way in front, rolled his eyes but didn't interject. Katsumata said, then do you know what attribute the little white cat is? Not many ninja animals could use ninjutsu, but they weren't non-existent. Ninja animals generally also had chakra attributes, but not many could learn chakra nature and shape transformation. Speaking of this, Himiki Suda's face lit up with excitement. I know. He's wind attribute. Teacher said that if wind attribute chakra is used well, it's very suitable for close combat. And, I'm fire attribute. With wind and fire combined, we can use combination ninjutsu. At this point, Himiki Suda was full of confidence for the future. Kazumasa Yoshimura shot her down, give me a break. You haven't even learned a single C-rank ninjutsu yet. Himiki Suda was furious, I'll learn one soon. Don't you be so smug. Himiki Suda's talent was very average, and it would have taken her a long time to learn ninjutsu step by step. The hateful Ishiro had also made her spend most of her time on basic training. In addition, she had to take care of the little kitten, so she simply didn't have enough time to learn ninjutsu. The result was that she hadn't learned a single ninjutsu yet. On the contrary, Kazumasa Yoshimura's talent in learning ninjutsu was good. With his flexible fingers, it was easier for him to mobilize chakra with hand seals than for an ordinary ninja. He had already learned 2 C-rank ninjutsu. It was just that the ninjutsu Kazumasa Yoshimura knew had too many hand seals and couldn't be used in actual combat yet. He was currently practicing simplifying them. Katsumata did not interject on this topic. No matter what, the others still had many ninjutsu to choose from, but there were too few genjutsu he could learn. He had already learned 2 C-rank genjutsu, but neither was for actual combat. What made Katsumata even more upset was that the village's collection of genjutsu was too small. There were few C-rank ones that could be used in combat, and B-rank and above were practically non-existent. He was more like he was researching genjutsu than learning it. Ishiro was quite generous with Katsumata. He had given him all the Uchiha clan's ocular genjutsu and all the B-rank genjutsu Ishiro knew. Because these genjutsu were either tinkered with by Ishiro himself or obtained from Konoha, their secrecy level in the village was not high. Seeing Himiki Suda angry, Kazumasa Yoshimura quickly changed the subject. Katsumata, how is your research on interference genjutsu coming along? Can it be used to coordinate with us in battle? Squad 3 was in an awkward position now. Their team had a problem that most teams in the ninja world had, no specialty. None of the 3 had any ninjutsu or genjutsu for practical combat. In a fight, the 3 were equivalent to 3 taijutsu ninjas. And to make matters worse, none of them had good talent in taijutsu. Ishiro felt that if all the genin squads in Iwagakure were to participate in a strength ranking competition right now, Squad 3 would definitely be in the bottom batch. Takuhiro Uchiyama from Squad 4 could take down Squad 3 all by himself. So Squad 3 was very anxious. They wanted to come up with a set of tactics that suited them. Since their individual combat power was a major weakness, their teamwork couldn't be bad as well. After thinking it over, they felt the breakthrough could only be Katsumata's genjutsu. Himiki Suda's little kitten would take a long time to grow, possibly measured in years. Kazumasa Yoshimura's ninjutsu learning also needed time, and according to Ishiro's description, 1 or 2 combat-ready ninjutsu didn't actually have much effect. Only Katsumata's genjutsu could quickly improve the team's strength. Genjutsu could easily catch people off guard. Himiki Suda was a carefree little girl and was easily led astray by Kazumasa Yoshimura's words. She also looked at Katsumata with anticipation. Just as Katsumata was about to speak, Ishiro, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. At the same time, he made a few hand signs to the 3 of them. The 3 were wondering why Ishiro had stopped. Seeing the hand signs, their hearts immediately tensed, and they subconsciously assumed a battle formation. The 4 of them cast their gazes forward. After a short while, a person slowly walked over from directly in front of them. The newcomer was extremely tall, wore a mask, had green eyes, and the exposed skin had obvious suture marks. Most importantly, the person's forehead prominently displayed a Takigakure forehead protector with a line slashed through it. Seeing this person, Ishiro, as a fan of the original story, naturally recognized the other party's identity at first glance, Kakuzu. Kakuzu of the 5 Hearts and the Earth Grudge Fear. Ishiro's attention had been on researching sealing jutsu, so he didn't immediately notice Kakuzu entering his mind's eye's perception range. But Kakuzu's undisguised killing intent and violently fluctuating chakra were too obvious. So although his attention was not focused, his mind's eye still instinctively sounded an alarm. Watching Kakuzu slowly approach, Ishiro naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to wait. With Kakuzu's posture, it was clear the 2 sides were enemies. Ishiro had never been known for his talk no jutsu, he never wasted time with talk against someone he could fight. So although Kakuzu was still far away, Ishiro's ninjutsu had already been activated. Porcelain Release, Mud Clone. Ishiro rarely used this move in actual combat because using clone jutsu required a knack for controlling chakra amount. Ishiro's chakra amount was not large, so he seldom used clones in battle. But facing Kakuzu, Ishiro had to change his tactics. Kakuzu had 5 hearts, which was equivalent to 5 people with perfect coordination fighting together. Ishiro dared not be the slightest bit careless. The moment the mud clone appeared, it launched a continuous stream of porcelain release, attacking Kakuzu with various forms. Seeing this, Kakuzu paused his steps and no longer approached blindly. He also chose to attack from a distance. A large number of black tendrils suddenly surged out from the stitched parts of his arms. The number of black tendrils was no less than the porcelain mud created by Ishiro's clone. A large number of kunai formed from porcelain struck the black tendrils and were all blocked. However, these black tendrils also suffered considerable losses, with large swathes being broken by the kunai. While the clone was controlling the porcelain release, Ishiro's main body formed hand seals and cast a fire release. A great fireball with a diameter of 10 meters rolled towards Kakuzu. Water release, water shockwave. Kakuzu was no slouch either. He also quickly formed hand seals, and a large area water release jutsu blasted forward, directly dissipating the great fireball. Chapter 238, Chapter 237, Stalemate. Chapter 237, Stalemate. Kakuzu moved quickly. Seizing the opportunity when the large amount of steam generated by the collision of fire and water release obscured their vision, he immediately rushed forward, attempting to get close to Ishiro. Kakuzu had also analyzed Ishiro's intelligence before coming and knew that Ishiro was a long-range ninjutsu output type ninja, with close combat being his weakness. Although Kakuzu himself could also be considered a long-range ninja, his close combat strength was not weak, at least not as specialized as Ishiro's. As Kakuzu approached, he extended his hand towards Ishiro's original position, and then a fist connected to a dozen black tendrils shot directly towards Ishiro. Earth Grudge Fear was indeed a marvelous thing. This method of instantaneous long-range attack was no worse than an instant-cast ninjutsu. However, Ishiro also had some understanding of Earth Grudge Fear, so he took countermeasures the moment his vision was blocked. Using the same porcelain release that required no hand seals, he quickly gathered a defensive line of mud in front of himself. Mud was not known for its defense, so it did not block Kakuzu's punch. Kakuzu's fist had been hardened with earth release, and it effortlessly pierced through the mud defensive line. However, by this time, Ishiro's main body and his clone had long since left their original positions, while his 3 disciples had moved far away from the battlefield the moment Ishiro launched his ninjutsu. To prevent any accidents from happening to his 3 disciples, Ishiro had also created an earth clone to watch over them. The fist connected to the Earth Grudge Fear easily penetrated the mud, but unexpectedly, this was precisely Ishiro's goal. While Kakuzu's fist was still stationary, a large amount of mud immediately wrapped around the Earth Grudge Fear tendrils. At the same time, at the feet of Kakuzu's main body, the kunai that had been blocked by the Earth Grudge Fear earlier all turned back into mud and once again entangled Kakuzu. Kakuzu hadn't expected that Ishiro's kunai rain could be reused after being blocked. In a moment of carelessness, he entered the mud's encirclement. This was the advantage of Ishiro having protected his own intelligence relatively well. If Kakuzu had known more about porcelain release, he certainly wouldn't have run headfirst into this not-so-small trap like this. However, Kakuzu was no pushover. Seeing that it was too late to cast a ninjutsu, he immediately released a large amount of Earth Grudge Fear tendrils again, forming a dynamic defensive line outside his body, directly blocking the mud. At the same time, the fist that was attacking Ishiro also retracted. However, because his vision was obstructed and his attention was drawn to the large amount of mud around him, Kakuzu didn't notice that the retracting fist still had a lot of mud attached to it. By the time Kakuzu realized something was wrong, it was too late. The moment this portion of mud returned to his main body with his hand, it shot up his arm and into his torso. Although he didn't understand what this mud would do, Kakuzu knew he couldn't just let it run rampant and do nothing. Thus, Kakuzu formed a large amount of Earth Grudge Fear tendrils inside his body. These tendrils, carrying the mud, directly penetrated Kakuzu's skin and came out of his body. Faced with this self-harming countermeasure, the mud had nowhere to hide and was completely expelled from his body by Kakuzu. However, just as he expelled the mud and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Kakuzu suddenly looked up towards the front. Judging by his eyes, Kakuzu seemed to have sensed danger. Just as Kakuzu was about to make a move, a thick rock spear pierced through the Earth Grudge Fear's defense and accurately stabbed into his heart. Impossible. Kakuzu let out a cry of pain. But at this moment, no matter how hard it was to believe, it was too late. Kakuzu instinctively controlled the Earth Grudge Fear to quickly replace a heart. At this time, several dozen meters directly in front of Kakuzu, on the other side of a mass of Earth Grudge Fear tendrils and a large amount of mud, Ishiro's main body finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. Of course, all of this had been calculated by Ishiro from the very beginning. Ishiro took advantage of the fact that Kakuzu's vision was blocked while he himself had the S-rank ninjutsu, Mind's Eye, to execute a tactic similar to exploiting an information gap. And the biggest calculation in the series of operations by Ishiro was the mud that entered Kakuzu's body. In fact, with Ishiro's development of the porcelain mud, for Kakuzu who possessed an immortal body, the small amount of mud that entered his body was fundamentally ineffective. Moreover, with a large amount of Earth Grudge Fear in the way, Ishiro's control over this mud was greatly reduced. But Kakuzu didn't know this. To expel this mud from his body, not only did Kakuzu divert a large amount of his attention, failing to notice that Ishiro was preparing a powerful offensive move, but he also dispelled the Earth Release, hardening technique on his main body. It was precisely at that instant when Kakuzu's hardening technique dissipated that Ishiro launched his attack. The move Ishiro attacked with was still Porcelain Release, but it was cast by his main body. Because at this time, with vision obstructed, only the main body's mind's eye could accurately locate Kakuzu's heart. The Porcelain Release condensed by Ishiro's main body, plus the acceleration from the still immature S-rank ninjutsu Shinra Tensei, resulted in this rock spear directly penetrating the Earth Grudge Fear's obstruction and finally accurately hitting Kakuzu's Earth Element heart. Kakuzu's long-range attacks had the coordination of multiple elements, which was a headache for Ishiro. But what made Ishiro most vigilant was the Earth Element heart that had been taken out by Kakashi's sneak attack at the very beginning of the original story. Because as a fellow long-range ninja, Ishiro knew that a ninja who could use a hardening technique very skillfully didn't even need to use other defensive ninjutsu against many attacks. If he couldn't break this Earth Element heart first, Ishiro would have to face a Kage level with Northwest weaknesses in either close or long-range combat. In that case, Ishiro would have to consider retreating right now. Now it was good. With Kakuzu's Earth Element heart gone, Ishiro could go all out. It's a long story, but after one of Kakuzu's hearts was destroyed, neither side was idle. Kakuzu rapidly completed the heart replacement, while Ishiro launched a new round of attacks. Earth Release, Mountain Earth Jutsu. This was the first time this A-rank Earth Release ninjutsu, which Ishiro had yearned for in his early days, was used in actual combat. In fact, Ishiro had only learned this ninjutsu not long ago, and it still had as many as 32 hand seals. Under normal circumstances, there would be no opportunity to use it. But the current situation was different. To prevent Ishiro's mud from getting close, Kakuzu had surrounded himself with Earth Grudge Fear. Now, not only was Kakuzu's vision obstructed, but he also spent some time replacing his heart and adjusting his tactics. This was what allowed Ishiro to successfully cast it. Although the Mountain Earth Jutsu was slow to cast, it was indeed suitable for use at this time. Ishiro didn't know if Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear Wild Dance could be considered an absolute defense, but in any case, Ishiro had no good way to break through it. He had just landed a single target attack by taking advantage of Kakuzu's distraction. Now, wanting to repeat that result was impossible. Through his mind's eye, Ishiro noticed that Kakuzu was now prepared to dodge within the Earth Grudge Fear at any time. It was just that Kakuzu hadn't expected that after Ishiro had just landed a heavy blow, he didn't come forward to check the results but instead directly charged up a big move, as if he had known all along that he wouldn't die even if his heart was pierced. Soon, two hemispherical earth masses, each with a diameter of about 20 meters, rose rapidly from both sides of Kakuzu, in a posture that looked like they were about to crush him into a meat patty. Kakuzu had just reduced the density of his Earth Grudge fear because he had discovered that Ishiro seemed to have a special means to judge the enemy's situation without relying on his eyes, while he himself needed to observe through the gaps in the Earth Grudge fear. As a result, he happened to see the two hemispherical Earth masses rising from both sides. This was no small shock. Kakuzu no longer cared about the mud still rushing in from the periphery of the Earth Grudge fear. He jumped directly, and at the same time, a large number of Earth Grudge fear tendrils, like pipes, propped him up. In the end, by a hair's breadth, Kakuzu dodged the attack of the Mountain Earth Jutsu. Only a large number of Earth Grudge fear tendrils were caught by it. Ishiro would not let Kakuzu adjust his tactics. Before Kakuzu could stabilize his figure, the mud clone had already formed a large amount of mud again and was rushing towards him. But at this time, Kakuzu's mentality had changed. He already understood that his initial tactics had put him at a disadvantage. He clearly had his masked beasts but didn't use them, instead being harassed into a sorry state by Ishiro's single clone. If his attention hadn't been drawn by the mud created by Ishiro's clone, how would he have lost a heart? Having come to his senses, Kakuzu, while creating distance from the mud, separated his remaining 4 hearts. Apart from one water element heart that remained in his body, the other 3 hearts left Kakuzu's main body. Kakuzu was creating a 4-on-2 situation. Seeing this, Ishiro smiled faintly. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Ishiro abandoned Kakuzu's main body and rushed directly towards one of the masked beasts. The mud clone synchronized with Ishiro, also quickly shifting its target, focusing its attack on that masked beast. Because Kakuzu wanted to occupy an advantageous attack position, the 3 masked beasts were some distance from the main body after separating. Among them, the fire and wind element masked beasts might have been preparing to use a combination ninjutsu, so they didn't separate, but the lightning element masked beast was left alone. The masked beasts were not lacking in agility. With Kakashi's strength, he couldn't handle them for a while. Ishiro naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to think he could take one down with taijutsu. But Ishiro also had a unique skill. The mud clone controlled a large number of kunai to rain down on the lone lightning element masked beast, while Ishiro's main body used the light/heavy rock jutsu to fly straight towards this beast, attempting to close the distance between them. Seeing this, Kakuzu instinctively felt something was wrong. He didn't understand what Ishiro was trying to do. The intelligence clearly stated that Ishiro was not good at close combat. But after the previous exchange, Kakuzu no longer felt that Ishiro would do something foolish. So Kakuzu was very cautious this time and did not let Ishiro have his way. While controlling the 2 wind and fire masked beasts that were together to cast a combination ninjutsu on Ishiro's main body, he also controlled the lightning element masked beast to move away from Ishiro's main body. Ishiro frowned. Why has Kakuzu suddenly become so timid? He couldn't help it. Kakuzu had become wary, and it seemed it wouldn't be easy to rely on that lightning element masked beast. Fortunately, Ishiro was flying in the air at this time and easily dodged the combination ninjutsu with a few turns. Seeing this, Kakuzu also frowned. A ninja who could fly was always troublesome. Before coming to kill Ishiro, Kakuzu's expected tactic was a sneak attack, using thunderous methods to kill Ishiro before he could take to the air. It was just that Kakuzu hadn't expected that Ishiro's mind's eye would detect him in advance, and that Ishiro also had memories of the original story, recognizing his identity at first glance and then taking decisive action. So Kakuzu quickly changed his strategy. First, deal with Ishiro's mud clone. The intelligence recorded that Ishiro's chakra amount was not large, so he couldn't create too many clones. Soon, another wave of wind and fire combination ninjutsu formed, but this time Kakuzu's target was Ishiro's mud clone. Ishiro cursed inwardly. The mud clone's flexibility was far inferior to the main body's. Being able to manipulate mud for interference was already not easy, wanting to dodge or defend against a combination ninjutsu was simply impossible. Helplessly, Ishiro signaled the mud clone to ignore the combination attack and directly manipulate the mud to attack the lightning element masked beast. Kakuzu naturally noticed this as well, but he decided to take a gamble. He bet that Ishiro couldn't destroy his lightning element beast before he destroyed Ishiro's mud clone. So the target of the combination ninjutsu did not change. Kakuzu's main body cast a wind release to support the lightning element masked beast. Unfortunately, Ishiro was extremely agile in the air. The continuous wind release that had harassed Kakashi in the original story had no effect on Ishiro. Ishiro didn't need to drastically adjust his path of advance like he did to dodge the previous large area combination ninjutsu. Ishiro only needed to make slight adjustments to his route while closing in on the lightning beast at full speed to easily complete the evasion. Finally, before the wind and fire combination ninjutsu hit his mud clone, Ishiro successfully closed in on Kakuzu's lightning element masked beast. At this moment, this masked beast actually stopped dodging and instead opened its mouth, preparing to cast a lightning release jutsu. However, how could Ishiro let it have its way? Reaching out a hand, he activated the S-rank ninjutsu Bancho Tenin, universal pull, directly pulling this lightweight masked beast over. The masked beast was completely unprepared for this move by Ishiro and was hit without any suspense. Not only was the lightning release it was gathering in its mouth unable to be cast, but under Ishiro's pull, it was accurately brought before a wave of porcelain kunai attacks. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals bounds chapter. Dash, 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 239, Chapter 238, Standoff. Chapter 238, Standoff. This was something Kakuzu had not expected. With Kakuzu's experience, which far surpassed that of most ninjas in the world, he had never imagined such a technique existed in the ninja world. Without any suspense, the lightning element mask was easily pierced by the rock kunai. At this point, 2 of Kakuzu's 5 hearts were gone. But Ishiro was not relaxed either. The mud clone, which had cost a large amount of chakra to create, had been destroyed, and various techniques that served as his trump cards had been revealed to Kakuzu. Most importantly, Kakuzu had already sensed that Ishiro seemed to have some understanding of his earth grudge fear, and he had become more rigorous in formulating his tactics. However, with the battle having progressed to this stage, both sides seemed to have reservations and did not want to fight to the death. Ishiro pulled up to a higher altitude. In the distance, the earth clone that Ishiro had secretly created earlier brought his 3 disciples to his side. Ishiro looked down from above, facing off against Kakuzu. Kakuzu, the S-rank rogue ninja from Tsuchikage, who once assassinated the first Hokage of Konoha, a mission master at the underground bounty station. Have you set your sights on me today? I wonder how much my bounty is at the underground bounty station. Ishiro spoke first, breaking the silence. This was the first conversation between the two since they met. Ishiro hoped to convey his intention for a truce through dialogue. However, after hearing Ishiro's words, his 3 disciples were all startled. This strangely featured rogue ninja was actually from the same era as the first Hokage and had even assassinated the first Hokage. Even more miraculously, he was still alive. The shock of this was too great for the 3 children. The 3, who already looked up to Kakuzu's strength, once again elevated their assessment of Kakuzu in their hearts. Kakuzu hesitated for a moment, then said, Ishiro, the fox of Iwa. Your bounty is 40 million. Oh, not bad. Ishiro was quite satisfied that his bounty exceeded Asuma's, but then he frowned and asked, what, fox of Iwa? Kakuzu said, it seems you don't know the title the ninja world has for you yet. You disrupted the alliance between Konoha and the Mist. This is the title the Mist gave you. Ishiro thought about it, he did seem to fit this title quite well. It's just that, Fox of Iwa didn't sound very positive. Why did it have a smidgen of the darkness of the shinobi world flair to it? But now was not the time to dwell on this. Ishiro said, Senior Kakuzu, this is the heartland of the land of Earth. Do you think that by so brazenly entering the land of Earth to assassinate an advisor of Iwagakure, our Iwagakure will just let you leave? It's just assassinating an advisor, what's the big deal? I just went to the land of fire a while ago and exchanged the head of a Konoha advisor for a bounty. Or are you saying you want to keep me here? Kakuzu's emotionless eyes stared straight at Ishiro. You think you can keep me here just by destroying 2 of my hearts with a sneak attack? This time, Ishiro was truly surprised. Before the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha had more than 3 advisors, but after the war, there were only 3. Ishiro had thought the missing one had died on the battlefield, not expecting them to have been killed by Kakuzu. But was there a pot for Danzo to carry in this? Senior misunderstands. I alone naturally cannot keep you here, but without your earth element mask, do you think you can escape my tracking? Or do you think I am the only one in Iwagakure who can fight? It seems you have not tasted the power of dust release. Or perhaps, you think you are stronger than the Third Raikage and can calmly escape from the siege of my tens of thousands of Iwa ninjas. When saying the last sentence, Ishiro's voice was stern, as if ready to fight again at any moment. Kakuzu hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, what do you want? Seeing Kakuzu's tone soften, Ishiro immediately put away his serious expression and said, rest assured, Senior. I won't have designs on the bounty you've accumulated. During our exchange just now, I found that your collection of ninjutsu is quite rich. I wonder if you could share. Kakuzu was instantly angered by this. Asking a ninja to hand over the ninjutsu he knows, are you sure you're not treating him as a captive? Looking at the restless earth grudge fear tendrils around Kakuzu, Ishiro said, Senior Kakuzu, don't be impulsive. Think about where this is. Since you didn't kill me at the first opportunity and you can't escape my tracking, your options are actually quite limited. In addition, I promise you, I can keep the secret of your earth grudge fear for you. As soon as these words were spoken, Kakuzu was immediately tempted. The importance of intelligence to a ninja was beyond doubt. In the original story, Asuma died an unclear death when Haiden's intelligence was not exposed. But after the intelligence was exposed, a single Shikamaru killed him. What was even more infuriating was that before killing Haiden, Shikamaru had also used Haiden's ability to destroy one of Kakuzu's hearts, saving Kakashi of the 50-50 odds in the process. This applied to Kakuzu as well. For a lone wolf ninja like him, if his intelligence was leaked, he could also be easily targeted. Not to mention distant examples, just in today's battle, Kakuzu clearly felt that Ishiro was very familiar with his Earth Grudge Fear intelligence. This made Kakuzu feel a sense of crisis. But if Ishiro could keep the secret of Earth Grudge Fear, then today's trip would not be much of a loss. As for losing 2 hearts, Kakuzu felt it was no big deal. He could just find 2 more ninjas to replace them. It was just that with 2 hearts missing, his strength was indeed not at its peak. There was no need to fight to the death with a ninja of Ishiro's level at this time. However, Ishiro's demand was exorbitant, asking for all his ninjutsu at once. He certainly couldn't agree to that. Then, Ishiro and Kakuzu, like 2 aunties haggling over vegetables, engaged in a round of intense bargaining. In the end, Kakuzu agreed to hand over 3 A-rank lightning release jutsu and 1 B-rank genjutsu in exchange for Ishiro letting him leave and guaranteeing his intelligence would not be leaked. Ishiro originally didn't hold much hope for this transaction. He actually wanted to kill Kakuzu and bring his body back for experiments. Earth Grudge Fear was still worth researching, if nothing else, that miraculous stitching technique was worth studying carefully. But if he could exchange it for 3 A-rank lightning release jutsu, it would still be very worthwhile for Iwagakure. And it wouldn't require Ishiro or other ninjas to risk their lives. As for that B-rank genjutsu, Ishiro was completely just trying his luck to extort Kakuzu. Kakuzu was, after all, an elemental ninjutsu user and was not skilled in genjutsu. But Kakuzu gave Ishiro a surprise. Perhaps because he himself was not skilled in genjutsu, Kakuzu's desire to keep genjutsu secret was far less than for ninjutsu of other attributes. Kakuzu gave away this B-rank genjutsu very readily. After confirming that there was no problem with the ninjutsu Kakuzu gave him, Ishiro nodded at Kakuzu, signaling that he could leave. But on second thought, Ishiro shouted at Kakuzu's back, "Senior Kakuzu, in the future, if you kill any more Konoha higher-ups, just elite Jonin level will do, our Iwagakure is willing to pay an extra bounty, and we don't need the body." Hearing Ishiro's words, Kakuzu turned around abruptly, his gaze fixed on Ishiro, and asked, "Are you serious? Does your word count?" Ishiro smiled. "Of course, it's true, and of course, it counts. We in Iwagakure can still afford this bit of money." In fact, this sum of money was not small, but Ishiro knew this deal was definitely worth it. Under normal circumstances, what would be the cost of killing a Konoha elite Jonin? Kakuzu looked at Ishiro again, then turned and left quickly. After Kakuzu left, more than a dozen IWA ninja squads came over from the distance, including Umbu and squads on missions. These people had arrived successively while Ishiro and Kakuzu were negotiating. After all, the battle between Ishiro and Kakuzu earlier was too loud, and its range was wide. Although they were not close, they still heard the commotion and rushed over. At that time, Ishiro had signaled them not to approach and to only maintain a perimeter from a distance. It was precisely because of the successive arrival of these people that Kakuzu felt a serious sense of crisis, which was why in the end, Ishiro obtained 3 A-rank lightning release jutsu and 1 B-rank genjutsu for free. Ishiro, having gained a great deal, nodded at the people who had rushed over and said, "This person is the S-rank rogue ninja from Takigakure, Kakuzu. His strength has reached Kage level, so don't pursue him. Thanks to you all this time, the village has gained something. Each of your squads will be credited with 1 A-rank mission." The ninjas in these few squads were all scared after hearing about Kakuzu's strength, but in the end, after hearing that Ishiro was giving each of their squads an A-rank mission reward, they were all overjoyed. Especially the few who were clearly still genin, the highest level mission they had ever undertaken was only C-rank. This time, getting an A-rank mission credit at once was almost like getting rich overnight. Ishiro had also gained a huge harvest at once, which was why he was being so generous this one time. He believed that as long as he brought these 4 ninjutsu back to the village, Inoki would be just as happy. 3 A-rank lightning release jutsu, plus the Chidori Nagashi, and lightning release stimulation method that Ishiro had come up with before, it could be said that the gap in Iwagakure's lightning release was almost completely filled. It was just that the village's B-rank and C-rank lightning release jutsu were still too few. If these lower-level lightning release jutsu could be increased a bit more, Iwagakure would no longer have a shortcoming in this area. However, Ishiro also thought of another aspect. Iwagakure was, after all, one of the 5 great hidden villages, yet its collection of lightning release ninjutsu was inferior to that of Kakuzu, a rogue ninja from a small village. How pathetic. After giving these ninjas a few more instructions, Ishiro led Squad 3 back towards the village. On the way back to the village, Kazumasa Yoshimura, Katsumata, and Himiki Suda did not speak at all. The three were still immersed in the previous battle between Ishiro and Kakuzu, which had a huge area of effect. The three had actually seen Ishiro's ninjutsu before, but Ishiro demonstrating alone was a completely different matter from a life-and-death battle with an enemy. They knew their teacher was very strong. Without some strength, he couldn't have guided Jonin-level disciples. But they hadn't expected the scene of Ishiro fighting an enemy to be so exaggerated. The A-rank ninjutsu that changed the terrain and the combination ninjutsu that destroyed everything had deeply stimulated the three of them. Back then, Ishiro had seen one of Shiden's A-rank ninjutsu and successfully crossed the threshold to becoming a Jonin. At that time, Ishiro's strength was actually considered formidable among Chunin. Even so, he was still greatly shocked by the A-rank ninjutsu. And at this time, Kazumasa Yoshimura and the other two were at the bottom among genin. To suddenly receive such a great shock, they had to thank Ishiro's previous demonstrations for being able to accept reality. To quickly calm their minds was easier said than done. But after such an experience, the three's perception of ninjas was certainly completely different from before. From tomorrow on, the three should be considered qualified ninjas in terms of mentality. Ishiro hadn't thought that encountering Kakuzu would have this kind of bonus surprise. At this moment, Ishiro was even hesitating. Maybe next time he took Squad 4 out on a mission, he should also find a boss to farm. After returning to the village, Ishiro immediately handed the 4 ninjutsu over to Inoki, and then, under Inoki's dumbfounded gaze, quickly recounted the process of his battle with Kakuzu. As for the promise to Kakuzu not to leak the intelligence about Earth Grudge Fear, Ishiro had long since forgotten about it by now. Inoki thought for a moment and still convened the high-level officials. However, the purpose of Inoki convening everyone was not to discuss Kakuzu. An S-rank rogue ninja was certainly worthy of attention, but since even Kakuzu's own intelligence had been thoroughly figured out by Ishiro, if Iwagakure really wanted to kill Kakuzu, the difficulty was actually not great. Based on Ishiro's final promise to Kakuzu regarding the bounty, Inoki directly gave a thumbs up. The purpose of Inoki convening everyone for a meeting was to discuss matters of lightning release research. Iwagakure's research into lightning release ninjutsu was really too weak. Support me with Power Stone. For every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 240, Chapter 239, The Lightning Release R&D Team. Chapter 239, The Lightning Release R&D Team. After everyone had arrived, Inoki said, this time, Ishiro obtained 3 A-rank lightning release ninjutsu from the Tsuchikage S-rank rogue ninja, Kakuzu. Combined with the several A-rank lightning release jutsu previously developed by Ishiro, the village's number of high-level lightning release jutsu is barely enough to form a system. However, there are still too few low-level lightning release jutsu. According to normal proportions, we need at least several hundred C-rank and dozens of B-rank lightning release jutsu to make up for this weakness. The purpose of today's meeting is to discuss the formation of a team dedicated to researching and developing lightning release, using these A-rank jutsu as a foundation to develop as many C-rank and B-rank jutsu as possible. Everyone, share your thoughts. Ishiro said, previously, when researching medical ninjutsu, we gained a lot of inspiration from the students at the Ninja Academy. We can do the same this time. We can solicit ideas for ninjutsu development from everyone in the form of missions. The target of this solicitation can be all the ninjas in the village. Ikura chimed in, that's right. Not only can we collect everyone's own ideas, but we can also collect information on the types of lightning release ninjutsu they have encountered on past missions. Saka said, it would be best to form a group of jonin or even elite jonin who are skilled in lightning release for long-term research. Hearing Saka's words, Ishiro immediately said, Koku, the Umbu member who used his Byakugan to learn Cloud Ninja lightning release with me last time, would be a good choice. Mei also nodded and said, these suggestions are all viable. When posting the missions, the rewards can be higher. We can even promise the ninjas who submit proposals that if the ninjutsu is successfully developed, we can even give them, the ones who provided the ideas, a copy. Ishiro was somewhat surprised. When did Mei, the advisor in charge of finances, become so generous? Not only was Ishiro surprised by Mei, but Ikura and Saka also had the same doubt. Feeling the three's gazes, Mei glared at them fiercely and said, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning sent an envoy to request an audience with our daimyo, expressing a desire to join the trade route. They also suggested opening a water trade route. The daimyo was very pleased and allocated another sum of funds to the village. As she spoke, she glanced at Ishiro again and added, the daimyo knows it was you who destroyed the alliance between the mist and Konoha and helped the cloud. After winning over the Land of Lightning, he even praised you. Ishiro rolled his eyes. This matter reminded him of his nickname, the Fox of Iwa. Inoki then said, let's do it this way. Next, let's discuss who will be in charge of this matter. After speaking, Inoki's gaze fell on Ishiro. Not just him, but everyone else was also looking at Ishiro. Among the several high-level officials, Inoki couldn't use lightning release. Only Ishiro and Ikura had some proficiency in it. Compared to Ikura, who only used lightning release as a special technique in special situations, Ishiro placed much more importance on it. Ishiro subconsciously wanted to refuse, but thinking that his proficiency in lightning release indeed needed to be improved further, he braced himself and agreed. Seeing Ishiro agree, Inoki nodded in satisfaction and said, "You can choose the personnel yourself. If the Byakugan and Sharingan are useful, you can also ask me for them." Ishiro nodded to show he understood. After the meeting was dismissed, Ishiro went directly to Kitsuchi. Now that Kitsuchi was at Tsuchikage's assistant, it was very convenient to do many things. Ishiro directly entrusted him with helping to find suitable ninjas. As for the idea of posting a mission to collect ideas for developing lightning release, that was easy. Ishiro went to the contribution office, marked the prices for development ideas of various levels of lightning release, and then left it at that. Later, when the mission office had any gains, someone would be assigned to deliver them to Ishiro. Before the official development began, Ishiro still had to learn those 3 A-rank lightning release jutsu. Kakuzu's 3 A-rank lightning release jutsu included both group and single target types, making them very valuable for research when combined. While Kitsuchi was helping to find suitable researchers, Ishiro was at the training ground, learning lightning release while supervising his disciples' training. Perhaps it was because they were stimulated, or perhaps after becoming true ninjas, they had a greater appreciation for training. The 3 children of Squad 3 all exceeded the tasks Ishiro had assigned. Among them, Himiki Suda finally began to arrange training for her little kitten. It was also on this day that her little kitten got a name, Fuka, Wind Fire. Little Fuka's training load was not large, and the content was also simple, mostly physical and agility exercises. Little Fuka was perhaps influenced by Himiki Suda's emotions, or perhaps stimulated by the battle between Ishiro and Kakuzu that day, but it showed no resistance to training. And although the 3 from Squad 4 hadn't experienced it personally, after listening to the descriptions from Himiki Suda and her 2 teammates, they also slowly adjusted their mentality. Especially the 2 girls, Yuran Kawato and Kanako, they no longer slacked off and instead joined Himiki Suda in increasing their training load. Seeing this, Ishiro felt no particular joy. The diligence of his previous 2 batches of students was no less than that of Himiki Suda's group now. A few days later, Ishiro had barely learned the 3 A-rank lightning release jutsu. Then he gathered the researchers Kitsuchi had selected for him. The research team consisted of 7 people, including Ishiro and Koku. Ishiro appointed Koku as the vice captain and threw all the daily affairs to him. Of the remaining 5, 4 were jonin, and 1 was a chunin. The 4 jonin's original primary attribute was lightning release, but because the village's lightning release was too lacking, they all ended up choosing to train in other attributes. The chunin was different. His name was Chi. He had only completed the nature transformation training for 1 attribute, lightning. Because his talent in other attributes was too poor, he had been focused on developing lightning release all along. It was just that his development talent was not high, and there were too few lightning release jutsu in the village to learn from, so he had never achieved anything. This time, when Kitsuchi was looking for researchers, he was the only one who volunteered. Ishiro thought highly of him. Although his strength was only chunin level, he was the only one whose interest and work were the same. He might bring a surprise during the subsequent development work. The first thing the lightning release R&D team did was to train in A-rank lightning release. Koku and the 4 jonin were fine. Although it would take them some time to train in A-rank lightning release, there were no prohibitive conditions. But Chi was different. His chakra amount was insufficient. All he could do was research, he couldn't attempt to practice it. However, Chi didn't mind. He was used to this kind of thing. When Ishiro had developed the 3 A-rank lightning release jutsu before, he had found a way to exchange for 1, but he could only look at it, not practice it. At that time, Chi had even conceived a C-rank lightning release from the ideas of Chidori, but it had not yet been successfully developed. Ishiro didn't pay mind to these things, because his purpose was never for them to learn the ninjutsu. Ishiro's purpose was research. It was enough for everyone to understand the principles of these A-rank lightning release jutsu. Ishiro gave the 5 of them 10 days to understand all the lightning release ninjutsu in the village, including Kakuzu's 3 A-rank jutsu and the 3 A-rank jutsu Ishiro himself had created. Everyone was an experienced ninja, Ishiro didn't need to say more. Ishiro just followed the procedure and placed a sealing jutsu in each of their minds, and then waited for the official start of lightning release development 10 days later. With the precedent of the comprehensive upgrade of medical ninjutsu, this time when Ishiro posted the mission to collect ideas for lightning release ninjutsu at the mission office, the village ninjas' participation was surprisingly high. After 10 days, the mission office had collected several hundred low-level lightning release concepts with different uses for Ishiro. According to the staff at the mission office, nearly 1,000. People had come to submit lightning release concepts. It was just that the content submitted by most people was similar, basically some rough ideas they had analyzed when fighting enemies. The mission office staff did some sorting, summarized these several hundred ninjutsu concepts, and sent them to Ishiro. Ishiro was somewhat surprised by the efficiency of the mission office and even went through them carefully to be sure. The result was a pleasant surprise. Before even starting the development, just by roughly pondering them, his own understanding of the lightning attribute had already improved. This surprise was not small. Originally, Ishiro's enthusiasm for developing lightning release was actually not high, but now it was completely different. Ishiro felt he had a hope of making his mastery of lightning release reach the level of his water release through this round of lightning attribute development. The members of the R&D team were gathered again by Ishiro, and next, they entered the domain Ishiro was best at. For developing ninjutsu, Ishiro now had his own set of methods. First, build a theoretical foundation, then make various assumptions, and then follow a priority sequence for tedious trials. The people in the R&D team were encountering Ishiro's systematic method of developing ninjutsu for the first time, and it was as if a whole new world had been opened up to each of them. Especially Chi, the only chunin in the team. He had been trying to develop ninjutsu for many years but had never made any progress because he lacked the proper method. Now, suddenly exposed to Ishiro's method, he immediately felt as if the whole world had become different. Then, under the astonished gazes of the other members of the R&D team, Chi completed the transformation from chunin to jonin. As Chi fell completely into a dazed state, the other five, including Koku, subconsciously turned their gazes to Ishiro again. At this moment, they only had one thought in their minds: Ishiro was indeed the most famous instructor in the village. Ishiro rubbed his nose, somewhat surprised, but didn't explain anything. In this situation, it wasn't appropriate for Ishiro to tell everyone that this was a method summarized by his disciple, Ogura Saki. Ishiro just signaled for everyone to wait for Chi for a bit. After a long while, Chi returned from his daze, knelt on one knee before Ishiro, and performed a ninja's pledge of allegiance. The four jonin looked at Chi with some envy. Originally, the gap in strength and status between them was obvious, but with Chi's sudden move, their sense of superiority vanished in an instant. Not only was their sense of superiority gone, but if they considered the age difference, Chi's future would most likely surpass theirs. Ishiro felt helpless. It wasn't good to say anything in this atmosphere, so he just asked Chi to get up and prepare to start work. The lightning release development process went even more smoothly than the village's higher-ups had expected. Perhaps it was due to Ishiro's systematic method, or perhaps everyone in the R&D team had a certain talent for ninjutsu, or perhaps the reference effect of the 6A rank lightning release jutsu was strong enough. The R&D team took less than 3 days to complete the development of the first C-rank ninjutsu. However, during the development process, Chi's performance surprised everyone in the team. Because he had been thinking about lightning release development for several years, Chi proposed many details that Ishiro and the others hadn't thought of. Often, while Ishiro and the others were still thinking about problems from the perspective of casting ninjutsu, Chi had already proposed several research difficulties that needed to be overcome. It was no exaggeration to say that if Ishiro's set of theories were disregarded, Chi's contribution already exceeded the sum of Ishiro and the other five. Basically, the entire R&D team's train of thought followed Chi. At times, Chi even had to interrupt his own train of thought to explain to Ishiro and the others. At first, Chi spoke somewhat cautiously, afraid of displeasing Ishiro, but he soon found he was wrong. It seemed that in Ishiro's eyes, the more outstanding he was, the happier Ishiro was. Chi naturally didn't know that the better he performed, the sooner Ishiro could withdraw from the R&D team. Chi believed that this kind of thinking from Ishiro was perhaps the magnanimity that a Kage of a village must possess. Support me with Power Stone. For every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 241, Chapter 240, The Omen. Chapter 240, The Omen. A year later, the R&D team led by Ishiro, through unremitting efforts, finally completed the development of over 100 C-rank lightning release jutsu and 7 B-rank lightning release jutsu. On this day, Ishiro formally handed over the position of R&D team captain to Chi. After a year of transition, the current Chi was already a qualified jonin. Chi's role in the R&D team needed no further explanation. As early as half a year ago, Chi, as the vice captain of the R&D team, was already leading the entire team's development process. And Ishiro's participation in the R&D team was exactly the same as when he researched sealing jutsu. Ishiro basically just got it started. In the first month, Ishiro was still fully involved, but after that, Ishiro found that his presence made little difference. Afterward, apart from occasionally coming over to check on the progress, Ishiro no longer participated in the specific development. Ishiro once again shifted his training focus to long-range sealing jutsu. At the entrance of the R&D team's laboratory, Ishiro looked back at the few people who had once again entered a busy state inside, smiled faintly, and paid them no more attention. From now on, the R&D team would focus all its efforts on tackling a brand new A-rank lightning release jutsu. Ishiro had given up the captain's position precisely because he considered this a good opportunity to raise Chi's status in the R&D team and even the entire village of Iwagakure. Ishiro himself was not lacking in qualifications for developing A-rank ninjutsu. Ishiro had even contributed S-rank ninjutsu to the village. One more or one less A-rank ninjutsu had no impact on him. But for Chi, it was different. Contributing a brand new A-rank ninjutsu to the village, and one in lightning release, which the village was weakest in. One could imagine that if Chi successfully led the R&D team, his status in the village would be no lower than that of an elite jonin. The people around Ishiro had also changed a lot in this past year. His adopted sister, Natsuki, had graduated from the ninja academy. The little girl's grades at graduation were good due to Ishiro's strict requirements over the years, but a method to develop her talent, the origin of which was unknown, had still not been found. Natsuki graduated, and Uchiha Sakai, now Ryotenbin Chuko, enrolled. As Ishiro had expected, although he was placed in the advanced class, he had always been the dead last of the class, a spitting image of a second Obito. Kitsuchi and Shiden got married. Ishiro remembered that when he first heard this news, his jaw almost dropped in shock. Ishiro had spent time under both Kitsuchi and Shiden. Later, the three were colleagues in the Third Great Ninja War, but Ishiro had never noticed any secret romance between them. With Kitsuchi married, Ishiro didn't know if his wife in the original story was Shiden, and even less if Kitsuchi's future child would still be Kuratsuchi. While attending their wedding, Ishiro discovered that his former teammates Shinohara and Tana had also gotten together. Then he thought of that shameless pair, Ikura and Uzumaki Yumi. Ishiro found that in the end, he was the only one left alone. And just a few days ago, Inoki announced that he had finally completed his Sage Jutsu training. Inoki, like Ishiro back then, could now complete Sage mode within the sealing barrier. Most importantly, through his Sage Jutsu training, Inoki's mastery of dust release had entered a new level. Before the emergence of all-killing ash bones and the bloodline snare, the destructive power of dust release was at the top tier of the ninja world. The speed of dust release was also sufficiently fast. The combination of the two once made Inoki the opponent that Kage-level individuals in the ninja world least wanted to face. But dust release also had a weakness: the charging process was too slow, and the caster's intense chakra fluctuation during this process was enough to alert an enemy of the same level. Although it was difficult to dodge after dust release was fired, it could be predicted. For Kage-level powerhouses, as long as they could predict the direction of the dust release, it wasn't actually difficult to evade. So, although dust release was the #1 offensive ninjutsu, it had never killed a single Kage-level individual and could only be used against minions. But now it was different. While practicing Sage Jutsu, Inoki had learned by analogy and improved his mastery of dust release, greatly shortening the casting time. It could be said that Inoki's combat power had instantly received a qualitative boost. In recent days, Ishiro could even see an eager impulse in Inoki's eyes. If a situation like the silent confrontation between the great nations a year ago were to occur again, Ishiro felt that Inoki would be the one to proactively break the balance. The current Inoki was in urgent need of a Kage-level life to verify the power of the Kekkei Tota, dust release. In this 1 year, what surprised Ishiro the most was not Inoki's progress, but Han's change. Under Ishiro's guidance, Han began to communicate with the Five Tails. Coupled with the influence of his 3 lively disciples, Han's mentality became better and better. About 2 months ago, when Ishiro visited Han as usual, Han excitedly told him, "Advisor Ishiro, the Five Tails told me its name. It's called Kokuo." Ishiro was overjoyed. Although knowing the name was not particularly useful in itself, this was a very good omen. It meant that the Five Tails, Kokuo, was beginning to truly accept Han. Even if Iwagakure didn't have a method to make Han a perfect Jinchuriki, Han, having gained the Five Tails recognition, could mobilize more of its power. Most importantly, the possibility of Han rampaging in this state would be very small. For this reason, Ishiro persuaded Inoki and the others in a high-level meeting to allow Han to take his 3 disciples on missions outside the village. In this 1 year, the biggest changes were still among Ishiro's disciples. The 3 from Squad 1 had all become Jonin, which was nothing more to say. Ogura Saki from Squad 2 had completed her transformation during the Chunin exams more than a year ago, and in this 1 year, Shinya Matsutani had actually also crossed this threshold. But the reason for it left Ishiro at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. Shinya Matsutani had previously adopted a ninja cat with Himiki Suda. Because the cat was black and white, Shinya Matsutani casually named the little kitten Kohana, Little Flower. Shinya Matsutani's attitude towards raising the cat was a world of difference from Himiki Suda's meticulous methods. Shinya Matsutani had managed to raise Kohana to have the same lazy personality as himself. If he were still in Ishiro's squad, Ishiro would have corrected him long ago. But who was there to manage Shinya Matsutani now? He himself was the captain of a genin squad. However, Ishiro hadn't expected that his lazy personality would actually align with the original nature of a ninja cat, and his Konoha actually had a fortuitous encounter. Although its physical constitution was worse than Himiki Suda's little Fuka due to a lack of exercise, its compatibility with nature was much higher. So, one evening some time ago, Konoha, like her mother Dango, unintentionally completed her first absorption of natural energy. Shinya Matsutani was Konoha's master, and coupled with his own relatively close affinity with natural energy, he discovered this matter immediately. That wasn't the most important part. The most important part was that Shinya Matsutani seemed to have seen a path to winning by lying down, in this matter, and completed his transformation in an instant. When Shinya Matsutani found Ishiro to explain his situation, Ishiro opened his mouth several times but couldn't utter a single word. Ishiro truly didn't know whether to criticize him or praise him. After a moment of silence, Ishiro directly shooed Shinya Matsutani away. "Don't corrupt my new disciples here." After Shinya Matsutani left, Ishiro told the 6 disciples who were training that Shinya Matsutani, after arduous training, was finally about to become a jonin, just like Senior Chiko Tomo whom they were familiar with. After hearing this, the 6 disciples were immediately filled with motivation and trained even more diligently. Ishiro nodded in satisfaction. But this way, among Ishiro's 3 disciples from Squad 2, only Takumi remained at the Chunin level, having not yet transformed for a long time. But Ishiro had no good solution for this matter. Takumi excelled in speed and was not inherently compatible with Ishiro. Ishiro's guidance for Takumi was mainly on the basics. In the 2 years he was in Ishiro's team, besides learning the 3 basic academy jutsu, Takumi had only solidified his foundation. But Takumi's talent for ninjutsu was too poor. He had only barely learned the body flicker technique that Ishiro required in the past year. However, although Takumi had learned the body flicker technique, he was still far from being able to apply it in actual combat. As for Ishiro's higher expectation for Takumi, the lightning release stimulation method, Takumi hadn't even touched the doorway. Takumi couldn't even master the lightning release nature transformation. Not only did Ishiro have no solution for guiding Takumi, but almost the entire village of Iwagakure had no solution either. Because Iwagakure's main fighting style was primarily based on being heavy and grand. No senior in Iwagakure had experience in the light, agile, and swift style that Takumi pursued. Originally, Ishiro had planned to give up. But when he looked at the 6 disciples before him, each with their own unique characteristics and almost all of whom had no precedent to follow, he suddenly understood that perhaps he had been too concerned with the original story all along. Ishiro had always hoped to make Takumi a speed-type ninja like Minato Namikaze, Shisui Uchiha, or the 4th Reikage. But at this moment, Ishiro felt that perhaps he could help Takumi find a brand new path. That evening, Ishiro notified the personnel responsible for defense and patrol in the village, then put on a Konoha Umbu uniform and went to find trouble with Takumi. This was the only method Ishiro could think of to stimulate Takumi. If this move still didn't work, Ishiro could only give up. Takumi was currently performing missions in the IWA Umbu, but today he was not out, he had taken leave. He was not in a good mood because he had already heard the news about Shinya Matsutani. Fearing that a bad mentality would affect his mission, he decided to rest in the village for a few days. As Ishiro's disciple, he also knew that his attributes were not compatible with Ishiro's, and the guidance he received was the least in Squad 2. Although he knew he shouldn't ask for too much, he still felt some unwillingness, especially after Ogura Saki and Shinya Matsutani, 2 disciples who were originally inferior to him, had now surpassed him. Takumi's heart felt even worse. So, Takumi, who was walking home after finishing a day of training, had a somewhat dazed expression. Suddenly, walking on an empty street, Takumi felt a jolt. Subconsciously, his body lunged forward. Although he didn't turn his head, he clearly felt a murderous intent locked onto him from behind, and a slash of blade energy had passed right where he had just been standing. This was a strong enemy. There was no time to think about how the enemy had entered Iwagakure or why they had targeted him for no reason. Because the enemy behind him moved again, and that almost tangible killing intent washed over him like a wave once more. Takumi had no chance to turn around and could only charge forward with all his might. But the killing intent from behind followed him like a shadow. Takumi found that his full speed burst had not created any distance at all. On the contrary, the feeling of thorns on his back told him that the enemy was faster than him. Being crushed in the area he was best at, Takumi began to panic. But his year in the Umbu had tempered his mind to a certain extent. He did not give up. Since his straight-line speed couldn't match the opponent's, he would turn, using agility to create distance. Takumi, charging forward with all his might on the street, suddenly pushed forcefully to the right with his right foot, and then his entire body shot towards the left front at a speed not inferior to his straight-line sprint. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 242, Chapter 241, Completion. Chapter 241, Completion. This move had some effect. Ishiro, disguised as an enemy ambusher, seemed not to have expected Takumi to have this move. For a moment, he couldn't change direction, and Takumi managed to create some distance. But Ishiro quickly adjusted his forward angle and once again closed in on Takumi. Although Ishiro was close again, Takumi had discovered that the move he had just used unconsciously was effective. So after running forward a few more meters, he repeated the previous method again. This time he created a little more distance, but it wasn't as effective as the first time. Ishiro, who was prepared, was still thrown off by Takumi for a distance, but he quickly adjusted his direction and resumed the chase. Just like that, the two, one chasing and one fleeing, circled around these few streets. Every time Takumi changed direction, he could create some distance from Ishiro, but this bit of distance would be quickly closed during the subsequent straight-line sprint. Constantly threatened by death, Takumi couldn't be distracted to think why, after so long, not a single patrolling ninja had appeared, why there was no one on these few streets. His entire attention was focused on sensing the killing intent behind him and figuring out how to dodge and weave. At this moment, Takumi felt as if he had returned to his childhood, to when he had just entered the ninja academy. At that time, he had quickly discovered his talent for speed. For this, he used the time others spent on training to improve his speed. But unfortunately, without professional guidance, Takumi went down the wrong path. Although his speed was indeed much faster than his peers, his overall strength was gradually surpassed by those whose foundations were originally inferior to his. Once, Takumi had fallen into self-doubt, but his stubborn personality made him persist on his own path. Until Ishiro pointed out his insufficient foundation. After that, much of his training was no longer so extreme, he began to value the fundamentals more. Ishiro's method was obviously effective. His strength improved rapidly, and he was now considered quite capable among chunin. But while consolidating his foundation, his specialty had also gradually faded into mediocrity. Although his speed still had a certain advantage among his peers, it was getting further and further away from his expectation of using speed to defeat enemies. At this moment, pressured by the killing intent of the person behind him, Takumi had no choice but to abandon the mental shackles Ishiro had placed on him and begin to find a way to break the deadlock from some of his childhood ideas. In his childhood, Takumi had many ideas that couldn't be tried due to the limitations of his physical foundation. Now, under the threat of death, he unconsciously used them. This made it difficult for Ishiro behind him. Although Ishiro could surpass Takumi in speed with the lightning release stimulation method, he really couldn't keep up with Takumi's small-scale dodges and weaves. The fact that he was occasionally thrown off by Takumi was not because Ishiro was holding back, but because he genuinely couldn't keep up. Ishiro was only slowing down in the straight-line pursuit, not catching up to Takumi immediately. Now, as Takumi used various strange methods one after another, Ishiro gradually began to have trouble keeping up with the rhythm. Ishiro was not a taijutsu ninja who excelled in speed, after all. Fortunately, this state of Takumi's did not last long. After dozens of consecutive limit-pushing dodges, Takumi seemed to have found some knack for it. Suddenly, Takumi, in front of Ishiro, made another sidestep. This sidestep was not much different from the beginning, but it looked much more proficient. Ishiro, following his previous response method, slightly adjusted his angle and then accelerated again, chasing after Takumi's back. Although he had lost the initiative and Takumi had created some distance, Ishiro was confident that in the next moment, he could get close to Takumi again and apply the pressure of death once more. But this time, Ishiro miscalculated. Unlike the single sidestep from before, this time after moving a few meters to the left front, Takumi did not stop. He actually made 2 more consecutive shifts. This time, Ishiro could northwest longer maintain his close proximity to Takumi. The lightning release stimulation method could not support him in making multiple extreme shifts. However, just because the lightning release stimulation method couldn't, didn't mean other means couldn't. At the very least, the body flicker technique could. Ishiro had long been able to perform a seal-less body flicker, so seeing Takumi, who had created distance, about to turn around, Ishiro quickly circulated his chakra and used the body flicker technique. The result was that just as Takumi had managed to slightly shake off his enemy and was about to turn and fight back, the enemy also had a burst of speed and instantly rushed behind him. Arriving behind Takumi, Ishiro felt some regret. Because the current Takumi didn't seem to have the strength left to deal with this move of his, should he strike or not? If he didn't, would he reveal a flaw? As Ishiro stood behind Takumi, still hesitating whether to give him a blow that would injure but not affect his strength, Takumi's reaction once again exceeded Ishiro's expectations. Takumi indeed hadn't expected Ishiro to have this move. Because according to common sense, if the enemy had a move in reserve, they should have used it long ago when he was desperately dodging. Why wait until now? He had to remember, this was Iwagakure. It was just that Takumi's thoughts were clearly not normal at the moment. He didn't notice the discrepancy in time. Stimulated by Ishiro's body flicker technique, he almost instinctively used the sidestep method again. This time, because he was standing still, this sidestep did not have the momentum of a forward rush. Originally, under these circumstances, Takumi wouldn't have been able to move far. As long as Ishiro was a little careful when attacking, he could have killed him. But this time, Takumi actually flashed 5 consecutive times. Although each time the distance wasn't far, the 5 times added up did indeed allow him to dodge Ishiro's attack range. Although Ishiro was not a taijutsu ninja, his eyesight was not bad. While lateral shifts during high-speed movement put a relatively large load on the body, it wasn't impossible. The previous 3 consecutive flashes were rare, but Ishiro could understand the principle. But to suddenly dodge 5 consecutive times from a standstill, this was incredible. The utility of this move surpassed the body replacement technique, its effect was already comparable to a seal-less body flicker technique. But from close observation, Ishiro was very sure that Takumi had not used the body flicker technique, and Ishiro knew very well that Takumi's body flicker was far from reaching the seal-less level. This time, Ishiro did not pursue. Firstly, he needed time to digest the information he had just received. Secondly, Takumi had also reached his limit. After 2 consecutive superlimit exertions, Takumi's body was now in great discomfort. If not for the solid foundation he had built under Ishiro's previous requirements, Takumi probably couldn't even stand steadily now. Sensing that Ishiro was not pursuing, Takumi quickly turned around on somewhat unsteady feet. After turning around, what Takumi saw was a Konoha Umbu. This Konoha Umbu was looking at him with a strange gaze, which made Takumi somewhat baffled. He felt something was strange, this Konoha Umbu gave him a familiar feeling, and the killing intent that had been oppressing him had also disappeared. After a while, Takumi, having calmed down, finally reacted. He had been entangled with this Konoha Umbu for so long, why hadn't a single IWA ninja come? Why was there no movement nearby at all? This was not normal. Having been in the Umbu for a year, Takumi still figured out the reason. He tentatively called out, "Teacher Ishiro." Ishiro was thinking about the ability Takumi had just displayed. Hearing him call, he reached up and took off his mask. Seeing that it was really Ishiro under the mask, Takumi's legs went soft, and he could no longer hold on, plopping down on the ground. Ishiro had no intention of helping Takumi up. Instead, he walked over and sat down beside him. "Don't rush. Rest for a while first, then recall what you've just gained." Takumi was not stupid. When Ishiro revealed himself, he understood that Ishiro was probably testing his strength. This kind of sparring had happened before, the only difference was that Ishiro hadn't hidden his identity previously. After a long while, Takumi finally recovered and asked, "Teacher Ishiro, were you testing my strength?" Ishiro nodded, then shook his head, saying, "Yes and no. My purpose was not to test your strength, but to use this method to force you to find your own path. Previously, I hoped you could learn the body flicker technique and the lightning release stimulation method, to walk the path I have walked. At that time, with your talent for speed, you would surely become an outstanding ninja. At least in terms of speed, you would surpass me, surpass most ninjas in the village. But facts have proven me wrong. You have your own path, you shouldn't be bound by the goals I have planned for you. So I wanted to give you some pressure, to make you find your own path under the fear of death. You performed well. Those last 2 moves, go back and ponder them carefully. You should be able to walk a path different from all others." Takumi was somewhat dazed after hearing Ishiro's words. Ishiro thought he was thinking about the previous 2 moves and was about to help him analyze them, but he held his tongue. Because Ishiro suddenly realized that Takumi's state seemed off. Although he had no expression and said nothing, his emotional fluctuations were very intense. Ishiro hesitated for a moment and asked, "What's wrong?" Takumi lowered his head, rubbed his eyes with his sleeve, and answered in a low voice, "Nothing." After a while, Takumi added, "I know my attributes are not like yours, Teacher Ishiro. Ogura Saki is the one who is suitable to be your disciple. So I thought you would care more about Ogura Saki than me. Only now do I know I was wrong. Teacher Ishiro, I'm sorry. I was useless. I disappointed you and made you worry." Ishiro was stunned. To be honest, he didn't actually know much about the inner hearts of these disciples. He hadn't realized at all before that this was what Takumi thought. Patting Takumi's shoulder, Ishiro said, "What are you thinking? This question, you can actually go ask your big sister Chiko Tomo. She has 3 disciples now, go ask her what she thinks. A teacher's feelings for their disciples are the same. There will be some disappointment, but worry will definitely outweigh disappointment. Teacher helps you improve your strength because I'm afraid you'll encounter danger in the future, not because I'm afraid you'll bring shame to me," Ishiro said, taking the opportunity to give Takumi a pep talk. Takumi looked up at Ishiro, nodded, and then turned his gaze to the end of the street. Ishiro didn't know what the youth was thinking and was pondering whether to say a few more encouraging words when he suddenly heard Takumi laugh. Ishiro tilted his head and cast a questioning glance, and then his gaze froze. Was this another one? That's right. Ishiro had gone to such great lengths to test him, pushing Takumi to the brink, and it hadn't made him transform. But as a result, after this one pep talk, he, like Shinya Matsutani, had crossed the threshold. Looking at Takumi, who was immersed in some beautiful fantasy alone, Ishiro sighed in his heart. All right, no matter what, it's a good thing. With this, all 3 members of Squad 2 had completed the goals Ishiro had set for them. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 243, Chapter 242, Jiraiya's Whereabouts. Chapter 242, Jiraiya's Whereabouts. Recently, Ishiro had been in a very good mood. Whether it was Inoki's changes or the progress of Shinya Matsutani and Takumi, they were all joyous occasions for Ishiro. And after completely shaking off the lightning release R&D task, Ishiro now had basically no other official duties besides leading his disciples. The intermittent lightning release research and training over the past year had already elevated Ishiro's proficiency in lightning release to a new height. It wasn't much different from his original expectations. Now, Ishiro's proficiency in lightning release was no less than his water release. It was time to begin the development of his second Kekkei Genkai. He had decided he would choose storm release, the combination of water and lightning. But the good mood didn't last long, and the development of the storm release Kekkei Genkai couldn't begin immediately because Inoki had sent an Umbu to notify him of a meeting. When the ninja world was at peace, high-level meetings were rarely held. A meeting had just been held when Inoki successfully trained in Sage Jutsu. Ishiro couldn't guess what the content of this meeting would be, but his intuition told him that this meeting was not simple. Sure enough, when Ishiro entered the Tsuchikage's office, he immediately saw a trace of excitement in Inoki's eyes. Inoki wasn't even sitting at his desk but was floating in the air using the light/heavy rock jutsu. Seeing this, Ishiro became even more curious. He cast an inquisitive glance at Ikura, who had arrived a step ahead of him, but Ikura just shook his head at Ishiro with the same confused look. Soon, all the participants of the meeting had arrived. As soon as everyone was seated, Inoki immediately said, "The Umbu have discovered Jiraiya's whereabouts. He has been in the land of hot water during this time." Ishiro was stunned. Jiraiya. Could it be? As expected, Inoki continued, "I have already sent someone to pass the news to the Cloud Ninjas. I believe the Cloud Ninjas will make a move soon. However, we discussed last time that with Mount Myaboku as his ally, Jiraiya is very difficult to kill. So this time, I will personally go to the land of hot water. After the Cloud Ninjas make their move and attract Jiraiya's attention, I will use Dust Release to launch a sneak attack on Jiraiya." Hearing this, Ishiro was shocked. This method was actually quite good. The toads of Mount Myaboku couldn't control the situation from a distance and use reverse summoning to take Jiraiya away the moment he encountered danger. If they could use Dust Release in a sneak attack before Jiraiya himself sent a distress signal to Mount Myaboku, the chances of success were not low. Most importantly, with the Cloud Ninjas acting as a target in front to draw Jiraiya's fire, Inoki would only be attacking secretly. Even if it failed, Iwagakure wouldn't lose much. With Hiruzen Sarutobi's courage and resolution, he wouldn't start a great ninja war over a single Jiraiya. After analyzing it in his mind, Ishiro was also tempted. Having transmigrated for over 10 years, Ishiro was no longer the otaku who had only seen the original story. If he could kill Jiraiya, Ishiro certainly wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. This had nothing to do with whether Jiraiya was a positive character or not. Ishiro wanted to kill Jiraiya simply because their stances were different. After Orochimaru's defection, Jiraiya was practically Konoha's most important combat power on the surface, bar none. So after hearing Inoki's words, Ishiro was the first to speak, "Lord Tsuchikage, I will go with you." Inoki nodded and said, "All right. We can fly over together using the light/heavy rock jutsu." Ikura, Sokka, and Mei exchanged a glance. Although the 3 of them didn't hold much hope for Inoki's trip, they had no objections. Because there weren't many Kage-level individuals in the ninja world with the ability to fly. Besides Inoki and Ishiro, there was only the 4th Kazekage, Raza. If Inoki went alone, they might still be a little worried about his safety. But with the addition of Ishiro, a newly promoted Kage level, they had nothing to worry about. Ikura and the others discussed the village's defense issues during Inoki's absence for a few more sentences, and the meeting ended. This high-level meeting was extremely efficient. In less than a minute, the higher-ups had reached a unanimous decision. After the meeting was dismissed, Ishiro stayed behind in Inoki's office. Inoki needed to delegate village affairs before he could depart. However, while waiting, Ishiro suddenly thought of something and said to Inoki, "Lord Tsuchikage, why don't we enter Sage Mode first and fight in Sage Mode?" Inoki was delegating work to Kitsuchi and his 2 assistants. He was also stunned by Ishiro's words. Neither Inoki's nor Ishiro's Sage Jutsu was ready for practical combat yet because the preparations required for them to enter Sage Mode were many, and the time it took was also very long. And ninja battles were often sudden, so Inoki had subconsciously not counted Sage Mode as part of his combat power. After thinking for a moment, Inoki said, "I'll pass. I've only just learned Sage Jutsu. After entering Sage Mode, I still can't control the fluctuations of my Sage Chakra, so it's easy to be exposed. But you can go and prepare for Sage Mode first. Coincidentally, your perception will also be enhanced in Sage Mode. Entering Sage Mode can increase your sensory abilities." Ishiro nodded and immediately went to prepare for Sage Mode. Ever since learning Sage Jutsu, as long as Ishiro was in the village, he would enter Sage Mode once a day. And under normal circumstances, he would maintain Sage Mode without using Sage Chakra. So, after more than a year, Ishiro's body's adaptability to Sage Chakra had greatly improved. Now, the Sage markings on Ishiro's face after entering Sage Mode were almost only about half of what they were at the beginning. However, Ishiro still couldn't enter Sage Mode outside the natural energy seal. But he could still sense the sparse natural energy in the outside world. In addition, Ishiro was still unable to enter Sage Mode directly without the liquid natural energy. But now, when Ishiro practiced Sage Jutsu, he no longer needed Akura to stand guard with a black rod. Ishiro quickly arrived at the natural energy experimental area. It was no longer empty and deserted like at the beginning. The village had long since built a sealed building here. The entire building was divided into 2 parts, one was the experimental area, and the other was the natural energy sealing area. The experimental area produced liquid natural energy, and the sealing area was for absorbing natural energy. Since Ishiro and Inoki had to conduct Sage Jutsu training once every day, the village had built this place into a military base. Considering that the research of natural energy was the village's top secret, the defense here was handled by the Umbu. Even a regular visitor like Ishiro had to verify his identity to enter. After exchanging the secret code with the guarding Umbu, Ishiro directly entered the experimental area. Today, the one on duty in the experimental area happened to be Uzumaki Yumi. Seeing Ishiro arrive, Uzumaki Yumi greeted him, then took her disciple, Daishimoyama, to prepare the liquid natural energy for Ishiro. Seeing this, Ishiro didn't linger here and went directly to the natural energy seal next door. After finding a spot and sitting down cross-legged, Ishiro began to adjust his state. Although with Ishiro's current proficiency in Sage Jutsu, it would be fine even if he wasn't so serious, Ishiro still prepared very carefully. After a while, Ishiro felt a cool sensation on the back of his hand, and then a large amount of natural energy quickly poured in from that spot. Completely different from the fumbling of his early years, Ishiro easily controlled the natural energy entering his body and completed the fusion with his own physical and spiritual energy. Basically, as much natural energy as entered, that much was fused, until he reached the limit his body could bear. Ishiro naturally stopped absorbing natural energy. After a while, Ishiro slowly opened his eyes. At this time, some sage markings had appeared on his face. However, the coverage of the sage markings was half of what it was the first time. Beside him, Daishimoyama, who had just dropped the liquid natural energy on Ishiro, put away the black rod she was holding. Ishiro nodded at her, passed through the experimental area again to the outside. Just then, Inoki, having finished his official business, also arrived. Seeing Ishiro enter Sage Mode so quickly, Inoki was not surprised. He was very clear about the progress of Ishiro's Sage Mode training. Without lingering at the experimental entrance for too long, Ishiro and Inoki together used the light/heavy rock jutsu and camouflage jutsu and flew into the high sky. Then the two flew towards the land of hot water while chatting. Try out the sensory range in Sage Mode, Inoki said to Ishiro. This was very important, as it would largely determine where the two would hide later. Ishiro nodded. Although he was actually already clear about the enhancement effect of Sage Chakra, he still closed his eyes and focused all his attention on the S-rank jutsu, Mind's Eye, and then cast a sensory ninjutsu in the air. After a good while, Ishiro said, the boost from natural energy to Mind's Eye is huge. In my normal state, the effective range I can scout with Mind's Eye is about 300 meters. But in Sage Mode, it almost reaches 3,000 meters. However, the boost from Sage Jutsu to sensory ninjutsu is smaller. In my normal state, casting sensory ninjutsu in the air, I can sense over 500 meters. With the enhancement of Sage Chakra, it only reached 2,000 meters. But sensory ninjutsu is more effective on the ground. My normal sensory range on the ground is about 4,000 meters. If enhanced by Sage Chakra, it should be able to reach 10,000 meters. Inoki nodded. He was very clear about the sensory ninjutsu Ishiro mentioned, he knew it too, just not as well as Ishiro. He just hadn't expected the boost from Sage Jutsu to the S-rank Jutsu Mind's Eye to reach 10 times. This was 10 times the distance, not 10 times the intensity. Any ninjutsu would certainly become more difficult with greater distance, and the difficulty would surely increase geometrically with distance. After thinking for a moment, Inoki still asked, "Do you know why the boost from Sage Jutsu to Mind's Eye is so great?" Ishiro had also considered this question before, so his answer was very clear. Although I don't know the principle of Mind's Eye, the reason I could successfully train it was because I accidentally absorbed natural energy that one time. Furthermore, I suspect that the effect of Mind's Eye cannot be improved after training. After I mastered Mind's Eye, my perception distance has always been around 200 meters, without any increase. Even though my spiritual and physical strength have been increasing, the ability of Mind's Eye has not changed at all. But Sage Jutsu should be able to slowly improve the effect of Mind's Eye. Ever since I mastered Sage Mode, the perception distance of my Mind's Eye has begun to slowly increase. Inoki nodded. He knew about the miraculous nature of natural energy. Although he couldn't understand it, he wasn't very surprised either. What is the most powerful Sage Jutsu you can cast right now? After a while, Inoki asked again. We've hit 400 Power Stones goal as promised this week, here's the bonus chapter. Thank you for your support, please keep it coming. Chapter 244, Chapter 243, Intervention. Chapter 243, Intervention. Ishiro's current chakra amount was far beyond the 4,000 A he had as an elite jonin. In the process of becoming Kage level, his chakra amount had increased very rapidly, now reaching about 40,000 A, which is 5S, if 1S equals 8,000 A, more than 10 times what it was before. Of course, this massive increase was not only because he had crossed into the Kage level ranks but, more importantly, because his porcelain release Keki Eigenkai had been slowly remodeling his body, constantly raising the upper limit of his physical strength. According to common sense, Ishiro's current chakra amount had barely reached the point where he could cast a conventional S-rank ninjutsu, because the chakra consumption of a conventional S-rank ninjutsu was roughly equivalent to Ishiro's entire current chakra reserve. But obviously, Ishiro couldn't possibly use up all his chakra just to cast one S-rank ninjutsu, that would be far too costly. However, after entering Sage Mode, his fighting style changed. Ishiro didn't need to use S-rank ninjutsu, he only needed to use A-rank ninjutsu to achieve the effect of an S-rank 1. Ishiro's Sage Chakra was about 500 A, enough to cast more than 20 A-rank ninjutsu. And with the enhancement of Sage Chakra, the power of these A-rank ninjutsu was no less than that of a typical S-rank 1. Among them, Ishiro's strongest A-rank ninjutsu, the Mountain Earth Jutsu, when enhanced by Sage Chakra, had a coverage area even larger than the Earth Release, Earth Overturn that Akura had used against the Cloud Ninjas. After listening to Ishiro's detailed description, Inoki nodded in satisfaction, both full of confidence for this trip and full of expectation for the heights he himself could reach in the future. But then Inoki suddenly remembered something and asked Ishiro, when I enter Sage Mode, the power of my dust release doesn't increase. Does the power of your porcelain release increase? Ishiro gave a bitter smile, shook his head, and said, I haven't found a way to use Sage Chakra to increase the power of porcelain release either. But Sage Jutsu must be able to enhance Keki Eigenkai, otherwise, how did Hashirama Senju dominate the world with his wood release back then? Inoki nodded. He had personally experienced the era when Hashirama Senju overawed the ninja world. Moreover, at that time, Inoki had already been taken as a disciple by the second Tsuchikage, Mu, and was a top genius in Iwagakure. Having already shown his talent, he could deeply appreciate Hashirama Senju's power. Perhaps thinking of some unpleasant experiences, Inoki lost his enthusiasm for chatting. For the rest of the journey, the two did not speak again. After flying for half a day, the two arrived in the land of hot water. Originally, Ishiro and Inoki thought they would need to slowly search for the tracks of the Cloud Ninjas and Jiraiya, but the actual situation was different from what they had imagined. From a great distance, the two flying high in the sky saw three behemoths in a chaotic battle in the land of hot water. Even though Ishiro and Inoki were both Kage level, they could feel the terrifying pressure brought by those three large creatures. Ishiro and Inoki remained hidden high in the sky and observed from afar for a while, both frowning slightly. Clearly, the situation before them was not what they had expected. Jiraiya was not being besieged by the Cloud Ninjas alone, he had actually teamed up with Orochimaru to fight against them. Those three behemoths were none other than Gamabunta, Manda, and the Eight Tails, Gyuki. Besides these three behemoths, the Cloud Ninjas hadn't dispatched many personnel, only about 100 people. However, although they were far away, Ishiro could guess that these 100 people were definitely elites, at least Jonin level. The Cloud Ninjas didn't use a large force. It seems they don't want to pile up bodies like the Mist did. The tactic the fourth Raikage is using is still the same one he used against Danzo. But they probably didn't expect Jiraiya to have help, Ishiro analyzed for Inoki. I estimate Jiraiya came to the land of hot water following Orochimaru's trail. Although Orochimaru has defected from Konoha, the two are, after all, fellow disciples. They certainly have feelings for each other, so it's understandable for them to fight against the cloud together at a time like this. But this way, neither Jiraiya nor Orochimaru is under much pressure. The cloud can't gain an absolute advantage, which means they can't draw enough attention for us. A sneak attack probably won't be easy. Inoki nodded and said, let's wait and see. If there's no change, we won't make a move yet. A change came very quickly, but this change was not very good. A fourth monster appeared on the field, the partially transformed Two Tails. They were too far away for Ishiro to see the face of the Two Tails Jinchuriki, so he couldn't determine if it was Yujito-ni. But one thing could be confirmed, the Two Tails Jinchuriki's control over their tailed beast was far inferior to Killer Bee's. After partially transforming, Yujito's form still couldn't compare to the other three behemoths. But it was barely enough to intervene. Killer Bee and the Eight Tails cooperated well and were already gaining the upper hand in a 1-on-2 fight. With the addition of the Two Tails Jinchuriki, the battle situation on Killer Bee's side immediately improved. However, on the other side of the battlefield, the fourth Raikage and the 100 elites he led could only serve to tie down Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Under normal circumstances, 100 Cloud elites facing either Jiraiya or Orochimaru would be no match. But with the fourth Raikage, a Kage level whose offense and defense were both top tier, driving the rhythm of the battlefield, the Cloud side barely managed to hold back Jiraiya and Orochimaru. The Cloud was clearly waiting for Killer Bee's side to break the stalemate. But Jiraiya and Orochimaru cooperated with tacit understanding. While facing the siege of the fourth Raikage and 100 elites, they could still find time to support their respective summoning animals. Considering the instability of the Two Tails Jinchuriki state, the situation was actually somewhat unfavorable for the Cloud. After thinking for a moment, Ishiro said, Lord Tsuchikage, how about I go down and help the Cloud, while you continue to look for an opportunity from the shadows? Inoki weighed the current situation and said, fine. But when choosing an opponent, try to choose Orochimaru. He is a Konoha rogue ninja. If you make a move against him, Hiruzen Sarutobi won't have an excuse to make trouble for us. On the contrary, Jiraiya helping a rogue ninja will instead give us a reason to hold Hiruzen accountable. Ishiro also understood this logic. He immediately nodded and no longer stood by. While forming hand seals, he flew quickly towards the distant battlefield. Ishiro, in Sage mode, prepared his strongest ninjutsu, the A-rank Mountain Earth Jutsu. The commotion was not small, and the intense chakra fluctuation was immediately noticed by the powerful individuals fighting below. Simultaneously, whether it was the four behemoths, the fourth Raikage, Jiraiya, or Orochimaru, all of them immediately created distance from their opponents. Ishiro was prepared for this. He was not a Cloud ninja. Although he had cooperated with the Cloud before, the Cloud would not entrust their own safety to his character. But Ishiro was not in a hurry. His figure plummeted, and as soon as he landed, he slammed both hands on the ground at the same time, directly targeting Manda. Enhanced by Sage Chakra, the A-rank Mountain Earth Jutsu was extraordinarily powerful. Two hemispheres with diameters of over 2,000 meters directly pressed towards Manda. If this move had been used against Kakuzu back then, perhaps Kakuzu would have already been erased from the ninja world by now. But against the gigantic Manda, it was not enough to be fatal. Not only was it not fatal, but because Manda had been alert and prepared long ago, he had successfully dodged before the two rock hemispheres could close. However, Ishiro's goal of demonstrating his stance had been achieved, and Killer Bee did not disappoint him, attacking at the moment Manda dodged. Then, Manda, having just escaped from between the two rock cliffs, was met head-on with a charge from the Eight Tails. Unprepared against a prepared opponent, Manda suffered a disadvantage. His body was sent flying back, and his entire snake body smashed onto the Mountain Earth Jutsu that had just closed, creating a large crater in the suddenly appeared rock formation. Gamabunta wanted to come to the rescue, but the Two Tails Jinchuriki, reminded by Killer Bee, also unleashed its power. In an instant, the four behemoths that were in a chaotic brawl were forcibly split into two different battlefields. Gamabunta and Manda could no longer support each other. Watching Manda being suppressed by the Eight Tails, Ishiro once again formed hand seals and cast his second ninjutsu enhanced by Sage Chakra, Lightning Release, Chidori. Chidori was a close combat ninjutsu. Of course, Ishiro wouldn't charge up and brawl with Manda, that would be seeking death. Even with the taijutsu enhancement of Sage mode, Ishiro would be no match for this giant summoning animal. Ishiro casting Chidori was just a process, the goal was the subsequent Chidori Nagashi. From a great distance, a large swath of lightning from the Chidori in Ishiro's right hand spread out, covering the area where the Eight Tails and Manda were fighting. Chidori Nagashi would certainly harm the Eight Tails as well, but it didn't matter. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki was Killer Bee, and Killer Bee was a master of lightning release. Even with the enhancement of Sage Jutsu, the effect of Chidori Nagashi on the Eight Tails would not be too great. But Chidori Nagashi would definitely cause immense damage to Manda. As expected, Manda, who was struggling to defend against the Eight Tails' attacks, had no strength left to dodge Ishiro's Chidori Nagashi and was hit squarely. The Eight Tails, also affected by Chidori Nagashi, only paused for a moment before charging towards Manda again. But Manda, hit head-on by Chidori Nagashi and still in a state of paralysis, had no chance to even dodge or use a snake skin substitution. Seeing the Eight Tails charge about to arrive, Manda unilaterally cancelled the summoning jutsu. With a poof, Manda disappeared from the battlefield in a huge cloud of smoke. With Manda gone, the Eight Tails passed through the smoke Manda left behind, hitting nothing. But the Eight Tails' built-up momentum was not wasted. After confirming that Manda had returned to Ryuchi Cave, the high-speed charging Eight Tails did not stop. It slightly changed direction and aimed its charge at Gamabunta. Gamabunta hadn't expected Manda to be so cowardly, to flee back to Ryuchi Cave so decisively. When the crisis descended, Gamabunta, while breaking free from the entanglement of the Two Tails Jinchuriki, made a full power leap in an attempt to dodge the Eight Tails charge. Gamabunta's response was very fast and timely, but an accident happened at this critical moment. Just as Gamabunta was about to ascend into the air to dodge the Eight Tails' attack, a huge suction force came from below, forcefully interrupting his ascent. Although this suction only lasted for a short moment, it shattered his plan to dodge the Eight Tails' charge. Gamabunta took the full force of the Eight Tails' charge head-on. Although Gamabunta was also a giant summoning animal, he was actually a toad that leaned towards ninjutsu. Although his close combat was formidable, he was not a head-on brawling type, he was a technical type toad who used a sword. A direct clash of brute force was not Gamabunta's strong suit. So after being hit by the Eight Tails, while still in midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was directly beaten to the point of being passively unsummoned. Watching the spray of blood Gamabunta spat out before turning into smoke, Jiraiya let out a cry of alarm, "Bunta." It was just that he and Orochimaru were being tied down by the Cloud Ninjas. Ishiro's move just now had been too decisive, and neither of them could find an opportunity to intervene, only able to watch as the two summoning animals were cleared from the field in the blink of an eye. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 245, Chapter 244, Sneak Attack. Chapter 244, Sneak Attack. In less than a minute after Ishiro joined the fray, he used two A-rank ninjutsu enhanced by Sage Art to help Killer Bee send Manda away, and one S-rank ninjutsu, Bancho Tenin, also enhanced by Sage Art, to send Gamabunta away. With this, the tide of the battle was reversed, and Jiraiya and Orochimaru were immediately plunged into a disadvantageous situation. At this moment, the fourth Raikage seized the opportunity, called out to Killer Bee and the Two Tails Jinchuriki, and immediately launched a ferocious attack on Jiraiya and Orochimaru. It was also at this time that Ishiro heard the fourth Raikage's name for the Two Tails Jinchuriki, Yujito. As expected, the current Two Tails Jinchuriki was already Yujito ni. Against a Kage level like Jiraiya, the Eight Tails' large size actually didn't provide a significant advantage, so both Killer Bee and Yujito retracted their Tailed Beast and partial Tailed Beast states, returning to their ninja forms, merely keeping a layer of Tailed Beast chakra cloak. Ishiro glanced at Yujito. At this time, Yujito looked even younger than Ishiro, she was still just a young girl. Mobilizing the Two Tails' power just now had left her feeling unwell, and she was currently panting heavily. However, it was clear she could probably unleash a few more bursts and hadn't reached her limit yet. Seeing this, Ishiro couldn't help but frown slightly. Yujito's performance was no less than Han's during the Third Great Ninja War. It seemed the Cloud Village definitely had a systematic method for training Jinchuriki, and this method certainly wasn't limited to just the little bit the Cloud had brought out to help Naruto train in the original story. But for the current situation, the fact that Yujito could still fight was a good thing. Originally, the fourth Raikage leading those 100 elites could already briefly contend with the two Kage-level ninjas. Now, with Killer Bee joining in, the Cloud immediately gained the advantage. In addition, Jiraiya and Orochimaru had to divide their attention to guard against Yujito and Ishiro, who were ready to intervene at any moment. The two were already thinking about how to escape. No, that's not right. Yujito was indeed looking for an opportunity to intervene, she didn't have much strength left and was acting more cautiously now. But Ishiro did not hesitate. After Gamabunta disappeared, Ishiro observed the battle on the fourth Raikage side for a moment, then directly began his next round of offense. This time, Ishiro's move was again an A-rank ninjutsu enhanced by Sage Art. This time it was Water Release, Great Raging Water Wave. The target of the Great Raging Water Wave seemed to be Orochimaru, but Ishiro also enveloped Jiraiya within its range. Ishiro's choice of Water Release had a clear purpose. The Cloud Ninjas excelled in Lightning Release, which could perfectly coordinate with Ishiro's large area Water Release. As expected, the group of elites led by the fourth Raikage did not disappoint Ishiro. At least 40 of them cast the most powerful lightning release they could muster. At this moment, Ishiro and the Cloud Ninjas completed a combination ninjutsu, raising the power of the Great Raging Water Wave, which was already at S rank, to an even higher level. Facing the surging water lightning combination ninjutsu, Orochimaru's expression was grave, but he did not panic. He signaled Jiraiya with his eyes. Orochimaru wanted Jiraiya to coordinate with him, to cast a combination ninjutsu together, to fight a combination ninjutsu with a combination ninjutsu. They had been teammates for many years and certainly had this level of tacit understanding. Moreover, in past battles, they had often used combination ninjutsu against enemies. But this time, Jiraiya did not respond to Orochimaru immediately, because he was clearly in a dazed state. Sage Jutsu. It's Sage Jutsu. That Ishiro from Iwagakure actually knows Sage Jutsu. How is that possible? Where did he learn Sage Jutsu? Orochimaru was also shocked to hear this. He knew that Jiraiya had gone to Mount Myaboku to learn Sage Jutsu in the past year, and his coming out again to find him this time should mean he had made some progress in his Sage Jutsu training. At that time, Orochimaru had been somewhat envious. Orochimaru had coveted Sage Jutsu for a long time, but unfortunately, his talent for it was too low, and the Sage Jutsu training at Ryuchi Cave was not step-by-step like at Mount Myaboku. So Orochimaru had never been able to learn it. Now, suddenly hearing Jiraiya point out that Ishiro had used Sage Jutsu, Orochimaru also had a moment of stunned surprise, his gaze involuntarily turning towards Ishiro. Indeed, Ishiro's face had the Sage markings unique to Sage mode. Previously, the targets of Ishiro's ninjutsu had been Manda and Gamabunta, and he had always had his back to them. Neither he nor Jiraiya had noticed at first. Now that Ishiro had turned his face, the Sage markings were extremely conspicuous. However, compared to Jiraiya's understanding of the difficulty of Sage Jutsu training, the shock of this matter to Orochimaru was significantly smaller. After a brief lapse in concentration, he snapped back. Now was not the time to dwell on why Ishiro knew Sage Jutsu. Orochimaru slapped Jiraiya on the back, signaling him to quickly cast the combination ninjutsu. Jiraiya was also a ninja with rich combat experience. Snapped out of it by Orochimaru, he also knew now was not the time to think about extraneous things. He immediately coordinated with Orochimaru's wind release and began to cast a fire release. Soon, the water-lightning combination ninjutsu from Ishiro and the cloud collided with the wind-fire combination ninjutsu from Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Although Orochimaru and Jiraiya had cast their ninjutsu in a hurry, the two cooperated with tacit understanding, so the combination effect far surpassed that of Ishiro and the cloud's water-lightning combo. In addition, water counters fire, and wind counters lightning. The power of the wind-fire combination ninjutsu actually began to slowly overpower the water-lightning combination. But a slight smile appeared at the corner of Ishiro's mouth. He had seen Jiraiya's lapse in concentration just now. Although Jiraiya had come back to his senses now, his state was definitely not optimal. And this was a critical moment in the battle between the two sides. Jiraiya's vigilance towards other directions would surely be lowered. He believed Inoki would not disappoint. As expected, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who were in the middle of casting their ninjutsu, both sensed danger one after another. The fine hairs on their bodies stood on end. Orochimaru reacted the fastest, darting forward in a single bound. Before he shot out, he didn't forget to give Jiraiya a push. Boom. A white light flashed past, and the spot where Jiraiya and Orochimaru had just been standing was directly turned into a field of ashes. Before the aftershock of the explosion could dissipate, Ishiro began to probe the situation of Jiraiya and Orochimaru with his mind's eye. He hadn't seen how the two had responded just now and urgently needed to know the result of the dust release. But before Ishiro could capture the chakra of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, another explosive chakra first entered his perception. It was the fourth Reikage. The fourth Reikage completely ignored the aftershock of the recent explosion, nor did he care that the water-lightning combination ninjutsu was still rushing forward after overpowering the now uncontrolled wind-fire combination. With his lightning release chakra mode activated, he charged through these attacks and into the center of the explosion. Soon, the sound of a violent collision came from the center of the explosion. Then Ishiro saw a body being sent flying out from the center of the explosion. It was Orochimaru. Ishiro ignored Orochimaru, that guy was unkillable. Ishiro's target was Jiraiya. Clearly, the fourth Reikage target was also Jiraiya. His charge had not ended. This time, Ishiro captured Jiraiya's chakra a step ahead of the fourth Reikage. Injured. In Ishiro's mind's eye perception, Jiraiya's state was very wrong. He wasn't dead, but his chakra fluctuation was very weak. This was a limitation of Ishiro's mind's eye. If Ishiro had the Byakugan, he should have been able to discover that the current Jiraiya was already missing an arm and a leg. But it didn't matter. Ishiro didn't have time to analyze Jiraiya's state because immediately after, the fourth Reikage charge hit Jiraiya squarely. In an instant, Jiraiya's chakra fluctuation dissipated like a bubble. Ishiro knew Jiraiya was dead, unless Mount Myaboku had happened to use the reverse summoning technique just before the fourth Raikage hit him. A long time later, the smoke completely cleared. Ishiro did not approach the fourth Raikage but flew high into the sky, coming to Inoki's side, and they looked down together. Below, the fourth Raikage was also looking up at the two of them. Lying beside him was Jiraiya's broken body. Both Ishiro and Inoki let out a sigh of relief. Although the process was different from what they had expected, the result was the same. Jiraiya was still dead. After taking a few more deep breaths, Ishiro said to Inoki, "Lord Tsuchikage, the fourth war is about to break out. If we want to ally with the cloud, this is our chance." Inoki was also an expert in this area and immediately reacted. He shouted down to the fourth Raikage below, "Raikage, let's form an alliance, start the fourth war, and defeat Konoha." Inoki's question was direct, but the fourth Raikage's answer was even more concise, "Okay." After speaking, the fourth Raikage made a dash and returned to Killer Bee in the other side. Seeing this, Inoki also signaled for Ishiro to slowly gain altitude. After confirming their safety, the two quickly flew away from the area. Inoki did not sign any alliance treaty with the fourth Raikage, that thing was useless. Right now, the fourth Raikage's wariness of Iwagakure was probably not much less than his wariness of Konoha. Whether it was Inoki or Ishiro, the combat power they had displayed earlier had shocked the fourth Raikage. He had also sensed the charging process before Inoki used Dust Release, but he hadn't expected the activation speed of Dust Release to be so fast. This was different from the description he had seen in the intelligence collected by the Cloud Village. In the intelligence records, whether it was Inoki or his teacher, the second Tsuchikage, the charging process before using Dust Release was very long enough for any Kage-level individual to predict and dodge. But today, Inoki's casting speed was far beyond the past. There was only one reason Inoki's mastery of Dust Release might have surpassed that of the second Tsuchikage, reaching an unprecedented height. Even more shocking to the fourth Raikage than Inoki was Ishiro. This guy, who was only an elite Jonin in the intelligence, could continuously cast Sage Jutsu with power no less than S-rank ninjutsu. Jiraiya's exclamation of Sage Jutsu also had a significant impact on the fourth Raikage. That was Sage Jutsu. The last person clearly known to be able to use Sage Jutsu was the first Hokage, who had ended the Warring States period. With that precedent set, no one would underestimate Sage Jutsu. The fourth Raikage had thought his own village's progress in Jinchuriki research was already terrifying, but he hadn't expected Iwagakure to have walked such a path. The upper limit of Sage Jutsu was much higher than that of a perfect Jinchuriki. Fortunately, the Cloud and Iwagakure still had a common enemy, Konoha. Let Konoha have the headache of Iwagakure's sudden leap in strength. I must pass Inoki's true combat power and Ishiro's intelligence to Konoha. It would be best if Konoha launched a planned siege on Inoki or Ishiro, just like they did to my old men. Seeing Inoki and Ishiro fly far away, the fourth Raikage waved his hand and said, "Take Jiraiya's body. We're returning to the village. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 246, Chapter 245, Fourth War. Chapter 245, Fourth War. The news of Jiraiya's death in battle spread quickly. In less than 3 days, the entire ninja world knew. The death of any Kage-level individual was a major event. No hidden village was so strong that a Kage-level was dispensable. Along with the news of Jiraiya's death, many other pieces of intelligence spread throughout the ninja world. For example, the alliance between Iwagakure and Kimogakure, and Inoki's Dust Release showing its might. But what astonished everyone in the ninja world the most was Ishiro. This guy, who had been given the nickname Fox of Iwa by the gossiping onlookers, actually possessed Kage-level strength. Everyone wondered, could someone who played at conspiracies and tricks also become Kage-level? After some careful thought, it seemed indeed possible. One only had to look at Konoha's Danzo. Thanks to Danzo, everyone accepted the fact that Ishiro had become Kage-level, and no one had any intention of changing his title, which directly crushed Ishiro's tiny bit of expectation. Speaking of Danzo, the current Danzo could be said to be both excited and furious. He was excited because with the Sannin losing two of their number one after another, leaving only Tsunade who suffered from hemophobia, the power of his old rival and best buddy, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had been reduced by more than half. This was a good opportunity for him to make a move for the position of Hokage. But Danzo was also furious because the entire ninja world now knew that Konoha had once again entered a period of weakness. Konoha's last period of weakness was when the second Hokage died in battle. It was just that the other countries were also weak at that time, so Hiruzen Sarutobi had managed to maintain the situation by a stroke of luck. Later, with the rise of the White Fang and the meteoric emergence of the Sannin, Konoha suddenly entered its golden age. The process was so fast that the higher-ups of various countries didn't even have time to react. But this time, everyone in the ninja world knew that Konoha would likely not have such an opportunity again. Firstly, as opponents, the number of Kage-level individuals in the other four great nations was no longer as small as when the second Hokage died. Well, except for the mist. Now, even the children of the ninja world knew that the fourth great ninja war was about to break out. Danzo very much hoped to seize power at this time, but he also knew that if he tried to stir up internal conflict at a time like this, he would definitely be targeted by everyone in the village. Perhaps only the Uchiha wouldn't target him for this. Although Danzo's political skills were not as good as Hiruzen's, he was not stupid. Making a move at a time like this would only make him the target of public criticism. So this time, after weighing the pros and cons for a long time, Danzo chose to lie dormant again. Hiruzen was not afraid of Danzo causing trouble. He knew what his best buddy was made of. If he was soft, Danzo would be hard; if he was hard, Danzo would be soft. If he dared to cause trouble, he would use the authority of the Hokage to forcibly suppress him, and he reckoned Danzo wouldn't be able to make much of a stir. But compared to Danzo, other matters gave Hiruzen a headache. First was the village's high-end combat power. When the news of Jiraiya's death came back, Hiruzen didn't even have time to grieve. The first thing he did was send someone to find Minato Namikaze. He summoned Minato not because he hoped Minato could single-handedly stop the coming Fourth War. Hiruzen wanted to ask about Kushina Uzumaki's situation. At a time like this, the only thing that could give Hiruzen a trace of confidence was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, who had just grown to adulthood. At this moment, he had already made a decision. In this war, both the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and himself would participate. Otherwise, Konoha's top-tier combat power probably couldn't hold up the front as it did during the Third War. Besides high-end combat power, there was another matter that gave Hiruzen an even bigger headache: the Uchiha. Setting aside their historical entanglement, just take the recent incident where Ishiro caused a commotion in Konoha and abducted an Uchiha child. At that time, Fugaku had discovered the umbu that the village had arranged to monitor their Uchiha clan. This matter was already difficult to explain. To make matters worse, Fugaku had actually let the person who abducted their Uchiha bloodline go. The intelligence department later guessed that person was likely Ishiro. Hiruzen had reason to suspect that Fugaku was deliberately leaving a back door for the Uchiha. This back door was most likely Iwagakure. More importantly, this Ishiro was among the people who besieged Jiraiya this time. This made it impossible for Hiruzen not to overthink. Had this Ishiro reached some agreement with the Uchiha clan? Was the Uchiha clan involved in Jiraiya's death this time? Besides the Uchiha clan, the situation with the Hyuga clan was not very good either. The Hyuga clan had grievances about the sacrifice of their former clan head. Especially Hayashi Hyuga, after he became the head of the Hyuga clan, his contact with the Konoha higher-ups had become much less frequent than when his father was around. The number of Hyuga clan members joining regular Konoha ninja squads for missions had also decreased significantly. And what made Hiruzen most upset was that the ninja clans that had originally supported him had also shown a less firm attitude towards him in the past year or two. Hiruzen was clear about the reason for this. It was precisely because when Danzo's route was recruiting people before, he had extended his hand into these families. Moreover, Danzo had chosen the elite children of these families, the kind of geniuses who had hopes of becoming family heads. After thinking for a long time, Hiruzen said to his Kage guard captain, "Make a trip to the land of hot water, find Tsunade's whereabouts, and bring her back." Hiruzen did not know Tsunade's whereabouts, but he knew that with Jiraiya's death, Tsunade would definitely go to the land of hot water to have a look. The Kage guard captain acknowledged the order and was about to leave when he heard Hiruzen say again, "Also, make contact with Orochimaru. See what he thinks." Orochimaru was a rogue ninja. Thanks to Danzo, Orochimaru's crimes were numerous and solid. It was impossible for him to return to the village. But Jiraiya had, after all, died in front of Orochimaru. Hiruzen didn't believe that Orochimaru would have no emotional fluctuations at all. He hoped to persuade Orochimaru so that in the coming Fourth War, Orochimaru could tie down one or two Kage-level individuals from the Cloud or Stone villages. The Kage guard captain acknowledged again and left immediately. Not long after, Minato Namikaze arrived. Minato's eyes were red, and he was clearly not in a good mood. But as the little son he was, he first said to Hiruzen, "Lord Hokage, my condolences." Hiruzen looked at Minato, and a faint smile finally appeared on his face. At least the will of fire had not been broken, the legacy of the will of fire would continue in the child before him. "How is Kushina? How much of the Nine-Tails power can she control?" Hiruzen asked. Minato was stunned. He hadn't expected this to be the first sentence Hiruzen spoke. But he reacted quickly and immediately understood Hiruzen's meaning, saying, "Lord Hokage, please rest assured. Kushina has grown up very well. If she unleashes the full power of the Nine Tails, even I, without using the Flying Thunder God technique, would be helpless against her. Hiruzen nodded, then suddenly looked at Minato and said, Minato, what do you think of the Uchiha clan? Minato was stunned again. Every question from Hiruzen today had been out of his expectation, the rhythm was changing too quickly. But after a slight hesitation, Minato still spoke his mind. There are radicals within the Uchiha clan, but there are also moderates. The Uchiha clan is dissatisfied with the village, but the village has also been unjust to the Uchiha clan. After saying this, Minato lowered his head. A trace of disapproval flashed in Hiruzen's eyes, but he had no choice. The current situation was vastly different from before. He and Danzo could no longer suppress the opposition within the Uchiha. And on the eve of this war, the village couldn't be foolish enough to use force against the Uchiha clan. So after a long silence, Hiruzen said, Minato, perhaps you are right. From tomorrow on, you will be the village's fourth Hokage. This time, Minato was truly dumbfounded. He didn't understand how Hiruzen's thoughts could be so jumpy. He raised his head, and just as he was about to refuse, Hiruzen waved his hand and said, I am not a qualified Hokage. Whether externally or internally, I have not handled the problems well. I am responsible for Iwagakure's rise, and I am also responsible for the Uchiha's alienation. After the war begins, I will be the first to go to the front lines. Even if I have to risk my life, I will win the war. The village is in your hands. Be careful in coordinating the relationship between the village higher-ups and the Uchiha. I will also take Danzo with me, so he won't cause you trouble. Hiruzen had no other choice either. He didn't want to and couldn't compromise with the Uchiha clan. Southwest Aichi could only place his hopes of easing relations with the Uchiha clan on Minato Namikaze. Minato took a deep breath. After a while, he knelt on one knee and said, Yes, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen nodded in gratification. Minato possessed the courage to step up in a time of crisis, which further proved that he would be a good Hokage. His choice this time was not wrong. Finally, Hiruzen asked one more question, Minato, how much do you know about Sage Jutsu? Sage Jutsu was mysterious to the ninja world, even to the other four great hidden villages besides Konoha. But it couldn't be mysterious to the Hokage. Hiruzen had read detailed descriptions in the documents left by Tobirama Senju. Hiruzen asked this question because he wanted to know the path through which Ishiro learned Sage Jutsu. Did Ishiro learn Sage Jutsu from the three great Sage regions, or were there other places with Sage Jutsu inheritance? In fact, what Hiruzen hoped for most right now was the explanation that Ishiro learning Sage Jutsu was an accident, a result of extraordinary talent. If Iwagakure had mastered a complete Sage Jutsu inheritance, it would be a disaster for Konoha. Minato said, I have already confirmed with Mount Myaboku. There are no known Sage Jutsu inheritances in the ninja world other than the three great Sage regions. Lord Fukasaku and the others also do not know the path through which Ishiro learned Sage Jutsu. Hiruzen didn't get an answer and was somewhat disappointed, but he didn't pursue it further, just nodding slightly. That day, Konoha held an emergency high-level meeting. With a result of 3 in favor and 1 against, the decision for the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi to step down and the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze to take his place was passed. The one who objected was naturally Danzo, but this time Hiruzen was unusually firm and decisive, and Danzo eventually softened. The next day, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was formally inaugurated on the rooftop of the Hokage building. This time, Minato's ascension was very hasty, they didn't even have time to notify the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The corresponding procedures were supplemented the day after Minato's inauguration, when Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura went to the capital of the Land of Fire to report to the daimyo. Hiruzen taking Danzo with him everywhere was naturally because he was afraid this best buddy of his would play tricks on Minato. Minato's ascension was indeed a shot in the arm for Konoha. The third's decay had long since caused dissatisfaction among the major families and some civilian elites. Minato, whether in terms of strength, military merit, or affinity, was satisfactory to all parties in the village. Most importantly, everyone knew that Minato was on good terms with the Uchiha clan. At such a precarious time, Minato could undoubtedly better unify the various internal factions than Hiruzen. This was indeed the case. All the families actively cooperated with some of the policies of this young man who, barring any accidents, would hold the power of Konoha for the next few decades, including various war preparations. Also making preparations were the other 4 great nations and the village hidden in the rivers in the Land of Rivers. The location of the village hidden in the rivers was not very good. It was situated between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, and was openly an ally of the Land of Wind, making it easy to be targeted by Konoha. And the Sand Ninjas were actually more wary of the River Ninjas than close to them. If not for the 4th Kazekage knowing that the River Ninjas had 2 Kage-level individuals and strongly restraining his subordinates not to cause conflict with them, the River Ninjas would have long since had friction with the Sand. After all, since the 2 countries formed an alliance, there had been too much contact. And the Sand looked down on the river, while the river, relying on the strength of its own leader, had always treated the sand as an equal ally, unwilling to be subservient. So the relationship between the lower ranks of both sides was very tense. But the biggest problem within the village hidden in the rivers now was not the issue of preparing for war, nor its relationship with its ally, the sand, but the arguments among its 3 high-level officials. The content of their arguments was naturally about Jiraiya's death. Jiraiya was the 3's gracious master who had taught them their skills and accompanied them through their weakest period. So after Jiraiya's death, the 3 had been arguing incessantly about whether to avenge him. Nagato and Konan wanted revenge, but Yahiko felt that if he, like others, was blinded by hatred, how could he end the war? With their differing opinions, arguments naturally arose. But what caused the most conflict among them was Ishiro. Ishiro had played a major role in the incident of Jiraiya's death. And this time, as the news of Jiraiya's death spread, the most talked about person was this newly promoted Kage level, Ishiro. So it gave the impression that Ishiro was the main force who killed Jiraiya. Thus, the 3 had different opinions again. This time, Nagato believed that Ishiro was the murderer who killed Jiraiya. Konan and Yahiko, however, felt that Ishiro also had his difficulties. Because the intelligence showed that Ishiro was traveling with the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki. Traveling with his direct superior, Ishiro was likely just carrying out a mission. Support me with Power Stone. For every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 247, Chapter 246, War Preparations. Chapter 246, War Preparations. Nagato's thoughts were different from Yahiko's and Konan's. Ishiro had been too proactive in the process of killing Jiraiya, which was inconsistent with his previous style of action. If Ishiro hadn't wanted to kill Jiraiya, there would have been no need to be so serious. This was correct. If Ishiro had heard Nagato's inner thoughts, he would have been surprised. Nagato was likely the one among the 3 Akatsuki members who understood Ishiro the best. Perhaps because he had taught him ninjutsu, Nagato was the person who had the most contact with Ishiro. Or perhaps the Rinnegan's miraculous insight could see some things that Ishiro deliberately hid. Nagato was the only one who could vaguely see that Ishiro had ambition. It was just that Ishiro's displayed indifference to power and money had unknowingly made Nagato overlook this point. After another discussion ended on bad terms, the 3 returned to their respective residences. After Nagato entered his room, the Rinnegan in his eye sockets turned slightly, and then he said to the empty room, "I told you, if you appear before me again, I will kill you." As soon as Nagato's voice fell, a pure white figure slowly emerged from the ground. It was a White Zetsu clone. Hey, don't be so hasty. I'm just a clone. Killing me is useless, the White Zetsu clone said, completely unafraid of Nagato's threat, speaking in his usual strange tone. So, did today's discussion with your 2 companions end without a result again? I told you long ago, mortals like them cannot understand you. You are the reincarnation of the Sage of 6 Paths, you are a god, you are here to save the world. Heaven bestowed the Rinnegan upon you to give you the power to sweep away all obstacles. Only by using military force to deter can true peace be brought about, and in the ninja world, only you can reach the height of deterring all petty villains. And I am the guide arranged by fate to lead you onto the right path. How can you kill me? Nagato didn't believe in the matter of fate he spoke of, but he had also discovered that his own power was constantly growing. It seemed that, just as this pure white person said, he was the only one who could possibly possess the strength to deter the entire ninja world. This was correct. Nagato, born of the Uzumaki clan, had seen his chakra reserves grow to a terrifying level with age. And unlike in the original story, Nagato was healthy and had never overloaded his Rinnegan. Moreover, Nagato's development of the Rinnegan was becoming deeper and deeper. Back then, having just stepped into the Kage level, Nagato could already fight against Hanzo. Now, so many years had passed, and Nagato had a faint feeling that no one in the entire ninja world was his match anymore. Under White Zetsu's coaxing, Nagato's thinking began to change quietly. Of course, the change in Nagato's thinking was not only due to the growth of his strength and White Zetsu's instigation but also because of the change in the environment. The ideals of the 3 Akatsuki members hadn't changed, and their passion hadn't changed, but the environment had. In the early days of taking charge of the village hidden in the rivers, the Akatsuki developed rapidly, but not long after, things turned sour. Firstly, some of the small countries that had originally supported the Akatsuki began to resist them. They were afraid the Akatsuki would help the land of rivers annex them. No matter how the members of the Akatsuki explained, it was useless. No one wanted to entrust their country's survival to the conscience of a few outsiders. Next were the ordinary members of the Akatsuki. Ever since rebuilding the village hidden in the rivers, and after Nagato and Yahiko displayed Kage-level strength, they began to see themselves as ninjas of a great nation's great hidden village. Their various behaviors, in Nagato's eyes, were a blasphemy to the ideals of the Akatsuki. Most crucially, Nagato could no longer see a future direction for the Akatsuki's development. The Land of Rivers was already a medium-sized country, sandwiched between the two great nations of fire and wind, as well as the Land of Rain. There was no more room for growth. Nagato was afraid that the Akatsuki would eventually become an organization just like the hidden villages of the five great nations, fighting each other for profit. Just like this time, the Akatsuki, an organization dedicated to maintaining peace, had to make war preparations. Why? Wasn't it for fear of being invaded by Konoha or Tsuchikage? But how was this different from the actions of the great hidden villages? Yahiko was somewhat aware of these things, but not as sensitive as Nagato. The Land of Rivers had not yet been well governed, and Yahiko's attention had not yet extended beyond the Land of Rivers. Yahiko, busy with internal affairs all day, did not see as clearly or as far as Nagato, the observer. Nagato was somewhat lost in thought, not even noticing when the white Zetsu clone left. Returning the view to Iwagakure, Inoki, and Ishiro, upon returning to the village, immediately convened the higher-ups for a meeting. Thanks to the Cloud Ninja's swift actions, Ishiro and Inoki were not away from the village for long this time. Skipping the effort of searching and hiding, it was only a day back and forth. But in this short time, the situation in the ninja world had already changed. Konoha, having suffered successive losses, could no longer suppress the restless ambitions of various parties. For example, Sokka, after confirming Jiraiya's death from Inoki and Ishiro, was the first to speak. The fourth war is now inevitable. Let's prepare for a full village mobilization. It's just that the losses from the third war have not yet fully recovered. Even with full mobilization, the effect will certainly not be as good as before the third war. Mei also shook her head and said, we also have to report to the daimyo. The third war just ended not long ago, and the village's funds are limited. To launch another war, we must have the full support of the daimyo. Ikura also said, material preparations are also insufficient. To rush into war, logistics will be a big problem. In addition, the construction of the village's medical system has not yet been completed. Although the three of them all pointed out the various inadequacies in the village's war preparations, Inoki still said firmly, no matter how great the difficulties, we must go to war. Right now, none of the nations in the ninja world are ready, but the hearts of the people have been set. The fourth war has already begun, in a sense. What we can do is only to control the intensity and scope of the war to a certain extent, or end the war as soon as possible, like in the third war. Ishiro nodded and said, it's just, who is our enemy? Is it only Konoha? Will the other hidden villages be wary of us and stab us in the back? How will Konoha respond? What forces can Konoha mobilize? And to what extent do the other countries hope this war will proceed? Ishiro raised some key questions. Sokka said approvingly, Ishiro is very calm. These issues indeed need to be analyzed beforehand. We still need to win over the countries that should be won over, or at least ensure they don't become our enemies. Ikura thought for a moment and said, rather than thinking about the response strategies of other countries, it's better to set a goal for them. Ikura looked around at everyone and said, the matter of us obtaining ninjutsu from Konoha in the third war can be used as a reference. We can entice the three nations of wind, lightning, and water to fight Konoha with this as their goal. And this has another advantage. The Konoha ninjas, seeing the worst possible outcome, will find it difficult to fight us with a do-or-die resolve. What's the big deal? At worst, they just compensate with some ninjutsu after being defeated. Why fight us to the death? Ishiro's eyes lit up. This method could work. Let's just contact the other four great hidden villages and negotiate with Konoha under the pretext of formal peace talks, demanding that Konoha give the countries the ninjutsu they want. If Konoha doesn't agree, then we start the war. This way, it's debatable whether the Konoha higher-ups would be willing to risk defeat. Perhaps Hiruzen Sarutobi will really agree to negotiate. At this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi had not yet stepped down, so their speculations about Konoha's response were all based on Hiruzen's past style of action. The meeting lasted for a long time. In the end, Inoki even expanded the scale of the participants, summoning all the jonin in the village for discussion. After the meeting ended, Iwagakure officially entered a state of full war preparation. All the advisors, including Ishiro, also had their respective tasks. Ishiro's task was not light. Already a village advisor and a Kage level, Ishiro was directly appointed as the supreme commander of the front line. And this time, Ishiro would be stationed on the main battlefield directly facing Konoha, the southern front. Of course, the battlefield had not yet been opened. Ishiro's task was to form the frontline troops. According to the high-level meeting, the number of troops under Ishiro's command this time would reach 6,000. Whether there would be subsequent reinforcements would depend on the battlefield situation and the reactions of all parties. It was not easy to gather such a large ninja army because the war had not yet fully broken out, and many ninjas were still on missions. Ishiro could only gather the ninjas who were not out on missions batch by batch. This process would not be too fast, mainly because Iwagakure was already being very conspicuous and did not want to be the first bird to stick its neck out and provoke Konoha. Ishiro spent 5 days gathering about 2,000 people in the village, then led these 2,000 to the southern front as the first wave. On the long border of the southern front, there were nearly 1,000 patrolling ninjas and umbu waiting to be incorporated by Ishiro. The remaining 2,000 to 3,000 would be slowly gathered in the village later and sent to support Ishiro in batches. And busy at the same time as Ishiro was Ikura. Ikura was currently contacting the 3 nations of wind, lightning, and water, trying to persuade them to put pressure on Konoha together, or at least to convey Iwagakure's goal for this war to Konoha. Iwagakure's war preparations went very smoothly. Because they had achieved great results in the Third War, the daimyo of the Land of Earth support for the upcoming Fourth War was very strong. Not only did the daimyo allocate a large amount of funds, but he also took the initiative to send people to contact the daimyos of the Land of Wind and the Land of Lightning, helping Ikura to win them over. However, as Iwagakure's ally, Tsuchigage's war preparations were not smooth sailing. In order to successfully advance the war and take a bite out of Konoha when it was at its weakest, the 4th Tsuchikage, Raza, first forcefully recovered the one-tail. Although he couldn't find a suitable jinchuriki for a while, he sealed the one-tail in a pot, so at least it could be thrown out as a bomb at a critical moment. Then, riding on the coattails of the Land of Earth's daimyo, Raza obtained the long-coveted funds from the Land of Wind's daimyo. However, within the village, Raza encountered resistance. The old forces of Tsuchikage had suffered heavy losses in the last failed Third War and did not want to participate in the Fourth Great Ninja War. But Raza had been waiting for this day for a long time. How could he give up so easily? War was the best time to seize power. He wanted to use Konoha's hand in this war to purge all opponents. For this, Raza brought out his long-hidden trump card, the Scorch Release user, Pakura. In the original story, Raza came to power later, at which time Pakura also had Kage-level strength and was a pawn put forward by various factions in Tsuchikage to compete with Raza. So in the end, the ascended Raza chose to eliminate Pakura directly. But this timeline was different. When Raza came to power, Pakura was still just an elite jonin with potential. Raza's ascension was very smooth, and there was no conflict between the two. It should be said that the Pakura of that time was not qualified to be Raza's competitor. And after coming to power, Raza had a righteous cause, plus Raza's performance in the Third War was much better than those decadent higher-ups, so Pakura's allegiance was natural. Thus, Pakura became Raza's biggest trump card. After the end of the Third War, Raza focused on cultivating a group of confidants in Tsuchikage, the most outstanding of whom was Pakura. When Raza had Pakura display her Kage-level strength, everyone backed down, and no one dared to oppose Raza anymore. With control of the one-tail and 2 Kage-level individuals, the others, even with Chiyo's support, could not suppress Raza. Raza smoothly passed the resolution to participate in the war and firmly controlled all aspects of the war preparations in his own hands. Then, Raza, under a righteous pretext and the reason of war, took the 3rd Tsuchikage puppet from Chiyo's hands. Although it went through some twists and turns, in the end, Raza still smoothly pushed forward the war preparations. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 248, Chapter 247, Unexpected. Chapter 247, Unexpected. That Tsuchikage completed its war preparations so smoothly was somewhat unexpected for Ishiro and the others. A major reason why Ishiro had slowly pushed forward the process of gathering ninjas was that he was waiting for Raza. In the analysis during their meeting, Ishiro and the others had concluded that Raza should be able to complete the war preparations, but the process wouldn't be fast. There were too many factions within the Sand Village that opposed Raza or were unwilling to relinquish power. Ishiro believed that Raza had sufficient strength and a righteous cause, so he should be able to achieve his goal in the end, but the back-and-forth struggle between the two sides should have taken a considerable amount of time. However, Ishiro hadn't expected that Pakura, who was Raza's adversary in the original story, would become his greatest asset. This way, Tsuchikage, including Chiyo, now also had 3 Kage-level individuals. Although Chiyo had already retired, as long as she was still in the village, Raza could confidently leave the village with Pakura to participate in the war without worrying about his base being attacked. Looked at from another angle, Chiyo was also contributing to Raza's efforts. In addition, Raza also had the 3rd Tsuchikage human puppet in his hands. If this thing was in the hands of an elite jonin skilled in puppetry, it could exert Kage-level power. Used well, the 3rd Tsuchikage human puppet's strategic value was no less than that of a jinchuriki. Thus, Tsuchikage completed its war preparations amidst events that stunned all parties. The Cloud's war preparations were as smooth as Iwagakure's. Also being a key party in triggering the Fourth War, the Cloud, under the strong leadership of the Fourth Hokage, was the first to complete its war preparations. The most unexpected was Iwagakure. The current mist was considered the weakest of the 5 great hidden villages, but they were the first to fire the opening shot of the war. About a month after the 5 great nations had stationed troops on their respective borders, the mist, led by the Byakugan user Ao, directly broke deep into the land of whirlpools. They caught Konoha off guard and surrounded a Konoha force of about 800. This matter had to be traced back to when Minato Namikaze first came to power. While Ishiro and the others were busy preparing for war, Konoha was not idle either. After the transition of old and new leadership, not only was there no power struggle, but on the contrary, Konoha's war preparation work proceeded very smoothly. It had to be said that Hiruzen Sarutobi's political sensitivity was still very high. His choice to pass the position of Hokage to Minato at this time had indeed grasped the mentality of all factions within Konoha. Including the Uchiha clan, everyone was banking on Minato's age. A Hokage who could potentially hold the power of Konoha for the next few decades had to be supported, especially when Minato had just come to power and his footing was not yet stable. So, although the first batch of orders issued by Minato were all for the various clans to participate in war preparations, all the clans still cooperated with great effort. Especially the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha, uncharacteristically, made several strong statements within the clan in support of Minato. Fugaku Uchiha saw Minato as a new opportunity to integrate into Konoha. Although Konoha was facing a huge external crisis, internally, it seemed to have completed its integration in an instant. The Uchiha, Hyuga, and other ninja clans, as well as a large number of civilian ninjas, all rallied around the 4th Hokage. To set an example, Minato's 3 disciples, with Kakashi as the captain, also rushed to the front lines. Of course, Minato still took considerable care of his 3 disciples, intentionally placing them in the land of whirlpools, which he believed was the least likely place for a war to break out in the short term. But Minato did not know that a black hand behind the scenes had been staring at his disciples all along. After Madara Uchiha faked his death in the battle at the Valley of the End, he had basically remained detached from the major events of the ninja world for the next few decades. But judging from the original story, Madara had not been idle. His control over Iwagakure was definitely not as simple as just controlling the 4th Mizukage, Yagura. The current Yagura was not yet the Three Tails Jinchuriki, and Ishiro was not sure if he was being controlled by Madara. But even if Madara wasn't controlling Yagura, he still held a very high level of influence in Iwagakure. For example, this time, Madara was able to directly mobilize the Mist's army just to get a Bito. The Mist's move was very sudden, with no prior warning. The first time Ishiro received the news, the Konoha ninjas were already surrounded. The second time he received the news, Konoha's reinforcement troops, personally led by Hiruzen, had already repelled the Mist. However, although Hiruzen had repelled the Mist, the 800 ninjas Konoha had stationed in the land of whirlpools were almost completely wiped out. Due to the heavy casualties Konoha suffered in this battle, with few ninjas left, the work of keeping the battle process confidential was done very well. Ishiro couldn't find out the details of the battle. He only knew that when Hiruzen successfully broke the siege, of Minato's disciples, only Rin Nohara and Kakashi, who had received a transplanted Sharingan, were left. The rest of the Konoha ninjas were either dead or injured. The situation in the ninja world had been stirred up by Ishiro to be completely different from the original story, but Obito still died in battle just like in the original, and Kakashi also received a Sharingan just like in the original. This could only mean that all of this was indeed being manipulated by Madara Uchiha from behind the scenes. So next, the Mist should still have a Three Tails incident, just like in the original story. Is there a way to gain some advantage from this matter? There were fewer and fewer parts of the original plot that could be used as a reference, and Ishiro didn't want to waste such an opportunity. Ishiro was spacing out at the command post, holding the intelligence report on the Konoha-Kiri battle, when his disciple, Chiko Tomo, walked in with a pile of documents. She was now Ishiro's assistant, responsible for handling the various daily affairs of the Southern Front camp. Chiko Tomo called Ishiro a few times. Apart from subconsciously acknowledging her, Ishiro did not come back to his senses. Chiko Tomo was somewhat curious about what Ishiro was spacing out over and peeked at the intelligence report in his hand. As his assistant, she had actually seen this report a step ahead of Ishiro. She didn't understand what incredible news was in this report that was worth Ishiro spacing out for so long. After a while, when Ishiro had completely come back to his senses, Chiko Tomo, while handing him the documents she considered important for him to know, asked him if there was anything else worthy of attention in the intelligence from the land of Whirlpool's battlefield this time. Ishiro couldn't mention the original story to Chiko and could only casually find a reason. Among the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze's 3 disciples, there was a member of the Uchiha clan. This matter, to some extent, brought the Konoha higher-ups and the Uchiha clan closer. But now, this Uchiha Obito has died in battle. More importantly, Uchiha Obito's Sharingan was transplanted to Kakashi Hatake. I'm thinking, can we stir up some trouble from this and throw Konoha into chaos for a while? Chiko Tomo thought about it and felt it made sense, saying, the Uchiha clan's support for the fourth Hokage is not small. Why not take this opportunity to incite the Uchiha clan to move back to the center of Konoha? Ishiro's eyes lit up. Whether the Uchiha clan returned to the center of Konoha was not important, but the attitude of the Konoha higher-ups on this matter was very important. If the Konoha higher-ups agreed to the Uchiha clan returning to the center of Konoha, then the fact that the third stance and the fourth stance were different would be laid bare before all the ninjas of Konoha. It might be possible to split the Konoha higher-ups to a certain extent. Ishiro believed in Hiruzen's resolve when he relinquished the Hokage position, but it should be known that the advisor lineup in Konoha had not changed, it had only added the former Hokage, Hiruzen. Kohara Udatane and Hamura Mitokado might not necessarily make way for a junior whose political views were completely opposite to their own. As for Danzo, it was hard to say anything about him. At that time, if the Konoha higher-ups had differing opinions, it would inevitably affect the external war. And if the Konoha higher-ups ultimately rejected the Uchiha clan's request to return to the village center, would the Uchiha clan still support Minato as they did before? A leader who couldn't even protect the vital interests of his own supporters, was he worth following? Even if Fugaku could understand Minato, what about the other Uchiha? Those arrogant fools in the Uchiha clan wouldn't even need Ishiro's instigation to cause trouble. Chiko's idea was good and worth a try, but this matter couldn't be handled by Iwagakure. Hiruzen went to the land of whirlpools and probably hasn't returned yet, right? Is Danzo Shimura still in Konoha? Ishiro asked Chiko. Chiko was stunned for a moment, then said, yes, the only Kage level from Konoha who went to support the land of whirlpools was Hiruzen Sarutobi. Tell Danzo about our idea just now. Let him incite the Uchiha clan, Ishiro instructed. Chiko frowned and asked, Danzo is the one among Konoha's higher-ups who staunchly rejects the Uchiha. Why would he incite the Uchiha to return to the center of Konoha? Ishiro smiled and said, Danzo will. He will make full preparations before inciting the Uchiha clan. At that time, even if Minato wants to agree with the Uchiha, it will be impossible for it to pass in a high-level meeting. And with this back and forth, Minato's prestige will decline, which Danzo will surely be happy to see. Hearing this, Chiko felt it made sense and immediately went to make arrangements. Since they planned to leak the information directly to Danzo, the operation became simple, they didn't even need to expose a spy, and a regular ninja could complete it. After Chiko left, Ishiro picked up the pile of documents and began to read. In Ishiro's planning, personal training always came first. So after being appointed as the commander of the Southern Front, Ishiro immediately transferred a batch of ninjas he was familiar with under his command. Among them were his first and second batches of disciples. In addition, there were also his former teammates and classmates. They now held many clerical positions in the Southern Front troops, handling various daily, trivial affairs for him. This way, Ishiro could free up time for training. Even so, there were many documents that he, the commander of the Southern Front, had to look over. For example, the one Ishiro was looking at now was a summary of the battle situations from the past few days after Iwagakure's forward reconnaissance teams encountered Konoha ninjas. The two sides had been in a standoff for about a month. Although small skirmishes were continuous, the higher-ups on both sides intentionally controlled the scope of the conflict, so casualties were not large. In addition, with the steady progress of the medical system reform, many injured ninjas in Iwagakure could receive proper treatment, and the proportion of those who recovered after being injured had increased significantly compared to before. After reading the document, Ishiro began his daily training. Now, the focus of Ishiro's training was the Storm Release Kekkei Genkai. The development of the second Kekkei Genkai was more proficient than the first. Whether it was experimenting with Storm Release Ninjutsu or Chakra Fusion, the difficulty for Ishiro was far from what it was the first time. But there was still a problem in the development of Storm Release, and that was the rejection his body felt from possessing two Kekkei Genkai. It was precisely because of this rejection that the development progress of Storm Release had slowed down considerably. But no matter how slow, there would still be a day of success. Ishiro estimated that in another month or two, his Storm Release could enter the final stage. In the final stage, Ishiro would need to use medicine to accelerate the body's transformation. At that time, Ishiro would experience an unprecedented period of weakness. So today, Ishiro sent a letter to Ikura, who was assisting Inoki in the village, asking him to come to the front line to take his place for a while and also to act as his protector. Support me with Power Stone. For every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 249, Chapter 248, Storm Release. Chapter 248, Storm Release. Ishiro's mastery of both water and lightning attributes had far exceeded the minimum requirements for training in a Kekkei Genkai. Inoki, who had been closely monitoring Ishiro's training progress, was actually prepared for this day. When Ikura mentioned the matter, Inoki directly had Ikura take over Ishiro's position as commander, allowing Ishiro to return to the village to complete the final step. A month and a half later, Ikura arrived at the southern front camp. Ishiro, on the other hand, returned to Iwagakure and began his second bodily evolution under Inoki's personal protection. This time, the physical transformation lasted even longer than the first, but the level of discomfort was far less. After about 2 months, Ishiro finally completed the final step. With this, the development of the Storm Release Kekkei Genkai was complete. At the same time, Ishiro also became a ninja possessing 2 different Kekkei Genkai. At this point in time, the Mist 5th Mizukage, Mei Terumi, had probably not yet completed the development of her dual Kekkei Genkai. In that case, Ishiro should be the only ninja in the ninja world right now with 2 Kekkei Genkai. After developing Storm Release, Ishiro didn't plan to spend too much time on Storm Release ninjutsu. To improve his combat power, Porcelain Release was enough. Porcelain Release combined with Sealing Jutsu was the main tactical direction Ishiro was developing. However, Storm Release also had its advantages. Ishiro planned to develop Madara Uchiha's ninjutsu from the original story, Storm Release, Light Fang. This move was very similar to the Water Release, water cutting technique that he had developed himself, so it probably wouldn't take too much time. But these were all long-term plans. Right now, Ishiro was still entangled with many other matters. The 6 disciples of Squad 3 and Squad 4 still needed Ishiro's proper guidance. Because of his training and development of Storm Release, the time Ishiro had spent on these 6 disciples was far less than on the previous 2 batches. Then there was the war. It had been 3.5 months since the Mist officially started the 4th war. During this period, the various nations of the ninja world were mainly in a standoff and had not broken out into overly intense conflicts. But as time went on, the war preparations of all countries were basically complete, and no one knew where this delicate balance would be broken next. Ikura had done a good job taking over from Ishiro as the Southern Front commander, and there was no need for Ishiro to switch back. So, for a while, Inoki couldn't find a suitable position for Ishiro and could only let him be idle, much to his chagrin. Ishiro, free from the drag of war for a short time, made a trip to the Southern Front camp and brought his 6 disciples back. Having not seen them for 2 months, the changes in the 6 disciples were quite obvious. Clearly, in these 2 months, Ikura had given them special care, and all 6 had participated in many war-related missions. Ishiro was very satisfied with the mental state of all 6. It was time to go all out to help the 6 of them find their own paths. Although he said 6, Takuhiro Uchiyama couldn't really be included. His talent was the best, and he had gone the furthest. Now, Takuhiro's strength was far beyond what the other 5 could compare to. Ishiro estimated that Takuhiro's current strength was not weak even among Chunin. Previously, Ishiro hadn't given Takuhiro much guidance. Now, after a series of missions, Ishiro finally had a reason to give him special tutoring. After getting permission from Inoki, Ishiro finally began to teach Takuhiro his first gravity-related ninjutsu, the light/heavy rock jutsu. Takuhiro's talent was very unique, with a focus on gravity. This kind of talent would be of little use in other hidden villages, even Konoha. But in Iwagakure, it was different. Iwagakure had many gravity-related ninjutsu, the light/heavy rock jutsu, the weighted rock jutsu, and their upgraded versions. In addition, there were the S-rank ninjutsu Shinra Tensei and Bancho Tenin. However, the lowest rank of these ninjutsu was A rank, and there were only 2 A-rank gravity ninjutsu. Before, Takuhiro had made no contributions to the village. Even as Ishiro's disciple, he couldn't be taught the light/heavy rock jutsu as an exception. However, although Ishiro hadn't formally taught Takuhiro A-rank ninjutsu before, he had not slacked off in training Takuhiro's sensitivity to gravity. For example, the daily flight adaptation was something Ishiro rarely interrupted. So, this A-rank ninjutsu training was not too difficult for Takuhiro. It only took him about half a month to master his first A-rank ninjutsu. Although the light/heavy rock jutsu was not a combat-type ninjutsu, Takuhiro was still very excited. Although his talent was good and he had learned many ninjutsu under Ishiro's guidance before, the highest level had only been 2 B-rank ninjutsu, and his proficiency wasn't high. But the light/heavy rock jutsu was an A-rank ninjutsu, consumed little chakra, and Takuhiro believed it was the ninjutsu that suited him best. As soon as he learned this jutsu, he spent all day hovering in midair, unwilling to come down. Even for his usual activities on the ground, the guy would float. To this, Ishiro naturally would not object. This was a good thing for a ninja. If Ishiro had been this dedicated to the light/heavy rock jutsu, after so many years, he might have learned the super light/heavy rock jutsu on his own by now. Takuhiro's training, as always, did not require too much of Ishiro's concern. Ishiro didn't care at all how he used the light/heavy rock jutsu to change his tactics. After Ishiro taught the training method for the light/heavy rock jutsu to Takuhiro, he only needed to create an earth clone each day to watch over him, and he didn't need to manage much else. Next, the first person Ishiro guided was Yuran Kawatsu. The little girl's sealing jutsu was the most compatible with Ishiro's, and her progress was also the fastest among the six. The only regret was that ninjas who were proficient in sealing jutsu were often not good at combat. But it didn't matter, this wasn't a big problem for Yuran Kawatsu. Although her own combat power was terrible, when she cooperated with Kanako's paper release, the effect was surprisingly good. Yuran, with insufficient talent and chakra, could now cast several B-rank sealing jutsu. As for C-rank sealing jutsu, she had learned almost all that she had access to. Ishiro felt that if he disregarded the cheat of his past life's memories, his own progress in sealing jutsu would probably be far inferior to Yuran's. For this training camp, Ishiro planned to teach Yuran an A-rank sealing jutsu, the 5-element seal. Because the 5-element seal was mainly developed by Ishiro himself, after reporting to the village, Ishiro received permission to teach it to his disciple. For a high IQ student like Yuran, she didn't actually need Ishiro to spend too much effort on theoretical learning. Ishiro simply explained the thought process of his development of this A-rank sealing jutsu and the various problems encountered during the research process, and then let the little girl ponder it on her own. Kanako, who was in the same squad 6 as Takuhiro and Yuran, was a bigger headache for Ishiro. For no other reason than that Ishiro had no idea how to guide her. All of Kanako's training was carried out according to the manual Konan had written. However, Kanako had already learned everything in the manual over the past year or so. The next step should be to research how to develop paper release into a Kekkei Genkai. For the old Ishiro, this would have been easy, just take Kanako on a trip to the land of rivers to learn from Konan. Whether Kanako could successfully develop the Kekkei Genkai under Konan's guidance was not Ishiro's concern, he just had to fulfill his duty as a teacher. But now, Ishiro was no longer sure if Konan would still guide his disciple. Since Jiraiya's death, the connection between Ishiro and the 3 Akatsuki members had been severed. Ishiro didn't know what the 3 Akatsuki members' attitude towards him was now. In addition, the war had already broken out, and Inoki would not dare to let Ishiro risk going to the land of rivers. Inoki was quite wary of the Akatsuki. As Iwagakure's and the land of earth status in the ninja world slowly rose, the ideological conflict between the Akatsuki and Iwagakure was also gradually increasing. The Akatsuki's philosophy was unfriendly to any ninja world hegemon. The current Iwagakure, under Inoki's leadership, was constantly advancing towards the goal of becoming the new hegemon of the ninja world. And this goal no longer seemed so unattainable. At this time, when Inoki looked at the Akatsuki's philosophy again, the more he looked, the more unacceptable he found it. If not for Konoha still being at the forefront at this stage, Inoki would have wanted to launch an underhanded attack on the Akatsuki. So Inoki was against Ishiro's desire to go to the land of rivers to see the Akatsuki's leader. Helpless, Ishiro could only write a letter each to Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan with a "let's see what happens" attitude. In the letter to Konan, Ishiro wrote about Kanako's recent training progress and asked how to train next. Kanako's future achievements could only wait for Konan's reply. But even without Konan's reply, Kanako's strength was quite good. Although Kanako's paper release was not a Kekkei Genkai, at most a secret jutsu, considering the special attack methods of paper release, Kanako's combat power was actually not low. Because paper release had a huge advantage, it could be prepared in advance. Using paper to attack with paper release was, naturally, paper release. But if she used exploding tags to attack, then it would be no less than a Kekkei Genkai-like explosion release. If Kanako prepared a large number of exploding tags in advance, her combat power ceiling would be very high. It should be known that even Kage-level individuals were not immune to the damage of exploding tags. Well, oddballs like the 4th Reikage were an exception. Someone as strong as the 2nd Hokage had also developed a forbidden jutsu like the mutual multiplying explosive tags, which was classified as S-rank. And at the elite Jonin level, among the 7 swordsmen of the mist, there was the blast sword Shibuki, which used exploding tags as its main attack method. This showed the power of exploding tags. And Kanako, when on missions a few days ago, had used exploding tags in battle. Several dangerous missions were resolved by Kanako relying on exploding tags. So although the current Kanako's strength was not high, her potential was still great. Next was Himiki Suda of Squad 3. The little girl had a lively personality, and her physical constitution was much better than the other 2 girls, Kanako and Yuran. So the little girl's main combat style was still taijutsu. Of course, this was also due to the little girl's poor talent in ninjutsu. However, over the past year or so, the little girl had made progress in learning ninjutsu. She could now cast C-rank fire release ninjutsu. The only C-rank fire release she had learned was the Great Fireball technique that Ishiro had taught her. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 250, Chapter 249, Arrangements. Chapter 249, Arrangements. However, although Himiki Suda had learned the Great Fireball technique, both her hand seal speed and its power were mediocre, and it didn't provide a significant boost to her combat strength. Fortunately, her ninja cat, Fuka, had made great progress during this time. After more than a year of training, Fuka's various stats had all improved. The little ninja cat's chakra amount had also grown rapidly, already no less than that of the weakest genin. Coupled with a ninja cat's natural talent for speed, the combat power it displayed was already able to provide Himiki Suda with immense help. It was just that Fuka's chakra amount was still not enough to cast a C-rank wind release, and even if its chakra amount reached the requirement for a C-rank wind release, it didn't mean Fuka could cast it. The difficulty for ninja animals to learn ninjutsu is very high. For example, Fuka's mother, Dango, was now a ninja cat specializing in taijutsu. Dango currently didn't know a single ninjutsu. Starting today, Ishiro would teach Fuka chakra control. Previously, with Dango, there wasn't much Ishiro could do. But the current Ishiro knew Sage Jutsu. After entering Sage mode, Ishiro could communicate very well with ninja animals. Ishiro in Sage mode also more easily attracted the affinity of ninja animals. Leveraging this advantage, Ishiro formulated a chakra control training plan for Fuka and would guide it in related training every day. As for its master, Himiki Suda, Ishiro's training direction was still taijutsu. The little girl's physical constitution was relatively good, but her personality was carefree, not suitable for ninjutsu. Ishiro only had one requirement for her ninjutsu, to be able to proficiently cast the Great Fireball technique, so she could coordinate with Fuka for a burst of power in the future. It was just that Ishiro was not skilled in taijutsu, so when guiding Himiki Suda, Ishiro mostly used sparring, letting the little girl explore on her own. Himiki Suda's teammate, Kazumasa Yoshimura, was relatively easy for Ishiro to guide. Kazumasa's specialty was hand seals. Over the years, under Ishiro's guidance, he had already increased his hand seal speed. Currently, Kazumasa's two-handed seal speed had reached 4.5 to 5.0 seals per second. More importantly, through special training, he had developed several hand seal forms that were only suitable for himself, including the one-handed seals that Ishiro had spent great effort to master back then. Although Kazumasa's one-handed seal speed was still very slow and basically couldn't be used in actual combat, the momentum was very good. Kazumasa's path was one that Ishiro had walked before, a very mature path, so his progress was also the most obvious. However, limited by his insufficient chakra amount, Kazumasa's endurance in fighting with ninjutsu was not high. But his burst power was already very good. With the advantage of rapid hand seals, Kazumasa could often quickly defeat opponents of the same level. But the ninjutsu Kazumasa currently knew were only C rank. The major weakness of insufficient chakra made it so he still couldn't cast B rank ninjutsu. Speaking of hand seals, after Ishiro became Kage level, his seal speed had reached 6.0 to 6.5 seals per second. In terms of seal speed alone, probably no one in the entire ninja world could surpass him. However, this advantage of seal speed was not well utilized by Ishiro because his training focus was not on improving combat power. He had been striving to elevate his level of life. As for one-handed seals, Ishiro hadn't spent any time practicing them these years. Now, Ishiro could only manage 3.5 one-handed seals per second. And even then, he could only form a portion of the seals, it couldn't replace all conventional seal forms. With no time for hand seal development, Ishiro placed his hopes on Kazumasa Yoshimura. After he developed more one-handed seals and unique seal forms, Ishiro could just learn them then. Finally, there was Katsumata. Katsumata's talent for genjutsu was truly good, but unfortunately, the help the village could provide was too little. Although he had learned all the village's C-rank genjutsu and even several B-rank ones, his combat power was still insufficient. The reason was none other than that very few of the genjutsu he knew could be used in actual combat. His combat style was too monotonous and easily countered by opponents. So Katsumata was the weakest among Ishiro's 6 disciples, even weaker than Yuran Kawaso, who specialized in sealing jutsu. However, like Yuran, Katsumata could play a significant role when coordinating with companions in battle. The genjutsu Katsumata was best at now was interfering with the opponent's 5 senses. In a group fight, Katsumata could subtly change the enemy's perception of the outside world. Don't underestimate this. Imagine a kunai flying towards you from the front, but you think it's coming from your side front. You naturally swing your blade to block its path of advance. The result is you block nothing. The question is there still time to remedy the situation? Because this move was effective, Katsumata spent a lot of effort on it. From large-scale changes at the beginning to later small-scale, detailed changes, Katsumata had been constantly adjusting it to be suitable for combat. Squad 3 and Squad 4 had been under Ishiro for over a year. As was customary, they were about to take the Chunin exams. Among the 6, Ishiro was most worried about Katsumata. Yuran Kawatsu specialized in sealing jutsu and didn't need to be promoted like a normal ninja. But Katsumata couldn't, the village didn't have a special promotion channel for genjutsu ninjas. So Ishiro would have to spend more time on Katsumata next. The focus of Katsumata's training was to give him some ability to fight alone. The genjutsu that confuses the 5 senses was very practical, but it was too delicate and required Katsumata's full attention, which meant he couldn't spare a hand for extra attacks. What Ishiro had to do was cooperate with him to find a way to attack while maintaining the genjutsu. Ishiro had no experience in this area. Ishiro had encountered a similar problem in his early years. At that time, the method he adopted was to hide some mechanisms like sleeve arrows on his body. Later, Ishiro's strength grew rapidly, and the help from genjutsu became smaller and smaller, so this move was no longer used. To put it bluntly, Ishiro had not thought of a solution to the problem back then. The difficulty of maintaining a genjutsu is very high. There should be many solutions in Konoha because whether it was the Uchiha clan or Kurinai-Yui, they were all able to cast genjutsu while killing people. But unfortunately, Iwagakure currently did not have such means. Ishiro had to spend a lot of time discussing and researching with Katsumata. In fact, Iwagakure had been conducting research in this area for years, especially after trading for several genjutsu with Konoha, but the results were not ideal. The main reason was that the time was too short. Ishiro had gone to check on the progress of genjutsu research in Iwagakure. But the village's research efforts in genjutsu were far less than in lightning release. The foundation for lightning release R&D was very good, with a large number of A-rank ninjutsu as a reference. In addition, there was Chi, that special talent who was very dedicated to lightning release, so the research was very fast. Furthermore, lightning release was, after all, an elemental ninjutsu. The research difficulty was much lower than for genjutsu. And the village's support for lightning release R&D also far exceeded that for genjutsu. Anoki and the others probably felt that spending too much time on genjutsu wouldn't produce much and wasn't cost-effective. In any case, before the war fully broke out, Anoki would not allow Ishiro to leave the village. It was a good opportunity to calm down and plan the future for his 6 disciples. However, Ishiro had oversimplified Anoki. In a time of war like this, how could Anoki let Ishiro be idle? Ishiro had only been training with his disciples for a little over 10 days when he received a notice from Anoki. Anoki wanted him to preside over this year's Chunin selection exams. This Chunin selection was completely different from the joint Chunin exams 2 years ago. This time, the selection exam was held internally by Iwagakure alone. Similar to the Chunin exams that Ikura had presided over for the first time 4 years ago, this one was also to select a batch of outstanding genin in preparation for the war, allowing them to be promoted early. Just like that year, the threshold for this Chunin selection exam would be relatively low, and the format would be very simple, pure combat trials. This kind of selection didn't have high requirements for the chief examiner. There was no need to rack one's brains thinking about the exam content. But it did have certain requirements for the chief examiner's eye for talent because most of those selected this time would be candidates for squad leaders in the upcoming Fourth War, so it could not be taken lightly. Anoki was still confident in entrusting this matter to Ishiro. Although Ishiro was lazy, his judgment was very unique. With Ishiro at the helm, the screening of outstanding ninjas would not be a problem. Ishiro presiding over the Chunin exams was not good news for his disciples. Himiki Suda and the others felt even greater pressure. They understood that Ishiro would not go easy on them. Not only would he not go easy, but he might even increase the difficulty for them. This made the few who already lacked confidence in their own strength even more nervous. Apart from Takuhiro Uchiyama, the other 5 all spontaneously accelerated their training pace. Ninjas are experts at gathering intelligence. The news of the Chunin selection exams spread quickly. Of course, everyone also understood that this was the village's response to the impending war. Those who received the news and believed they had a chance to be promoted all began to prepare for the Chunin exams. Because many people had observed the selection 4 years ago, everyone was relatively clear about the process of this Chunin exam and were preparing with specific targets in mind. However, this time there wouldn't be as many spectators as there were 4 years ago. During wartime, few people had the leisure to pay attention to matters that were not so closely related to their own interests. Ishiro just found a larger training ground in the village, set up a small viewing stand, and the matter of the venue was considered complete. More than a month later, the genin, after a round of intensive training, all came to the exam site. This kind of selection prepared for war had one advantage: everyone could participate in the Chunin exams as an individual. Therefore, some genin who were held back by other members of their squad in normal Chunin selections took this very seriously. The list in Ishiro's hand showed that more than half of the ninjas were participating in the exam alone or in pairs. It was a minority for a full 3-man squad to come together. Of course, Ishiro's 6 disciples, Han's 3 disciples, along with Chiko Tomo's 3 disciples, all participated as full 3-man squads. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 251, Chapter 250, The Chief Examiner. Chapter 250, The Chief Examiner. Han and his 3 disciples had originally followed Ishiro to the front lines. Later, when Ishiro returned to the village to develop his storm-release Kekkei, Han did not follow him back. A Jinchuriki's role on the front lines was still very important. A month ago, Han heard that the Chunin selection exams were about to begin and only then submitted an application to the village. Later, with Ishiro's coordination, Inoki had Rashi replace Han to hold the fort on the front lines. After returning to the village, Han also conducted special training for his 3 disciples. During this period, Ishiro had gone to see the 3 of them. To be honest, their average strength was higher than that of Ishiro's current 6 disciples. Returning to the village along with Han was Chiko Tomo. Chiko also planned to have her disciples participate in this Chunin selection. However, the strength of Chiko's 3 disciples was rather lacking. The 3 disciples Chiko had chosen, like herself, all had some buried talents. Over the past 2 years, under Chiko's guidance, they had all made considerable progress. But the foundation of all 3 was too poor. Although it had been nearly 2 years since graduation, the gap between them and their outstanding peers had not closed. Ishiro couldn't say for sure how many of these 12 students, who were once envied by their peers, would become true Chunin in this exam. Inside the temporary exam hall converted from a training ground, Ishiro raised a series of crisscrossing earth walls, dividing the exam ground into 16 areas. Then, Ishiro, along with a group of proctors, stood outside the exam ground, quietly waiting for the examinees. There were more than 500 genin in this exam. Ninjas like Kakashi, who were deliberately late and unpunctual, were a minority after all. Ishiro and his group didn't wait long outside the exam ground before the examinees had all arrived. Besides the 500-plus examinees, there were not many spectators. Apart from some companions who came to accompany their teammates, the largest group of spectators was actually students from the Ninja Academy. Ishiro looked at the time and knew that these people had skipped class to be here. However, Ishiro also knew that the Ninja Academy's management of students was relatively open. As long as they completed the tasks assigned by the school teachers, ninjas were relatively free to arrange their spare time. So Ishiro didn't pay too much attention to these students, merely using Earth Release to create a temporary viewing area for them and then leaving them be. Seeing that almost everyone had arrived, Ishiro turned his head to look at Chiko Tomo beside him. Chiko nodded, took a step forward, and loudly announced the rules of this competition to the examinees. Chiko was not wearing an Iwagakure Jonin uniform but a self-made ninja outfit, loose and fitting, which made the young woman look heroic and impressive. Chiko had changed a great deal in these few years. This change was mainly reflected in her self-confidence. The former Chiko was self-conscious and lost, but the current Chiko had a determined gaze and an outward aura. As she took a step forward, her bright eyes swept over the crowd of genin, making many not dare to look directly at her, lowering their heads one after another. She spoke slowly. This Chunin exam has only one component, combat. During the battles, you need to do your best to display your own strength. Whether you can ultimately be promoted to Chunin will not be based on winning or losing the match, but only on the proctor's judgment. Chiko didn't emphasize to this group of genin what they should pay attention to during the matches or what they should show the proctors. A genin coming to participate in the Chunin exams, if they didn't even know this much, then they weren't qualified to be a Chunin. After the genin had heard the competition procedure, Chiko stepped back, handing the stage back to Ishiro. Ishiro took a step forward and slowly scanned the more than 500 people in front of him. Ishiro's fame, strength, and status were not comparable to these genin. So everyone held their breath and focused their minds, preparing to hear what Ishiro had to say. Who knew that Ishiro would say nothing at all? After looking around, he directly formed a single-hand seal, and a large amount of mud immediately condensed around him. Then, under the dazzling attention of the examinees, this mud immediately turned into rock. However, these rocks were basically of equal size, each about the size of a shogi piece. Those who were close could even vaguely see runes flashing rapidly on these small rocks. After a short while, the runes stopped flashing, forming a series of numbers. Before everyone could see the numbers clearly, these rocks came before the examinees at an extremely fast speed. Although Ishiro hadn't said anything, some people reacted quickly. Ishiro was going to use this magical method to complete the lottery drawing. Immediately, a few quick-witted ones reached out, took a rock, and clenched it in their hands. With these people setting an example, the others also reacted. Not daring to be slow, they immediately came forward, each taking a rock. This process was, of course, not that smooth. More than 500 people snatching over 500 rocks. But the rocks were gathered together. In the process of taking the rocks, everyone was naturally unwilling to fall behind, and the reaction speed and quickness they displayed all fell into the eyes of the proctors. After a short while, everyone had snatched up all the numbered rocks. Seeing this, Ishiro said, "The competition officially begins." The 32 people who drew 1 to 1, 2 to 1, 3 to 1, 16 to 1, enter the corresponding areas and begin the competition. The rest, go to the stands to watch. Each number had 2 rocks, these 2 people were the pair who would fight on the first day. After speaking, Ishiro directly used the light/heavy rock jutsu and flew to the chief examiner's stand that had been prepared long ago. The other proctors, in turn, went to the small areas they were responsible for. The genin who drew the corresponding numbers immediately braced themselves and walked towards the competition areas. The others, while breathing a sigh of relief, carefully covered their own numbers and then walked towards the contestant stands. On the way to the stands, the examinees couldn't help but start chatting about the porcelain release move Ishiro had just used. Is this the Kekkei Genkai, porcelain release, developed by Lord Ishiro? It's so amazing. Yeah, I heard that Lord Ishiro's porcelain release can switch back and forth between mud and rock, with numerous variations. It seems to be true now. But why are there numbers on the porcelain? Could it be that Lord Ishiro carved them in advance? One of the female examinees, who was more observant, raised her question. At this time, her companion beside her said, it probably wasn't carved in advance. We all saw it just now. These rocks were first created from thin air by Lord Ishiro using porcelain release chakra to form mud, which then transformed into rock. Moreover, before the numbers were formed, there were many flashing runes. I guess these numbers are actually something like a sealing jutsu. Sealing jutsu. Carving sealing runes on rock from a distance, how is that possible? An experienced ninja immediately raised a doubt. At this moment, a quick-witted genin said, aren't Lord Ishiro's disciples also participating in the Chunin exams? We can just ask, can't we? That's right, we can just ask. Who knows Lord Ishiro's disciples? As soon as this person spoke, everyone reacted. They all knew that Ishiro had taken 6 disciples at once last time. Countless people had been envious at the time. Before this exam, everyone had done their homework and knew that Ishiro's 6 disciples were all considered formidable opponents in this exam. So everyone immediately started asking around. More than 500 people was not a small number, but not a huge one either. And there were many examinees this time who knew the 6. So after a short while, everyone's gaze was focused on Takuhiro Uchiyama and the other 5. The 6 members of Squad 3 and Squad 4 were currently gathered together. Seeing everyone's eyes on them, including many of their former classmates, they knew they couldn't avoid it. So the most lively one, Himiki Suda, stepped forward to confirm the previous person's speculation. That is indeed a sealing jutsu. As for how teacher did it, I'm not clear either. Himiki Suda did not reveal too much. She of course knew that the inspiration for this move of Ishiro's was learned from Yuran Kawazo, but this matter concerned the ninjutsu intelligence of both Ishiro and Yuran, so she naturally wouldn't say more. However, everyone wasn't here to gather intelligence in the first place, so they soon started discussing among themselves again. Among the examinees, a youth with a resolute face glanced at Himiki Suda, then his gaze lingered on Takuhiro Uchiyama for a few seconds before finally moving away. This person was none other than Takuhiro Uchiyama's classmate from the Ninja Academy and the top student of that year, Akio Wada. Back then, Akio Wada was unwilling to accept that Ishiro had chosen Takuhiro over him. He still didn't understand why Ishiro had made that choice, he didn't understand the reason for it. With his talent and strength, he could have actually been promoted to Chunin smoothly last year, but he had been waiting. He was waiting for the day Ishiro's batch of disciples participated in the exam. He wanted to ask Ishiro face to face after defeating his disciple why he hadn't been chosen back then. Akio Wada's companion looked at him, wanting to say something, but they both knew his personality, so in the end, they didn't say it. The 3 of them turned their gazes to the competition areas below. After a short while, the 32 contestants participating in the first round of competition had finished registering their names with their respective proctors and began their matches. The gazes of all the examinees immediately shifted over, because these ninjas below could be their opponents in the second or third round. The contestant area immediately quieted down as the competition below began. But the stands where the ordinary spectators were, it was just the opposite at this time. They hadn't paid attention to the scene where Ishiro used porcelain release to distribute the numbers just now. The official matches of the 16 groups of contestants below were their goal for this trip. These Ninja Academy students, some wanted to see what level Chunin or outstanding genin had reached, while others were simply here for the excitement. The competition began. The 16 groups of contestants started to use their own methods. Those with similar strength engaged in careful, repeated probing. Those with a great disparity in strength ended their matches quickly in a dazzling rhythm. The areas where the matches ended were quickly filled by the second group of contestants. Although everyone paid attention to the first round of competition, there weren't many contestants who drew people's attention. But the second round was different, because the number of Himiki Suda, who had just spoken on behalf of Ishiro's disciples, was 9-2. As the match of 9-1 ended and Himiki Suda entered the field, exclamations immediately came from the contestant area. Soon, the news that Ishiro's disciple was participating in the competition spread to the spectator area. Although everyone's main purpose this time wasn't for Ishiro's disciples, since they saw her, they certainly couldn't miss it. Thus, whether in the contestant area or the spectator area, everyone's line of sight was focused on area number 9 where Himiki Suda was. The one who drew 9-2, just like Himiki Suda, was a veteran genin. He was first stunned for a moment, then his gaze immediately became firm. If one looked closely, one could find a trace of joy in his eyes. As a veteran genin, he understood that in this kind of Chunin selection exam, having a powerful opponent was a good thing, it allowed one to display more of their strength. Of course, the premise was that the opponent was not too much stronger than you, and you had enough time to hold on until you received the proctor's recognition. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 252, Chapter 251, Past. Chapter 251, Past. The ninja who was to fight Himiki Suda was named Satoshi Yamaguchi. He was several years older than Ishiro, in his early 20s, and still a genin. One shouldn't look down on these genin. For a ninja, this was actually the norm, a common phenomenon. The 20-something Satoshi Yamaguchi was not strong, otherwise, he would have become a chunin long ago, but he was very experienced. As a new genin, Satoshi had caught the tail end of the Second Great Ninja War and later participated in the entire Third War. Having survived 2 great wars, Satoshi had a good mentality and his own set of survival skills. It should be known that ninjas with talent like Satoshi's could not expect special treatment on the battlefield. Some dangerous missions were often assigned to such genin with little future prospects to test the waters. Ninjas like Satoshi who could survive on the battlefield were not simple. The moment he stepped into area number 9, Satoshi was already prepared to use Himiki Suda to showcase his own strength. Before the match, Satoshi had collected as much intelligence on this year's examinees as possible. Although the collection was incomplete, the intelligence on Himiki Suda and her 5 companions was relatively easy to gather because of Ishiro. Although Satoshi didn't know Himiki's strength, he knew she wasn't the most outstanding among the 6. Even if her strength was greater than his, it wouldn't be to the point of leaving him with no ability to fight back. So, after registering his name and after the proctor announced the start, Satoshi was the first to attack. Satoshi's tactics were conventional, probing with kunai, unsparing use of explosive tags, mixed with some steel wire techniques. Although Satoshi was a taijutsu ninja, he still knew the 3 basic academy jutsu. During the battle, he also cleverly used the body replacement technique to successfully dodge an attack from Himiki's ninja cat, Fuka. Seeing this scene, Ishiro smiled faintly to himself. The average strength of his 6 disciples this time was not high. If Satoshi had changed his tactics and not given Himiki time to adapt to the rhythm of the battle, instead launching a direct, strong assault with his varied techniques and rich experience, his chances of winning would actually have been very high. But unfortunately, he adopted the most conservative approach. Under Ishiro's deliberate cultivation, his disciples might not have been good at other things, but their fundamentals were all very solid. This kind of tight-paced but not out-of-the-ordinary attack was something his disciples would have no problem dealing with. Sure enough, after experiencing initial passive dodging, Himiki quickly adapted to Satoshi's rhythm. Slowly, Himiki began to launch targeted counterattacks. The climax of the counterattack was Fuka's move. One-on-one, Himiki's strength might not have been a match for Satoshi's, but with Fuka's cooperation, the battle situation quickly changed, and the initiative fell into Himiki's hands. But just when everyone thought Himiki was certain to win, Satoshi's tactics changed. Satoshi, who had been dodging Fuka's attacks, suddenly ignored Fuka, took a claw strike head-on, and rushed forward to close the distance with Himiki. Both were taijutsu ninjas, so Himiki wasn't afraid of the opponent getting close, but this move was ultimately somewhat unexpected. In fact, with Satoshi's experience, he had long seen Fuka's weakness, fast but with low attack power. As long as he wasn't hit in a vital spot, an injured ninja wouldn't lose their combat ability in the short term. However, Himiki didn't panic too much either. She could be considered a ninja who had experienced some real battles and wouldn't easily make a mistake due to panic. She quickly adjusted her body and met Satoshi head-on. But just as Himiki thought Satoshi was going to engage her in close combat, Satoshi made another move that surprised her. Just as he was about to rush in front of Himiki, Satoshi suddenly took out a long sword from his ninja tool pouch. This completely disrupted Himiki's plan. Himiki had originally prepared to deal with a ninja who fought with kunai like her, but the opponent suddenly pulled out a long sword. The key was that Satoshi's timing was too good, the distance between the two was neither too far nor too close. Any further, and Himiki would have had enough time to react. Any closer, and the long sword would have been less effective than a kunai. Caught at this most awkward moment, Himiki, having been played by Satoshi, was first startled. But she was also very decisive, shooting the kunai in her hand at Satoshi at the fastest speed. Satoshi smiled faintly. Although the two were very close, Himiki's move was too straightforward, it was impossible to hit anyone. Sure enough, Satoshi just shifted slightly and dodged the kunai attack. Let's see what you do now, Satoshi thought, feeling it was unwise for Himiki to throw away her only weapon when an enemy was closing in. At this time, Fuka was still far from the two of them, and Himiki had lost her weapon. It would probably be too late to take another weapon from her tool pouch. Everyone thought Himiki was going to lose. But at this moment, Himiki, who was already rushing towards Satoshi, suddenly accelerated. With this acceleration, the speed Himiki burst forth with directly surpassed any speed she had shown since the beginning of the battle. Satoshi was shocked, could it be that she was hiding her strength? However, this was not the time to be distracted. Because of Himiki's acceleration, Satoshi's rhythm fell into chaos. He didn't have time to charge up the long sword he had just raised and immediately slashed down. But unfortunately, in the nick of time, Himiki successfully rushed past him, and the fatal sword strike missed. What was worse was that as the two passed each other, Himiki also threw a sweeping punch, hitting Satoshi in the chest. Although it wasn't a fatal blow, Satoshi, who was already injured from Fuka's attack, was now even more seriously wounded. After passing each other, both immediately turned to face the other. Himiki, having regained the advantage, did not let this opportunity go. In the process of turning, she pulled out a new kunai from her tool pouch. After turning, she immediately rushed towards Satoshi, kunai in hand. At this time, Fuka had also finished circling around from the side, preparing to launch another attack. Satoshi gave a bitter smile. Badly injured, he simply couldn't handle this situation. Not wanting to be beaten anymore, Satoshi immediately raised his hand and surrendered. On the high platform, seeing this scene, Ishiro smiled faintly. Good performance. Ishiro didn't care much about Himiki's other performances, only her final risky move made him very satisfied. The kunai Himiki had thrown out just now, like Satoshi's previous kunai, also had a steel wire attached. After the kunai lodged into the earth wall used to separate the two combat areas behind Satoshi, Himiki immediately used the force of the steel wire to successfully accelerate, which led to the later scene. Ishiro's students were like disciples from a prestigious sect. They all had some strength, but their mentality was somewhat lacking in toughness. Himiki daring to take a risk at the end showed that the part of her that worried Ishiro the most no longer existed. You've passed, Ishiro said to himself. Then he glanced at Satoshi Yamaguchi. This genin was not bad either, he would also be among those promoted to chunin this time. Himiki and Satoshi's strengths were comparable, and during the battle, the offense and defense shifted between them multiple times. The fighting style was also relatively normal, and everyone could understand it, so the watching crowd cheered loudly. Although most people didn't see how Himiki dodged Satoshi's killing blow at the end, it didn't mean they weren't excited. The audience, while guessing Himiki's method, shouted her name to express their excitement. After the two left the field, the competition continued. After a short while, it was Kanako's turn. The opponent Kanako met was a bit stronger than Satoshi, but much worse in terms of experience and techniques. Facing Kanako's peculiar paper release attack, this person didn't even get to properly show his skills before he was scared into surrendering by an explosive tag paper crane getting close. At the genin stage, Kanako's explosive tag paper release was quite unbeatable. After thinking for a moment, Ishiro decided, you've passed too. The next battle was the most exciting because both participants were not unknown figures. One was the strongest among Ishiro's current disciples, Takuhiro Uchiyama, and the other was the top student of their year, Akio Wada. Everyone knew that Ishiro never chose the most talented students, but his disciples could often miraculously surpass the top students of their year. So everyone was very much looking forward to this battle. This scene was, of course, deliberately created by Ishiro. Ever since he began to study porcelain release sealing jutsu, the final method Ishiro had researched was to disperse the runes as much as possible, not to pre-assemble them in large blocks, but to reassemble them after they had attached to the enemy. Although this would slow down the time it took for the sealing jutsu to take effect, the seal would become more concealed. After all, in a real battle, the sealing runes Ishiro inscribed would not be as easily visible as they were now. Ishiro would naturally deliberately hide the runes so that the opponent wouldn't discover them. So when choosing the numbers at the beginning, although it seemed like the examinees were choosing for themselves, Ishiro had actually tampered with it. Ishiro would place the prepared rocks in the optimal choice positions for his target individuals, luring them to grab them. He didn't manage the others, but at least the opponents for his 6 disciples were all chosen for them by him. Of course, Ishiro didn't specifically choose rookies, but opponents who were all quite strong. Among them, Takuhiro Uchiyama's opponent was the strongest, probably also the strongest among all the examinees participating in the Chunin exams this time. Akio Wada hadn't expected his opponent to be Takuhiro. He had originally wanted to challenge Takuhiro in front of Ishiro when the promotion list was announced at the end. Now, even that step was saved. Being able to formally compete with Takuhiro, Akio was very excited. After arriving in area number 5, he didn't look at Takuhiro first but instead cast his gaze towards Ishiro. Only after seeing Ishiro look back at him did he retract his gaze. The two were classmates. Although their moods were different at this time, they still chatted for a few sentences first. Akio, I didn't expect my opponent to be you, Takuhiro said. He had some understanding of Ishiro, this teacher of his was never a serious person. Now he was sure that Akio had been deliberately arranged by Ishiro to be his opponent. Takuhiro, let's have a serious match. Bring out your full strength and let me see just how effective Lord Ishiro's guidance is, Akio said with utmost seriousness. Takuhiro somewhat understood Akio's thoughts and said, don't worry. Although I don't know why teacher chose me as his student, I know teacher never chose me because I was outstanding. I know you want to use this battle to make teacher see you in a different light. I won't let you down. After speaking, the two simultaneously signaled to the proctor that they could begin. We've hit 200 Power Stones goal as promised this week, here's the bonus chapter. Thank you for your support, please keep it coming. Chapter 253, Chapter 252, The Reason. Chapter 252, The Reason. Although the conversation between the two was not loud, Ishiro was also paying attention to this area and naturally heard their words clearly. So this Akio Wada has been brooding over the fact that I didn't take him as a disciple 2 years ago. Ishiro thought to himself. As a high-level official of the village, Ishiro had naturally paid attention to the younger generation who had the potential to grow into elite jonin. This Akio Wada was on the watch list of the higher-ups. This kind of attention was just like how Inoki, Saka, and the others had been optimistic about Ishiro and Ikura back in the day. It was just that at that time, the impression the two gave the higher-ups was that they had the potential to become Kage level. Although the possibility was not high, it was enough to attract the serious attention of the higher-ups. And Akio Wada, like Ishiro back then, was listed as a key observation target by the higher-ups. The difference was that Ishiro, who was once watched, had now become the high-level official watching others. Ishiro had originally thought Akio Wada would participate in the Chunin exams last year but hadn't expected him to wait until this year. And looking at this posture, the reason he waited until this year was because of him. A problem in one's thinking must be corrected, this was a responsibility of a high-level official. Speaking of which, since becoming a high-level official, he had only used the Will of Stone to brainwash the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, Han. He hadn't tried it on anyone else yet. The two in area number 5 naturally couldn't sense Ishiro's thoughts. The two classmates, whose strengths were vastly different during their ninja academy days, had already begun their formal contest. The two had a tacit understanding and didn't start with all sorts of strange moves. Instead, they began sparring with the simplest taijutsu. From taijutsu to projectile throwing, and then to ninjutsu, the two used all the common combat methods of ninjas in turn. Akio Wada was indeed formidable. Takuhiro Uchiyama, who was outstanding among Squad 3 and Squad 4, was completely suppressed by him from beginning to end. It was clear that Takuhiro was already using his full strength, but Akio still had strength to spare. Whether it was taijutsu, projectiles, or ninjutsu, Takuhiro was no match. Every time he felt he couldn't hold on, he began to change tactics. And Akio was changing his combat style along with Takuhiro's rhythm. You use taijutsu, I'll use taijutsu, you use projectiles, I'll use projectiles, you use ninjutsu, I'll use ninjutsu. He wanted to defeat Takuhiro in every aspect, to let Ishiro see clearly the gap between him and Takuhiro. As the match progressed, sweat began to appear on Takuhiro's forehead. He was too strong, Akio had crushed him in almost every way. He had only experienced this feeling from his teacher, Ishiro. Apart from that, none of the enemy Chunin or even Jonin he had encountered on missions at the front line had given him so much pressure. Because Ishiro hadn't given Takuhiro much directional guidance in the previous 2 years, focusing on his foundation, Takuhiro was a rare all-around ninja among Ishiro's disciples. For this reason, when Takuhiro fought, he could often find his opponent's flaws and attack them. But today, Takuhiro had met a well-rounded warrior, just like him, and this warrior's strength in all aspects was above his. Suddenly, Takuhiro felt that the fighting style of defeating the strong as the weak that he used to rely on could no longer be replicated. All he could do was passively hold on. In fact, Takuhiro felt that he had to thank Ishiro for his guidance over the past month or so for being able to hold on until now. Because in this past month, not only had he learned the A-rank ninjutsu light/heavy rock jutsu, but his biggest gain was actually his comprehension of gravity. It was precisely because of his application of gravity that he could barely hold on in the exchanges of taijutsu, projectiles, and ninjutsu, giving himself a moment's respite to change tactics and struggle to hold on. But in the end, forced into a corner, Takuhiro still used the light/heavy rock jutsu and flew into midair. Looking at Takuhiro panting in midair, Akio Wada frowned. He could beat Takuhiro to a pulp on the ground, but he had no good way to deal with an aerial target. If Takuhiro was determined not to come down, the two could only be considered to have a draw, which was not something Akio could accept. So Akio began to cast a large area B-rank ninjutsu. However, Takuhiro, who was prepared, had long since flown to a higher altitude before the ninjutsu attack could reach him. Thus, the match had to end. However, Takuhiro, after landing on the ground, said, "I lost. If you hadn't given me the chance to use other techniques at the beginning, I would have been defeated long ago." This was the truth. In the taijutsu exchange phase, his use of gravity had allowed Takuhiro to dodge Akio's attack several times. But in the exchange of ninjutsu, Akio had gone easy on him, waiting for Takuhiro's trump card. It was just that Akio hadn't expected the trump card to be a flight ninjutsu. Taking a deep breath, Akio accepted the reality and said, "A draw is a draw. I don't need charity." After speaking, he glanced unwillingly at Ishiro on the high platform in the distance, then turned and walked towards the spectator area. Takuhiro didn't know what to say and could only follow behind him silently. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of keeping the light/heavy rock jutsu as a trump card, but that would just be an insult to Akio. As classmates, Takuhiro understood Akio's pride. But before the two had walked back to the stands, Chiko Tomo appeared in front of them. She first smiled at Takuhiro, then said to Akio, "You're Akio Wada, right? Teacher Ishiro heard your conversation with Takuhiro just now. He has a few words for you. If you want to hear them, come with me now." After speaking, Chiko turned and headed towards the proctor's stand. Akio was stunned for a moment, then immediately nodded and followed Chiko. The curious Takuhiro behind him also quickly followed. Not only was Akio curious about Ishiro's method of selecting disciples, but Takuhiro was also equally puzzled and very much wanted to know the answer. Soon, Akio Wada and Takuhiro Uchiyama followed Chiko to the high platform where Ishiro was. However, Chiko did not go up, only signaling for Akio to walk up to the platform alone. Akio swallowed. He had originally thought Ishiro would come down or send a clone to explain to him. But Ishiro had directly asked him to go to the high platform for the conversation. He had to know that Ishiro's current position was the most conspicuous in the entire venue. This was the best position for the chief examiner to control the field and naturally also the focus of the entire venue. But Akio did not shrink back. With a few leaps, he got onto the high platform and came behind Ishiro. Just as Akio, who had walked up behind Ishiro, was about to speak, he was cut off by Ishiro's words. "Come over, stand by my side. Let's watch the other examinees' matches together first." Although he didn't understand the reason for Ishiro's action, Akio still did as he was told. The two stood side by side on the high platform, overlooking the matches of the examinees below. Ishiro didn't directly tell Akio the reason but instead pointed out the strengths and weaknesses of the examinees one by one for him. Akio's strength far surpassed that of the examinees currently competing below. Although he couldn't see as thoroughly as Ishiro, he could still make general judgments. So after the initial shock, he also got into Ishiro's rhythm and began to listen carefully. Akio walking onto the high platform naturally attracted the attention of others. Soon, the examinees and spectators alike all cast their gazes over here. Everyone began to whisper about Ishiro and Akio, not understanding what the two were doing. During this process, Ishiro's disciple, Katsumata, also had a round of competition. Katsumata's performance was not good. Although he won, it was a very narrow victory. He was desperately dodging the opponent's attacks throughout the match, and the method he used to win in the end was not very honorable. Katsumata seized an opportunity to interfere with his opponent's judgment using genjutsu, and then a kunai passed through the opponent's block and successfully hit him. Of course, that final kunai was diverted by a move of Ishiro's Bansho Tenin, so it didn't injure the opponent. After the two went down, Ishiro said to Akio, "I just learned that you've always wanted to understand my standards for accepting disciples." Ishiro finally brought up the main topic. Akio immediately perked up and began to listen attentively. "My disciple just now is named Katsumata. He's your contemporary. You should know what his talent is like. Now his strength is naturally still far inferior to yours, but for him, the progress has been great. What I want to say is not how amazing I am at teaching disciples. I just want to tell you that the path he is walking is special. Katsumata is a ninja who specializes in training genjutsu. But there are too few genjutsu to be learned in Iwagakure. There is nothing for him to learn from in his efforts. If he were left to develop on his own, his future would only be that of a genin. Of course, that's assuming he could have graduated smoothly from the Ninja Academy 2 years ago. But from his performance just now, you saw that his opponent was not weak among this year's examinees, but still fell for Katsumata's genjutsu. Do you know, this genjutsu was developed by himself. He is walking a path that no one in the village has walked before. This path, he cannot walk far alone. He needs someone to help him. But if he succeeds, then in the end, the one who benefits will be the entire village. I am that person helping him. But I am not only helping Katsumata, I am helping the future ninjas of the village. At this point, Ishiro paused to let Akio digest the content, then continued to explain. You are a genius. Even without my guidance, you can become an outstanding ninja. But Katsumata cannot. Ishiro turned and pointed to Chiko, who was watching them from below. She couldn't either. Besides them, many of my disciples are the same. Without me, most of them would only be chunin in the future, and some would even just be genin. What I choose is not to make a jonin more outstanding, but to give a genin the chance to become a jonin. Hearing this, Akio somewhat understood Ishiro's standard for choosing disciples. But he was still a little unconvinced. He believed that if he could also receive guidance from an outstanding teacher like Ishiro, his achievements now would only be higher. Ishiro did not look at him and continued, Today, we are watching these people's matches together. What do you feel when you stand in your own shoes? If you change your perspective and look at it from the village's standpoint, what do you feel then? Watch these matches carefully and think hard. Akio was lost in thought, staring blankly at the matches below. Just then, another of Ishiro's disciples, Kazumasa Yoshimura, entered the field. Kazumasa's performance was much more eye-catching than Katsumata's just now. For no other reason than that one-handed seal and various fancy hand seals, which directly confused his opponent the moment he entered the field. Are you cheating? Ishiro guessed that was probably what Kazumasa's opponent was thinking right now. Although Kazumasa's chakra amount was not large, with the huge advantage brought by rapid seals and one-handed seals, he still won with ease. This kind of competition was limited by the venue, and it was already not easy for ninjas to dodge ninjutsu attacks. Kazumasa's short-term ninjutsu burst capability was too terrifying. Among the genin participating in the competition this year, there were really not many who could withstand it. Ishiro and Chiko Tomo exclaimed in surprise almost at the same time. Ishiro looked at Akio Wada beside him, while Chiko looked at Takuhiro Uchiyama, who was listening to Ishiro's explanation with her. The two classmates, almost at the same time, had completed their transformation towards becoming a jonin. Ishiro was somewhat surprised by Akio, but even more surprised by Takuhiro. He thought to himself, I'm imparting the will of stone to someone else, what are you getting involved for? Chiko was even more speechless. As Ishiro's earliest student, she knew him best. She naturally knew what kind of person Ishiro was. What left her speechless was that Takuhiro, also being Ishiro's disciple, would actually take Ishiro's posturing words to heart. Ishiro and Chiko exchanged a look and, with great tacit understanding, began to guard the people beside them. Support me with Power Stone. For every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 254, Chapter 253, Conclusion. Chapter 253, Conclusion. Takuhiro Uchiyama and Akio Wada were lost in their own worlds, and it was unknown when they would wake up, but the Chunin exams had to continue. The last of Ishiro's 6 disciples to enter the field, and also the only one to lose a match, was Yuran Kawato, who was learning Sealing Jutsu. Sealing Jutsu ninjas are at too great a disadvantage in a battle between peers, they have almost no chance of winning. Yuran's performance was considered quite good. The tactic she adopted was a pay-to-win one. She had sealed a large number of kunai and traps into a scroll beforehand and then released them during the battle. This tactic was naturally thought up for her by Ishiro, with Tenten from Konoha's 12 in the original story as a reference. However, Yuran came from a civilian family, and her family's financial condition simply couldn't support this kind of money-burning tactic. The majority of the cost for the items she used today was paid by Ishiro, with a small portion earned by herself from working for the barrier team. As for the rewards from her missions during her 2 years as a ninja, unfortunately, they all went into Ishiro's pocket. This was also agreed upon between Ishiro and his disciples. Ishiro would advance the fees required for the disciples' training, and then deduct it from their mission rewards. Basically, none of Ishiro's disciples received any payment while under him because on the day their teams were disbanded, they still owed Ishiro a large amount of contribution points and silver. When Yuran cooperated with Kanako in battle, her sealing jutsu could play a significant role. But when facing an enemy alone, her long-range sealing jutsu had no foundation to be used. In other words, Yuran had no effective means of fighting an enemy. So Ishiro was mentally prepared for her to lose the match. Originally, Ishiro thought that Katsumata, the Genjutsu ninja, would also lose. But Ishiro hadn't expected that he had actually completed the development of an interference-type genjutsu that could be used in actual combat on the eve of the Chunin exams. Ishiro had also participated in the research of this genjutsu. The foundation for its development was a C-rank genjutsu from Iwagakure, but the casting process of the jutsu was too complicated, and it required the ninja to maintain the hand seals after casting. However, this newly developed genjutsu was a continuous effect one. The rank of this genjutsu was still C-rank, but its biggest advantage was that after the genjutsu was cast, it did not require the caster's continuous control. The caster could take this opportunity to launch follow-up attacks. Of course, the genjutsu also had its shortcomings. Its intensity was not high, and it was easily seen through by the enemy. Especially for some ninjas with strong spiritual power, this move was basically useless against them. To extend the time the enemy was under the effect, Katsumata had considered this problem when developing the genjutsu. He chose to reduce the genjutsu's area of effect. For example, when Katsumata's opponent was under the genjutsu just now, most of the scene they saw was real, only a small area directly in front of them was positionally inaccurate in their line of sight. And the kunai Katsumata used to attack him approached from this very position. It was this little trick that made this new C-rank genjutsu not so easily seen through by the enemy. At this point, all 6 of Ishiro's disciples had completed their first round of matches. Ishiro decided to promote the first 5. As for Yuran, she could also be promoted to Chunin by following the barrier team's process. So, the 6 members of Squad 3 and Squad 4 had, up to this point, completed Ishiro's first stage goal. None of them needed to participate in the next day's competition. Among them, Takuhiro Uchiyama had even directly completed the transformation towards becoming a Jonin, a step ahead of the others. Thinking of this, Ishiro turned his head with a smile and looked at Aki Owada beside him and Takuhiro Uchiyama below. 5 days later, this Chunin selection exam was formally completed. Ishiro selected 100 people from the 500 to be promoted to Chunin. Holding the list, Ishiro came to Inoki's office. Lord Tsuchikage, this is the list of newly promoted Chunin this time. Ishiro handed the list to Inoki, then pointed at Aki Owada and Takuhiro Uchiyama at the very front and said, "Very fortunate. These 2 at the beginning can both become Jonin by next year." Inoki's face twitched when he saw that Ishiro had promoted 100 Chunin at once, but after hearing the last half of the sentence, he was immediately overjoyed and quickly cast his gaze to the first 2 names. Seeing Aki Owada, Inoki's eyes lit up, and he said, "This Aki Owada is the top student who graduated 2 years ago, right? He can be promoted to Jonin so quickly." "Yes. This Aki Owada's strength is not weak, and his foundation is much better than Takuhiro's. I estimate we won't have to wait a year. Moreover, his promotion was completed only after I spoke to him about the will of stone and Hokage's magnanimity. So there are no problems with his thinking, he is worth cultivating seriously." Inoki nodded and said, "Indeed a good seedling. Seeing him, I feel like I'm seeing the you from 10 years ago." Ishiro rubbed his nose and said, "Speaking of which, I'm actually not as good as these juniors. I walked a crooked path back then and wasted a lot of time." Inoki, however, shook his head. Walking a crooked path is also a valuable experience. The path of a ninja is difficult, and the higher you go, the more it tests a ninja's character. If you hadn't had those experiences before, it's hard to say if you could have reached this step now. Ishiro nodded slightly but didn't reply. Inoki then turned his gaze to Takuhiro Uchiyama's name and sighed, "Ishiro, your greatest specialty is teaching disciples. I also remember this Takuhiro Uchiyama, his grades weren't outstanding in the advanced class back then. I didn't expect him to have grown so much now. By the way, I have promoted all 3 of your second batch of disciples to Jonin. Although they are not yet mature enough, with the war imminent, the village is in urgent need of a batch of elites to stand up and shoulder more responsibilities." Ishiro nodded. He was not surprised by this. If it were peacetime, the village's standards for promoting Jonin would be stricter, like with him. Back then, Ishiro had long possessed the strength of a Jonin but was stuck at the rank of special Jonin for a long time without being promoted. But now was a time of war. It was reasonable for Shinya Matsutani, Ogura Saki, and Takumi to be promoted quickly after their strength met the standard. 2 years ago, Kawakita, Chiko Tomo, and Kaji Yamari were also immediately promoted because of the Third War. The village's younger generation is getting stronger and stronger. We as their seniors cannot slack off either. Ishiro, when do you plan to start learning a Kekiai Toda? Inoki suddenly changed the subject, shifting it to Ishiro. Like Kekiai Genkai, Iwagakure also had a whole set of theories for training in Kekiai Toda. But theory was theory. It was already remarkable that Iwagakure could produce explosion release users in small batches, expecting to produce dust release users in batches was almost impossible. But no matter what, the village had a method to train in Kekkei Toda, and this method, like the 2 Kekkei Genkai Ishiro had developed before, could be achieved without relying on bloodline inheritance. It was just that up to now, only one type of Kekkei Toda had ever existed in Iwagakure, dust release. It should be said that in the entire ninja world, there was only one type of Kekkei Toda, well, excluding wood release. According to the description in the S-rank secret scroll, Ishiro had indeed reached the threshold for training in a Kekkei Toda. However, because there were no other referential Kekkei Toda besides dust release, Ishiro didn't know in what direction to develop it. Today, he happened to bring up this topic with Inoki, so Ishiro decided to have a good discussion with him about the development of Kekkei Toda. After listening to Ishiro's account, Inoki pondered for a moment and said, "My master, the second Tsuchikage once said something. He said, dust release is dust release, and dust release ninjutsu is dust release ninjutsu. Dust release ninjutsu is just one way of applying the Kekkei Toda, dust release." Originally, I didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. Hearing your doubts today, I think I understand now. Perhaps our understanding has always been problematic. We subconsciously linked dust release, atomic dismantling jutsu and dust release, detachment from the primitive world technique with dust release itself. Actually, we were wrong. Kekkei Toda is very unstable. Even for me, I can only cast dust release outside my body. Although dust release chakra is remodeling my body is not immune to it. Ishiro thought to himself, that makes sense. There were many examples in the original story where certain Kekkei Genkai users were not harmed by their own incredibly powerful Kekkei Genkai. For example, Mei Terumi's boil release, she could wipe the boil release from the corner of her mouth as if it were saliva. But it seemed dust release was different. Inoki himself didn't dare to take a hit from his own dust release. Ignoring Ishiro's inner thoughts, Inoki continued, because the Kekkei Toda, dust release, is unstable, my master developed 2 application methods for it, atomic dismantling jutsu and detachment from the primitive world technique. Perhaps these 2 application methods can also be applied to other Kekkei Toda. Hearing this, Ishiro's eyes lit up. So that was it. Indeed, when watching the original story, Ishiro had felt that dust release was related to sealing jutsu. Now that he heard this, there was no mistake. The atomic dismantling jutsu must be the caster releasing the power of dust release chakra through a method similar to sealing jutsu. To put it another way, the atomic dismantling jutsu was not an exclusive ninjutsu for dust release. It could be used on dust release, and it could also be used on other Kekkei Toda. For example, water release, water dragon bullet and fire release, fire dragon bullet were very similar, and their principles were also similar. In that case, if I develop a new Kekkei Toda, I don't need to think about how to develop ninjutsu for it. I just need to practice according to the methods of atomic dismantling jutsu and detachment from the primitive world technique. The biggest problem was solved just like that. There was no need to think about what form the new Kekkei Genkai would take at all. Just mindlessly fuse it and be done. Feeling that his future was bright, Ishiro chuckled foolishly to himself, completely not hearing what Inoki said next. After a while, Inoki, feeling like he was talking to thin air, sighed, no longer paid attention to Ishiro, called Katsuchi in, and began to handle official business. By the time Ishiro came back to his senses, Inoki had already buried his head in documents and couldn't be bothered with him. Ishiro gave an embarrassed smile and then slipped out of the Tsuchikage's office. Ishiro had long since read the S-rank secret scroll on developing Kekkei Toda. At that time, to train in Sage Jutsu and to better control the 3 different energies, Ishiro had carefully analyzed that scroll. Now, to develop a Kekkei Toda, Ishiro carefully recalled the contents of the scroll several more times. The next day, at the training ground, Ishiro was alone, pondering the development of a new Kekkei Toda. After theoretical analysis, Ishiro found that although training in Sage Jutsu and training in a Kekkei Toda had many similarities, their difficulties were different. The biggest difficulty in Sage Jutsu training was petrification. This difficulty was solved by a black rod Ishiro had gotten from Nagato. In addition, there was the unfamiliarity with natural energy, but that was also solved after Ishiro reasonably allocated his mental energy among the several energy types. The difficult hurdle in training a Kekkei Toda was elemental counters. The 5 chakra natures were not without interference with each other. For example, the 2 attributes used in the porcelain release developed by Ishiro, water and earth countered water. It was just that at that time, there were only 2 attributes, and Ishiro's full attention was on them, so the counter didn't have much effect. But now, a Kekkei Toda had 3 attributes, water, earth, and lightning. Ishiro couldn't put all his attention on just the water and earth attributes, because among the 3 attributes, there was another counter relationship, lightning counters earth. The 3 attributes contained in the dust release Inoki trained were wind, fire, and earth. Among them, there was only one counter relationship, fire counters wind. The earth attribute had no relationship with the wind and fire attributes. In other words, the Kekkei Tota Ishiro was to develop might be more difficult than dust release. But Ishiro also had an advantage. His training in Sage Jutsu had given him rich experience in fusing three energies. Ishiro's starting point was higher than Inoki's when he learned dust release back then. According to the second Tsuchikage meaning, Ishiro didn't need to struggle with the ninjutsu problem of the new Kekkei Tota. He just needed to release the fused chakra according to the method of the atomic dismantling jutsu. So, the next training steps were clear. First, learn the atomic dismantling jutsu. This had to be put at the very front, otherwise, the fused Kekkei Tota chakra would harm the caster himself. Then, fuse the three attribute chakras outside the body. This process was the most dangerous. According to Inoki, he had to accompany him throughout the entire process. Finally, fuse them inside the body, use the chakra to remodel the body, and elevate the level of life. Inoki was stuck at this step. Only after completing this step would a ninja not be harmed by their own Kekkei Genkai. After finishing the analysis, Ishiro began to allocate time for future training. Support me with Power Stone. For every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 255, Chapter 254, Intensive Training. Chapter 254, Intensive Training. Just as Ishiro finished arranging his future plans for developing a Kekkei Tota, his 6 disciples happened to arrive together. At this moment, all 6 were wearing the Chunin uniforms of Iwagakure. Just now, the 6 of them had gone together to the Tsuchikage building to complete their registration after being promoted to Chunin. Among them, Yuran Kawatsu had completed her Chunin promotion as a Sealing Jutsu ninja from the barrier team. Looking at the 6's attire, Ishiro smiled and said, "Congratulations, you are all Chunin now. You are all one step closer to your dreams." As soon as Ishiro's voice fell, Himiki Suda was the first to speak. "Teacher Ishiro, now that we've become Chunin, does that mean our current squads will be disbanded?" Ishiro first nodded, then shook his head, saying, "Disbanding is inevitable, but the strength of most of you is still at the bottom of the Chunin level. So I discussed it with Lord Tsuchikage, and we will have another period of special training for you." Himiki Suda was a little disappointed to hear this. She had gotten used to getting along with her current teammates and didn't really want to separate. The expressions of the other few were more or less the same. Ishiro smiled and said, "Separation is inevitable. When I first separated from my teammates back then, it was also very hard. But after the original squad was disbanded, there were new squads. So this matter is actually not as hard as you imagine." Takuhiro Uchiyama asked, "Teacher Ishiro, what were your former teammates like? How are they now?" Ishiro tilted his head and thought for a moment, then said succinctly, "That shameless pair are a couple now." As expected, without me driving a wedge between them, they eventually got together. The 6 of them. After becoming Chunin, ninjas could receive some supplementary medicinal food for training. This time, with 100 Chunin being promoted collectively, it was quite a generous gesture for the village. The exclusive training ground for newly promoted Chunin couldn't accommodate so many people, so Ishiro took the 6 to a regular training ground. In addition, Ishiro also specially hired a chef to prepare medicinal food for the 6. He decided to take advantage of this period to conduct some special training for them. Starting that afternoon, the 6 continued to undergo various targeted training under Ishiro's requirements. Meanwhile, Ishiro himself officially began the development of his Kekkei Tota. Training in the atomic dismantling jutsu was not very difficult for Ishiro. With his current ability to independently complete A-rank sealing jutsu and complete S-rank sealing jutsu with the cooperation of a clone, the atomic dismantling jutsu was a piece of cake for him. However, considering the danger of the Kekkei Tota, Ishiro still did his best to completely master the atomic dismantling jutsu, at least to the point where it could be used in actual combat, to avoid any training accidents. A few days later, Ishiro invited Inoki over early. Starting today, he would officially begin to try fusing the 3 types of chakra. The 6 disciples were very curious about Inoki's arrival. However, as Ishiro's disciples, they also knew that their teacher was recently training a very powerful move and could understand that he needed Lord Tsuchikage's personal guidance. But with Inoki present, the 6 youngsters' enthusiasm for training was even higher. Ishiro created a water clone and a lightning clone. Together with his main body, the 3 began to fuse chakra outside the body. However, before the fusion, Inoki made some arrangements in the training ground. This was a barrier set up to prevent too much damage in case the Kekkei Tota went out of control. Ishiro and Inoki stood within this barrier to practice. With 2 clones cooperating, fusing chakra was relatively easier. The reason Ishiro created a water clone and a lightning clone was that he considered that the earth attribute had a counter relationship with both water and lightning and needed special attention. This aspect was the most difficult, so it was handled by the main body. With Inoki's personal guidance and the foundation from his sage jutsu training, plus the fact that Ishiro had successively developed 2 Kekkei Genkai, this fusion process for Ishiro was relatively fast. At least, that's what Inoki thought. After a month of intermittent practice, Ishiro had basically grasped the key to fusing the 3 chakras of water, earth, and lightning. It was just that Ishiro still lacked some proficiency in the end. Ishiro could understand this and was not, Juzang, dejected/depressed. The training Ishiro hoped for most was this kind of gradual increase in proficiency. Ishiro did not lack patience. This sense of satisfaction, of clearly feeling one step closer to success after each period, kept Ishiro forever motivated. Of course, this month of training was not without accidents. Accidents happened every day. Each time, it was the 3 chakras going out of control, causing an explosion. Fortunately, the amount of chakra Ishiro used at this stage was not large, so even if it caused an explosion, the preset barrier could contain it. However, in these repeated explosions, Ishiro also came to understand some of the characteristics of the new Kekkei Tota. The form of these explosions was not completely the same, but in most cases, the type of explosion was still the same. At the center of the explosion, a bright blue light would be emitted. And after the explosion, a portion of the objects in the original area would always disappear as if they had vaporized. Ishiro estimated that the Kekkei Tota after successful training in the future would also have this effect. So after discussing with Inoki, they named the new Kekkei Tota Light Release. In 1 month, he hadn't even gotten started with Light Release, but the intensive training for Ishiro's 6 disciples had ended. Today was their last day under Ishiro. In the future, although they would still be Ishiro's disciples, they would no longer be led by Ishiro on missions. They would each go on to their own futures. Ishiro looked at the 6 disciples he had been with for nearly 2 years and said slowly, "All right, don't be sad. In the future, even without a teacher's supervision, you can't be too slack." After speaking, Ishiro began to give his final words of advice to each of them one by one. "Little Lon, your individual combat ability is not good, but your talent in sealing jutsu is excellent. Work hard in the barrier team in the future and strive to develop some sealing jutsu that the village doesn't have." Yuran Kawatsu nodded. She was the only student who had not been promoted through the normal process and felt that she had brought shame to her teacher. She had been somewhat dejected for a while. So in the past month, she had been the one who trained the hardest. Finally, before they parted ways, she learned her first A-rank sealing jutsu, the 5-element seal. Of course, Yuran's own attributes were not all 5 elements. Although she had learned the seal, she still couldn't complete it independently. But this was already very remarkable. Being able to cast an A-rank sealing jutsu just after becoming a chunin, her future could be said to be limitless. "Himiki, I heard you signed up for the Umbu." Ishiro turned his gaze to the most lively little girl among the 6. "Yes, Teacher Ishiro. I joined Senior White Cat's team." With its mother's guidance, Fuka can also progress faster, Himiki Suda nodded excitedly. In these past 2 years, she and Fuka had eaten, lived, and trained together. Their bond was now deeper than with her own family. Ishiro nodded, expressing his support for Himiki's choice. The little girl had her own ideas and was hardworking enough in her training. After a month of intensive training, both she and Fuka's strength had progressed by leaps and bounds. Speaking of which, not only had the village provided Himiki with medicinal food recently, but they had also provided a portion for Fuka. So now Fuka's strength had also increased by a large margin. With the 2 of them coordinating, Ishiro was also slightly more at ease about the little girl's safety in the Umbu. Next was Kanako. The little girl had unexpectedly chosen to be a chunin squad leader and even expressed a desire to take her squad to the battlefield. At first, Ishiro was very strange, but later he understood, the little girl was short on money. Kanako's paper release was too expensive, especially the paper release cast with exploding tags as a medium. The little girl came from a civilian family, and it was too difficult to maintain this combat style. Previously, Ishiro had her back, but now that the team was disbanded, she had to consider how to earn money. And becoming a squad leader of a small team was a good way to earn money. A regular squad was different from the team led by Ishiro. The main purpose of Ishiro's team was to guide juniors, while the main purpose of a regular squad was to perform missions. And as a squad leader, the mission rewards Kanako would receive were very considerable. Ishiro ruffled the little girl's head and said, "Keep it up." Ishiro was worried about the little girl earning money through missions. Although the rewards for ninja missions were good, the costs were also high. And Kanako's costs were particularly high. The letter Ishiro had sent to Konan had still not received a reply. He no longer held much hope now. What level Kanako's paper release could reach in the future could only depend on herself. Takuhiro, although your strength is not weak, after entering the Umbu, be low-key at first. Before your strength reaches Jonin level, don't be too conspicuous. It's wartime now. As a youth showing too high a talent, you can easily attract the enemy's attention, Ishiro instructed Takuhiro Uchiyama. Takuhiro nodded. He had joined the Umbu and was in the same squad as Aki Owada. He would officially report tomorrow. In fact, Takuhiro's personality was relatively reserved, not the flamboyant type. Ishiro's instruction was basically meaningless. Kazumasa, have you decided which department to go to next? Ishiro looked at Kazumasa Yoshimura with some helplessness. This guy still hadn't decided where to go because he felt that no department suited him. Kazumasa Yoshimura chuckled and said, Teacher Ishiro, I've chosen. I'm going to the Ninjutsu Development Department. Ishiro was stunned. The Ninjutsu Development Department? Did the village have such a department? How come he, an advisor, didn't know? After thinking carefully, it seemed there really was one. This department was newly established by the village and included research on various projects in the village. The Lightning Release Ninjutsu Development Team that Ishiro had previously presided over was now affiliated with this department. It was just that at that time, Ishiro himself was an advisor, and when he was the team leader, he didn't need to join this department. But after Ishiro stepped down, the R&D team needed to join this department. After all, they still needed the coordination of the high-level advisors when they encountered difficulties. Besides the Lightning Release R&D team, this department also included various strange branches like Genjutsu Development, Sage Jutsu Development, and Ninja Animal Handling. Ishiro thought for a moment and couldn't find any department that was suitable for Kazumasa. So he was even more puzzled. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 256, Chapter 255, The 7 Ninja Swordsmen. Chapter 255, The 7 Ninja Swordsmen. Kazumasa Yoshimura knew what Ishiro was puzzled about and said, I'll need Teacher Ishiro's help. I want to establish a branch within the Ninjutsu Development Department dedicated to researching how to simplify hand seals and how to develop new seal forms. I want to organize a complete, systematic method for simplifying hand seals for the village. Ishiro was slightly stunned, not expecting Kazumasa to have such an idea. He pondered for a moment, then said, I understand. Don't worry, I will fight for you in the high-level meetings. However, you must first write a document organizing your achievements in hand seals over the past 2 years. Only when Lord Tsuchikage sees your potential will he open such a branch. Hee hee. Kazumasa took out a small booklet from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to Ishiro. Ishiro was taken aback, not expecting Kazumasa to have prepared it long ago. It seemed this idea was not a sudden whim but had been well thought out. Finally, there was Katsumata. Ishiro said to him, Katsumata, your talent for Genjutsu is very strong. Have you considered joining the Genjutsu R&D team? Katsumata's choice was the same as Kanako's, he wanted to be a squad leader. Teacher Ishiro, I've decided. I have too little experience. I need combat, I need to hone my Genjutsu in the process of carrying out missions, Katsumata said with a determined face. In fact, to engage in combat, the best choice was to enter the Umbu. But if Katsumata entered the Umbu, he would just be a junior team member, and he wouldn't be able to decide which missions to take. But if he became a squad leader, he could choose some missions suitable for honing his Genjutsu. Ishiro nodded and said, all right then. At this moment, Squad 3 and Squad 4 were officially disbanded. With Squad 3 and Squad 4 disbanded, and the new batch of graduates not yet ready, there was a period of free time. Ishiro had originally wanted to use this free time to properly improve his proficiency in light release. However, Ishiro's step-by-step training plan was interrupted. The reason was simple, a change had occurred on the front lines. In Inoki's words, the Mist Ninjas had gone crazy again. Although all the nations of the ninja world had long since completed their war preparations, no one was willing to be the one to stick their neck out. The Sand, Cloud, and Stone were all afraid of being targeted by Konoha and were all trying to find ways to provoke other hidden villages to start a war with Konoha first. Only the Mist seemed not to care about Konoha's retaliation. Just yesterday, the Mist had gathered an army of over 7,000 ninjas and entered the land of whirlpools without any concealment. At this time, the armies of Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Kumogakure were still within their own countries, yet Kirigakure had once again entered the land of whirlpools. It was under these circumstances that Ishiro received an urgent notice from Inoki and came to the Tsuchikage's office for a meeting. After quickly reading the intelligence, Ishiro's brows furrowed even deeper than Inoki's. Inoki was thinking about what madness the 4th Mizukage was up to, but Ishiro was thinking whether the 4th Mizukage was already being controlled by Madara Uchiha. Otherwise, with the political wisdom Yugura Karatachi had previously shown, why would he be so impulsive? Or could it be that Madara's control over the mist was already sufficient to sideline Yagura and directly launch a war? Whether Yagura was being controlled or not was a matter that could be big or small, but Ishiro had no way to confirm it, which made him feel extremely frustrated. Ishiro, how do you think Konoha will respond? Anoki asked while Ishiro was still deep in thought. Ishiro thought for a moment and said, among the 4 great nations excluding Konoha right now, Tsunagakure is at the bottom in terms of overall strength, followed by Kirigakure. But in terms of high-end combat power and the number of Kage-level individuals, the Mist has the fewest. I deduce that Konoha will treat the weakest, Kirigakure, as the key target for attack, and may adopt thunderous methods to deter us. Anoki nodded and said, your thoughts are similar to mine. It's just that the war is changing too quickly, and relying on intelligence ninjas to transmit information is not timely enough. So, you should make a trip to the land of whirlpools. Ishiro was overjoyed and nodded quickly. He had been looking for a reason to go out anyway. Seeing this, Anoki immediately shouted, you cannot act rashly. You have disrupted Konoha's plans multiple times with your light/heavy rock jutsu. Now, Konoha has very likely made targeted tactics. It will probably be impossible for you to come and go freely like you did during the Mist Cloud conflict. Hearing this, Ishiro also nodded. He certainly understood this point. As a high-level official of the village, Ishiro himself had done plenty of things like formulating special tactics after obtaining enemy intelligence. The most recent instance was against Kakuzu. Ishiro had not concealed the intelligence on Kakuzu, so after fighting with him, Ishiro had coordinated with the Umbu to conduct multiple tactical training sessions and formulated several sets of tactics to deal with Kakuzu. By the same token, it was impossible for Konoha not to have formulated tactics to counter the light/heavy rock jutsu. However, Ishiro only listened to Anoki's warning casually and didn't take it too much to heart. Formulating tactics against the light/heavy rock jutsu was not difficult, but as far as Ishiro knew, Konoha had no means to deal with a Kage level who could fly. Afterward, Anoki and Ishiro discussed some views on the direction of the war between Konoha and the Mist, and then Ishiro got up and set off. However, Ishiro did not go to the main battlefield in the Land of Whirlpools but instead went to the vicinity of the Land of Waves. Ishiro was not very interested in the great war between Konoha and the Mist. What interested him was the other force the Mist might have, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. In the original story, when the 7 ninja swordsmen launched a long-distance raid on Konoha, Konoha had already experienced almost the entire Third Great Ninja War and its strength was greatly damaged. At that time, it made some sense for the Mist to choose to backdoor Konoha. But now the Fourth War had just begun, and Konoha's strength was not damaged. Ishiro was not sure if the Mist would still do this. However, if the actions of the 7 ninja swordsmen in the original story were spontaneous and not a decision of the Mist's higher-ups, or if they were led by Madara, then Ishiro felt he could still come and try his luck. The Land of Fire and the Land of Water were not adjacent, they were separated by the sea. Theoretically, the Mist could land at any point along the Land of Fire's long coastline. But considering that ninjas also need supplies, and the most suitable Land of Whirlpools was where the main forces of both sides were, Ishiro guessed that the 7 ninja swordsmen might land from the direction of the Land of Waves. If the Mist's sneak attack this time only consisted of the 7 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, then Ishiro felt they could land anywhere. But Ishiro remembered that the 7 ninja swordsmen were only the vanguard, behind them was a large ninja army. In the original story, this force seemed to have been scared off by a single Shursui Uchiha. But in any case, a large-scale ninja army wanting to launch a sneak attack would still leave traces. The next day, after a long flight, Ishiro arrived in the sky above the Land of Waves. However, Ishiro circled the Land of Waves for a whole day but did not find any signs of a large ninja army's activity. Ishiro also contacted the Iwagakure intelligence ninjas in the Land of Waves, and the conclusions were all consistent. Apart from some economic impact due to the war, there were no changes in the Land of Waves. This made Ishiro begin to hesitate. Did the 7 ninja swordsmen not act alone, or did they land somewhere else, or had they not arrived yet? Ishiro was unwilling to miss the opportunity just like that. There were fewer and fewer parts of the original plot that could be used for advantage. After some consideration, Ishiro expanded his search area. With the Land of Waves as the center, Ishiro began to scout the nearby sea areas. Anyway, he could fly, so going back and forth wouldn't take much time. Moreover, even if he went to the Land of Whirlpools battlefield, Ishiro couldn't do much. If he had completely mastered his Kekii Tota and possessed powerful long-range attack capabilities, then Ishiro wouldn't mind trying to see if he could kill another of Konoha's Kage-level individuals. But for now, Ishiro felt that his sneak attacks during a battle between 2 large armies wouldn't have much effect. Just as Ishiro began to wander around the Land of Waves, the military deployments of the 5 great nations all changed. Konoha, personally led by Hiruzen Sarutobi, prepared to use thunderous methods to kick the Mist out of the game first. Hiruzen ostensibly brought 5,000 ninjas, but whether there were other Kage-level individuals following in secret, no one knew. At least, Danzo's whereabouts suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. This move by Konoha was not stupid. The deterrent effect of a Kage level whose whereabouts were unknown was far greater than him holding the fort on a certain battlefield. But the responses of the other nations were not slow either. The 4th Reikage and the 4th Tsuchikage almost simultaneously swaggered to the front lines to provide support. Their purpose was simple: if you want to hide, fine, I can't find you. But we can force you out. Iwagakure, on the other hand, did not take action, but at the very beginning of the Fourth War, Ishiro and Ikura had taken turns holding the fort on the front lines. This was also a manifestation of Iwagakure's strength. Iwagakure had 3 Kage-level individuals and had enough strength to have a Kage-level commander on the front lines from the very beginning. The Cloud only had 2, one of whom was a Jinchuriki, so they naturally couldn't do the same as Iwagakure. And although the Sand also had 3 Kage-level individuals, Chiyo had retired and was not under the command of the 4th Tsuchikage, making their Kage-level deployment less flexible than Iwagakure's. At this point, the 3 great nations in a standoff with Konoha all had Kage-level individuals arriving at the front lines. The atmosphere of the war changed instantly. Hiruzen had clearly stated he was going to deal with the mist, so Konoha had to dispatch other Kage-level individuals to deter the 3 major hidden villages. But did Konoha have that many Kage-level individuals? Actually, they did. But unfortunately, they each had their own troubles. Fugaku was still enduring. Might Due, who knew him. Although Tsunade had been found by Hiruzen, her hemophobia had not been cured. As for Danzo, our dear Minato expressed that he couldn't command him. Minato himself was the Hokage and theoretically couldn't go to the battlefield casually. Kushina Uzumaki was a Jinchuriki, and a Jinchuriki from the land of whirlpools at that. This origin was originally not a problem, the land of whirlpools was a traditional ally of Konoha. But now, with Ikura's rise, everyone knew that the Uzumaki clan had joined Iwagakure and was about to be linked by marriage to Iwagakure's young genius, Ikura. Under these circumstances, the Konoha higher-ups did not feel at ease letting Kushina go to the front line. What if she was turned by Iwagakure? It would be one thing for Konoha to lose Kushina as a Kage level, but should they also lose the Nine Tails? So although Konoha had numerous Kage level individuals, Minato couldn't dispatch even one. Helplessly, Minato chose to personally take command. Minato had his reasons for doing this. The ability of the Flying Thunder God technique allowed him to support several different battlefields. He alone was equivalent to 2 or 3 Kage-level individuals. Perhaps it was a coincidence, or perhaps it was precisely the calculation of the mist or Madara Uchiha, but after Minato left Konoha, Ishiro discovered the tracks of the mist's detached force. Flying thousands of meters high above a sea area, Ishiro carefully observed the fleet of ships below. From the scale, he estimated that this mist force numbered around 3,000. As for whether it was led by the 7 ninja swordsmen, Ishiro, worried about being discovered by a Byakugan, didn't dare to get close to scout. A minute later, Ishiro left the sea area and went to the land of fire. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 257, Chapter 256, The Turnaround. Chapter 256, The Turnaround. The Mist Ninja's line of attack was now clear, their path forward was the Land of Waves. After obtaining the desired intelligence, Ishiro chose to leave directly. Now, my performance can begin. Ishiro first, according to plan, informed the Sand and Cloud ninjas of the news about this Mist army, then sent a letter to Ikura, telling him to hold his position. Ishiro believed that after learning another large Mist army intended to march straight for Konoha's heartland, the Sand and Cloud would not sit idly by. This was indeed a rare opportunity. If Konoha didn't have so many strange genin, this one strike from the mist had the potential to subvert Konoha's hegemonic status. But Ishiro knew the outcome of this mist reinforcement army even better, so he did not intend to let Iwagakure get involved with Konoha at this time. Just let the Sand and Cloud make a fuss. As expected, the subsequent developments were exactly as Ishiro had anticipated. The Cloud, Sand, and Iwa all postured as if they were about to attack. However, on Ikura's side, it was loud thunder but small raindrops. Every day they postured as if ready to enter the buffer zone of the Land of Grass at any moment, but they never moved from their spot. But the Cloud and Sand truly did dispatch many squads of ninjas, increasing friction with Konoha. At this time, among the 5 great hidden villages, only Konoha itself did not yet know it was about to be invaded. Minato Namikaze didn't understand why the situation had suddenly become so unfavorable for Konoha. Clearly, when he first arrived at the front, the 3 hidden villages had appropriately reduced the number of their ninjas going out. But in less than a day, they all assumed a posture as if preparing for a decisive battle. The inexperienced Minato sent a letter to Hiruzen Sarutobi via a summoning animal. Hiruzen, upon receiving the letter, also had a headache. He hadn't been on the Land of Whirlpools battlefield for long. As soon as he arrived at the front, he launched a major battle and achieved considerable results. But this was not enough. The Mist did not have a Kage holding the fort, but they had a Jinchuriki. Hiruzen was currently at his peak. In the battle just now, he had suppressed the Three Tails Jinchuriki and still had the strength left to help the main Konoha army. But at this rate, it would still take him some time to completely repel the Mist. Is there still time to reinforce Minato? Hiruzen had no confidence. However, at this moment, Hiruzen thought of another matter. Today, the state of the Three Tails Jinchuriki on the Mist side seemed not good. The Three Tails gave off a feeling that it could go on a rampage at any moment. How about this? Tomorrow, in battle, I'll focus on the Three Tails. As long as I can induce the Three Tails to rampage, the Mist will lose their greatest reliance. Standing at the entrance of the command post, looking at the camp still busy at night, Hiruzen Sarutobi made up his mind. Turning back into the command post, Hiruzen asked his Kage guard captain, how is the contact with Orochimaru's side? Lord Third, Orochimaru has agreed. He will ensure that the Mist and Cloud will have at least one Kage-level individual holding the fort in their villages, the guard captain replied. Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Jiraiya's death still had a great impact on Orochimaru. Otherwise, with his personality, since he had chosen to defect, it would be impossible for him to contribute to Konoha again. With Orochimaru's guarantee, Hiruzen finally had some confidence in defeating the Mist. Kirigakure only had the fourth Mizukage as a Kage-level individual. If Yagura Karatachi didn't leave the Mist village, then the opposing Mist army would be easy to deal with. It's decided. Tomorrow, we'll deal with the Three Tails first, then defeat the Mist in one fell swoop. Hiruzen knew that once this decision was made, the Konoha ninjas would inevitably face a bitter battle tomorrow. This kind of quick, decisive result needed to be fought for with ninjas' lives. Fortunately, he still had Tsunade. Tsunade was currently treating the injured ninjas. Of course, Tsunade, with her hemophobia, was just lying in her own tent, using Katsuyu to heal remotely. Tsunade's return had a certain boosting effect on the morale of the Konoha ninjas. At least on the battlefield, everyone became less afraid of being injured. Originally, with an overpowered medical ninja like Tsunade around, Konoha should have chosen to fight steadily, slowly gaining an advantage with low consumption, which would result in far fewer sacrifices. But time did not permit. Minato's side was still waiting for support. Damn that Danzo. At this time, if Danzo would listen to Minato's command, the situation over there would surely be much better. But ever since he came to support the Land of Whirlpools, Danzo had disappeared. Even he, Hiruzen Sarutobi, didn't know where Danzo had gone. After thinking for a while longer, Hiruzen went to Tsunade's room. At this time, Tsunade had finished her remote healing and was resting. The young girl Shizun at the side saw Hiruzen enter and quickly bowed and poured him tea. Hiruzen smiled at Shizun. This little girl, just over 10 years old, had been taking care of Tsunade for several years. After taking a small sip of tea, Hiruzen said to Tsunade, "Tsunade, tomorrow during the day, don't conserve your chakra. Summon Katsuyu, and let's defeat the Three Tails Jinchuriki together." Tsunade was stunned, then reacted and asked, "Has the situation on Minato's side worsened?" Hiruzen nodded and said, "Yes. We must seek a quick and decisive battle. During today's fight, I noticed the Three Tails Jinchuriki is not in a good state. This is a breakthrough point." Tsunade nodded without speaking. Her state was not good either. Although remote healing didn't require seeing blood, just providing chakra to Katsuyu, Tsunade herself couldn't help but think of the bloody scenes of the injured ninjas. Seeing this, Hiruzen could only tell Tsunade to rest well, then got up and left. The next day, Hiruzen once again led the Konoha ninjas to attack the opposing Mist forces. As a Kage level, Hiruzen charged at the very front, single-handedly casting multiple large-area combination ninjutsu. On the Mist side, the Three Tails Jinchuriki had no choice but to face Hiruzen again. However, after seeing the Three Tails Jinchuriki, Hiruzen became even more certain of his previous judgment. The Three Tails' state seemed even worse than yesterday. Hiruzen whispered to the small Katsuyu on his shoulder, "Tsunade." Then, behind the Konoha ninjas, a huge cloud of smoke appeared, and finally, a massive Katsuyu abruptly appeared. Seeing Katsuyu appear, on the Mist side, the commander, the head of the Hozuki clan, Ketsugetsu Hozuki, had a grave expression and began to worry about the upcoming battle. A jonin beside him said at this time, "Lord Ketsugetsu, Hiruzen Sarutobi is too strong. The Three Tails was already struggling to deal with him, and now there's Tsunade. And the Three Tails state." Ketsugetsu naturally knew the situation was bad. He was not optimistic about this war before they set out. He didn't even understand why the higher-ups wanted to provoke Konoha first. Gritting his teeth, Ketsugetsu asked, "Where is Tsunade?" Another Jonin responsible for reconnaissance and sensing replied, "It seems she is still in Konoha's rear, and didn't charge over with Katsuyu. Perhaps she is treating the wounded." Listening to the sensory ninja's ambiguous answer, Ketsugetsu's brows furrowed even tighter. Then he said, "I will hold off Katsuyu. You all retreat." "What?" "But Lord Ketsugetsu, our mission is to hold on for at least 5 days." "It's only the second day," a Jonin expressed his concern. "We can't hold on for 5 days. Hiruzen is more decisive than we expected, he won't give us time. Besides, the Three Tails can't hold on. Today should be its last burst. Arrange the retreat immediately." Ketsugetsu naturally knew that retreating at this time would not be easy and that he would be reprimanded by the village's higher-ups. But he had no choice. He hadn't expected the usually cautious Hiruzen to be so aggressive this time. He had even less expected that Tsunade, who had been away from Konoha for so long, would suddenly appear on the Land of Whirlpool's battlefield. After giving the order, Ketsugetsu led several elite Jonin to intercept Katsuyu and Hiruzen. The battle went more smoothly than Hiruzen had anticipated. The Mist's determination to resist was far lower than he had expected. In today's battle, after a brief contact, the Mist retreated. The speed was so fast that Hiruzen didn't even have time to arrange a large-scale pursuit. However, the gains from this battle were not small. The Three Tails really did go on a rampage. And the Three Tails didn't even last until Katsuyu's attack. It completely lost control under Hiruzen's assault, which was launched without any regard for chakra consumption. Afterward, the Three Tails caused great damage to both the Konoha and Mist sides. It was just that Konoha, having summoned Katsuyu in advance, suffered few casualties. On the contrary, the Mist, because the Three Tails was heading towards the sea, which was in the same direction as the Mist's retreat, suffered more attacks and greater losses. In just 2 days, Hiruzen had repelled the Mist and even caused them to lose a tailed beast. Barring any accidents, the Mist's focus for the near future would be on recovering the Three Tails. Finally, I can go support Minato, Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, he received news that almost made him vomit blood. A Mist team of about 3,000 had deeply penetrated the Land of Fire. This news came very untimely because that Mist army had the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist as its vanguard. The 7 moved very quickly, taking out many Konoha ninjas along the way beforehand. Because of the war, most of Konoha's ninjas were concentrated in several large armies, and there were not many scattered ninjas within the Land of Fire. Coupled with the assassinations by the 7 ninja swordsmen, the Konoha ninjas in the early stage had basically no chance to send out intelligence. The occasional fish that escaped the net was either killed by the main Mist army behind or by Ishiro. So by the time Minato and Hiruzen received the news, that Mist army had already advanced halfway. Another halfway, and they would really have reached Konoha village. At this point, Hiruzen and Minato could no longer care about anything else. Minato directly drew 2,000 frontline ninjas to reinforce Konoha. In fact, the combat power of the ninjas left to guard Konoha village now was not weak. It wasn't something a 3,000-strong Mist army could take down. But Konoha village was the great rear. If Konoha also fell into the flames of war, then the supplies for the front lines would be completely cut off. And Hiruzen left only 2,000 ninjas in the Land of Whirlpools. The rest of the ninjas didn't even get to rest and directly rushed towards Konoha at full speed. And he himself, taking only a few elite Jonin skilled in speed, went ahead to intercept this flanking force of the Mist. Konoha's chaos was naturally discovered by the other parties. The Sand and Cloud ninjas very tacitly coordinated with the Mist's actions. The moment they received news that Konoha had ninjas returning for reinforcement, they led their armies into the buffer countries in between. Then, Minato, on the same day, rushed between 2 battlefields, clashing with the 4th Raikage and the 4th Kazekage in succession. However, what was surprising was that Iwagakure, which had been clamoring to attack, suddenly fell silent. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 258, Chapter 257, Watching the Show, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 257, Watching the Show, Bonus Chapter. At this moment, in a corner of the Land of Grass, Danzo, with a gloomy face, shouted at a subordinate, "Are you sure Iwagakure has made no move?" That subordinate was originally one of Orochimaru's underlings, now branded with the Cursed Tongue Eradication seal. Upon hearing Danzo's question, this person said, "Yes, Lord Danzo. Not only has the main IWA force not advanced into the Land of Grass, but they have also recalled many of their squads." Danzo's face grew even uglier. He had prepared a big surprise for Iwagakure in the Land of Grass. Looking back at a barrier of a strange color, Danzo looked at a masked, middle-aged ninja beside him and said, "Shikuro, can the insects in this barrier be moved?" The ninja named Shikuro Abirame hesitated for a moment and said, Lord Danzo, the insects of the pot of poison technique are very difficult to control. If we must move them, there will be a price to pay. Shikuro Abirame was also originally one of Orochimaru's subordinates. He felt no loyalty towards Danzo and was only forced to join Root because he had no other choice. Danzo, of course, knew what price Shikuro would have to pay. He just said coldly, I don't need to tell you how great a crisis Konoha has fallen into. The village needs your sacrifice now. It is time to show your will of fire. Shikuro Abirame gritted his teeth and said, this subordinate understands. Lord Danzo, this subordinate will now control the poison insects to enter the land of Earth. No, not the land of Earth, but the land of rain. The target is the Sand Ninjas. To Shikuro's surprise, Danzo had changed the target. This time, the Sand Ninjas' line of attack did not choose the land of rivers but once again passed through the land of rain. In Raza's view, the decadent Hanzo was far less difficult to deal with than the two Kage-level individuals of the Akatsuki organization. Danzo had not originally wanted to use the pot of poison technique against the Sand Ninjas. The Sand had puppet masters, and they were more adept at dealing with poison attacks than the Stone. Moreover, this pot of poison technique was not perfect, and its toxicity was not strong. But with Iwagakure unexpectedly choosing to retreat at this time, it made Danzo feel like he had punched at empty air. A carefully prepared method could not be wasted. Since Iwagakure chose to retreat, he could only make an example of the Sand Ninjas. On the way, he could also threaten Hanzo. Doesn't Hanzo like to use his salamander's poison to threaten other hidden villages? Let him also have a taste of being threatened by a large swarm of poison insects. It was just that this place was not close to the Sand Ninja camp. It was unknown if Shikuro Abirame alone could last long enough to lead the poison insects to the sand camp. While Shikuro was busy transferring the poison insects, Danzo said to another subordinate, go to Minato Namikaze. Tell him I need 10 members of the Abirame clan. With these 10, I can intercept the Sand Ninjas. Yes. This subordinate was one of Danzo's original Root members. Without any hesitation at Danzo's words, he acknowledged and left directly. While Danzo's plot against Iwagakure failed and he turned his sights on Tsunagakure, Ishiro was watching the show. Ishiro and the 7 ninja swordsmen had smoothly entered the heartland of the Land of Fire. Along the way, apart from helping the 7 ninja swordsmen deal with a few fish that had escaped the net, Ishiro had not made any other moves. But Ishiro had an unexpected gain. Looking at a Konoha ninja who had been tightly wrapped in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside by his sealing jutsu, Ishiro couldn't help but laugh. A ninja from Konoha's Kurama clan. What a pleasant surprise. This Konoha ninja was also one of the scattered ninjas on the 7 swordsmen's path of advance. His squad had been completely wiped out after being attacked by Juzobiwa. Only he had escaped. At that time, this ninja had deceived Juzobiwa by using a genjutsu that manipulated the 5 senses. But he couldn't escape the perception of Ishiro, who was picking up the stragglers from the air. Ishiro had just happened to have studied this aspect of genjutsu with Katsumata. Although his level was far inferior to the Kurama clan member in his hands, he could still see some clues. A Chunin, able to deceive a Jonin's close-range perception. The Kurama clan is amazing. If not for the good show that was about to happen, Ishiro would have wanted to take this captive back to Iwagakure right now. Ishiro felt that with this captive, this trip was not in vain. For the first time, Ishiro saw hope for Iwagakure to make up for its deficiency in genjutsu. Carrying the Kurama clan ninja in his hand, Ishiro, in a good mood, continued to follow the 7 ninja swordsmen forward. Finally, Ishiro saw a scene mentioned in the original story. The 7 ninja swordsmen encountered Might Guy, and then Might Dway, who had come to provide support. Although Ishiro was far away in midair and couldn't see clearly, he could feel Might Dewey's violent chakra very clearly. That chakra was too chaotic for Ishiro to judge its quantity, but the chakra that burst forth from burning life was, in terms of level, definitely Kage level, or even beyond. The moment Might Dway opened the 8 gates and unleashed his chakra, Ishiro turned his gaze over. But he didn't see a figure, because in the next moment, Might Dway had already appeared beside Kushimaru Kuriere. Kushimaru's position happened to be at the very edge of the 7 ninja swordsmen, closest to the approaching Might Dway. So Kushimaru also became the one among the 7 who died the most confused death. Ishiro estimated that Kushimaru didn't understand what had happened until the moment he died. The speed Might Dway had just unleashed shocked Ishiro. This speed was no less than that of the 4th Raikage after activating his lightning release armor. From this, Ishiro came to a conclusion: if he were approached by Might Dway with the 8 gates open, he would surely die. Fortunately, his current position was high enough. Although the 8 inner gates could allow Might Dway to fly, he couldn't afford the consumption of flying so high. The remaining 6 of the 7 ninja swordsmen were startled by Might Dway suddenly appearing and killing one of them, but their reaction was still very fast. Jinpachi Munashi, who was closest to Kushimaru, seized the pause after Might Dewey had punched Kushimaru to death and swung his blast sword Shibuki at the first opportunity. But Might Dewey didn't even dodge and rushed into the area covered by the explosive tags of the blast sword. Then, a huge explosion sounded in time. But before Jinpachi could be happy, Might Dewey's blood-red figure appeared from the smoke and dust. Before he could even utter a word of surprise, Jinpachi followed in Kushimaru's footsteps. This time, the remaining 5 were thoroughly panicked. Kushimaru's death could still be attributed to a sneak attack, but before the longsword Nuwabari had even completely fallen, Jinpachi had also died. This was too terrifying. Altogether. The one who shouted this was Fuguki Suikezen. This sentence came from the heart, there was no conspiracy. In an instant, Fuguki Suikezen's greatsword Samehada, Akabino Jinen's blunt sword Kabuto Wari, Juzo Biwa's executioner's blade, and Hozuki Senba's twin swords Hiramakari all slashed towards the charging Might Dewey. Meanwhile, Raiga Kurosuke held the thunder swords Kiba at a distance, preparing a ninjutsu. Boom. A huge sound, and dust rose everywhere. From mid-air, Ishiro couldn't see the specific battle below, but his sensory ninjutsu told him that Might Dewey's attack had been blocked, but the 7 ninja swordsmen had paid a heavy price. Akabino Jinen, wielding the blunt sword Kabuto Wari, was closest and was sent flying back several dozen meters, heavily injured. Fuguki Suikezen was also injured and retreated. His situation was better, the purpose of Samehada's attack was to absorb Might Dewey's chakra. Although it didn't absorb any, the recoil was not great. Although he was injured and Samehada was also extremely uncomfortable, at least he retreated in one piece. Juzo Biwa's executioner's blade was directly broken in 2, but precisely because it broke, the impact he received was not great. Hozuki Senba, wielding the twin swords Hiramakari, used his hydrification technique in time. Although injured, he could still fight. But after paying such a heavy price, Might Dewey only paused for a moment before charging again. Coincidentally, Raiga Kurosuke's lightning release attack came over, but was easily, shuikai, thrown off/shaken off, by the re-accelerated Might Dewey. Might Dewey's third charge was blocked by the full force of the 4, but it broke the mental defenses of the 5. Fuguki Suikezen was the most direct. While having Samehada heal his injuries, he turned and ran. Seeing his executioner's blade broken in 2, the subconsciously dodging Juzo Biwa also followed and fled. Pity poor Hozuki Senba, who had just finished his hydrification. He took Might Dewey's 4th blow alone. This time, the hydrification technique couldn't save him. The last intact one, Raiga Kurosuke, although his reaction was slightly slower than Fuguki's and Juzo's, was fortunately far away. Seeing the situation was bad, he also chose to retreat. Only the most heavily injured Akabino Jinen, who had barely stood up, stared blankly at Might Dewey charging towards him for the 5th strike. Boom. After another loud bang, the battlefield returned to silence. When the dust settled, Ishiro, high in the sky, saw the scene below clearly. Akabino Jinen was as dead as could be, and Might Dewey had also become a charred corpse, lying on the ground. It was just that the direction he was facing was exactly where Ishiro was in the sky. Was I discovered? Ishiro thought to himself. However, Ishiro did not delay. He quickly rushed down, swiftly picking up the long sword Nuwabari, the blunt sword Kabuto Wari, the twin swords Hiramakari, the blast sword Shibuki, and Might Dewey's body. Then Ishiro cast the light/heavy rock jutsu and left this area without looking back. After a while, some Konoha ninjas on a mission nearby arrived. Looking at the devastated battlefield, the Konoha ninjas collected intelligence while staying on alert. As for the main mist army, after encountering the fleeing Fuguki Suikezen and learning of the 7 ninja swordsmen's defeat, they did not linger and returned directly the way they came. Half a day later, Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived at the scene. After learning the course of events from Might Guy and a group of other children, and judging the battle process from the scene, he took his men to rendezvous with Minato Namikaze at the front line. On the way, Hiruzen would occasionally cast his gaze at the still grieving Might Guy, lost in thought. Before this, even Hiruzen had not expected the 8 inner gates with the Gate of Death open to have such power. It seemed he would have to focus on cultivating this child in the future. In any case, a genin had solved the village's biggest crisis. Hiruzen didn't feel much grief, more relief. Not long after, Hiruzen encountered the 2,000 ninjas Minato had sent back to reinforce the village. After the two sides met, Hiruzen directly instructed them to return to the front line with him. When Minato, at the front, heard that Hiruzen was leading men back, he was still a little puzzled and quickly went out to greet them. When the two met, Hiruzen's first sentence was, "The Mist's flanking force has already retreated. We've hit 400 Power Stones goal as promised this week, here's the bonus chapter. Thank you for your support, please keep it coming." Chapter 259, Chapter 258, The Harvest. Chapter 258, The Harvest. Minato Namikaze breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the news. It's good that they've retreated. In this one day, the pressure on him had been immense. He had just taken office, and the enemy had almost reached the village. His position as Hokage, which hadn't even warmed up yet, had nearly been shaken. Fortunately, they had pulled through. After calming himself, Minato asked, "Lord Third, was it you who repelled the mist ninjas?" Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head, pointed to a child behind him, and said, "It was his father. He burned his life to kill 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen, scaring off the mist." Minato was stunned upon hearing this. The village still had a ninja of such strength. He subconsciously looked towards Might Guy and blurted out, "Guy." Might Guy was Kakashi's classmate and good friend, so Minato naturally recognized him. Seeing Minato recognize him, Might Guy quickly said, "Lord Hokage, my father died in battle. His body is also missing." After thinking for a moment, Minato asked uncertainly, "Was it the 8 inner gates?" Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded and said, "Yes. I also didn't expect the power of the 8 inner gates to be so great. Minato, this child must be well cultivated in the future. His father is a hero of the village." Minato nodded in agreement. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something and said to Hiruzen in a low voice, "Senior Danzo sent someone to contact me, saying he needs 10 ninjas from the Aburame clan, and at the minimum, they must be Chunin. He said he is confident he can stop the Sand Ninjas." Minato was hesitant, not knowing if he should send the men over. His initial intention was not to, as he didn't like Danzo's style. But if he could really stop the Sand Ninjas, the situation for Konoha would undoubtedly be much better. A glint flashed in Hiruzen's eyes. He thought of a possibility. After some thought, he said, "Agree to Danzo's request." He probably isn't exaggerating this time. Minato was stunned. It seemed Hiruzen knew what Danzo was planning, but he didn't ask. He had only been in office for a short time and hadn't read many of the village's confidential documents yet. He knew too little. So Minato nodded and had someone make the arrangements. "Lord Third, Senior Dewey's body is missing." Only now did Minato have a chance to ask about some details. Hiruzen's face was grave as he nodded, "Yes. Not only is Might Dewey's body missing, but of the 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist who died in battle, their 4 swords are also missing." "You're saying there was someone else at the scene at the time?" Minato frowned. "It's uncertain. Perhaps the surviving members of the 7 ninja swordsmen took the swords and Might Dewey's body. But if that were the case, they shouldn't have left the bodies of their 4 comrades behind and only taken Might Dewey's body." Hiruzen was also unsure. The 2 of them thought about it but had no leads, so they could only put it aside for now. In just a few short days, the situation in the ninja world had undergone a huge change. The main force of the mist, which had come aggressively, was defeated just like that. The brilliant move by the mist's flanking force to strike at the heart of the enemy was inexplicably thwarted by a Konoha genin's father. Even more miraculously, the Sand Ninja army, minding its own business, suddenly suffered heavy losses. And Iwagakure, which had been clamoring to attack Konoha, had drawn back its forces in an anticlimactic fashion. The 4th Raikage, who felt like he had participated in the whole process yet also felt like nothing had to do with him, couldn't understand what had happened at all. He could only furiously smash his temporary desk in 2 with a single punch. The Sand Ninjas had retreated. At the cost of 5 Aburame clan members' lives, Danzo had finally led the poison insects to the Sand Ninja camp. Then, Danzo quietly watched from a distance as the Sand Ninjas struggled desperately under the ravages of the poison insects. He didn't know how many casualties the Sand suffered, but in any case, the Sand had retreated. This time, if not for Hiruzen decisively repelling the main mist force and Might Dewey, a mere genin's father, scaring off the mist's flanking force, Danzo felt he could have used this operation to once again test the waters for the Hokage position. The position of Hokage should be held by someone like him, who could make the enemy retreat with a wave of his hand, not be taken advantage of by that young brat Minato who still smelled of his mother's milk. However, with those 2 events preceding it, although Danzo's operation this time was stunning, it was not enough for him to challenge Minato's position as Hokage. One thing happened after another, and the situation changed so quickly it was dizzying. Not only was the Cloud Village baffled, but even the Konoha ninjas, who had suddenly turned the tables, had won in a muddle. But one thing was very clear, Konoha had turned the tables in a situation that could almost be called desperate. However, as for the specific course of the battle, all parties were still dispatching intelligence ninjas to collect information with all their might, but so far, they had no leads. What was the deal with that Konoha genin? Was it false information deliberately spread by Konoha? Or was it a hidden trump card of Konoha? Or some special forbidden jutsu? Were there still other ninjas in Konoha who could perform this kind of forbidden jutsu? A genin using a forbidden jutsu could reach Kage level. What if a jonin used it? What if the Hokage used it? This question couldn't be thought about too deeply, otherwise, the 4 great nations would lose their confidence in winning the war. And what happened on the Sand Ninjas' side? They just retreated for no good reason. Without even a cause. Who were they defeated by? Could it be another Konoha genin? Was the upper limit for Konoha genin this high? And what was the situation with Iwagakure? Did Iwagakure know in advance that Konoha was prepared? Or had that old fox Inoki reached some treaty with Konoha again? While all parties in the ninja world were trying to sort out the cause and effect, Ishiro returned to the land of Earth. Ishiro first went to the front line and communicated with Ikura, telling him everything he knew. After listening, although Ikura was strange as to why Ishiro knew in advance that Konoha could stop the Mist's flanking force led by the 7 ninja swordsmen, he didn't ask much. He only inquired about how to handle the 4 swords. Ishiro hadn't thought about how to handle them yet. There were summoning jutsu formulas on the 7 swords. Ishiro didn't know if there was someone in Kirigakure who could summon the 7 swords, but he didn't dare to take the risk. So Ishiro had placed multiple seals on all 4 swords. Before using the swords, Ishiro had to find a way to break the seals first. However, Ikura had reminded him. Kirigakure would soon get news of the missing swords. Setting aside the others, the blast sword Shibuki had to be dealt with first. The power of the blast sword Shibuki mainly came from explosive tags, but these tags couldn't be generated from thin air. Ishiro guessed that the Mist had probably placed the tags somewhere in advance, and then the user of the blast sword would summon them. If the explosive tags were hidden by Jinpachi Munashi himself in some secret place, that would be one thing. But if the Mist was responsible for placing and storing them, then they would definitely transfer the explosive tags at the first opportunity. This was a considerable income. Thinking of this, Ishiro immediately removed the seal on the blast sword Shibuki and began to study how to use it with Ikura. The principle of the blast sword was not complicated. Although the sword had some spirit, it was essentially just a weapon. With the Kage-level strength and knowledge of Ishiro and Ikura, they quickly figured out how to use the blast sword. The summoning and detonation of the blast sword were separate. Ishiro only needed to use the summoning function without activating the detonation function to summon the explosive tags from the other end of the summoning jutsu. This was not difficult for Ishiro, whose proficiency in sealing jutsu was nearing the top of the ninja world. Facts proved Ishiro's guess to be correct. The explosive tags used by the blast sword Shibuki were indeed prepared in advance. After Ishiro tore off several 100,000 explosive tags from the blast sword, it could no longer summon any more. After resealing the blast sword, both Ishiro and Ikura looked at the hundreds of thousands of explosive tags and felt very satisfied. In frontline battles, explosive tags were important strategic materials. Ishiro only packed 5,000 of them, leaving the rest for Ikura. And Ishiro didn't bring these 5,000 explosive tags back to the village but found Kanako, who was on a mission at the front line. To support the explosive tags needed for battle, Kanako had to take the initiative to serve as a Chunin squad leader to perform missions. She happened to be at the front during this time. There were many missions at the front, and the contribution points were also high. When Ishiro found Kanako, she had just finished a mission and was calculating how many explosive tags she had left after deducting for consumption, only to find she had almost no profit. Listening to Kanako muttering to herself, Ishiro couldn't help but laugh out loud. The price of explosive tags was indeed high. For a newly promoted Chunin like Kanako leading 3 rookie genin, it was certainly too difficult to make a profit by performing missions. Kanako was still very happy to see Ishiro. She briefly told Ishiro about her recent situation and then expressed her frustration about her income not covering her expenses. Hearing this, Ishiro directly took out the prepared scroll and said, "I just got several 100,000 explosive tags from the Mist. I kept 5,000, they're all in here. For you to use." Hearing Ishiro casually mention hundreds of thousands of explosive tags, although Kanako knew Ishiro was showing off, she was still so shocked that her small mouth formed an "oh." After a long while, Kanako finally reacted to the fact that Ishiro was also giving her 5,000 explosive tags, and then her whole person was dumbfounded again. By the time she came back to her senses, Ishiro had already disappeared. Carefully looking at the scroll in her hand, Kanako quickly returned to her own tent. Then, she opened the scroll and began to count them one by one. After giving the explosive tags to Kanako, Ishiro flew directly back to Iwagakure. Without stopping, Ishiro first went to the interrogation room to hand over the Kurama clan member to the interrogation department, and only then did he come to the Tsuchikage's office. "Lord Tsuchikage, we've struck it rich, struck it rich." As soon as he entered, Ishiro couldn't wait to speak. Inoki was currently analyzing the recent situation with Mei and Sokka. Seeing Ishiro come in, he was about to ask him if he had any news from the front line, but instead heard Ishiro shouting about striking it rich. So the 3 of them exchanged a glance, and then Mei was the first to speak. "What matter made us strike it rich?" Ishiro directly took out the 4 sealed swords from a sealing scroll. Seeing the 4 swords, Sokka almost jumped up and said, "You clashed with the Mist and killed 4 of the swordsmen." Ishiro had come back from the land of fire without much delay, except for spending some time dealing with the explosive tags on the blast sword Shibuki at the front line. So at this time, Inoki and the other 2 had not yet received news of the complex changes in the situation at the front. They didn't even know that Konoha had already stabilized the situation. So after seeing the 4 swords, Sokka subconsciously thought Ishiro had clashed with the mist. Sokka wasn't strange as to how Ishiro could kill 4 of the swordsmen. With Ishiro's Kage-level strength, although it would be troublesome, it was not impossible. Sokka was just worried that Ishiro doing so would bring trouble to Iwagakure. Ishiro chuckled and said, I didn't kill them. 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were killed by a Konoha genin's father. I just picked up the 4 swords. That genin's father used a powerful forbidden jutsu. I brought the body back to see if we can research anything out of it. Support me with Power Stone. For every 200 PS equals bounds chapter. 35 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 260, Chapter 259, Wariness. Chapter 259, Wariness. After Ishiro took out the 4 swords, he explained their origin in detail. After listening to Ishiro's description, Sokka breathed a sigh of relief, then said with great regret, so, Konoha's crisis has been resolved. After Sokka finished, Mei added, the sand ninjas have retreated. Their army in the Land of Rain was suddenly attacked by a large number of poison insects. Our intelligence personnel speculated was Konoha's parasitic destruction insects. Ishiro was stunned, he didn't know this news yet. He asked, parasitic destruction insects? Poison insects? What were the sand's casualties? Sokka shook his head and said, the news is ambiguous. Specific intelligence can't get out. The situation of our intelligence personnel may not be good either. Ishiro didn't ask further. He thought of an Aburame clan forbidden jutsu from the original story that was stopped by Shino Aburame during the Fourth War, the pot of poison technique. The sand is really unlucky, Ishiro thought to himself. At this moment, Sokka said, our ninjas scouting in the Land of Grass sent back a piece of intelligence. A large number of ninjas have died in the Land of Grass, and their bodies were piled in a pit as feed for some kind of poison insects. That team of ninjas also discovered traces of the poison insects migrating from the Land of Grass to the Land of Rain. Afterwards, fearing trouble, they didn't venture deep and just sent the intelligence back. Ishiro was stunned, there's such a thing. I didn't hear about it when I was at the front. Anoki explained, it was discovered by the Umbu. It was just transmitted back urgently through a special channel. Ishiro nodded, no longer dwelling on these details, and then said, Senior Sokka, do you mean that Konoha originally intended to use these poison insects against us? It was only because we suddenly contracted our defensive line that they had to switch targets. Sokka nodded and said, this possibility is very high. If Konoha wanted to deal with the sand, they shouldn't have been cultivating the parasitic destruction insects in the Land of Grass, but should have set up the experimental site in the Land of Rain. Moreover, sand puppet masters are skilled in using poison. They are better at dealing with poison insects than we are. This move would have been more effective if used on us. Ishiro thought for a moment and said, that makes sense. But for Konoha to use grass ninjas as feed for parasitic destruction insects, if this news gets out, Konoha's reputation will probably be ruined. Minato Namikaze shouldn't do something like this. As soon as these words were spoken, a name popped into the minds of everyone in the room, including the 3 Tsuchikage's assistants, Danzo Shimura. After thinking of Danzo, this topic naturally ended. In this ninja world, there was nothing that man didn't dare to do, no blame he couldn't carry. After a while, Anoki turned his gaze back to the 4 swords and said, let's discuss how to handle these 4 swords. Ishiro said, Ikura and I have already taken out the explosive tags from the blast sword Shibuki. There are hundreds of thousands of them, all left at the front line. Mei was delighted to hear this and asked for confirmation, really, hundreds of thousands. This was good news. During wartime, finances were tight. This could save the village a huge expense. Ishiro nodded, didn't continue on this topic, and went on, the 4 swords themselves are not of much help to the village. Not many ninjas in our village are skilled in sword techniques, and these 7 swords of the mist are too special. We don't have the matching sword techniques, so we basically can't use them. However, these swords all have summoning jutsu on them. This is worth studying carefully. We currently don't have a summoning jutsu that can summon objects. If this jutsu can be researched, its usefulness will not be small. For example, with this kind of summoning jutsu, the safety of the Byakugan will be guaranteed. In fact, this was what Ishiro valued the most. The 7 swords could only enhance the strength of 7 ninjas, but if they could learn the mist summoning jutsu through the 7 swords, then Iwagakure could use the Byakugan boldly and without worry. The strategic value of the Byakugan was far beyond what the 7 swords could compare to. Hearing this, Anoki and the others' eyes lit up. That's right. By using a summoning jutsu to add a layer of protection to the Byakugan, the village would no longer have to worry about the Byakugan being lost. Let's hand this matter over to the barrier team. After the research is complete, we'll sell the 4 swords back to Iwagakure through the black market. Inoki made a direct decision. After discussing how to handle the 4 swords, Ishiro took out Might Dewey's body. Pointing at Might Dewey's charred-like corpse, Ishiro said, "This Konoha genin trained in a forbidden jutsu with extremely terrifying burst power." At that time, I heard him shout before activating this jutsu, 8 inner gates formation, 8th gate of death, open. Ishiro didn't know if Might Dewey had shouted before opening the 8 gates, anyway, he hadn't heard it. He said this just to inform the people in the conference room. Ishiro continued to narrate, "I speculate that this forbidden jutsu should be called the 8 inner gates formation, and that so-called gate of death should be the strongest move of the 8 inner gates. And from the name Gate of Death, one can guess that the price of opening the final gate of the 8 inner gates should be death." This genin died after exhausting all his life force. If the other members of the 7 ninja swordsmen had run a little slower, had blocked one more time, probably at least 2 fewer would have died. It's just that I didn't notice this genin's strength at first. I only know that after he used the forbidden jutsu, the strength that burst forth was above mine. If I had been on the ground at that time and he had targeted me, I might not have been able to come back. Inoki and the others all gasped in cold air. Mei couldn't help but ask, is it really that powerful? Is this person really just a genin? Ishiro shook his head, I'm not sure if he's a genin either, but one thing is certain, his original strength was definitely not high. Because although the power he unleashed after using the forbidden jutsu was unimaginable, his technique was not high. From some of his attack methods, it can be seen that apart from his physical qualities, his other ninja fundamentals were not good. As Ishiro said this, the expressions of Inoki and the others became even more solemn. From what Ishiro meant, this forbidden jutsu of Konoha didn't seem to have high requirements for talent. This was too terrifying. If this forbidden jutsu could be popularized. Thinking of this possibility, everyone in the office could no longer sit still. If Konoha dispatched 100 genin like Might Dewey, that would be enough to take down Iwagakure. Ishiro naturally knew what they were thinking, waved his hand, and said, "Lord Tsuchikage, don't worry. Let's take a look at this body." Ishiro lifted one of Might Dewey's arms and explained, although the life force of this corpse has been completely exhausted, it can still be seen that this Konoha genin's physical strength in life was extremely terrifying. I don't know how he trained, but from analyzing the strength of his whole body, this ninja, without using chakra, just his physical strength alone, was already incredible. Perhaps this forbidden jutsu doesn't have high requirements for a ninja's ninjutsu or taijutsu talent, but it must have extremely terrifying requirements for physical strength. Inoki came to Might Dewey's body, examined it carefully, and then said with a sigh of relief, "Indeed. This genin's physical strength far exceeds that of any ninja I have ever seen." As he spoke, Inoki pinched one of Might Dewey's legs and explained, "The bone in this leg is broken. It should be because the body couldn't withstand such powerful force. This shows how high the physical requirements of this forbidden jutsu are." Ishiro added, "So I speculate that the requirement of this forbidden jutsu for its user should be extraordinary physical strength. For an ordinary person to reach this level, it would probably require unimaginable arduous training. And this level of training is not something that can be persisted through strong willpower alone, it must require a unique physical talent." Sokka and the others felt some relief upon hearing this. Everyone sat down again. Inoki pondered for a moment and said, "Relay the intelligence on this Konoha genin to the Jonin level of the village. Keep an eye out for Konoha ninjas with special talents in physical strength. If there's a chance, eliminate them early." Sokka nodded and said, "I understand. I will increase the corresponding contribution points for this type of mission." Seeing that the matter of Might Dewey was settled, Ishiro thought of the Konoha ninja he had captured and said, "This time, while breaking deep into the land of fire with the 7 ninja swordsmen, I also captured a Konoha ninja, a genjutsu user. Although this person only has the strength of a chunin, he managed to deceive one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Juzo Biwa, through interference like visual illusions. I had previously developed some simple visual interference type genjutsu with Katsumata, so I noticed some abnormalities. I speculate this person is from Konoha's genjutsu inheriting clan, the Kurama clan." Inoki was overjoyed and said, "Captured alive?" "Yes, the person is in the interrogation department. I have instructed the people there to be careful." Ishiro knew what Inoki was thinking. Sure enough, Inoki immediately said, "Sokka, immediately arrange for the genjutsu research team to interrogate this person. We must obtain the Kurama clan's related ninjutsu." After speaking, Inoki looked at Ishiro again, thought for a moment, and said, "Call your disciple Katsumata back. Let him also participate in the interrogation. Since he can develop visual interference genjutsu, perhaps he can learn some of the Kurama clan's 5 senses type genjutsu." Ishiro nodded without saying much. Katsumata was indeed the best candidate to lead this matter, but his seniority and strength were not enough. For now, he could only be a participant. Mei at this time asked with some uncertainty, the Kurama clan's control over the five senses should also be a Kekkei. Can the interrogation department get anything useful out of him? Ishiro thought for a moment and said, there should be some gains. At the very least, the application of five senses ninjutsu can be used as a reference. Moreover, although the Kurama clan is a Kekkei clan, the number of ninjas in their clan who have awakened the Kekkei is not large. Their unawakened members also know genjutsu. This shows that besides the Kekkei, they have other genjutsu inheritances. Hearing Ishiro say this, Mei didn't object. Iwagakure's foundation in genjutsu was indeed too poor. She just added worriedly, the Kurama clan also has a considerable reputation in the ninja world. There should also be seals in their minds. It probably won't be easy to obtain their genjutsu. This didn't need Ishiro's answer. Sokka directly said, this is simple. We'll create an opportunity for him to escape and have the researchers observe him in secret. Don't we have the Byakugan? We're not afraid of him getting away. Ishiro also thought so. With the cooperation of the Byakugan, it would be much more convenient to learn ninjutsu by observation. After dealing with the various spoils Ishiro brought back, Anoki said, all right, let's discuss the upcoming situation. At this point, the joy from earlier immediately faded a lot. In this turn of events, although Iwagakure had not lost anything, Konoha was the biggest winner. Previously, Konoha faced attacks from four sides, and the situation was precarious. But in the blink of an eye, the mist was defeated, the sand retreated, and Konoha went from a 1 versus 4 situation to a 1 versus 2. Most importantly, Konoha had easily defeated two great nations with little loss to themselves. Apart from the beginning, when Hiruzen launched two strong attacks against the Mist's main force in the Land of Whirlpools and lost some ninjas, there were almost no losses after that. Konoha easily defeating two great nations made the other two countries much more wary of Konoha. If nothing else, Ishiro could feel that in the Tsuchikage's office at this moment, no one wanted to launch an attack on Konoha again in the short term. Barring any accidents, the current Cloud Village's perception of Konoha would not be much better than Iwagakure's. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 35 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 261, Chapter 260, Danzo S moves. Chapter 260, Danzo S moves. After a brief but intense peak, the Fourth War once again quieted down. Although the armies of the various nations, except for the Mist, had not disbanded, the previous fierce conflicts had ended. In this war, the third Hokage, who had been sitting in Konoha's main camp for over a decade without much movement, changed his usual style and defeated the Mist with thunderous methods. The fourth Hokage, the Yellow Flash, used the Flying Thunder God technique to fight on two major battlefields, single-handedly holding back the Kage of two villages. An incredible Konoha Genin's father defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist with his own strength, scaring off the main Mist army. And as time went on, a piece of news slowly spread. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen, besides the 4 killed by Might Dewey, Juzobiwa had actually defected. The sand ninjas were again easily repelled by the parasitic destruction insects of Konoha's Aburame clan. The sand didn't even see a trace of the enemy until they retreated back into the deserts of the Land of Wind, a deeply frustrating defeat. This series of changes made the onlookers of the ninja world sigh with emotion. Konoha was truly a village blessed by the heavens. Every time it encountered a crisis, a genius would be born to save it. However, although Konoha had won a moment of respite, Danzo, as one of Konoha's higher-ups, was not very happy. Originally, Danzo was the Hokage's advisor, the number 2 figure in Konoha. But with the fourth taking the stage, the third naturally replaced Danzo as the Hokage's advisor, and Danzo's status, instead of rising, had fallen. Now, Danzo was just one of 5 high-level officials. If not for the route he controlled, he would be no different from Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Yutatane. How could Danzo be content with this? What was even more infuriating was that after Hiruzen returned to the front line, through a series of operations, he had attributed the credit for repelling the sand to the Aburame clan. This was why the outside world only knew that the Aburame's insects had repelled the sand, but didn't know that Danzo was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Danzo naturally knew that Hiruzen's purpose was to appease the Aburame clan. After all, this time Danzo had semi-forcibly made 5 Aburame ninjas migrate their parasitic insects at the cost of their lives. The Aburame clan was dissatisfied with this, and there were considerable whispers among the other ninja clans as well. But knowing was one thing, having his own merits erased just like that was something Danzo could not tolerate under any circumstances. After the situation eased, Danzo had a quarrel with Hiruzen and then left the main Konoha camp in a huff. As for why he didn't argue with Minato, Danzo expressed that the fourth Hokage, a puppet pulled out by Hiruzen, was not yet worthy of his attention. Danzo, after leaving the Konoha camp, took his subordinates directly across the border of the Land of Fire and into the Land of Rain. That's right, Danzo's target this time was again Hanzo. A few days ago, when Danzo passed through the Land of Rain with a large number of poison insects, he had given Hanzo quite a scare. Also being a master of poison, Hanzo knew better than anyone the damage a large-scale poison attack could inflict on a ninja army. So Danzo believed that this trip to the village hidden in the rain would not be in vain. Returning the view to Iwagakure, Ishiro, who had gone out and returned to the village, received a letter. The letter had no signature and was brought by a merchant caravan from another country. Ishiro recognized the handwriting on the envelope at a glance. It was a letter from Conan. After such a long time, Conan had finally written back to him. I wonder what Nagato and the others' attitude towards me is now. Thinking this, Ishiro opened the envelope. As expected, the main content of the letter was about the training methods for Conan's paper release. This was what Kanako was currently most in need of. Besides this content, Conan also briefly described Nagato's and Yahiko's attitudes towards Ishiro in the letter. I didn't expect Nagato to see me so clearly. Could it be that the Rinnegan also has the ability to see through people's hearts? Ishiro shook his head. Probably not. In the original story, Nagato was just a puppet. If the Rinnegan had this effect, his ending shouldn't have been so bleak. Ishiro guessed that it was probably because he had learned ninjutsu from Nagato. The two had had more contact, allowing Nagato to see his ambition. Yahiko is really a fool. Ishiro felt a bit helpless. Even now, Yahiko still primarily trusted him. Yahiko still insisted on that set of beliefs. He trusted others, and he also believed that others would trust him. However, Conan did not mention her own opinion of Ishiro. But her willingness to write to him and help his disciple train in paper release led Ishiro to estimate that Conan still rather agreed with Yahiko. Ishiro had the Umbu send Conan's letter to Kanako at the front line. Of course, Ishiro directly removed the parts of the letter concerning Nagato and Yahiko. At this moment, Ishiro really wanted to go to the Land of Rivers to have a look, but he was also afraid that Nagato would really make a move against him. Right now, Ishiro didn't have a good grasp of Nagato's mentality and was not sure what Nagato was thinking, so he didn't dare to take the risk. Sighing, Ishiro turned his energy back to his light release. Before leaving the village last time, Ishiro had barely found some tricks to light release. Now was the time to spend a lot of time improving his proficiency. At this moment, Ishiro couldn't afford any distractions. However, Ishiro had originally thought that with Konoha's incredible victory, the ninja world would have a relatively long period of peace, but the result was different from what he had imagined. Not long after, another change occurred in the ninja world. This change seemed incredible to others in the ninja world, but Ishiro, who had seen the original story, was extremely expectant of this day. Just as the four great nations were reluctantly withdrawing their troops, just as the Konoha ninjas thought they could welcome another brief period of peace, the Mist ninjas, who should have been the last to act, caused trouble again. The only female disciple of Konoha's newly appointed fourth Hokage was abducted by Mist ninjas during a mission. Sparks flew once again between Konoha and Kirigakure. If not for Ishiro having instructed the intelligence department to pay special attention to the three disciples of the Yellow Flash, Iwagakure probably wouldn't have been able to get this news in time either. In the Tsuchikage's office, Ishiro flipped through the intelligence reports on the conflict between Konoha and the Mist, his heart stirring restlessly. Obito was about to awaken his Mangekyo. Madara Uchiha was about to die. This should be an opportunity to explore Madara's underground world. In that mysterious underground world, there was the Gedo statue, Hashirama cells, Sharingan, the Uchiha Gunbai, and the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu inheritance, including a forbidden jutsu like Izanagi. Not to mention these forbidden-level things, even if he could just get one or two of Madara's leftover ninjutsu notes, Ishiro felt it could greatly enhance Iwagakure's strength. Even if he couldn't get the ninjutsu notes, capturing one or two white Zetsu clones for research, Ishiro felt it would not be a loss. As long as Madara died and Black Zetsu didn't make a move, facing only Obito, who had just awakened his Mangekyo, Ishiro was actually not very worried. Obito's combat instinct was trash. Although his Mangekyo was unbeatable, an awakened but not yet proficiently used Mangekyo, Ishiro expressed, was nothing to panic about. Not to mention, Ishiro knew the abilities of this Mangekyo even better than Obito himself. It was just, where on earth was that underground world? If relying solely on the original story, Ishiro might guess that the underground world was right near Canopy Bridge. But in this life, the place where Obito faked his death was a world away from Canopy Bridge. So, guessing based on the original story was not going to yield an accurate location. Obito had spacetime ninjutsu, making it almost impossible to track him. White Zetsu had the Mayfly technique. If he could be tracked, Ishiro would have already been reverse monitoring him. So, how to track Obito? Just as Ishiro was spacing out, the discussion among the others in the Tsuchikage's office about this matter ended. The group reached a consensus: no matter what madness the mist was up to this time, Iwagakure would not participate. The four great nations had already missed the best opportunity to besiege Konoha. No one believed the mist could stir up any more storms. After all, even a whole flanking force's sneak attack was stopped by a Konoha genin. How much strength could the heavily damaged mist still have? Ishiro came back to his senses, and then, under the astonished gazes of Inoki and the others, he slowly said, "I'm making a trip to the land of waves." Inoki frowned and was about to object, but seeing Ishiro's grave expression, he swallowed the words that were about to come out. The contributions Ishiro had made to Iwagakure and the land of Earth over the years were too great. And many times, Ishiro seemed to have intelligence that others didn't, so Inoki was now slowly getting used to Ishiro's abnormal behavior. After pondering for a moment, Inoki said, "If you want to go, then go. Just don't think of solving everything by yourself. You have the entire village of Iwagakure behind you." Inoki's words surprised Ishiro somewhat. He hadn't expected the old man to be so open-minded this time. However, the latter half of Inoki's sentence still moved Ishiro. Perhaps the village could help him with problems he couldn't solve himself. After getting Inoki's permission, Ishiro could no longer sit still. Ignoring the baffled looks of the others, he directly got up and left the Tsuchikage's office. After leaving the Tsuchikage building, Ishiro did not leave the village directly as usual but first went to the barrier team. The barrier team was very special to Ishiro. It was the first place he had worked after coming to this world. It could be said that the barrier team was the starting point of Ishiro's rise. Here, Ishiro, a civilian ninja, had achieved an unconventional overtaking. Many of Ishiro's early advantages came from here. Without the free materials from the barrier team, Ishiro's early ninja career would not have been so smooth. If the barrier team hadn't been giving him a second salary, Ishiro's growth would not have been so rapid. It was just that as Ishiro's strength and status grew higher and higher, the help the barrier team could provide him became smaller and smaller. In addition, Ishiro had already seen almost all the sealing jutsu in the barrier team, so he had rarely come here in recent years. Walking into the barrier team again, Ishiro felt some emotion in his heart. The senior Akisha, whom Ishiro was most familiar with in the barrier team, had completely retired. However, Ishiro was still relatively familiar with the current head of the barrier team, who was Bunji, the one who had led Ishiro into the barrier team back then. While greeting some familiar people, Ishiro walked straight to the office of the barrier team head. Bunji was somewhat surprised by Ishiro's arrival. Ishiro had rarely come to the barrier team since becoming an advisor. Bunji had watched Ishiro grow up. The first A-rank sealing jutsu Bunji had learned back then was the 5-element seal developed by Ishiro. Bunji had originally thought that after becoming an advisor, Ishiro would choose to take charge of the barrier team, but instead, it was Akura who came. At that time, Bunji really didn't understand. Ishiro's greatest strength was clearly sealing jutsu, yet he didn't choose the barrier team. It wasn't until later, when Ishiro caused a big stir in the medical team, that Bunji understood that perhaps Ishiro felt that everything that could be changed in the barrier team had already been changed. Other departments needed Ishiro more. "Senior Bunji, there's something I need to trouble the barrier team with," Ishiro said directly, unaware of the drama playing out in Bunji's mind. Now, Ishiro's status was far above that of Bunji, the head of the barrier team, so Ishiro didn't beat around the bush much. Bunji nodded, and asked with some curiosity, "Advisor Ishiro, I wonder what you need the barrier team for." Support me with Power Stone. For every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. 35 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 262, Chapter 261, Resonance of the Mind's Eye. Chapter 261, Resonance of the Mind's Eye. With Bunji's cooperation, Ishiro summoned all the sealing jutsu ninjas of Chunin rank and above from the barrier team. Looking at the barrier team, which had grown much larger than before, Ishiro smiled and slowly began to speak. "I need a tracking-type sealing jutsu. The requirement is that it must be able to deceive the Sharingan, and even deceive eyes with insight far superior to the Sharingan." Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Then, Uzumaki Yumi, who had already been promoted to deputy head of the barrier team, spoke up, "Advisor Ishiro, I wonder if the eyes you speak of, with insight far superior to the Sharingan, are the Byakugan." Uzumaki Yumi was now Ikura's fiancée and was relatively familiar with Ishiro, so she directly raised her question. Ishiro shook his head and said, "The level of the Byakugan is about the same as the Sharingan, they just have different focuses. You don't need to ask what kind of eyes they are. Just consider whether it can be done." Everyone was speechless again. Making people work without revealing the intelligence was going too far. Finally, Ishiro's disciple, Uran Kawatso, spoke up, breaking the awkwardness for Ishiro. "Teacher, you mentioned these eyes, How much stronger is their insight compared to a 3-tomo Sharingan or a Byakugan? This question was very practical. Ishiro had only said, far superior to the Sharingan, but remained silent on exactly how much stronger, which left everyone helpless. Ishiro thought for a moment and said, using the Byakugan as a reference is not appropriate, its focus is similar to the Sharingan. Let's use the Sharingan as a reference. You should consider it as 10 times stronger than a 3-tomo Sharingan. 10 times, someone couldn't help but ask, stammering. Iwagakure had a 3-tomo Sharingan, and it was occasionally used for experiments. The Barrier team, as a specialized research department, had participated in this quite a bit, and they were very clear about the power of a 3-tomo Sharingan. Ishiro nodded to indicate that he hadn't misheard. This time, everyone was no longer silent but began to discuss amidst an uproar. Some directly said it was impossible. Let alone 10 times stronger than a 3-tomo, even deceiving a 3-tomo was impossible. Others said that the strength of the Sharingan was not in insight. In terms of insight, the Sharingan was inferior to the Byakugan, so it was not impossible to achieve. Listening to the chirping discussion of the crowd, Ishiro also sighed. He himself was a genius in sealing jutsu, and in terms of sealing jutsu proficiency, he was stronger than everyone present. He was naturally very clear about the problems everyone was talking about, but Ishiro had hoped that with so many people here, someone could offer some feasible suggestions. After a while, Uzumaki Yumi summarized, Advisor Ishiro, you are also a master of sealing jutsu. You should know better than anyone that sealing jutsu is not omnipotent. It is almost impossible to deceive the insight of a 3-tomo Sharingan. As for eyes 10 times stronger than a 3-tomo Sharingan, that could even be said to be able to perceive any detail. Ishiro was a little disappointed. In that case, tracking Obito would be impossible. What a pity for Madara's legacy. Just then, his good disciple Yuran Kawatsu spoke up again, Teacher, I have an idea. Hearing Yuran's words, everyone's gaze, including Ishiro's, turned to her. Yuran hadn't been in the Barrier team for long, but her treatment was not low. For no other reason than that she was Ishiro's disciple, the first disciple to inherit Ishiro's sealing jutsu legacy. Everyone had high hopes for her. The last person everyone had such high expectations for was now the deputy head of the Barrier team, Uzumaki Yumi. The one before that was Ishiro. So at this moment, although no one believed that this newly promoted Chunin could think of a method, they were all willing to listen. Under everyone's gaze, Yuran was a little nervous, but she still boldly began her description. Teacher obtained a Byakugan before. Our Barrier team has been researching a sealing jutsu to counter the Byakugan for some time. But our progress has been minimal. The reason is not because the Byakugan's insight is too unbeatable, but because of its see-through effect. Although the Sharingan is as famous as the Byakugan, as teacher said, the Sharingan's specialty is not insight, but observing chakra and its dynamic vision. Compared to the Byakugan's see-through effect, the ability of dynamic vision is actually not very useful against sealing jutsu. The only thing worthy of our attention is the Sharingan's sensitivity to chakra. This point is also unbeatable for ordinary ninjas because without chakra, let alone sealing jutsu, you can't even use the 3 basic academy techniques. But teacher is different. Teacher has a kind of chakra that is not easily perceived. At this point, Ishiro's heart stirred. He immediately understood that Yuran was talking about sage chakra. Indeed, because sage jutsu incorporates natural energy, it is not easily detected. A sealing jutsu cast with sage jutsu could indeed evade the insight of the Sharingan very well. Although Ishiro wasn't sure if it could ultimately deceive the Mangekyo Sharingan, he felt it was worth a try. Seeing Ishiro react, Yuran continued, if we can develop a tracking-type sealing jutsu that consumes as little chakra as possible, or has as little chakra fluctuation as possible, and combine it with teacher's unique chakra, it's not impossible to deceive a 3-tomo Sharingan, or even a higher-level eye. Ishiro nodded, expressing his approval of Yuran. With a direction, Ishiro no longer needed the people of the Barrier team to come up with ideas. After letting Bunji dismiss the crowd, Ishiro left the Barrier team. Time was tight. Ishiro went directly to the Sage Jutsu training area, immediately entered Sage mode, and then, with the Sage face markings covering half his face, he left Iwagakure. Along the way, Ishiro constantly thought about how to track Obito. That same day, Ishiro arrived in the Land of Waves. With the help of his flight ninjutsu, he easily discovered the movements of the Mist Ninjas. The process was simple because the Mist Ninjas had barely hidden their tracks. No wonder Kakashi could get Rin out so easily, Ishiro pursed his lips. Looking down at the Mist Ninjas who thought their plan was succeeding, pretending to track Kakashi and Rin, Ishiro did not disturb them. Instead, he circled the periphery several times and finally found a lone Mist Ninja. It had been some time since Obito Uchiha was rescued by Madara. During this period, the carefree Obito had been recovering from his injuries while playfully roughhousing with several white Zetsu clones. Until this day, when he was suddenly told that Rin was in danger. Obito, who could no longer sit still, desperately rushed towards Kakashi and Rin's location with the help of a white Zetsu clone. But it was a pity. In the end, what Obito saw was everything Madara had arranged long ago, his best friend killing the person he loved. It was unknown whether the pain of losing his love was greater, or the pain of being betrayed by his best friend was worse. Under this double blow, Obito, as if skipping a grade, directly awakened his Mangekyo. At this time, in the sky above the area where Kakashi and Rin were fighting, Ishiro had been observing with his mind's eye and sensory ninjutsu. He had already discovered Obito's arrival. To be honest, Obito, wrapped in white Zetsu, had a strong ability to hide his presence. If not for Obito running all the way here, causing no small commotion, Ishiro really wouldn't have discovered him. But the moment the Mangekyo awakened, Ishiro clearly felt that sinister chakra fluctuation. This level of chakra had indeed reached the Kage level. The incredible Sharingan. Even though Ishiro had seen the original story, he was still very shocked by this scene. A moment ago, the chakra intensity of the emotionally volatile Obito was only at the Chunin level, but in the next moment, he already had the strength of a Kage. The bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths was too unbeatable. It was also at this moment that Ishiro's mind's eye seemed to have a slight connection with some existence. It was just that this connection was very brief, fleeting in an instant. If not for Ishiro having Kage-level strength and Kage-level perception, perhaps this fleeting sensation would have been ignored by him. The mind's eye. That's right, it's the mind's eye. Ishiro carefully savored the feeling from just now. There was no mistake, it must be the mind's eye. His mind's eye had resonated with a certain existence. The opening of the mind's eye had been an accident for Ishiro. Back then, Ishiro was almost petrified by natural energy and awakened the S-rank ninjutsu, the mind's eye, in a desperate situation. But after that, the mind's eye had never changed again. Although its sensing range had increased slightly, compared to the terrifying speed of Ishiro's strength improvement, this bit of change was completely negligible. Until today, Ishiro, who had almost trained his mind's eye into an instinct, had unexpectedly discovered a slight change in it. That feeling, it was as if someone had opened a door for him. In that instant, his mind's eye communicated with some unknown existence and then drew some power from that unknown place. Although he hadn't experimented, Ishiro was sure that his mind's eye had been significantly enhanced. What's going on? The mind's eye should just be a ninjutsu, not a bloodline inheritance like the Byakugan or Sharingan. Why would there be this kind of change? Completely baffled, Ishiro looked at Obito, who was rampaging below, and suddenly had a guess. Could it be because Obito awakened his Mangekyo? The moment the Mangekyo awakened, it communicated with some existence, allowing my mind's eye to benefit from it as well. Ishiro couldn't be sure, and there was no time to delve into it now because Obito below had already begun his slaughter. Back then, the biggest reason Ishiro chose to learn the S-rank ninjutsu, the mind's eye, was to use it to detect space-time ninjutsu, with the main target being Obito Uchiha. Now that Obito was right in front of him, Ishiro certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity. After the strange feeling of his mind's eye ended, Ishiro began to sense Obito's state. It was effective, and also ineffective. When Obito was phased out, the mind's eye couldn't capture his chakra. When he became tangible, the mind's eye could capture his chakra. From the purpose of countering space-time ninjutsu, the mind's eye couldn't do it. But from the perspective of judging the enemy's state, the mind's eye was sufficient. Although he had long known that Obito's Mangekyo had space-time abilities, after seeing it with his own eyes, Ishiro was still amazed. This kind of ability to be innately invincible was much more practical than his own need to fly into the air to dodge attacks. The completely irrational Obito Uchiha was now using his ultimate ability. Below, except for Kakashi and Rin, all the mist ninjas were being brutally slaughtered by Obito. There was not a single intact corpse. At the same time, the blood from the corpses flowed everywhere. In the end, Rin and Kakashi were almost soaked in blood. At first, Obito was not stained by the blood due to his own phasing. But in the end, when he touched Rin, Obito deactivated his phasing, and so his bare feet inevitably touched the blood. It was at this moment that, unnoticed by Obito, some blood controlled by Ishiro's sealing jutsu successfully stuck to Obito's ankle. This blood was from the mist ninja Ishiro had captured on the periphery earlier. Ishiro had previously used Sage Chakra to cast a tracking-type sealing jutsu within this mist ninja's body. The recording location of the sealing jutsu was right in this ninja's blood. Neither the already irrational Obito nor the panicked mist ninjas had noticed that another terrified, speechless mist genin had been added to their midst. Afterward, as Ishiro had expected, this mist genin, along with the other ninjas, was directly dismembered by the rampaging Obito. His blood, under Ishiro's control, slowly flowed to Obito's side and finally successfully attached to his ankle. And neither Obito nor the white Zetsu enveloping him noticed any of this. Although there was a strange development with his mind's eye, the ultimate goal was still achieved. Ishiro breathed a sigh of relief and did not move rashly. Obito was emotionally unstable right now. He hadn't noticed him yet. It would be bad if he moved rashly and attracted his attention. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals bounds chapter. Dash, 35 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/sega. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 263, Chapter 262, Tracking. Chapter 262, Tracking. After a long while, having vented his emotions and finally calmed down due to exhaustion and despair, Obito Uchiha got up and slowly left in the direction he came from. After another while, Ishiro carefully checked the surroundings of the battlefield a dozen more times with his sensory ninjutsu and mind's eye. He only left one white Zetsu clone. A glint flashed in Ishiro's eyes. Glancing in the direction Obito had left, Ishiro felt this was an opportunity. Previously, worried about Madara Uchiha making a move, Ishiro had his reservations. Now that Madara was about to die, Ishiro naturally had far fewer scruples. Ishiro, having cast the camouflage jutsu, slowly used the light/heavy rock jutsu to approach the vicinity of that white Zetsu clone. Sensing that the white Zetsu clone hidden in a large tree dozens of meters below seemed to have noticed something and was looking around, Ishiro carefully stopped his approach. After another while, the moment that white Zetsu clone let down its guard again, Ishiro quickly extended both his hands. Sage Art, Bansho Tenin. In an instant, the white Zetsu clone, along with the tree it was hiding in, was sucked into midair by Ishiro. The white Zetsu clone, sensing danger, immediately tried to use the mayfly technique, but then it froze for a moment as it left the roots of the tree. What's going on? Where's the ground? Hit by Ishiro's Sage Art, Bansho Tenin and separated from the ground, the white Zetsu lost its greatest speed advantage. Then, Ishiro unleashed a whole set of combination attacks, subduing and sealing the still-dazed white Zetsu, which didn't know what to do. After creating an earth clone and having it take the white Zetsu clone to an altitude of over 1,000 meters, Ishiro finally breathed a sigh of relief. After carefully sensing for a while again and confirming there were no other ninjas around, Ishiro came to Kakashi's side. Glancing at Rin's body, Ishiro didn't understand why Obito didn't take her with him. Take the body, stare at it every day, wouldn't that be nice? Did he need to sneak into Konoha every time to mourn at the memorial stone? However, Rin was not Ishiro's target. What interested him was Kakashi. Ishiro first went up and dismantled the equipment on Kakashi. After a rough look, there were still some good things on Kakashi. He had quite a few ninjutsu scrolls. That's right. Kakashi is like me, with no close relatives. Most of his net worth should be on his person. Setting aside other things, Ishiro first sealed the special kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God formula. Ishiro didn't know how effective his seals were against the Flying Thunder God, so he applied 7 or 8 A-rank seals at once, some sealing chakra, others sealing perception. This wasn't all. Ishiro created another clone and had it hide the special kunai. Regardless of whether Minato could still sense it now, Ishiro didn't want to take the risk. Even if he wanted to study it, he would have to wait until after Minato was dead. After dealing with Kakashi's personal belongings, Ishiro created a large number of clones and had them check the bodies of the surrounding mist ninjas. Obito didn't care about the equipment on these ninjas, but Ishiro couldn't afford not to. At least 40 mist ninjas were killed by Obito. Among these 40, the number of genin was not large, most were chunin. There was also a considerable number of jonin. These ninjas hadn't experienced much combat, and they had plenty of good things on them. Finally, Ishiro glanced at Kakashi's tightly closed left eye. He hesitated for a moment but did not make a move. Although this eye had already awakened to the Mangekyo, it was basically useless until it was developed by Kakashi into a true Mangekyo. And for others to use the Sharingan like Kakashi did would be quite difficult. Without the help of Obito's will personally gifting the Sharingan, one could forget about using this eye. After packing and sealing the things obtained from Kakashi and the Mist Ninjas, Ishiro followed in the direction Obito had left. Ishiro did not immediately use the sealing jutsu attached to Obito's ankle. Every time this thing was used, the chance of exposure increased. Now was not the time to use it. Based on his knowledge of the original story, Ishiro had a time estimate for Madara's death. The time it took Obito to reach this battlefield would not exceed 1 day. Ishiro estimated that this location was likely chosen by Madara in advance. Then, for Obito, who now possessed space-time ninjutsu, the time it would take to return to Madara's side would likewise not exceed 1 day. Considering that Madara also gave Obito some last words before he died, Ishiro felt that waiting a day or two before sensing was just right. As he was flying, Ishiro suddenly sensed something. His body paused, and he used all his strength to activate his sensory ninjutsu and mind's eye. Is it another White Zetsu clone? Ishiro's heart stirred. It seems White Zetsu already knows I captured one of them. Is this one here to investigate the situation? Such a fast reaction, such high speed. After carefully checking again and finding nothing else, Ishiro continued his pursuit. However, after walking for a while longer, Ishiro found that the traces left by Obito had completely disappeared. He started using space-time ninjutsu from here, right? Since he started using space-time ninjutsu to travel, that means Madara's death is not far off. Hurry up, Obito. Don't let Madara live any longer. In the gloomy underground space, just as Madara had expected, Obito went and returned. Looking at Obito's Mangekyo, a faint smile appeared on Madara's face. Only at this moment did Madara finally make up his mind to let Obito become his agent. Next, after Madara introduced some of the Eye of the Moon plan to Obito and arranged his tasks, he created Black Zetsu in front of him. Then, Madara ripped off the pipes connecting him to the demonic statue of the outer path and completely entered his final annihilation. And Obito, under the guidance of Black and White Zetsu, began his study of Yin-Yang release. A day later, a slight itching appeared on Obito's ankle. However, Obito, whose heart was already dead, paid it no mind. Only after this feeling had appeared 3 times did Obito notice something was wrong. When he reached out to wipe off that trace of blood, Obito felt something abnormal. But after carefully observing it with his Sharingan activated, he found nothing. Beside him, Black Zetsu, who was guiding Obito, asked, "Obito, what's wrong?" Obito shook his head to indicate nothing was wrong, then looked at Black Zetsu with a cold expression and said in an icy tone, "Call me Madara Uchiha." This scene was also within Ishiro's expectations. The sealing jutsu Ishiro had set in the blood did not contain much sage chakra. After being sent several times, there was not much left. Just now, when Obito casually wiped it, he had already destroyed the seal's structure. Once the seal structure was broken, the remaining sage chakra within it naturally dissipated. If Obito had activated his Mangekyo Sharingan first, he might have been able to observe a slight difference. But now, what he saw was indeed just ordinary blood. And at the moment Obito wiped away the blood stain, Ishiro was floating right above him. After 3 instances of sensory positioning, Ishiro had successfully found the location of Madara's base. That went very smoothly. Obito truly lives up to his name as the virtuous idiot. Having a foolish opponent is the best. Originally, in Ishiro's expectation, the best result would be being discovered by Obito while sensing the seal, and then he would have to force his way in. Ishiro was confident he could obtain some of Madara's legacy from Obito's hands. But what had happened now seemed even better than Ishiro had imagined. He had both found Madara's base and not been detected by Obito. Ishiro really wanted to return to Iwagakure now and come back to raid the base after Obito had left. But considering Obito had Kemui space and a built-in warehouse, what if he packed everything up and took it with him? So after pondering in the air for a long time, Ishiro still decided to go in now. Ishiro slowly descended using the light/heavy rock jutsu and camouflage jutsu, then floated in through the stone gate that had been broken by Obito a few days ago. He hadn't noticed it when watching the original story, but now that Ishiro entered personally, he finally felt the vastness of this underground space. The entrance passage alone could accommodate 4 or 5 people entering side by side. In the passage, the first things that came into Ishiro's line of sight were some weapons. There were samurai swords of varying lengths, and also the Uchiha gunbai. After sensing for a moment and confirming there were no traps, Ishiro unceremoniously put these things into his own ninja tool pouch. Further ahead, after passing a pile of rubble, Ishiro entered the hall where Obito had previously recuperated. The first thing that caught his eye was naturally the giant demonic statue of the outer path. Fortunately, the current Ishiro had seen his share of tailed beasts and giant summoning animals. Coupled with his knowledge from the original story, Ishiro did not pay too much attention to the demonic statue. Ishiro only lingered for a moment on some white bodies hanging on the demonic statue, and then directly placed his gaze on a figure in front of him, facing him. Madara Uchiha. It had to be said, the current Ishiro was somewhat nervous. If Madara hadn't died, Ishiro was not sure if he could deal with the aged Madara. Although the hall was large, there was not a single living being. So Ishiro gently floated to Madara's side and reached out to pluck a pair of eyes from his eye sockets. Taking out a bottle filled with nutrient solution to store this pair of Sharingan, Ishiro once again put this harvest into his ninja tool pouch. Looking around, Ishiro was surprised to find that there seemed to be no other rooms. So where did Obito go? Could it be further underground? Ishiro felt this was not impossible. But this way, it would probably be impossible to sneak in without being discovered. The underground was White Zetsu's domain. Ishiro knew that as soon as he entered the ground, he would immediately be discovered by White Zetsu. So for a moment, Ishiro was somewhat hesitant about whether to check below the ground. But Ishiro quickly dismissed this thought. Rather than searching for a base of unknown location, it was better to try to obtain something from the demonic statue. But tampering with the demonic statue would probably also alert White Zetsu. Forget it, I'll go all out. Gritting his teeth, Ishiro created 2 clones. Then the three of them cooperated, together casting the still unproficient Kekii Tota, Light Release. Ishiro's Light Release was not yet ready for actual combat. For no other reason than insufficient proficiency, the charging process before casting Light Release was long enough for an enemy to kill Ishiro hundreds of times over. But the situation was different this time. There was no one around, and Ishiro had enough time to prepare. After so long, an intense chakra fluctuation emanated from where Ishiro was. Obito and Black and White Zetsu, located underground, were all shocked. What's going on? Could it be that Lord Madara isn't dead? A White Zetsu clone said. Idiot. Lord Madara's chakra isn't like this. Someone has invaded, another White Zetsu clone said. This chakra fluctuation, it's somewhat familiar. That's right, it's Iwagakure's Ishiro. Another White Zetsu clone had either monitored Ishiro before or had seen him fight, and quickly identified Ishiro's chakra. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals bounds chapter. Dash, 35 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 264, Chapter 263, Kemui. Chapter 263, Kemui. Black Zetsu was originally guiding Obito in training in release. After hearing the conversation among the numerous White Zetsu clones, he immediately shouted, "Shut up! Hurry up and see what Ishiro is doing." Black Zetsu was indeed anxious. Madara Uchiha's body was still up there. If Ishiro dared to touch Madara's body, then Black Zetsu felt he must personally take action. He didn't care even if he had to expose his own strength in front of Obito. At most, he would just tell Obito that this was the power Madara had given him. Anyway, Madara Uchiha was dead. The next time he was revived would be the time he himself made a move against Madara. There was nothing to worry about. Black Zetsu merged with White Zetsu, and together they flew quickly towards the surface. Meanwhile, Obito directly activated Kamui. Light Release, Atomic Dismantling Jutsu. When Obito, Black and White Zetsu, and numerous White Zetsu clones arrived in the hall, they happened to see a dazzling white light flash. One of the White Zetsu clones was the most unlucky. His position was right near the Geto statue, and by a stroke of bad luck, he was standing right in the path of Ishiro's Light Release attack. This White Zetsu clone was directly vaporized by the Light Release without being able to utter a single word. Along with him, a small part of the Ten-Tails was also vaporized. A small tentacle of the Ten-Tails was severed by Ishiro using his Kekii Tota. Then, before the others could react, Ishiro flashed over and directly collected the piece of the Ten-Tails that had fallen to the ground. After completing all this, Ishiro slowly turned to face Obito Uchiha. At this time, Obito was still wearing the previous White Zetsu clone, with a spiral mask on his face that only had a hole for his right eye. To Obito's side was Black Zetsu and half a White Zetsu clone. The Black Zetsu of the Yin-Yang face first cast his gaze towards Madara. Seeing no change to Madara's body, he breathed a sigh of relief, and only then did he, along with the others, begin to size up Ishiro. At this time, Ishiro was once again dressed as a Konoha Umbu. Although Ishiro knew he would be recognized by White Zetsu as soon as he used chakra, he still didn't want to take off his mask. For no other reason than that his face was currently covered with the Sage markings of Sage Mode, and Sage Jutsu was one of his trump cards. He didn't want to expose himself so quickly. Ishiro. Although Ishiro was standing with his two clones at this time, due to his position when casting Light Release just now, Obito Uchiha still easily distinguished Ishiro's main body. Facing Ishiro's main body, Obito softly uttered his name. He had heard it before. Ishiro was considered a contemporary of Obito's teacher, Minato Namikaze. He had heard no small number of Ishiro's deeds from Minato's mouth. It was just that at that time, Ishiro in his heart was on the same level as his teacher, a great figure not to be provoked. But now, Obito, having just awakened his Mangekyo, expressed that in this wide world, there was no one worthy of his serious attention. Thus, after a soft murmur, Obito, without any extra nonsense, rushed directly towards Ishiro. At this time, Ishiro had not dispelled his light/heavy rock jutsu. Seeing this, he took out a long sword and also charged towards Obito at an extremely fast speed. Ishiro wasn't very confident in his own taijutsu, but if the opponent was Obito, Ishiro expressed no panic. Without Kamui, Ishiro felt he could still completely defeat Obito with taijutsu. As expected, the moment before the two made contact, Ishiro's blade sliced into Obito. Of course, this was also because Obito had no intention of dodging. Without any surprise, the long sword passed through Obito's body as if waving through the air, without any sensation of hitting a target. The long sword was very fast, only staying in Obito's body for an instant before leaving. And after the sword left, Obito's originally phased body immediately became tangible. At the same time, a wooden spike suddenly appeared in his previously empty hand. Ishiro was not surprised at all. The long sword that had just left Obito's body incredibly reversed its direction and stabbed into Obito's body once again. Obito was shocked. Impossible. It was as if Ishiro had guessed his ability and made the perfect counter. But he didn't dodge immediately. He had the first Hokage cells, he wasn't afraid of trading injury for injury. Gritting his teeth, with a cold look in his eyes, Obito accelerated the thrust of the wooden spike in his hand. But just then, Ishiro's body shifted a distance towards the Gedo statue at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the long sword that was originally in Obito's body swung horizontally again, nearly cutting him in half. Impossible. That's Bancho Tenin. Black Zetsu roared in his heart. He didn't understand how Ishiro could have the Rinnegan's ability. Black Zetsu cast his gaze towards Ishiro's mask. The two eyes behind the mask were perfectly normal, not Byakugan, not Sharingan, and certainly not Rinnegan. What was going on? Black Zetsu was not mistaken. The moment Ishiro and Obito crossed paths, it was too late for him to dodge Obito's attack on his own. But Ishiro had a trump card. This move was precisely using the principles of Bancho Tenin to exert a gravitational force, using the reactive force to shift himself. Ishiro had used this move in Kirigakure when facing Orochimaru's sneak attack. Now, using it against Obito, the effect was excellent. And even more shocked than Black Zetsu was Obito. Obito, who had originally wanted to use his body's phasing for a sneak attack, was directly countered by Ishiro's own scheme. If he hadn't seen the situation was bad and phased his body again, Obito would probably have been cut in two by now. Because he had missed the opportunity to attack Ishiro by phasing again, Obito and Ishiro passed each other. White Zetsu! Obito shouted while turning around. Hearing Obito's call, the White Zetsu clone attached to him immediately began to repair his body. However, this repair also required time. For a short while, Obito's combat power was greatly reduced. You know my ability. You were also in the vicinity then. You watched Rin get killed by the Mist Ninjas, didn't you? Although injured, Obito still grasped the key point of the problem, immediately judging that Ishiro had intelligence on him, and quickly concluded that Ishiro must have witnessed the entire process of him killing the Mist Ninjas. Ishiro was somewhat surprised. Was this still the virtuous idiot from the intelligence? Could the Mangekyo also increase one's IQ? However, Obito's focus was still not quite normal. His first reaction was actually to complain that Ishiro had not stepped in to save Rin. Seeing that Obito was about to go crazy, Black Zetsu quickly stopped him. Obito's current state was not suitable for battle. Seeing Obito being held back by the yin-yang-faced Black and White Zetsu, Ishiro said, "I came from Madara Uchiha's ninjutsu notes. Hand over what I want, and I can pretend I know nothing. Otherwise, your existence will immediately be known throughout the ninja world. At that time, no matter what kind of plans you have, you can forget about succeeding." Hearing this, a glint flashed in Black Zetsu's eyes. Looking again at Obito, who had not yet fully recovered from his frenzy, he knew this decision could not be made by Obito. So he said, "Fine. We are also willing to cooperate with Iwagakure." He pointedly mentioned Iwagakure, meaning, "I know who you are. You also have things you care about. We'll take a step back, you don't go too far either." Ishiro also understood Black Zetsu's meaning and said, "No problem." Black Zetsu directly signaled a White Zetsu clone to go to the place where they had just been guiding Obito and retrieve a scroll. Upon hearing this, a White Zetsu clone directly burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Not long after, that White Zetsu clone reappeared and threw a scroll to Ishiro. Ishiro's main body didn't move, one of his clones caught the scroll, checked it to confirm there was no problem, and only then handed it to Ishiro. Ishiro put away the scroll and said, "The transaction is complete. I have to go. Please make way." Ishiro naturally knew that Madara's collection couldn't possibly be just this. But it was enough. He didn't want to push Obito too hard. However, Ishiro had still thought too simply of Obito. Seeing Ishiro about to leave as if nothing had happened after the transaction with Black Zetsu was completed, Obito, unable to hold back any longer, immediately activated Kamui and disappeared from his spot. Ishiro was startled. Again. He quickly went on alert. However, this time, Obito did not come towards him but went to the other side, where there was a white tube. Obito directly connected the white tube to the White Zetsu clone enveloping him. Ishiro's eyes narrowed. He's going to borrow the power of the Gedo statue. This is going to be trouble. As expected, with the power-up from the Gedo statue, Obito's recovery speed immediately quickened, and his strength and speed immediately rose by a level. At this time, the two clones Ishiro had originally used to cast light release had not yet disappeared. The water clone among them immediately cast driving rain jutsu, its target being the white pipe connected to the Gedo statue. The lightning release clone faced Black Zetsu on guard. But at this moment, dozens of white Zetsu clones suddenly appeared. They used their bodies together to block this wave of attack from Ishiro's water clone. After this one strike, Ishiro had no more chances to attack that pipe again because at this time, Obito had already dispatched his water clone at the fastest speed and had arrived in front of his main body. Although Obito's combat skills had not improved, his strength was much greater. Facing Ishiro's attacks, he almost always used brute force to break them. Although Ishiro's close combat skills were stronger than Obito's, they were not at an unbeatable level. Although there was a gap between the two, Obito could completely make up for it with brute force. This time, Ishiro fell into a disadvantage. If not for the fact that Ishiro was currently in Sage mode, with both his taijutsu and ninjutsu being much stronger than normal, he simply wouldn't have been able to block this wave of attacks. However, Ishiro was not without opportunities. After the initial period of not being able to adapt, Ishiro quickly mastered the new combat rhythm. Although the current Obito's speed and strength were faster than his, because of his connection to the Geto statue, Obito seemed unable to phase. This way, what Ishiro was facing was just a weakened version of the fourth Reikage. After changing his mentality, Ishiro quickly began to play to his own advantages. Firstly, Ishiro could fly. Although this hall was enclosed on all sides, because it had to accommodate the Geto statue, the space was large enough for Ishiro to use the light/heavy rock jutsu to dodge. Secondly, Ishiro knew ninjutsu. Although one after another of Earth-style walls couldn't stop Obito, they could occasionally slow him down a bit. Unlike Obito, who was fighting purely with brute force. What's more, Ishiro would also use one or two lightning release, water release, or genjutsu from time to time. Obito, who was severely lacking in combat experience, although his strength and speed far surpassed Ishiro's, was still gradually forced into a disadvantage by Ishiro. As the battle continued, just as Ishiro was about to launch a counterattack, at this moment, Obito suddenly rushed towards Ishiro's sage art, driving rain jutsu as if his life depended on it. Ishiro frowned. Is he going to use Kamui? If Obito used Kamui, he would inevitably disconnect from the Geto statue, and once he lost the Geto statue's enhancement, with Obito's normal speed, did he still think he could keep him here? Time was tight, and there was no room for Ishiro to think too much. To prevent accidents, Ishiro, while maintaining the driving rain jutsu, also formed a hand seal with his other hand hidden in his sleeve. As expected, Obito passed through Ishiro's sage art, driving rain jutsu completely unscathed. It's Kamui, as expected. Ishiro's heart settled. He was just afraid that something he didn't understand would happen. Wait, Ishiro, who was about to relax, was suddenly shocked. Why is Obito still so fast after using Kamui? Ishiro subconsciously cast his gaze towards the white pipe behind Obito and the Geto statue. Madman. Gritting his teeth and spitting out two words, Ishiro retreated with all his might. Because just now, he had seen that Obito had indeed used Kamui, and not only had he used Kamui on himself, but he had also phased the white pipe and the Geto statue along with him. Although the Geto statue didn't move, with Ishiro's experience, he still instantly discovered some details. This was something Ishiro hadn't expected. Although Kamui was powerful, with the ocular power of Obito's single Mangekyo, to directly phase the entire Geto statue, did he not want his life? Did he not want his eyes? Ishiro had anticipated Obito's possible tactics, but he hadn't anticipated that Obito had long since gone mad. But at this time, Obito, who had dodged Ishiro's sage jutsu by phasing, had already completed his power-up. His attack had already arrived. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals bounds chapter. Dash, 35 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 265, Chapter 264, Speculation. Chapter 264, Speculation. Facing Obito's full power strike at close range, Ishiro had no time to dodge. Unsurprisingly, he was hit directly in the chest by Obito's punch. Crack. A sound of shattering bones was heard, and Ishiro's entire body was sent flying like an arrow leaving a bowstring. Got him. This was the voice of the white Zetsu half of the yin-yang face. But the other half, black Zetsu, felt something was wrong. He looked again in the direction Ishiro was sent flying and immediately shouted, "No, he's trying to run." It turned out that the direction Ishiro was sent flying was precisely where the exit was. However, Obito, reminded by black Zetsu, did not pursue. Obito's current state was very bad. Forcibly using Kamui to make the entire Geto statue phase along with him, Obito's current condition was no better than in the original story when half his body was crushed by rocks. If not for the fact that his connection with the Geto statue was still intact and the statue was constantly repairing his damage, Obito might have already died, and his Mangekyo would have likely gone blind from the immense backlash. As for Ishiro, riding the force of Obito's punch, he quickly escaped the hall, enduring the intense pain and desperately flying outwards. Ishiro knew that Obito was in a bad state, but he still didn't dare to stay behind to kill him. Firstly, Black Zetsu had not yet made a move. Secondly, Obito being alive was clearly beneficial to him and to Iwagakure. And most importantly, Ishiro himself was now on the brink of death. Ishiro was a typical ninjutsu-type ninja. Taking a full power blow enhanced by the Geto statue head-on, it would have been normal to die on the spot. But the moment Obito phased, Ishiro had sensed something was wrong and held back a move. He had applied a layer of porcelain release shell to himself, just like Gaara did when fighting Rock Lee in the original story. This layer of porcelain blocked the vast majority of the damage for Ishiro. The remaining force was still fatal for Ishiro. If not for his damage resistance being far greater than usual under Sage Mode, the current Ishiro would already be a corpse. However, Sage Mode was also terminated by Obito's punch. The current Ishiro had almost completely exhausted his chakra. While flying, Ishiro stuffed several soldier pills into his mouth, not daring to stop for a moment. He used the light/heavy rock jutsu to fly to a high altitude at the fastest speed, and then flew towards Iwagakure without looking back. A day later, Ishiro flew back to Iwagakure. His chakra depleted, after lowering his altitude at the village entrance, he could no longer maintain the light/heavy rock jutsu and took a tumble, falling in front of the two Chunin guarding the gate. When Ishiro woke up, he was in a hospital room in Iwagakure. By his bedside stood 4 people, a full Umbu squad. Seeing Ishiro wake up, the Umbu squad leader said something to someone outside the door, and Ishiro heard several people leaving in a hurry. "I'm safe." With this setup, Inoki must have arranged for many Umbu squads to stand guard. Completely relieved, Ishiro asked the squad leader, "How long was I unconscious?" The squad leader said, "Advisor Ishiro, you were unconscious for 3 days. Your injuries have not yet fully healed. Please do not move. A medical nin will be here shortly." As soon as the squad leader's voice fell, the door was pushed open. Medical department head Nakata Hajime and several medical nin walked in quickly. Seeing Ishiro awake, Nakata Hajime breathed a sigh of relief. Waking up meant that Ishiro was completely out of danger. Nakata Hajime didn't waste words and immediately, along with the other few, gave Ishiro's body a thorough examination. After Nakata finished his examination, Inoki, Ikura, and the other advisors also arrived. Nakata said, "Lord Tsuchikage, Advisor Ishiro is out of danger. Advisor Ishiro's injuries are twofold. One part is a fatal blow to the chest, and the other is chakra exhaustion. The latter is no longer a major issue after these few days of rest. The former is a bigger problem, but Advisor Ishiro's physique has strengthened a lot over the years, and his recovery ability is also astonishing. As long as he rests well, it won't be a big problem." Hearing this, Inoki and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, 3 days ago, they had been badly frightened by Ishiro's miserable state. Inoki had ordered the entire village to enter a state of alert at that time. Given Ishiro's condition at the time, everyone had thought he was being pursued by some Kage-level individual. Now that Ishiro was awake, they all wanted to understand the ins and outs of the matter immediately. After a while, after Nakata had treated Ishiro's injury some more, all the medical nin left the hospital room. The Umbu retreated outside the room to stand guard. Ishiro also began his account. In Ishiro's telling, he had found the location of the Konoha conflict but had not intervened at first. It was only later, when a powerhouse wearing a spiral mask appeared and slaughtered all the mist ninjas, that Ishiro took action, leaving a tracking seal on that person. Afterward, Ishiro briefly described his gains in Madara Uchiha's base and the process of his battle with Obito. After hearing this, everyone silently digested the information contained in Ishiro's experience. No one cared about how Ishiro got the news or why he had prepared a tracking seal in advance. Everyone was guessing who the owner of that huge underground hall was, what their purpose was, the identity of the mysterious masked man, and what level his strength had reached. Especially when Ishiro mentioned his specially shaped Mangekyo Sharingan, everyone was silent. After a long while, Inoki finally said, "Ishiro, according to what you said, that person only has one Mangekyo Sharingan. During the battle, although he communicated with that giant monster, he didn't use the terrifying demon god that Madara Uchiha used back then." Ishiro nodded, "Although I haven't seen the demon god that Madara used, I have seen it in the village archives. It's not the same as the monster in that base, the two should be different things. I guess Madara's demon god should be his ocular jutsu, while the monster I encountered should be a physical entity. It's just that although I could feel a strong life force within that monster, I also felt that it was just a dead thing. As for why the mysterious person who also has a Mangekyo Sharingan didn't use the demon god in battle, I guess it's because he only has one Mangekyo Sharingan." Ikura rubbed the spot between his eyebrows and said, "The ninja world was already not peaceful. Now the situation has become more complicated. First, the Rinnegan appeared in the Land of Rain, and now the Mangekyo Sharingan has appeared. I always feel like something big is going to happen in the ninja world. Everyone nodded in agreement with Ikura's words. They also felt that the changes in the ninja world in recent years had been too fast. The frequency of great ninja wars in the past was far from being this high, and the number of Kage-level powerhouses that appeared in the past was far less than in these years. Not only that, but various major events had also occurred one after another in the ninja world these years, either this person defecting or that family having internal strife. Ishiro, do you have any guesses about the identity of that mysterious person? Sokka asked. He was in charge of intelligence, so he was the most sensitive in this regard. Ishiro hesitated for a moment and said, I have a guess. Seeing everyone immediately turn their gaze to him again, Ishiro continued with a bitter smile, it's really just a guess. Even I don't believe this guess myself. Although that mysterious person possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, his combat skills are very clumsy. Even I could steadily suppress him with taijutsu. After he killed the mist ninjas, he held the Konoha female ninja and spaced out for a long time. So I guess, that mysterious person might be the recently deceased Obito Uchiha, that disciple of Minato Namikaze. Hearing Ishiro's words, Sokka and the others were all dumbfounded. Sokka subconsciously said, impossible. That Uchiha kid, I have an impression of him. The intelligence describes his age as being much younger than you and Ikura. And when he died in battle, his strength was at most that of a Chunin. Ishiro nodded and said, this is also why I said this is just a guess. At this time, Mei said, the eye that mysterious person possesses is the right eye, correct? I remember the last intelligence report mentioned that Minato Namikaze's disciple, that Hatake kid, received a Sharingan, and it was precisely the left eye, wasn't it? Hearing Mei say this, everyone felt a jolt. That ninja who had beaten the Kage-level Ishiro half to death, could he really be Obito Uchiha? Do we have detailed intelligence on Obito Uchiha? What is his talent like? Inoki immediately said. Ishiro gave a bitter smile and said, because this Obito Uchiha was the bridge to ease relations between the Hokage's faction and the Uchiha's faction in Konoha, I have read his intelligence. When he graduated from the Ninja Academy, he was the dead last. Hiss. After a series of gasps, Inoki said, could it be because of the Sharingan? The Sharingan caused his strength to advance by leaps and bounds. But, this is too exaggerated. After a while. Ishiro, you said this Obito Uchiha, let's just call him that for now, will he return to Konoha? Ikura asked a question. Except for Ishiro, the others were first stunned, then they reacted. That's right. If this person really was Obito, then he was a Konoha ninja. After he returned to Konoha, Konoha's strength would inevitably increase. But according to Ishiro, he had personally seen his own teammate Kakashi kill another teammate, Rin Nohara. Would he still return to Konoha? If he still thought of returning to Konoha, then why didn't he go back with Kakashi after killing all the mist ninjas? If he wasn't returning to Konoha, then what was his attitude towards Konoha? Was it hatred, affection, or indifference? Setting aside the ghetto statue, just the fact that he possessed the Mangekyo meant his stance was worthy of the Kage of all the major hidden villages spending their efforts to ponder. Ishiro thought for a moment and replied, I estimate he probably won't go back. It's hard to say who saved Obito before, but that person is definitely not on the same side as Konoha. As he spoke, Ishiro took out a bottle from his tool pouch. Inside was a pair of Sharingan. These are the eyes I took from the old men in that base. They are also a pair of Sharingan, but I don't know if these eyes are Mangekyo. Inoki took the pair of crimson Sharingan with trembling hands and asked, could that person really be Madara Uchiha? Ishiro shook his head and said, I don't know. That person was already dead when I got there. As he spoke, Ishiro described Madara's appearance. Although the person was much older, from the facial features, he still somewhat resembled the Madara Uchiha of yesteryear. Inoki's voice trembled slightly. Ishiro didn't want the topic to linger too much on Madara, so he began to take out the spoils of this trip one by one. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 35 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 266, Chapter 265, A Good Haul. Chapter 265, A Good Haul. These things were looted from the bodies of those mist ninjas. Obito Uchiha was very emotionally unstable at the time and wasn't interested in these things, so I got lucky. The largest portion of Ishiro's harvest this time came from the mist ninjas. Seeing these items, Inoki and the others just nodded, not paying too much attention. Ikura, on the other hand, carefully examined the ninjutsu scrolls among them, picking out the ones the village didn't have in its collection. He also marked some water-release ninjutsu that the mist had collected which were stronger than Iwagakure's. Next, Ishiro took out the things he had obtained from Madara Uchiha's basement, including the Uchiha Gunbai, the swords from the Seven Swordsmen, Madara's notes, and a part of the Geto statue's body. Inoki didn't look at the other things. The first thing he picked up was the Uchiha Gunbai. After taking a deep breath, he said, "There's no mistake. It's this thing. This thing has the ability to reflect ninjutsu. This is the weapon Madara Uchiha used in battle back then." Hearing this, Ikura put down the scroll in his hand and also turned his gaze to the Uchiha Gunbai. He said, "Can we use this thing?" Inoki shook his head and said, "I'm not sure either. We can try." It is said that Madara once used it to reflect an S-rank ninjutsu. Then Inoki picked up Madara's scroll and began to read it. Ishiro continued to take things out. "These are the things I got from Kakashi Hatake." "Oh, right, and this." Ishiro took out another sealing scroll. A living creature is sealed in this scroll. A magical living creature. It's pure white and looks like a person. I saw many of these creatures in that basement. After they are killed, they turn into a tree. Their movement speed underground is extremely fast. How to describe it? It should be even faster than the fourth Raikage lightning release nintaijutsu. Most importantly, these things have very powerful concealment abilities, able to hide inside large trees. Without strong sensory talent, even if this thing is hiding right beside us, we wouldn't be able to discover it. If their master was Madara Uchiha, then Madara probably used these white creatures to gather intelligence on the ninja world all these years. However, this thing's strength is not high, at most Chunin level. When the time comes, we can build some places completely isolated from the soil, release it, and study it carefully. I suspect this thing is related to the first Hokage's would release. Everyone nodded, didn't touch this scroll, and continued to examine Ishiro's spoils of war. After a while, Sokka suddenly exclaimed, "Look, what is this?" Everyone, including Ishiro, focused their eyes on the scroll in Sokka's hand. Because Ishiro was half lying on the hospital bed, he couldn't see and could only be anxious. The others all gathered around to look. After a short while, Mei cried out, "Flying Thunder God. Is this the training method for the Flying Thunder God?" Hearing this, Ishiro also nearly jumped up. Flying Thunder God? Where did the Flying Thunder God come from? Could it have been obtained from Kakashi? But before Ishiro could ask, Sokka said, "It's not the complete Flying Thunder God. It should be a method to test for aptitude in practicing the Flying Thunder God." Inoki added, "That's a treasure too. Although this thing is not the complete training method for the Flying Thunder God, it's enough for learning space-time ninjutsu and getting started." Ikura said, "Ishiro just said he got this from Minato Namikaze's disciple, Kakashi. That makes sense. Minato probably wanted to test if his disciple had the talent to practice the Flying Thunder God. Moreover, this thing contains a lot of knowledge about sealing jutsu. From its structure, it looks like an Uzumaki clan seal," Ikura said with some uncertainty. Inoki's sealing jutsu was much stronger than Ikura's. He nodded in affirmation, "That's right. Minato Namikaze is indeed a genius. He is using sealing jutsu methods to explain the Flying Thunder God. But it contains not only knowledge of sealing jutsu, but also knowledge of summoning jutsu." Sokka said, "It's a pity the 7 swords Ishiro got from the mist are still being researched. Our research on summoning jutsu has not yet yielded results. Otherwise, we could try practicing it." Inoki shook his head and said, "We can't learn it. The content related to space-time ninjutsu in this is actually not much. It's still far from the real Flying Thunder God. It would be great if we had a physical object for comparison. I heard that when Minato uses the Flying Thunder God, he uses a kind of kunai engraved with a jutsu formula. It would be great if we could get that thing for research." Hearing this, Ishiro said, "Kakashi had one of Minato's Flying Thunder God kunai on him. I was afraid Minato would suddenly arrive, so I sealed the kunai and hid it. But we don't dare to take it out to study. What if Minato senses it and teleports over to kill us?" Inoki nodded and said, "That's true. It's a pity we don't have the second Hokage Tobirama Senju's Flying Thunder God marker from back then. Otherwise, we could use that for research." Mei said, "The second Hokage died at the hands of the Cloud Ninjas. It's possible the Cloud has his Flying Thunder God marker. Can we trade for it from them?" Inoki thought for a moment and said, "There's hope. If Minato Namikaze hadn't appeared in the ninja world, we definitely couldn't get it. The moment we ask, the Cloud would surely guess we want to research the Flying Thunder God. But with a yellow flash out there, if we then collect Tobirama Senju's Flying Thunder God marker, the Cloud will only think we are looking for a way to counter the Flying Thunder God. Even if it's just so that we in Konoha will injure each other, they will give it. But it's certain they'll make an exorbitant demand and make us bleed." Mei nodded and began to calculate what price would be appropriate to exchange for the Flying Thunder God from the Cloud. After a while, Inoki and the others had all finished reading the entire scroll. Only then was it the turn of Ishiro, who had been waiting anxiously on the bed. Taking the scroll from Ikura, Ishiro immediately began to read it. Flying Thunder God. The ninjutsu that almost all Naruto fans in his previous life looked forward to the most. After reading a few lines, Ishiro confirmed one thing: this was indeed not the training scroll for the Flying Thunder God. However, the introduction to spacetime ninjutsu inside was indeed of great value to Iwagakure. After learning the contents here, it would be impossible to cast the Flying Thunder God, but it was not without hope to develop a jutsu for teleporting objects, like the Cloud Village. After reading it carefully, Ishiro found that Minato's description of sealing jutsu inside also had its unique points, which gave Ishiro a lot of new knowledge. This is good stuff. I'll make a copy for Yuran Kawatsu later. The little girl has made a contribution this time. I'll apply for an S-rank mission reward for her later. However, apart from the sealing jutsu part, Ishiro couldn't understand the rest. He hadn't participated in the village's research on summoning jutsu, so he couldn't understand this part of the content either. As for the final part on pure spacetime ninjutsu, Ishiro was even more in a fog, completely not knowing what it was talking about. After closing the scroll, Ishiro said, I basically don't understand this thing. Lord Tsuchikage, did you guys understand it? Inoki shook his head and said, I don't have a talent for spacetime ninjutsu either. I can't understand it either. Ikura and the others also shook their heads, indicating they didn't understand. Ishiro thought for a moment and said, Lord Tsuchikage, why don't we show it to the students at the Ninja Academy? We can set a few questions to see if any of them have a talent for spacetime ninjutsu. Inoki nodded and said, this time, not only the students at the Ninja Academy will be tested, but those who are already ninjas will also be tested. We know too little about spacetime ninjutsu. No matter who, regardless of age and talent, as long as they have a talent in this area, they must be cultivated with top priority. Yes. Everyone, including Ishiro, nodded. Sokka said, Lord Tsuchikage, it seems the research on summoning jutsu also needs to be intensified. Previously, Iwagakure had not invested too many resources in the research of summoning jutsu. After all, the biggest purpose of the village's research was just for the Byakugan, and right now there was no risk of the Byakugan being lost, so the resources invested were not many. But now the situation was different. Not only was spacetime ninjutsu a blank area for Iwagakure, but most importantly, Konoha had produced a yellow flash. Even if it was just to find a way to counter the Flying Thunder God, the village had to spend a great deal on research. Inoki nodded in agreement, then instructed Mei to allocate more resources to the summoning jutsu research team. At this time, Ishiro said, Lord Tsuchikage, the barrier team was a great help this time, especially my disciple, Yuran Kawatsu. She came up with the method for me to track Obito Uchiha. I would like to apply for an S-rank mission for her. Inoki thought for a moment and agreed, saying, all right. Give Yuran Kawatsu one S-rank mission, and give all the Chunin and above ninjas in the barrier team a B-rank mission reward. Inoki was very generous now. Setting aside other things, just the resources Ishiro had obtained from the mist were almost enough to cover these expenses. As for the spacetime ninjutsu, Madara's ninjutsu notes, a pair of Sharingan that might or might not be Mangekyo, a white Zetsu clone that could be researched for unknown things, and a section of the Ten-Tails body, the value of these things was immeasurable. Alright, you should rest and recover now. Don't think about going out, Inoki specially instructed Ishiro at the end not to cause any more trouble. Although Ishiro often brought surprises, there were also many scares. Inoki was afraid that one day Ishiro would get himself killed. This time, however, Ishiro did not agree. He thought for a moment and said, Lord Tsuchikage, I want to continue practicing Sage Jutsu. I estimate that Sage Jutsu should be able to increase my recovery speed. Inoki was stunned. Sage Jutsu had this effect. But after a slight thought, he also reacted. It seemed so. After entering Sage mode, physical strength would be enhanced, and there would be a qualitative change in toughness. Faster recovery was also normal. Alright then. But you must be accompanied by Umbu when you practice Sage Jutsu. You can't just mess around on your own. And you can't leave the village until your injuries are completely healed. Inoki did not object, just gave a few instructions. Ishiro nodded readily. As soon as Inoki and the others left, Ishiro called for the Umbu guarding him to go and practice Sage Jutsu. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 35 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 267, Chapter 266, Recuperating. Chapter 266, Recuperating. Ishiro's body was injured and his movement was inconvenienced, so he was exceptionally careful when practicing Sage Jutsu. Fortunately, the training for Sage mode emphasizes stillness, not movement, so the impact was not significant. After spending more time preparing than usual, Ishiro smoothly entered Sage mode. After entering Sage mode, Ishiro could clearly feel the Sage chakra slowly repairing his damaged body. The head of the medical department, Nakata Hajime, who had come to the Sage Jutsu training area with Ishiro, began to constantly check Ishiro's body after he entered Sage mode. This is incredible. Advisor Ishiro, in Sage mode, your body seems to be continuously healed by a weakened mystical palm technique. And what's more effective than the mystical palm technique is that this healing is systemic. The Sage chakra is even autonomously adjusting the parts of your body that were twisted by the heavy blow. Originally, for your injuries to fully recover, I estimated it would take at least a month, and during that month, you couldn't have any overly strenuous exercise. And after a month, to restore your previous combat power, you would still need some rehabilitative training. But at this speed, I think you'll recover in less than 5 days, and you won't even need any rehabilitative training. Ishiro was overjoyed to hear this. Excellent. His choice back then to practice Sage Jutsu first, rather than developing a Kekkei Genkai first, was indeed correct. Sage Jutsu's help to Ishiro was actually immense. The most important point was that Sage Jutsu had been subtly improving Ishiro's physical strength. Just as Nakata had said in the hospital room, Ishiro's current physical strength had improved considerably compared to before. Ishiro's own physical talent was not high. Sage Jutsu was like making up for this shortcoming, preventing his body from limiting his growth. Of course, the improvement in his physical strength was also due to the factors of his Kekkei Genkai and Kekkei Toda. Indeed, his decision back then was right. The greatest use of Sage mode was not the burst of power during battle, but the modification of the body during normal times. In the original story, the approach of Naruto Uzumaki and Jiraiya was wrong, the approach of the 3 great sages of the Sage regions was the true way. To equate Sage mode with combat power was a reckless waste of a divine gift. For the next 5 days, Ishiro continuously entered Sage mode to recover while also organizing his harvest from this trip. This time, he had obtained some ninjutsu that the village didn't have, as well as some that were more complete than the ones recorded by the village. All these ninjutsu required Ishiro to spend time organizing them. This opportunity to absorb the experience of other countries was rare. During a normal Great Ninja War, no ninja from any country would carry so many ninjutsu scrolls on their person. The mist ninjas this time also hadn't expected to be completely wiped out, otherwise, they wouldn't have carried so many things with them. Many of the scrolls Ishiro confiscated from the mist ninjas were actually rewards given to them by Kirigakure after they had performed meritorious service in the last Great Ninja War. In the end, all these things ended up benefiting Iwagakure. Apart from these scrolls, Ishiro turned over most of the other items, including the Uchiha Gunbai, the Sharingan, and the White Zetsu clone. But Ishiro also kept a few things. One was the sword he had obtained from Madara Uchiha. Ishiro himself was not a close combat ninja, but among his many disciples, some were. Ishiro kept 2 of the swords. He gave one of them to Kawakita. Kawakita's talent specialized in sword techniques, but back then, Iwagakure didn't have much of a foundation in this area, so his growth was slower than his 2 companions, Chiko Tomo and Kaji Yamari. But later, Ishiro took him to the land of rain to find Hanzo. Under Hanzo's guidance, Kawakita broke through his shackles and found his own path. In these past 2 years, Kawakita's strength had improved rapidly. Among the 3 disciples of Ishiro's first squad, Kawakita had completed a comeback from behind. His strength now steadily suppressed Chiko and Kajiyama, and he was considered to be in the upper ranks among Iwagakure's jonin. Furthermore, in these 2 years, Kawakita had successively developed many C-rank sword techniques and several B-rank ones. He faintly had the air of Iwagakure's #1 master of sword techniques. Giving Madara's longsword to Kawakita was very fitting. The other longsword, Ishiro gave to Takumi. Takumi was also a close combat ninja. Although he didn't major in sword techniques, as someone who excelled in speed, he had always fought in coordination with a longsword. So giving the other longsword to Takumi was also quite appropriate. Speaking of which, Ishiro had learned blade energy from Kawakita, which gave Ishiro a powerful close combat attack method in his early days. And from Takumi's side, Ishiro, as the teacher, had also learned a lot. Takumi was now developing and perfecting a set of close combat techniques, a technique for dodging and weaving at close range. Ishiro had been paying close attention, occasionally giving some advice, and also adapting it to his own use in coordination with his own gravity manipulation. Although Takumi had not yet completed its development, the help of this technique was also a factor in Ishiro being able to gain the upper hand in his battle with Obito Uchiha. Besides these external items, the thing Ishiro spent the most time on these past few days was Madara Uchiha's ninjutsu notes. Madara Uchiha was the closest existence to a sage since the mythological era of the ninja world. Ishiro attached great importance to his ninjutsu notes. The ninjutsu notes that White Zetsu gave him seemed very ordinary to White Zetsu. They didn't involve the more profound Yin-Yang release and only talked about general ninjutsu, but they were still extremely precious to Ishiro. These few days, Ishiro often took them out to read. It couldn't be said that he gained something every time, but at the very least, it opened up a new line of thought for his own ninjutsu training. Ishiro had a feeling that if he just spent some more time reorganizing the ninjutsu he had learned, many ninjutsu whose hand seals he could no longer simplify before could now be further simplified. Not only that, but Ishiro calculated that after thoroughly understanding these ninjutsu notes, casting the same ninjutsu with the same amount of chakra would yield much greater power. It was just that because he was recuperating during this period, his sage chakra was all used to recover from his injuries, so Ishiro had no opportunity to practice. What Ishiro didn't know was that it wasn't just him who had this feeling. Inoki, Ikura, and the Jonin who had been approved by Inoki to read these notes all had the same feeling. However, Ishiro's biggest gain during his recuperation was not these things, but sage mode. These few days, because his sage chakra was used to heal his injuries, Ishiro needed to repeatedly extract chakra and repeatedly enter sage mode, so his proficiency in sage mode had greatly improved. And perhaps because he was using sage chakra to heal, Ishiro's affinity for natural energy had also greatly increased. In 5 days, Ishiro felt that his sage mode had made rapid progress. This gave Ishiro an impulse, should he find someone to beat him half to death again. 5 days later, Ishiro's injuries had completely recovered. After notifying Inoki, the Umbu guarding him were successively dismissed, and Iwagakure finally lifted its state of alert. But at this time, Ishiro proposed to make a trip to the land of rivers. Facing the restless Ishiro, Inoki was quite speechless but did not object, only telling Ishiro not to trust ninjas from other countries too much. Ishiro wanted to take advantage of the fact that Obito had not yet contacted Nagato to have a good chat with the 3 Akatsuki members. This time, Ishiro did not directly fly to the land of rivers using the light/heavy rock jutsu but first made a trip to the land of rain, which was situated between the land of rivers and the land of earth. Because intelligence showed that Konoha's Danzo seemed to be causing trouble in the land of rain recently, and under Danzo's influence, Hanzo also seemed to be somewhat restless. Ishiro couldn't quite understand the current Hanzo. Why are you clinging so tightly to power? You clearly possess a power unmatched in the land of rain, yet you can't even completely control the armed forces of a single country. And you're still thinking of expanding your sphere of influence like this. When the Akatsuki rose in the land of rain back then, Hanzo relied on Konoha to maintain his authority. After the Akatsuki left, he relied on Iwagakure. Now that Danzo was being assertive again, Hanzo wanted to rely on Konoha again. Ishiro didn't understand what was the use of power obtained by being propped up by others. However, since Danzo was in the land of rain and Hanzo was restless, Ishiro naturally couldn't swagger into the village hidden in the rain like last time. Ishiro circled outside the village hidden in the rain a few times, made contact with the intelligence ninjas in the land of rain, and learned about the progress of the cooperation between Danzo and Hanzo. From the intelligence, it seemed Hanzo had reached some agreements with Konoha. The contact between rain and Konoha ninjas had been very frequent recently. The number of Konoha ninjas performing missions within the land of rain had also increased considerably compared to before. Hanzo, oh Hanzo, Ishiro looked at the village hidden in the rain and shook his head. Clearly without strength or means, yet still wishfully letting your ambition run wild. Then Ishiro did not linger in the land of rain and flew directly towards the land of rivers. Originally, Ishiro's next stop was the village hidden in the rivers, but when he flew to the border of the land of rain near the land of rivers, he suddenly discovered a familiar figure below. Juzo Biwa. What attracted the attention of Ishiro in midair was none other than one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen, Juzo Biwa. After the 7 ninja swordsmen were defeated by Might Dway, Juzo Biwa did not return to Kirigakure with Fuguki Suikezen but chose to defect. Ishiro hadn't paid attention to the whereabouts of the defected Juzo. Juzo didn't have much of a presence in the original story, his only role was to block a tailed beast bomb with his life in exchange for Itachi Uchihas. Ishiro seriously suspected that Juzo might have been controlled by Itachi's genjutsu at that time. Otherwise, why would a rogue ninja whose courage had been shattered make such a foolish move? Anyway, it was either being controlled by Itachi's genjutsu or being killed by the plot. Ishiro hadn't expected to meet Juzo here. After thinking for a moment, he still flew down. Juzo's strength was only that of an elite jonin. When he wasn't paying attention, he couldn't discover Ishiro high in the sky. But when Ishiro lowered his altitude, he still noticed something was amiss. Holding his executioner's blade horizontally, Juzo shouted in a low voice, "Who's there?" His first reaction was that the mist umbu had come to hunt him down, so he first observed the surroundings for any mist and whether there were any unusual movements in watery areas nearby. However, after looking around, Juzo didn't find anything abnormal. After a while, Juzo finally noticed that the light in the air to his side front was somewhat strange. Seeing that he had been discovered by Juzo, Ishiro no longer hid his figure and directly dispelled his camouflage jutsu. Light/heavy rock jutsu, an IWA ninja. You are the fox of IWA, Ishiro. Juzo was originally an elite jonin of the mist. He was naturally clear about the intelligence on various powerhouses in the ninja world, so he guessed Ishiro's identity at the first moment. Ishiro was stunned. He was very familiar with Juzo, to be precise, he was very familiar with the 7 ninja swordsmen. A long time ago, the 7 ninja swordsmen had helped him obtain a Byakugan. Not long ago, they had helped him obtain 4 of their swords. But both times, Ishiro had hidden in the dark, and Juzo had no idea there was someone behind them taking advantage of the situation, so Juzo did not recognize Ishiro. Having reacted, Ishiro quickly adjusted his mentality. That's right, I'm not familiar with the 7 ninja swordsmen. I mustn't let it slip. You know me. Holding the executioner's blade, you should be one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Juzo Biwa, right? I heard that 4 of you 7 ninja swordsmen were killed by a Konoha genin, and 1 defected. Tell me about the situation with that Konoha genin. Having reacted, Ishiro quickly found an excuse. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 35 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 268, Chapter 267, Dark Akatsuki. Chapter 267, Dark Akatsuki. Although Ishiro was asking for intelligence on the Konoha genin, Might Dway, he didn't expect Juzo Biwa to be able to give him any answers. Not to mention that Juzo himself wasn't very clear on the intelligence about Might Dway, even if he knew, he wouldn't tell Ishiro. What Ishiro was truly interested in was the ring in Juzo's hand. A red ring, with a single character on it, South. Ishiro recognized this ring, it was the symbol of an official member of the Akatsuki in the original story. But, why? In this life, the Akatsuki was doing well, and Nagato hadn't turned to the dark side, so why would this ring appear? Had the Akatsuki started recruiting rogue ninjas? Was this Yahiko's idea? Or was it something Nagato did on his own? Ishiro looked at Juzo's clothes again, they were not black with red clouds. Then Juzo probably hadn't joined the current Akatsuki. In that case, it wasn't Yahiko's idea. Juzo naturally didn't know the complex thoughts in Ishiro's mind. Hearing Ishiro's blunt demand for him to give up intelligence on Might Dway, he was instantly furious. Even if you are the fox of IWA, you are underestimating me too much. Without another word, Juzo swung his executioner's blade and launched an attack on Ishiro. In the intelligence reports, Ishiro was a typical ninjutsu-type ninja. Juzo had no intention of giving Ishiro a chance to use his long-range ninjutsu advantage. And Ishiro also wanted to use Juzo to draw out Nagato, who was behind the scenes, so he didn't hold back either. He formed hand seals, and various ninjutsu came to him with ease. Sage Art, Lightning Release, Lightning Guide. Sage Art, Water Release, Raging Water Wave. Ishiro didn't hold back, starting with a combination ninjutsu. Relying on his far beyond ordinary hand seal speed, Ishiro completed the combination ninjutsu by himself without the cooperation of a clone. In the original story, Hiruzen Sarutobi alone cast Fire Dragon Bullet and Earth Dragon Bullet, creating a fire-water combination ninjutsu. And at that time, Hiruzen was casting 2 A-rank ninjutsu. Ishiro couldn't yet reach Hiruzen's level. He could only cast a combination ninjutsu composed of C-rank ninjutsu by himself, not even B-rank. But Hiruzen, with his decades of experience as the professor of ninjutsu, could cast a combination of 2 A-rank ninjutsu. This contained Hiruzen's understanding of ninjutsu, which the current Ishiro could not hope to match. However, Ishiro had the enhancement of Sage Mode. The 2 C-rank ninjutsu, enhanced by Sage Chakra, both reached A-rank in power. So this wave of attack from Ishiro was no less powerful than Hiruzen's in the original story. After the 2 C-rank Sage Arts were combined, Juzo was completely dumbfounded. Without hesitation, Juzo, who had already escaped once, had no mental barriers and chose to flee again. But it seemed a bit too late to run now. The coverage of Ishiro's combination ninjutsu was too large, and Juzo was not a ninja who excelled in speed. In the end, Juzo couldn't completely escape the range of the water-lightning combination ninjutsu. He was hit by it and was immediately injured. Although it wasn't fatal, being taught a lesson by Ishiro in a single move right at the start, Juzo very clearly recognized the gap between the two of them. Without hesitation, Juzo directly channeled chakra into the ring with the character for South on it, calling for Nagato. According to their agreement, if Juzo needed to contact Nagato, he just had to inject chakra into the ring. Nagato would then use the magic lantern body technique to pull his thought projection before him. But if Nagato cast the magic lantern body technique and Juzo did not cooperate, then Nagato would know that Juzo was in danger, and at that time, Nagato should come to his aid. Sure enough, after a short while, Juzo felt the summons of the magic lantern body technique. After decisively refusing, Juzo fled while waiting for support. Ishiro naturally sensed Juzo's small movements. He was not in a hurry and deliberately slowed down his attack speed. Another wave of combination ninjutsu, this time wind and fire. Ishiro's wind release was not at a high level. This was a good opportunity to use Juzo for practice. However, this time Ishiro cast it with the cooperation of a fire clone and his main body. But no matter how Ishiro achieved this step, Juzo was in unspeakable misery. Is there an end to this? Is combination ninjutsu so cheap? And how did Ishiro manage to cast this A-rank level combination ninjutsu so quickly? After the second wave of combination ninjutsu, Juzo's injuries were even more severe, and at this time, Juzo had a feeling that he probably couldn't withstand a third wave. Should he throw away the executioner's blade? This large sword for close combat was completely useless against this level of combination ninjutsu, and its heavy weight was also dragging down his escape speed. Fortunately, Juzo didn't have to struggle with this decision anymore. Because of Ishiro deliberately going easy, the reinforcements he had been desperately waiting for finally arrived. A ninja dressed in a black robe flew over from the distance. That person extended a hand and used Bancho Tenin on Juzo. Seeing this, Ishiro was stunned. Putting on a show. No sooner said than done. Ishiro feigned great shock, Bancho Tenin. Nagato. While shouting, he flew towards that person. The newcomer also heard Ishiro's voice. His heart stirred, and he recognized Ishiro. But before he could speak, Ishiro saw his face. Then Ishiro was first stunned, then furious, shouting, "You're not Nagato. Who are you?" Then Ishiro pointed at his eyes and shouted, "You stole Nagato's eyes." Then, the enraged Ishiro began his ninjutsu assault. Ishiro's clone, Sage Art, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Ishiro's main body, Sage Art, Wind Release, Breakthrough. The Wind-Fire combination ninjutsu reappeared. However, the combination ninjutsu that had left Juzo in a sorry state was not very difficult for this Deva Path Pain to block. Shinra Tensei. The Deva Path extended a hand and stopped the combination ninjutsu. Seeing that Deva Path used the Rinnegan's ability, Ishiro appeared even more furious. He formed a seal with his left hand, Porcelain Release, Kunai Rain. Meanwhile, his clone continuously cast Fire Release. The Deva Path was naturally not afraid of these attacks, occasionally using Bancho Tenin and Shinra Tensei to interfere. But he couldn't find an opportunity to counterattack under Ishiro's continuous assault. After all, Ishiro's understanding of these two ninjutsu was deep enough, he knew their characteristics and weaknesses. The continuous attacks kept the Deva Path from freeing up his hands. The scales of victory began to tip in Ishiro's favor. If this trend continued, it wouldn't take long for Ishiro to take down the Deva Path. However, after the battle continued for a while, just as he was about to win, Ishiro suddenly stopped. The Rinnegan has many abilities, yet you only know one. You are a puppet created by Nagato. Ishiro said with absolute certainty, but his eyes were fixed on the Deva Path, as if afraid of getting an answer that proved his judgment wrong. The Deva Path was silent for a moment, then opened its mouth and said, "It is me." Ishiro breathed a sigh of relief, but his guarded posture did not relax. Nagato knew what Ishiro was waiting for, so he extended one hand and said, "1 minute." The corner of Ishiro's mouth twitched. Nagato was referring to the interval time when Ishiro had first learned Shinra Tensei, 1 minute. Having confirmed his identity, Ishiro looked at Juzo again, looking as if he wanted to say something but was holding back. The Deva Path, without turning its head, said to Juzo, "Juzo, you can go and carry out your mission first." Juzo breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he had escaped disaster today. He had no desire to inquire about what Nagato and Ishiro were going to talk about. The secrets between ninjas of this strength were not something he could touch. After Juzo left, Ishiro used the light/heavy rock jutsu to fly in front of the Deva Path, and found a place to sit down. The Deva Path also sat down in front of Ishiro. The two sat opposite each other. For a moment, Ishiro was somewhat speechless. After a while, it was Ishiro who spoke first. "Nagato, you've established an organization other than the Akatsuki. Do you feel that the Akatsuki's ideals are incorrect?" Nagato hadn't expected Ishiro to talk about this. He had thought Ishiro would explain the matter of Jiraiya. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I just feel that after the Akatsuki entered the Land of Rivers, its development seems to have reached a limit, unable to expand its influence any further. And the peace we hoped for has not arrived. Before this war broke out, to prevent the Land of Rivers from being drawn into the war, our village hidden in the rivers also began war preparations. This approach is no different from Hanzo's before, but I don't know what else to do. It wasn't until later, when the 4th Kazekage chose to dispatch troops through the Land of Rain, that I understood that only a strength that instills fear, can bring peace. If not for the Land of Rivers having 2 Kage-level individuals, me and Yahiko, the Land of Wind might have chosen to dispatch troops through the Land of Rivers. Once that happened, the Land of Rivers might have become the next Land of Rain, and the civilians of the Land of Rivers would likewise not have peace. Ishiro sorted through Nagato's logic and then understood his meaning. Although the current Nagato had not turned to the dark side, some experiences had still led him down the path of using force to oppress all nations, to bring peace to the ninja world under the suppression of his unparalleled strength. Ishiro did not reply immediately but fell into a long silence. After a long while, Ishiro said, "I understand. When I first met you all back then, I was moved by your desire for peace. But as time has passed, I have always been worried that one day I would walk a completely different path from you all. Because I discovered a long time ago that Yahiko's ideas are too subjective. There are too many ambitious people in the ninja world. They will not easily give up the power in their hands, nor will they give up the ambition in their hearts. Take Hanzo, for example. He can't even control one village hidden in the rain, one land of rain, yet he still can't help but want to participate in the great ninja war. I came from the direction of the village hidden in the rain. I believe it won't be long before Hanzo leads the village hidden in the rain to join the war. From Hanzo, we can see that these ambitious people will not see reason so easily. It's just that I didn't expect you to have found your own path a step ahead of me. Yahiko probably doesn't know about your choice yet." The Deva path was silent. Ishiro was right. Nagato didn't want to separate from Yahiko, but he also knew that Yahiko would not agree with his methods. Ishiro said, "I don't know if your approach is correct, but having one more path, one more glimmer of hope, is also good. However, the current me will not agree with your approach. I will continue to follow my own ideas to achieve the peace in my heart." After a pause, Ishiro said, "Nagato, let's make a pact. Let's not have any conflict between us. Let's each walk our own paths first. If one day, all the ninjas and hidden villages that obstruct peace are defeated by us, then we can decide whose method to follow. Just like Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju back then. They walked a path together to establish hidden villages and end the warring states period. They defeated their common enemies together. Afterward, Madara and Hashirama's ideals clashed, but the two did not start a war. Instead, they chose to fight one-on-one. Hashirama won, and the ninja world has been passed down according to Hashirama's ideals to this day. Me, you, and Yahiko, our ideas are not completely the same, but our desire for peace is the same. We can first do as much as we can according to our own ideas. We can defeat our common enemies together, and then the three of us can decide among ourselves to see whose method is most suitable for governing the ninja world." Nagato hadn't expected Ishiro to say such a thing. After thinking for a moment, he said, "All right. But you have to help me persuade Yahiko. I don't want to lose this bond." Ishiro shook his head and said, "Nagato, actually, you don't know Yahiko as well as I do. Believe it or not, as long as you seriously and completely tell Yahiko your thoughts, Yahiko will not object to you. Yahiko has great love. He knows that everyone has their own ideas. He won't scold you, he won't abandon you, he will only try to persuade you. If you are reasonable enough, if you are truly for the peace of the ninja world, then Yahiko will, on the contrary, support you." Nagato was silent. He said, "I understand." After a while, Nagato continued, "Are you coming to the village hidden in the rivers?" Ishiro nodded and said, "Yes, I was originally coming to find you all." "Then you should go." "I still have business on the border of the land of rivers and the land of rain," Nagato said, then got up to leave. Seeing the Deva path about to leave, Ishiro asked, "Nagato, what is the name of this organization you've established?" The Deva path didn't turn back and said directly, "Dark Akatsuki. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 35 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 269, Chapter 268, Joining. Chapter 268, Joining. In the village hidden in the rivers, in the office of the leader, Yahiko, the four of them, Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, and Ishiro, sat together chatting. Yahiko was mostly happy about Ishiro's arrival. It was true that Jiraiya was the three's mentor, but Ishiro was also a companion whom Yahiko acknowledged. However, Yahiko still glanced at Nagato with some worry, afraid that Nagato and Ishiro would clash. Ishiro knew what Yahiko was thinking. He looked at Nagato and asked, "Nagato, are you going to say it, or should I?" Yahiko was stunned, looking at Nagato with a puzzled expression. Konan's hand, holding a paper crane, tightened, and she looked at Nagato with some panic. Unlike Yahiko's clueless nature, Konan had actually sensed the change in Nagato. It was just that Nagato hadn't told her, and she was afraid of losing this hard-won friendship, so she had never told Yahiko. Conan writing to Ishiro this time was actually in the faint hope that Ishiro could help reconcile Yahiko and Nagato. In Conan's perception, Ishiro, like Jiraiya, was special to the three of them. No matter what outsiders said, it was useless, but the words of Ishiro and Jiraiya were different. She felt that Nagato and Yahiko might listen to their words. Jiraiya was already dead, Southwest Conan could only place her hopes on Ishiro. It was just that Conan hadn't expected Ishiro to expose the thing she was most worried about as soon as he opened his mouth. Nagato hesitated for a moment and said, "I'll say it myself." Then, under Yahiko's curious, Conan's worried, and Ishiro's expressionless gaze, Nagato began to recount his thoughts. After a long while, Yahiko lowered his head, not saying a word. Conan was anxious. She glared resentfully at Ishiro, wanting to comfort Yahiko but not knowing how. Ishiro, however, shook his head, signaling Conan not to worry. After a while, Yahiko suddenly raised his head with a smile on his face. "Haha, Nagato, you've finally grown up too. Actually, I had anticipated this day long ago." In fact, Ishiro has also been working hard for the peace of the ninja world, but the path Ishiro walks has always been different from ours. Aren't we and Ishiro still friends? Just as expected. Ishiro smiled faintly. This was the real Yahiko. Although Yahiko's plot in the original story was not extensive, Naruto's was overwhelming. Yahiko was like a low-spec Naruto. Apart from not having as many power-ups as Naruto, he was no different from a protagonist. If he were so easily thwarted by setbacks, then Yahiko wouldn't be Yahiko. Conan let out a long sigh of relief and suddenly burst into a chuckle because she could clearly feel that Nagato had also breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing Conan laugh, Nagato, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly blushed. That red color almost matched his hair. Ishiro found it amusing, but he didn't dare to laugh, because Nagato couldn't do anything to Conan, but he could beat him up. Yahiko saw it too. He also laughed heartily and then said, "Nagato, it's great that you have your own ideas. Your ideas have also shown me new hope. In these past 2 years, the development of the Akatsuki has been very slow, and the mentality of some members has also changed." At this point, Yahiko's voice began to grow somber. Clearly, the change in the mentality of the Akatsuki members made him very sad. Yahiko had once wanted to change things, but his efforts had failed. Although Yahiko remained firm in his own ninja way, when he was alone, he couldn't help but wonder, what if this path was wrong? Had he let Conan and Nagato down? Now it was better. Nagato had also found his own ninja way. This way, even if his own path was wrong, there was still a chance. Originally, in Yahiko's view, besides his own ideas, only the path chosen by Ishiro was an opportunity. Now, with Nagato's path added, this was a good thing. Although everyone's methods were very different, their original intention for the peace of the ninja world was the same. Then, Yahiko, Nagato, and Ishiro began to open their hearts and chat freely about their ideas. And Conan, on the side, watched with a silly smile. This is great. Nagato is still Nagato, Yahiko is still Yahiko, everyone is still together, no need to separate, and even less need for conflict. Conan was happy all by herself, in a silly daze. But Ishiro and the other two suddenly turned their gazes to Conan in surprise. Was Conan about to become Kage level? So Conan's ninja way is to protect the bonds between everyone. I just wonder if this bond also includes me. Ishiro muttered to himself. Yahiko reached out and patted Ishiro, saying, "Of course it includes you. Although you didn't grow up with us, ever since the Akatsuki was founded, you have always been helping us. We are all like-minded friends." Even Nagato, on the side, nodded after hearing Yahiko's words. Ishiro was stunned. So, he held such a significant place in the hearts of the 3 Akatsuki members. Ishiro was also filled with emotion. All this time, Ishiro had actually been using the Akatsuki more than confiding in them. Only now did he realize that the 3 Akatsuki members had long since pulled him into their group. It was he himself who had always considered himself an outsider. After a long time, Conan finally came back to her senses. Seeing the 3 of them looking at her, she was a little shy and lowered her head. Then, thinking something was wrong, she looked up and glared fiercely at the 3 of them. After being glared at by Conan, the 3 of them awkwardly retracted their gazes. Ishiro quickly changed the subject and said to Nagato, "Nagato, your dark Akatsuki is in the recruitment phase and is short on manpower now. I can join. When you have enough people, I'll quit." Yahiko was stunned, then slapped his thigh. "That's right. We can help Nagato." He quickly said, yeah, Nagato, we can join first and help you build up the organization structure." Me too. Conan said quickly, afraid the 3 would leave her behind. Seeing the 3 looking at her, Conan quickly said, "You all saw it. I'm about to become Kage level. I won't hold you back." The 3 of them were delighted. "Yahiko, you are the Jade Maiden, of the Dark Akatsuki. Conan, you are the White Tiger. Ishiro, you are the Big Dipper. Before parting, Nagato made 3 rings and gave them to Ishiro and the other 2. This trip to the land of rivers was very successful. Ishiro successfully resolved the conflict between himself and the 3 Akatsuki members caused by the Jiraiya incident. Konan, because her strength had increased, gave Ishiro another set of notes on paper release, while Nagato shared his insights on Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin with Ishiro. Yahiko had nothing to help Ishiro with in terms of training. Of course, Ishiro was not one to only take and not give. Ishiro shared his experience of developing 3 Kekkei Genkai with the 3 of them. This was not of much use to Yahiko, but it was a great help to Konan, who had also developed paper release, and an even greater help to Nagato, who was fusing yin and yang. It was just that Ishiro could only share some of his own insights and experiences but could not directly teach them the method of developing a Kekkei Genkai. Those things belonged to Iwagakure, after all. Besides this, what should have been most helpful to the 3 Akatsuki members, especially Nagato, was Sage Jutsu. But Ishiro likewise did not have the qualification to teach it. Although the Sage Jutsu of Iwagakure was developed under Ishiro's leadership, it used the village's resources. To develop Sage Jutsu, the resources consumed by the village were so much that even Mei, the grandma god of wealth, couldn't bear it. A few days later, Ishiro bid farewell to the 3 Akatsuki members and returned to Iwagakure. After returning to Iwagakure, Ishiro planned to train properly for a period. He had obtained many good things recently and now urgently needed time to convert these good things into his own strength. According to his original rhythm of taking on a new batch of disciples every 2 years, Ishiro should have been continuing to take disciples after a while. But this time, Ishiro did not do so. He planned to take a year off first. In this 1 year, Ishiro decided to first properly digest his various gains. After telling Inoki about his idea, he quickly got approval. Then Ishiro began a 1-year period of closed-door training. Ishiro's training tasks were very arduous. Firstly, because he had read Madara's ninjutsu notes, Ishiro felt that all the ninjutsu he had learned had improved somewhat, so he planned to reorganize all the ninjutsu he knew. Secondly, the combination of porcelain release and sealing jutsu also required Ishiro's careful research. The power of sealing jutsu was beyond doubt. Ishiro once believed that theoretically, there was no upper limit to sealing jutsu in the ninja world. So Ishiro decided to use the time he had planned in his childhood for developing water release ninjutsu on developing long-range sealing jutsu instead. Then there was the Kekkei Tota, light release. Light release was Ishiro's strongest attack method at present, and also his only powerful attack method. As the second Kekkei Tota to be developed in the ninja world, Ishiro felt that the future of light release was still great. For this, Ishiro completely gave up on spending time developing storm release. Next was Sage Jutsu. The importance of Sage Jutsu needed no further explanation, just the healing aspect alone had benefited Ishiro immensely. Besides these, Ishiro also had to practice Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin, and also spend time adapting to the increased perception range of his mind's eye. Finally, and most importantly, the main quest Ishiro had set for himself absolutely could not be put down. Ishiro now had a certain level of research in the 5 attributes of water, fire, lightning, and earth. Among them, water and earth formed porcelain release, water and lightning formed storm release, and water, earth, and lightning also formed light release. So, the 3 attributes of water, earth, and lightning did not require too much training from Ishiro. But the 2 attributes of fire and wind still required Ishiro to continue spending time practicing. Among them, the proficiency of the fire attribute was manageable. Ishiro's fire attribute was his 3rd attribute, and its development level was originally no less than his lightning attribute, also barely reaching the level for developing a Kekkei Genkai. It was only later that the lightning attribute participated in both the development of storm release and light release, so now the fire attribute's proficiency was far less than the lightning attribute's. But now there was an opportunity. Madara's specialty was fire release. Although his ninjutsu notes contained all kinds of attributes, fire release was the most numerous. Ishiro felt that there was a lot of room for improvement for his fire release. But Ishiro's mastery of wind release was far from enough. The only wind release Ishiro occasionally used now was wind release, breakthrough. Its development level was far from enough to develop a Kekkei Genkai. Ishiro planned to develop fire release and wind release together, combining the 2 to develop a new Kekkei Genkai. His disciple, Ogura Saki, was currently walking this path. Ogura's wisdom was very trustworthy. She had already formed a certain theoretical basis, so Ishiro didn't need to start from scratch, which could save a lot of time. These training tasks were all Ishiro's individual training tasks. Besides these solo tasks, Ishiro also had to occasionally cooperate with Yuran Kawaso to develop sealing jutsu, pay attention to Katsumata's genjutsu development, guide Dango in sage jutsu training, learn from Takumi's body movement techniques, learn the one-handed seals developed by Kazumasa Yoshimura, and guide Takuhiro Uchiyama in training gravity-type ninjutsu. It was precisely because his training tasks were too arduous that Ishiro decided to take a year off before taking on new disciples. Support me with Power Stone. For every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. 35 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/sega. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 270, Chapter 269, Peace. Chapter 269, Peace. A year later, a new class of students from the Ninja Academy was about to graduate. Ishiro, having rested for a year, planned to take on disciples once again. However, there was another matter before him now, and that was the competition for the fourth Tsuchikage. To talk about the competition for the fourth Tsuchikage, one must first talk about the current situation in the ninja world. In this 1 year, because no major conflicts had broken out between the various parties, the large ninja armies that had been stationed on the borders had long since been disbanded. After many years, the ninja world had once again returned to peace. All countries were doing their best to recover their strength. It was also because of this peace that many powerful ninjas who previously had no time to care for their families all coincidentally wanted to take this opportunity to leave behind a bloodline. The result was that many pregnant women appeared in the ninja world. Just among those Ishiro knew, there were Kitsuchi's wife Shiden, Minato Namike's wife Kushina Uzumaki, Fugaku Uchiha's wife Mikoto Uchiha, and the fourth Kazekage Raza's wife, Karura. These female ninjas, who were not pregnant at the same time in the original story, seemed to have made an appointment this time, all choosing to get pregnant during this rare period of peace. Even Ikura and Uzumaki Yumi were considering whether to take this opportunity to get married quickly and have children. It was only because they considered that Iwagakure was facing a transition period from the third to the fourth generation, and feared that something might happen at this time, that they had shelved the idea. It was precisely because of this rare peace in the ninja world that Inoki decided to take the opportunity to pass on his position to the fourth generation. He had been busy with administrative affairs these years and had never had time to train. Now that Iwagakure had a successor, Inoki also wanted to retreat behind the scenes and properly sort out his insights from these years. At the very least, Inoki felt that both his dust release and sage jutsu still had room for improvement. In terms of dust release, Inoki had not yet completely fused the dust release chakra into his own body. As for sage jutsu, Inoki felt that at the very least, it should be usable in combat like Ishiro's, even if it required more preparation time beforehand, that was acceptable. However, concerning the choice for the fourth, whether it was Inoki, Mei, or Sokka, none of them could make up their minds. In fact, in terms of contribution to the village and long-term vision, Ishiro was naturally the first choice. Now that Ishiro had learned Sage Jutsu and even the Kekkei Tota, light release, choosing Ishiro should have been the most suitable. But Ishiro had a fatal flaw: he was too reckless. As the Kage of a village, although strength and seniority were important, one had to have the ability to protect one's own life. The most awkward point about Ishiro was that he was always seriously injured, which made the several high-level officials very worried. When Ishiro was still an advisor, if he died in battle, it would be a blow to the village, but not a fatal one. But if the fourth Tsuchikage died inexplicably not long after taking office, like the third Kazekage back then, the blow to the village's morale would be too great. The Kage of a village, even just being injured, was an incredibly serious matter. Therefore, the biggest obstacle to Ishiro succeeding as the fourth Tsuchikage was surprisingly his own style of action. The hesitant high-level officials finally left the decision to the two parties involved, Ishiro and Ikura. When Ishiro and Ikura were informed of the high-level officials' decision at the same time, they both looked at each other in dismay. Especially Ikura, in fact, these past few years, he had gradually lost the desire to compete for the position of Tsuchikage. Ishiro had caught up from behind, and even his strength had surpassed his, which made Ikura's only advantage disappear completely. However, what Inoki and the others were worried about also made sense. So after Ikura and Ishiro exchanged a look, they both thought of an agreement from long ago. Thus, Ishiro spoke up, "Lord Tsuchikage, Ikura and I had an agreement back then. If there is a chance to compete for the position of fourth Tsuchikage in the future, then we will have our disciples conduct a match." Inoki was stunned and said, "Your disciples? Which of your disciples?" Ikura had only taken 3 disciples, so Inoki had no questions. But Ishiro had too many disciples, which was why Inoki asked. "Of course, it's the 3 who are from the same year as Ikura's disciples," Ishiro said. Sokka said, "So you're saying, let Shinya Matsutani, Ogura Saki, and Takumi represent you, Ishiro, and let Tatsunori Nakata, Hanpei Haraguchi, and Dai Shimoyama represent Ikura. Have the 6 of them have a match, is that right?" Ishiro and Ikura nodded at the same time. Inoki thought for a moment and said, "That works too. If the 2 of you were to fight, and if there were any accident, the village's loss would be too great. However, these 6 disciples of yours all seem to be jonin already, right?" Ishiro nodded and said, yes, Shinya Matsutani and his two companions have been jonin for several years now. Ikura also said, Daishimoyama followed the promotion path of the barrier team and is also a jonin. The other two were also promoted long ago. Anoki pondered for a moment before saying, a battle between 6 jonin. That works too. Then it settled. In 10 days, the match will be held. 3-on-3, one battle to decide the winner. Anoki actually didn't quite approve of a battle between 6 jonin. Jonin were not a dime a dozen. If any were injured, it would be a loss for Iwagakure. But compared to 2 Kage-level individuals like Ishiro and Ikura, these were all minor issues. Soon, a piece of news spread quickly within Iwagakure. In 10 days, Ishiro's disciples would have a match with Ikura's disciples. This match would decide who would succeed as the 4th Tsuchikage. In an instant, the entire village of Iwagakure, no, the entire land of Earth, became lively. Everyone began to inquire where they could buy tickets for this match. After clarifying the identities of the 3 disciples participating on Ishiro's side, everyone immediately began to conduct a detailed analysis of the 6 strengths. There was no lack of capable people among the onlookers. Not long after the news spread, intelligence on the 6 was freshly released. Each person's mission record, what field they excelled in, when they graduated, when they became chunin and jonin, their family background, personality, hobbies, and so on. Even in places beyond the sight of Ishiro and the others, large and small betting houses had opened up, and the number of people placing bets was endless. Many rich merchants and high-ranking officials who did not live in Iwagakure began to set off one after another, preparing to come to Iwagakure to participate in this rare grand event. Even the daimyo of the land of Earth expressed that he would personally come to watch the battle. Iwagakure became as lively as if it were the new year. With the increase in the flow of people, Iwagakure's income suddenly skyrocketed, which made Mei, who was in charge of finances, grin from ear to ear every day. After the news spread to other countries in the ninja world, although no one went to Iwagakure to watch, everyone was guessing who would be the final winner. The 4 great nations had all entered the era of the 4th generation, only Iwagakure was left. Everyone was very curious who the last 4th generation Kage would be. And just as the outside world was in a commotion, in a yakiniku restaurant in Iwagakure, Ishiro and Ikura were eating with their 6 disciples in a private room. Ishiro and Ikura appeared relatively relaxed. On the contrary, the 6 who were about to participate in the competition were all somewhat nervous. Shinya Matsutani felt very wronged. For some unknown reason, he had become the focus of everyone's attention. Now the whole village knew that he, Shinya, was also a lazy ninja who liked to eat. And the fact that he could become a jonin added a thick, heavy brushstroke to Ishiro's halo as a renowned teacher. After all, to be able to raise even such a disobedient child, Ishiro was truly worthy of being the fox of Iwa. Everyone automatically imagined countless scenes of Shinya not wanting to study and Ishiro fighting a battle of wits with him. Now, parents educating their children all had a catchphrase, don't ever be like Shinya Matsutani, you don't have a renowned teacher like Lord Ishiro to guide you. Looking at Shinya's gloomy expression, Ogura Saki snickered. She took a piece of grilled meat and handed it to Shinya's ninja cat, Kohana. Kohana had now been raised into a ball by Shinya, its entire body was round, and its lazy expression was exactly the same as Shinya's. Seeing Kohana like this, a term naturally popped into Ishiro's mind, fat orange cat. I wonder if Kohana has met Dango in these 2 years. I wonder what Dango would feel when she sees Kohana, whose body is even larger than her own, Ishiro thought to himself while eating grilled meat. However, although Kohana was huge and looked like just a fat cat, Ishiro could sense that the chakra in its body was very pure. In these 2 years, Kohana had been greatly influenced by natural energy. Ishiro estimated that in a few more years, Kohana should also be able to try practicing sage jutsu. How infuriating. Ishiro thought about how much effort he had put in to practice sage jutsu. But this fat cat, following its master, just ate and drank every day, and yet it had also grown up. Ishiro turned his gaze to Ogura Saki. He hadn't paid attention to this disciple for a long time. Not long ago, when Ishiro discussed the fusion of wind and fire Kekkei Genkai with Saki, he discovered that both of her attributes had reached the level for training a Kekkei Genkai. Among them, Saki's development of the wind attribute had far surpassed the minimum standard for fusing a Kekkei Genkai. Ishiro still remembered that not long after graduating, Saki, who hadn't even learned many C-rank ninjutsu, had unbelievably completed the development of her first C-rank wind release ninjutsu. In the past year, under Ishiro's guidance, Saki had even been trying to fuse the 2 attributes of wind and fire. As for Takumi, Ishiro was the most at ease. Perhaps because he hadn't learned much from Ishiro in the first place, Takumi's growth was mainly through his own comprehension. So after leaving Ishiro, his growth rate had never slowed down. Ishiro had a feeling that Takumi had already reached the limit of the Jonin level. If given another opportunity, he could step into the elite Jonin level. Speaking of which, among Ishiro's many disciples, it seemed that currently only Kawakita had reached the elite Jonin level. The others, including Chiko Tomo and Kajiyama Ri, were still just jonin. Although Ishiro didn't know much about Ikura's 3 disciples, he was clear about their general situation. Hanpei Haraguchi was the strongest, with combat power no weaker than Takumi's. Moreover, because he was skilled in ninjutsu, and ninjutsu of multiple attributes at that, his style was varied, and his overall strength was above Takumi's. Hanpei could be said to have inherited Ikura's style. He was a disciple whom Ikura had been cultivating since he was a genin. Their relationship was a bit like Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya's. But in comparison, the strength of the other 2 was much worse. Tatsunori Nakata was skilled in earth release and had good attainments in it, but the time and energy Ikura spent on him were far less than on Hanpei. The relationship between them was somewhat like Ishiro's with his disciples, much closer than a normal team leading jonin and their subordinates, but far from that of a master-disciple inheritance. Tatsunori's own talent was not particularly outstanding, so his current strength was only average at the jonin level, not very impressive. Finally, there was Dai Shimoyama. Ishiro was very clear about Dai's situation. Dai had almost abandoned her combat power to focus on researching sealing jutsu. Although she had the title of jonin, her combat power was inferior to a jonin's. So the comparison of the 2 sides' strengths was, in terms of overall comprehensive strength, Ishiro's side was stronger. In terms of individual strength, Ikura's side had the advantage. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 35 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 271, Chapter 270, The Match Begins. Chapter 270, The Match Begins. Ishiro could see that among the 6, Ogura Saki, Takumi, Tatsunori Nakata, and Hanpei Haraguchi appeared more nervous. All 4 of them valued the title of Tsuchikage greatly and didn't want their teacher to lose the title because of them. At the same time, the 4 also wanted to prove themselves through the match and not let down their teacher's guidance. On the other hand, Shinya Matsutani and Dai Shimoyama seemed much more relaxed. Dai probably knew from Uzumaki Yumi that Ikura wasn't very keen on the Tsuchikage position now, while Shinya was truly just carefree. However, there wasn't much of a tense standoff between the 2 sides. The 6 were actually very familiar with each other. Ever since being taken as disciples by Ishiro and Ikura, they had subconsciously regarded the others as their own kind. In addition, Ishiro and Ikura would occasionally entrust their disciples to the others' care, so the 6 were actually much closer than their other peers. Ishiro and Ikura looked at each other and smiled, with no intention of counseling them. In fact, there was no need for counseling. After seeing the attitudes of Ishiro and Ikura, the 6 naturally realized their teacher's mentality. They knew that neither of them valued the title of Tsuchikage very much. Thus, after the initial nervousness, everyone gradually relaxed. As if returning to the time when they had just graduated, the 6 began to talk and laugh. In a relatively relaxed atmosphere, this dinner gathering came to an end. Ishiro said to the 6, during this period, you 6 have no other missions. First, get familiar with your original teammates again. Understand the changes in everyone over these years, then think about tactics and prepare well for the upcoming match. However, don't be too nervous. Just treat this match as a stage to prove yourselves. After all, the daimyo and Lord Tsuchikage will be watching. In addition, there will be many high-ranking officials and rich merchants, so this is a good opportunity, an opportunity to prove yourselves to the entire ninja world. Yes, the 6 answered in unison. Among the 6, Ogura Saki's reply was the loudest. She was the one who most wanted to prove herself in the match. Over the next few days, important figures from various fields within Iwagakure arrived one after another, and the village became more and more lively. However, this time Ishiro was not as idle as during the previous Chunin exams. Anoki had assigned Ishiro a mission, to identify if there were any intelligence ninjas from other countries among the figures who had come to watch the match. This mission was actually chosen by Ishiro himself because his trip to the Land of Waves not long ago had caused a change in his mind's eye. At that time, Ishiro was tracking Obito and had no time to examine this change. Now, after a year of reviewing and improving, Ishiro had finally mastered the change in his mind's eye. The mind's eye had 2 changes. First, the breadth of his perception ability had increased. The original perception range of his mind's eye was only about 300 meters. After this change, its perception range suddenly increased to nearly 1,000 meters. This change greatly surprised Ishiro. One had to know, with the linear distance tripling, the increase in perception ability was more than just 3 times, it was at least a factor of 10. This kind of 10-fold increase was, as far as Ishiro knew, of only one type, the evolution from a 3-tomo Sharingan to a Mangekyo Sharingan. The ocular power of the Mangekyo Sharingan was definitely more than 10 times that of the 3-tomo. Combining this with the fact that the change in his mind's eye happened exactly when Obito awakened his Mangekyo, Ishiro guessed that his mind's eye, perhaps like the Sharingan, was some kind of ability from a certain sage in the mythological era. It was just that under normal circumstances, this kind of ability was passed down through bloodline, while Ishiro's mind's eye was awakened under accidental circumstances. This kind of ability inherited from the mythological era had the potential to evolve after triggering a certain condition, the most common being the Uchiha clan's Sharingan upgrade. Perhaps Ishiro had hitched a ride on Obito's Mangekyo. When Obito's Sharingan upgraded, Ishiro's mind's eye also upgraded along with it. There were only 3 sages in the mythological era, Kagaya Otsutsuki, the Sage of Six Paths, and the Sage of Six Paths' younger brother. Ishiro couldn't be 100% sure from whom the mind's eye was inherited. But based on Iwagakure's records and speculations related to the Tenseigan, the existence that the mind's eye communicated with should be the younger brother of the Sage of Six Paths. The second change was the strength of his perception ability. Ishiro had tested it. Now, even if a ninja used a jutsu to suppress their chakra fluctuations, Ishiro could accurately sense the opponent's strength. It was precisely because of this ability that Ishiro had accepted this mission at the high-level meeting. If someone used Ishiro's method of infiltrating Konoha to infiltrate Iwagakure, they would definitely not escape Ishiro's perception. However, Ishiro staked out the village entrance for 7 consecutive days but did not catch a single intelligence ninja. I wonder if I misjudged, or if no intelligence ninjas have infiltrated at all, Ishiro sighed to himself. The latter is more likely. The village should already have intelligence ninjas from other villages. Without a special target, other hidden villages generally won't send additional ninjas to take risks. Just as Ishiro felt that this mission would be fruitless, a large procession slowly approached Iwagakure. With just one glance, Ishiro recognized them. The daimyo has arrived. A ninja beside Ishiro also recognized the identity of the newcomer and then said to Ishiro. Ishiro was disguised as a gate guard. The ninja on duty with him knew this, so after seeing the daimyo, he immediately asked Ishiro for instructions. Normal reception, Ishiro said without much thought. After a while, the daimyo's party arrived at the village entrance. The daimyo naturally didn't need to register upon arrival, but his attendants did. Of course, the daimyo had special privileges. Iwagakure couldn't make the daimyo wait too long at the village entrance just to check his attendance. Ishiro and his partner just briefly inquired about the personnel configuration of the daimyo's party and then let them pass. After the registration, Ishiro said to one of the daimyo's guards, "Senior, please allow me to show you the way. Lord Tsuchikage is waiting for the daimyo." The daimyo did not speak upon hearing Ishiro's words, but the guard nodded. Having a ninja show the way made the daimyo's status appear more noble, which was a good thing. The ninja on duty with Ishiro was first stunned by his words, then he inconspicuously collected his expression. He knew that Ishiro must have discovered something. Ishiro had indeed discovered something. The number of ninjas in the personnel configuration submitted by the daimyo did not match what Ishiro had sensed. The number of ninjas Ishiro sensed was 3 more, 3 jonin. Ishiro wasn't sure if these 3 were deliberately hidden by the daimyo or if ninjas from other villages had infiltrated. Considering the crowd and prying eyes at the village entrance, Ishiro didn't want to make a scene. Leading the group to the entrance of the Tsuchikage building, the ninjas guarding the building were first stunned. They hadn't received a notice that the daimyo would be coming at this time. Just as they were about to inquire, they saw Ishiro inconspicuously make a series of hand signs. The ninjas of this squad exchanged a look and cleared the way. Ishiro led the daimyo and 2 guards into the Tsuchikage building, while the others remained at the entrance. By this time, Inoki had already received news of the daimyo's arrival. Although he was puzzled, considering that Ishiro was guarding the gate, he quickly realized that there was a problem. The unflustered Inoki, along with Ikura and the other 2, welcomed the daimyo into the conference room. After entering the conference room, the daimyo first looked at Ikura, then asked Inoki, "Is Ishiro not in the village?" Inoki didn't speak but looked at the transformed Ishiro. With a poof, Ishiro dispelled the transformation jutsu and returned to his original appearance. The daimyo was somewhat surprised, not understanding what Ishiro was doing. His 2 guards, however, reacted quickly. One of them quickly said, "Advisor Ishiro, has something happened?" Ishiro nodded and said, "Daimyo, I sense that the number of ninjas in your entourage is 3 more than on the list. Considering your safety, I took the liberty of inviting you to the Tsuchikage building." Yonosuke. The daimyo turned to the guard who had just spoken with a surprised look, wanting to know if he had arranged it. A layer of fine sweat immediately broke out on the guard's forehead. Not daring to hesitate, he immediately spoke, "Daimyo, it was not my arrangement. We did not conceal the number of our ninjas." Inoki spoke up, "Then some ninjas must have mixed in. Ishiro, you and Yonosuke go and handle it together." "Yes," Ishiro acknowledged. The head of the daimyo's guard, Yonosuke, looked at the daimyo. The daimyo nodded in agreement. Then, Ishiro and the other left the conference room. Not long after, the 2 returned. Ishiro reported, Lord Tsuchikage, it's been handled. The three are all jonin, likely the work of Konoha. They have now been sent to the interrogation department. Inoki nodded, looked at the daimyo sitting opposite him, and asked, Daimyo, do you want to send someone to participate in the interrogation? The daimyo thought for a moment and felt it was necessary to send someone, at least to find out how the other party had infiltrated. So he nodded. With the matter handled, and since the daimyo had already arrived, the two parties, who were originally supposed to meet in the afternoon, officially began their meeting. Tsuchikage, when will the match begin, and in what format? The daimyo asked. He had participated in Iwagakure's Chunin exams before, but this was the first time seeing a match between jonin, and he was somewhat curious. Inoki said, it will begin tomorrow morning. The competition format is 3-on-3, and the venue is in a stone forest to the west of the village. The daimyo said, very good. Iwagakure has never been as strong as it is now. Tsuchikage, you have done very well. Inoki nodded, pointed at Ishiro and Ikura, and said, both of them are outstanding ninjas, and their strength is no less than mine. I believe the village will become even stronger under their leadership. The next day, on a grandstand capable of holding tens of thousands of people, created by an earth-release jutsu cast by Ishiro with B-rank sage art, a sea of people surged, with waves of cheers rising one after another. Directly in front of the stand was a huge area enclosed by a transparent barrier. After most of the audience had arrived, Inoki and the daimyo appeared together on the highest level. After the two were seated, the 6 contestants also entered the competition area from 2 different directions. Ikura stood by Inoki's side, and Ishiro stood by the daimyo's side, both acting as guards. Seeing everyone enter the field, Ishiro began to introduce the 6 contestants to the daimyo. This was deliberately arranged by Inoki the night before. If the daimyo was pleased, perhaps they could get another large allocation of funds. Iwagakure's overall strength was still in a phase of steady ascent, a time when a large amount of funding was needed. Especially because of the various research projects brought by Ishiro, each of which consumed a large amount of resources. For example, the training of Sage Jutsu. In these 2 years, Ishiro and Inoki had practiced Sage Jutsu at least once a day, and the ninja cat Dango had been training in Sage Jutsu for over half a year. In addition, various research projects such as Genjutsu, Sealing Jutsu, Lightning Release, Hand Seals, Medical Ninjutsu, Summoning Jutsu, the Byakugan, the Sharingan, the White Zetsu clone, the piece of the Ten-Tails body, and the Uchiha Gunbai were all constantly burning money. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 35 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 272, Chapter 271, The Match. Chapter 271, The Match. Not long after Ishiro finished introducing the 6 individuals, the match below officially began. Because the field was large enough, neither side knew the other's specific location, so this match was not like the Chunin exams where it was a direct clash of ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu from the start. Both sides first needed to carefully search for the other's tracks. Ikura's team, due to their weaker overall strength, adopted a stealthy tactic. With Daishimoyama, a jonin proficient in sealing jutsu, present, the 3 of them quickly disappeared from the audience's view. However, the audience could see that before the 3 disappeared, Tatsunori Nakata and Daishimoyama had each created a clone and begun to set up various traps in the competition area. On the other hand, Ishiro's team, which was stronger overall, did not hide. But wary of Hanpei Haraguchi's strength and afraid of being ambushed, the 3 began their search very cautiously. In the process of searching, the fat orange cat, oh, no, it was Konoha, played a significant role. Although Konoha was not a ninja hound, her sense of smell was far superior to that of an ordinary person, so Konoha was the main force in Ishiro's team's search. However, Ikura's team had clearly prepared for Konoha's ability, having treated their scents before hiding. They even managed to lure Ishiro's team into trap areas several times using scents. The triggering methods of these traps were diverse. Although they did not injure the 3 members of Ishiro's team, they still consumed a good deal of their chakra and stamina. As a master of sealing jutsu, Ishiro naturally knew Daishimoyama's methods, so he had long since told the daimyo where Ikura's team was hiding. After a long while, when the 3 members of Ishiro's team and 1 cat finally searched to the vicinity of where Ikura's team was hiding, the 4 of them stopped again. Despite being concealed by sealing jutsu, blocking their forms and auras, Konoha, who was slowly absorbing natural energy, still felt a sense of crisis. The 4 assumed a battle formation, carefully surveyed their surroundings, and after repeated checks, still found no problems. Then, Ogura Saki nodded at Shinya Matsutani. Fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Shinya quickly formed hand seals, and balls of fire began to shoot out rapidly in all directions. This time, Shinya did not use a C-rank ninjutsu but started with a B-rank fire release. A burst of cheers immediately erupted from the stands. The cautious tactics of both sides had made the audience, who were watching from above, extremely nervous. Although the occasional triggering of traps was thrilling, it was not very spectacular or gorgeous and did not match the image of a jonin battle in their minds. Now they had finally gotten to see Shinya's ninjutsu, and it was a B-rank area of effect jutsu from the start, and a particularly brilliant one at that. The audience's excitement was instantly ignited. Seeing this, however, Ishiro raised an eyebrow. Well now, Shinya even knows B-rank fire release. Ishiro remembered that Shinya's attributes were water, earth, and wind. When did he develop fire release, and even learn a B-rank one? And, using fire release first, is he trying to hide his strength? The atmosphere in the stand suddenly shifted from tense to excited, but it did not affect the battle below. After casting a B-rank ninjutsu and seeing no reaction, the not-so-careless Shinya supplemented it with a B-rank wind release, great breakthrough. Compared to the Phoenix Sage fire technique, the wind release, great breakthrough cast by Shinya was more than just a little bit stronger. This time, before the wind attack had even ended, a figure shot out from a corner. Earth release, earth moving core. The person who came was Tatsunori Nakata. At this moment, he was casting the ninjutsu while facing the wind release, great breakthrough, because his body was enhanced with a hardening technique. With the enhancement of the hardening technique, the wind jutsu, with its large area but lack of focus, naturally couldn't harm him. So Nakata successfully cast his ninjutsu. The earth-moving core caused the ground to fluctuate irregularly, capable of attacking enemies on the ground. The damage of the earth-moving core was not great, but its coverage was not small. The entire area where Ishiro's team could dodge was enveloped by Nakata. Seeing this, Ogura Saki, while dodging the rubble under her feet, said, "Be careful of the other two." Nakata had a hardening jutsu. Even if he was hit by the wind jutsu, he wouldn't be injured. There was no need for him to expose himself. His voluntary appearance could only mean that the others were also nearby and threatened by the wind jutsu. He was deliberately coming out to draw attention. However, precisely because the others had not appeared, Saki became even more vigilant. An enemy in the shadows was more terrifying. But Ishiro's team, having lost the initiative, inevitably revealed a flaw. The earth-moving core successfully broke up the trio's battle formation. This couldn't be helped. Ishiro's team was the attacking side, in the open. Ikura's team was the defending side, in the shadows. The initiative had been in Ikura's team's hands from the beginning. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. It was the strongest member of Ikura's team, Hanpei Haraguchi. Hanpei rushed quickly towards Shinya Matsutani. From his posture, it seemed he wanted to use his taijutsu advantage to quickly finish off Shinya. Shinya, though surprised, was not in a panic. While dodging the earth-moving core, he began to form hand seals to counterattack. At the same time, Takumi, who had already created some distance from him, abruptly turned with a body movement technique and quickly rushed towards Hanpei. Hanpei was a comprehensive ninja. Compared to Shinya, his taijutsu could completely dominate. But compared to Takumi, who specialized in taijutsu, it would be difficult for Hanpei to even retreat unscathed at close range. So after seeing Takumi's incredible approach, Hanpei immediately chose to retreat. But Takumi, who should have pursued and entangled him, stopped in his tracks. Because Hanpei's retreating posture was somewhat strange. Before Takumi could figure out the reason, on the other side, in Ogura Saki's direction, another Hanpei appeared, rushing towards Saki at extreme speed. Seeing this, Takumi immediately reacted. It was a trap. The one just now was not Hanpei, not even a clone. Sure enough, the Hanpei, who had quickly retreated before, with a poof, turned into Dai Shimoyama. It turned out that Dai had just used steel wires to accelerate herself, disguising herself as Hanpei. It was precisely because of this that Takumi had felt her retreating posture was wrong. Takumi, having seen through the opponent's trick, was just about to go and support Saki when Nakata, from the side, cast another ninjutsu, Earth Release, Earth Flow Crushed Stone. Nakata slammed both hands on the ground, and a large amount of crushed stone immediately separated from the ground and shot towards Takumi. This was a B-rank ninjutsu developed by Nakata based on Ishiro's rock-smashing jutsu. Seeing this, Ishiro smiled faintly. This Nakata was indeed good. Back then, Ishiro had watched Ikura select his disciples. Nakata indeed had a far superior understanding of Earth Release than ordinary people. To be able to create a B-rank ninjutsu on his own at this age was already very rare. One couldn't use Ishiro or his disciples as a reference for everything. After all, most Chunin and even Jonin never create a ninjutsu in their entire lives. Takumi, holding his long sword, dodged the crushed stones flying towards him in the air while using his sword to cut down the ones he couldn't dodge. Although the B-rank Earth Release ninjutsu couldn't do anything to Takumi in the short term, it was now impossible for Takumi to support Saki. Fortunately, after a short while, a huge wind tornado appeared between Takumi and Nakata. The wind tornado not only blocked the crushed stones but also sent many of them flying back. This time, Nakata, who was blocking Takumi, could no longer maintain his earth flow crushed stone. The one who cast the wind release ninjutsu this time was Shinya Matsutani. He had learned this jutsu from Ogura Saki, who was currently in a dangerous situation. Shinya was also a long-range ninja, and supporting Saki wouldn't be very effective. So he chose to rescue Takumi, allowing the freed-up Takumi to go and support Saki. However, having been delayed for a moment, it was now a bit too late for Takumi to go over. Hanpei was already close to Ogura Saki. But Saki herself was not easy to deal with. Wind release, 9 dragons formation. 9 wind tornadoes, in a 3x3 formation, continuously moved between Saki and Hanpei, preventing him from getting close. At the same time, Saki, while controlling the wind tornadoes, actually used a one-handed seal to cast a fire release. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. The Great Fireball quickly caught up with the 9 wind tornadoes, then combined with them, forming 3 huge walls of fire. The one who was surprised was Ishiro. He hadn't expected Saki to have learned one-handed seals. This sealing method had been researched by Ishiro's third squad disciple, Kazumasa Yoshimura, in the past year. He didn't know if Saki had learned it from Kazumasa or exchanged for it from the village. And the subsequent scene of forming a firewall surprised Ishiro even more. In the eyes of the audience, this scene was only dazzling. But Ishiro saw the prototype of a Kekkei Genkai. It was one thing for Saki to cast fire release with one hand, but the fact that she could cast fire release with one hand while maintaining a wind release, and could simultaneously control 2 ninjutsu to form a combination ninjutsu, meant that it could be said Saki was not far from successfully developing a Kekkei Genkai. 3 fire walls moved back and forth, blocking Hanpei's path, not giving him any chance to cross the line of fire. However, Hanpei was not so easily dealt with. He had been forming seals from the moment he rushed out. As Saki formed her defensive fire wall, his ninjutsu was also finally completed. Water release, Great Violent Water Wave. A huge wave of water was generated from thin air, rushing towards Saki with an unstoppable momentum. At this time, it could be seen that neither side's luck was very good. When Hanpei appeared, Saki had adopted a defensive stance. If she had known earlier that Hanpei was preparing an A-rank ninjutsu, she could have used an offensive ninjutsu first, and there would have been a high probability of interrupting him. And by continuously suppressing Hanpei with ninjutsu, she could have prevented him from getting close. Unfortunately, Saki didn't take the gamble. Because if Hanpei had cast a C-rank or B-rank attack ninjutsu, then after they cancelled each other out, Saki would have lost her final chance to defend. However, Saki's luck was good. Having also developed a new attribute, she actually had many defensive means, but she happened to use a wind-fire combination ninjutsu. It just so happened to perfectly counter Hanpei's water release. Originally, because the fire release in the wind-fire combination was only C-rank, it shouldn't have been able to block an A-rank ninjutsu after being combined. But with the fire borrowing the wind's power, it just managed to cancel out the Great Violent Water Wave. The result was that Hanpei, who had originally wanted to use water release to counter Saki's fire release, had miscalculated. And the clash of the 2 waves of ninjutsu, not only did it not cause any harm to Saki, but it also unsurprisingly delayed his steps in approaching her. By the time the ninjutsu clash ended, Hanpei, who had shot out from the aftershock, found that Takumi was getting closer and closer to Saki. Good, there's still a chance. Hanpei judged the distance between the 3. Saki was a typical pure ninjutsu user. Her ability to resist after being closed in on was very weak. Hanpei judged that he still had an opportunity for one more wave of offense. It was just that after this wave, regardless of whether he had eliminated Saki or not, he might be entangled by Takumi. Hanpei was very decisive. His side was already at a disadvantage. Without taking risks, there was no chance. So he chose to continue advancing. Hanpei, who had successfully approached Saki before Takumi arrived, easily dodged a small C-rank wind tornado from Saki. Although it delayed him for another moment, this was all within expectations. After getting close, just as he was about to swing his sword to finish off Saki, a warning sign suddenly rose in Hanpei's heart. He quickly stopped his rapidly advancing body and dodged to one side. Swoosh! A vacuum sphere shot past Hanpei, leaving a wound on his left hand. A seal-less ninjutsu. Hanpei exclaimed in surprise. The corner of Hanpei's mouth twitched. What was going on? First, one-handed seals, and now a seal-less ninjutsu. That's right. What Saki had used this time was precisely a seal-less ninjutsu, the C-rank wind release, vacuum sphere. This seal-less ninjutsu was created by Ishiro's first squad disciple, Chiko Tomo, and Saki had learned it from her. One-handed seals, plus a seal-less ninjutsu. It's simply impossible to quickly finish off Ogura Saki. I chose the wrong opponent, Hanpei thought to himself while sighing and quickly retreating. Because he had just dodged the vacuum sphere, Hanpei had lost the best opportunity to eliminate Saki. Helplessly, he chose to retreat. He had to retreat. Takumi had already arrived. In fact, dragging it out until now to retreat was already a bit too late. At this distance, wanting to escape unscathed from Takumi, who was best at close-range entanglement, was no longer realistic. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 35 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 273, Chapter 272, the fourth. Chapter 272, the fourth. Unwilling to give up, the retreating Hanpei Haraguchi still hoped to get close to the lone Shinya Matsutani. If he could quickly coordinate with Tatsunori Nakata to take care of Shinya, they still had a hope of turning the tables. But after just a glance at Shinya in the distance, Hanpei felt deflated. In truth, even he didn't hold out much hope. In a one-on-two situation, Shinya was still suppressing Tatsunori and Dai Shimoyama. Moreover, Dai's situation was very precarious at this moment, with a high possibility of being eliminated at any time. And just as Hanpei was thinking of a countermeasure, a shadow suddenly loomed over him. What is that? Konoha. How can that be? Konoha has this kind of speed. Hanpei's heart was filled with despair. Konoha, with the body of a fat orange cat, had unleashed a speed no less than that of a jonin. Originally, Hanpei wouldn't have cared about this situation, but with Takumi hot on his heels not far behind, if Hanpei was even slightly hindered by Konoha, it would be fatal. I'll risk it all. Hanpei forced Konoha back with a swing of his sword, threw the long sword aside, and simultaneously formed hand seals. Earth release, hardening technique. Finally, before Takumi could get close, Hanpei successfully cast the defensive ninjutsu. In a desperate situation, Hanpei planned to endure Takumi's attack and go take care of Shinya. But he had clearly underestimated Takumi's close combat ability, or rather, in this situation, he had no other choice. Takumi, who excelled in speed, although his attack power was not strong, his attack speed was very fast. He continuously attacked one part of Hanpei's body with all his might multiple times. As a result, before Hanpei could run very far, his defense was broken by Takumi. With Hanpei eliminated, the rest of the battle was simple. The three members of Ishiro's team, in a flash, eliminated the already battered Tatsunori and Dai. At this point, the match officially ended. The match did not last long. Excluding the hiding and reconnaissance phase at the beginning, once the formal engagement began, the battle ended in an extremely short amount of time. But the audience was still quite satisfied. Watching this match, there was the initial tension and anxiety, where they didn't even dare to breathe, then there was the excitement of the sudden clash. There were cunningly angled traps, there were also brilliant ninjutsu, fire, water, wind, and earth release. Apart from lightning, all five main attributes were present. There were battles of wits and courage, there was also the dominance of a frontal assault. What's more, everyone had seen A-rank ninjutsu, combination ninjutsu, and even a clash of ninjutsu that reached A-rank power. In addition, the legendary one-handed seals and seal-less ninjutsu both appeared today. Although the vast majority of people didn't see it, they couldn't stop the ninjas on the side from providing commentary. These were all rare sights in the Chunin exams. What excited everyone the most was that this battle was not a fair match after both sides had taken their positions, but a ninja battle full of wisdom, completely refreshing everyone's understanding of ninja combat. Everyone shouted that they had enjoyed it to the fullest, the price of the ticket was worth it. Even the spectators who had lost their bets in the black market felt that the trip was not in vain. This was understandable. Setting aside other things, just the clash between Hanpei Haraguchi and Ogura Saki was enough for everyone to brag about for a lifetime. The shock brought by that large area ninjutsu capable of changing the terrain was too terrifying. This kind of A-rank ninjutsu was incredibly shocking even for Chunin and Genin, let alone civilians. After the match ended, the audience immediately erupted into a carnival. After a long while, the crowd finally remembered the purpose of this match, and the sound of revelry turned into a unified chant. Fourth. 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 Everyone, while shouting, turned their gazes to the highest stand. Anoki looked at the daimyo, and the daimyo nodded. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Anoki floated in front of Ishiro, took out a Tsuchikage hat and cloak that had been prepared long ago, and personally put them on Ishiro. Only after Anoki, who had dressed him in the Tsuchikage hat and cloak, had moved to the side, did Ishiro slowly walk to the railing at the edge of the stand. Ishiro looked at the cheering villagers and ninjas below, raised his right hand, and suddenly clenched it into a fist. Then, in the moment the crowd suddenly fell silent, he said in a voice enhanced by chakra, "From this day on, I, Ishiro, and the fourth Tsuchikage of the village hidden in the stones. As soon as his voice fell, a wave of sound even greater than before erupted again. This time, there was no unified voice, only cheers and shouts as if venting emotions. In the crowd, Ishiro's teachers, classmates, disciples, colleagues, and subordinates all shouted while marveling at the hardship Ishiro had gone through to get from a civilian ninja to this point. Even the five-tails Jinchuriki, Han, stood in a corner with his disciples, cheering for Ishiro. And the main reason everyone cheered so enthusiastically for Ishiro was precisely his civilian background. Looking at Ishiro, everyone felt like they were looking at one of their own, someone from their own community. Ishiro believed that after today, the civilian ninjas would be more enthusiastic about training because everyone had a supreme role model. I wonder if the villagers of Konoha had the same thoughts when Minato Namikaze succeeded to the post, Ishiro thought to himself. The selection of the fourth Tsuchikage, which had attracted much attention from all parties in the ninja world, finally came to an end. Ishiro, known in the ninja world as the Fox of Iwa, successfully became the fourth Tsuchikage. This news was not very good for the higher-ups of the major powers. Compared to Ishiro, they would have preferred Ikura to take the position. Ishiro, who could infiltrate Konoha and Iwagakure, was clearly not a Tsuchikage who played by the rules. No one wanted to deal with such a Tsuchikage. But, regardless of whether the various parties were satisfied, everyone had to accept this fact. And apart from the headaches of the higher-ups of the major powers, the lower-ranking ninjas and civilians were much calmer about this news. The Kage of 4 of the 5 great nations had all been replaced by the 4th generation, leaving only Iwagakure. It was about time for Iwagakure to change to a new Kage. What everyone discussed more was, among the 5 4th-generation Kage, who was stronger, who was younger, and who could go further in the future. Of course, at present, the one everyone was most optimistic about was still the 4th Hokage. After all, Minato Namikaze, with his Flying Thunder God technique, was theoretically unkillable. The first thing Ishiro did after becoming Tsuchikage was to increase the number of Tsuchikage assistants. Ishiro not only didn't remove the 3 Tsuchikage assistants chosen by Inoki, but he also expanded the Tsuchikage assistant agency with them as the core. Ishiro expanded the total number of Tsuchikage assistants to 10, letting Kitsuchi be responsible for arranging the work of these 10. These 10 would be responsible for handling various documents that required the Tsuchikage's attention. And Ishiro only needed to listen to the reports from Kitsuchi and the others to understand the changes happening in the village. Ishiro even had Kitsuchi and the others handle the task of signing documents for him. In addition, Ishiro also expanded the authority of the advisors. Ishiro stipulated that within the departments managed by the advisors, matters of a certain amount of funds or a certain level of personnel mobilization did not need to be reported to the Tsuchikage for instruction, as long as it was reported in the regularly held meetings. This way, the number of documents that needed to be handled by the Tsuchikage was suddenly reduced. And most of the documents that did need the Tsuchikage's attention would be handled by Kitsuchi and the others. In the end, what reached Ishiro, the Tsuchikage, was less than 1% of what Inoki originally needed to handle. Of course, this way, Ishiro's control over Iwagakure was certainly far from comparable to Inoki's. But, Ishiro felt, it was completely unnecessary for the Tsuchikage to be like the Hokage. Iwagakure's structure was simple, and its members were not as complex as Konoha's. In Konoha, both internal and foreign affairs were extremely sensitive, and a slight carelessness could lead to conflict. But Iwagakure did not have this problem. Iwagakure was quite united internally, with almost everyone working towards the goal of replacing Konoha. As for foreign affairs, although the land of Earth was far less prosperous than the land of Fire, its strategic geography was far superior. In addition, with prosperous trade routes, the land of Earth's relations with surrounding countries had been very close these years, making its diplomacy much simpler than the land of Fire's. So Ishiro boldly delegated the daily affairs of the Tsuchikage. Finally, Ishiro also referred to Konoha and appointed Inoki as the Tsuchikage's aide. If the Tsuchikage could not be contacted, all matters could be directed to the Tsuchikage's aide. Seeing this series of operations by Ishiro, Inoki's whole being was not well. So, you just wanted the title of Tsuchikage for nothing and don't want to do any work. If he had known this, wouldn't it have been better for Ikura to be the 4th Tsuchikage? But now Ishiro was the Tsuchikage. It wasn't appropriate for Inoki to reject his orders right after he took office, so he could only pinch his nose and accept it. After distributing the power and affairs of the Tsuchikage, Ishiro proposed to take on disciples again. Inoki did not object to this. If Ishiro wasn't constrained by disciples, who knew if he would run all over the ninja world and forget to come back? Thinking of this, Inoki directly agreed and said, "Now that I'm retired to a secondary role, I will also take on a few disciples." Ishiro quickly nodded in support. Then Inoki took out a list of graduating students from the Ninja Academy from his tool pouch and handed it to Ishiro. As soon as Ishiro saw the list, he knew that Inoki's idea of taking disciples was not a recent one. Many people on the list had Inoki's handwritten comments. Among them, the first to catch Ishiro's eye was a familiar name, Daidara. Daidara, Ishiro muttered this name softly. This person, whom he had regarded as his biggest hypothetical enemy for the position of fourth Tsuchikage at the beginning of his transmigration, had long since become blurry in his memory. Well, that's good. In this life, Inoki will have more free time to guide Deidara. He probably won't let Deidara go down the wrong path. As for Ishiro himself, he had no intention of taking on a disciple like Deidara. Deidara was the top student of this year's class. Taking such a disciple did not fit his persona. Ishiro quickly scanned the students in the advanced class. Although these students had good talent, and a few had specialties and ideas, Ishiro still focused his attention on the list of students in the regular class first. Fortunately, Inoki's notes were detailed enough, and students with special characteristics in the regular class were also introduced. The first to attract Ishiro's attention in the regular class was a name called Akino Itsumi. Because among all the names, only this one was circled twice. Ishiro couldn't help but read out the line of notes after this name: suspected talent for spacetime ninjutsu. The note was not long, just a short sentence, but it made Ishiro's eyes light up. Ishiro quickly looked up at Inoki. Inoki naturally knew what Ishiro wanted to ask, so he took out a test paper answer sheet. This is a test paper made by the village regarding spacetime ninjutsu. Among all the ninjas in the village and the students in school, only this girl named Akino Itsumi is most likely to have a talent for spacetime ninjutsu. Ishiro carefully read Akino's answer sheet, and then chuckled. It turned out the test paper was made by Inoki. Inoki had transcribed it from the scroll that Minato had given to Kakashi. If Akino had answered normally, Inoki actually wouldn't have been able to judge its authenticity. But magically, this Akino actually said there was a problem with the test paper, that some words were incorrectly matched. This was interesting. Either this Akino was just playing to the gallery, or she truly had a talent for spacetime ninjutsu. Ishiro asked, "Has she been tested?" Inoki shook his head. "There's no way to test it. We know nothing about spacetime ninjutsu." Ishiro thought for a moment and then asked, "So, Lord Third, are you thinking of taking her as your disciple?" Inoki shook his head again and said, "You are the best at teaching this kind of quirky student. I hope you will be the one to guide her." Ishiro considered for a moment. "All right, I understand." Then Ishiro picked up the list and continued to look down. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 35 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 274, Chapter 273, Hokage's Disciples. Chapter 273, Hokage's Disciples. A few days later, the Ninja Academy became lively again, and this time, the enthusiasm was far greater than any time before because Tsuchikage would be coming to accept disciples. The third and fourth generations accepting disciples at the same time. As soon as this news came out, even many students who were a year away from graduation applied to graduate early. After all, Ishiro's pattern of accepting disciples was clear. If they couldn't become Ishiro's disciple this year, there would definitely be no chance next year. Faced with this situation, Ishiro discussed it with Inoki and convened a meeting of the village's jonin. Ishiro proposed that for any jonin who could guide a student to the quasi-jonin level within 4 years, it would count as one S-rank mission. And there was no upper limit to the number of such S-rank missions. As soon as this proposal was made, many jonin were immediately tempted. S-rank missions were too rare. The rich rewards were secondary, what was important were the accompanying benefits. Many of the village's ninjutsu and secret scrolls required a record of S-rank missions to be exchanged for. Some position appointments also required a certain number of S-rank mission records. Training a quasi-jonin in 4 years seemed like a long time, but the advantage was its safety. The danger of performing S-rank missions was very high. Although ninjas were not afraid of death, no one would accept a mission they knew to be certain death. Many jonin, in fact, had never performed an S-rank mission. To boost everyone's enthusiasm, Ishiro directly supplemented the S-rank mission records for the supervising jonin who had met the standard in the past. For example, Ikura was credited with 3 S-rank missions. As for Ishiro himself, he was directly credited with 9. Squad 1's 3 members, Chiko Tomo, Kajiyama Ri, and Kawakita. Squad 2's 3 members, Shinya Matsutani, Ogura Saki, and Takumi. All 6 had long since become jonin. Takuhiro Uchiyama of Squad 4 had already been a quasi-jonin during the Chunin exams a year ago. And in the past year, Kazumasa Yoshimura of Squad 3 and Kanako of Squad 4 had also successively become quasi-jonin. Kanako, having received the insights from Konan after she became a Nirkage, although she had not yet mastered paper release like a Kekkei Genkai, had also benefited greatly and became a quasi-jonin. As for Kazumasa, because he was developing hand seals, he received great support from the village, learning many ninjutsu for free and gaining experience from various different ninjutsu, completing his transformation. Now, among Ishiro's disciples, only Katsumata and Himiki Suda of Squad 3 and Yuran Kawato of Squad 4 had not yet become quasi-jonin. However, for Ishiro and Ikura, one Hokage and the other an advisor, S-rank missions were not of much use to them. But this operation still attracted the attention of most of the jonin. After Ishiro distributed the list and detailed introductions of this year's graduates to the jonin, those students with good talent immediately became the objects of everyone's competition. Ahem, this top student named Deidara has already been reserved by Lord Third. As for the others, who can take them as disciples will depend on your own abilities. Those who are interested, fill out a form. Tomorrow you can go to the Ninja Academy and talk to the students you value and give them the form. As for who they ultimately choose, no one should interfere, it's all voluntary. But there is one point, the disciples you take must be in groups of 3, you can't just take one. Yes, the numerous jonin answered in unison. The next day, the Ninja Academy was unprecedentedly lively. One after another, jonin who were usually not seen all went to the Ninja Academy, expressing their desire to take on disciples. Although the disciples these jonin valued were mostly the same, after a count, the number of favored students still exceeded 50. Considering that most jonin might only have 1 or 2 students choose them, and they would still have to recruit 1 or 2 more to make up a 3-man squad, then at least over 100 people from this year's class would be taken as disciples by jonin. Even though more than half of them would not be given special attention, being able to grow under the guidance of a jonin would still be much better for their future. Only after these jonin had finished selecting their disciples did Ishiro and Inoki begin to select theirs again. Inoki's disciple selection was relatively easy. Because his goal was clear, Inoki just wanted to take Deidara as his disciple. The other 2 were mainly to support Deidara. So Inoki chose a taijutsu ninja and a sword technique ninja, 2 close combat ninjas to support Deidara, a powerful long-range damage dealer, which was a perfect fit. But Ishiro's idea for taking disciples was rather unconventional. Under normal circumstances, Ishiro didn't consider team synergy. Anyway, they would be in a team for only about 2 years. After 2 years, the team would disband, and everyone would go their separate ways. Synergy could be disregarded. Ishiro still followed his original method, mainly choosing students with their own unique characteristics. The other 2 students Ishiro chose were Ryori Uzumaki from the regular class, and another from the regular class named Kiyoshi Ishizawa. Ishiro was now the Tsuchikage, and Inoki was also a former Tsuchikage. Their identities were different. Naturally, they couldn't use a transformation jutsu to observe secretly like before. Ishiro gave a speech directly in his capacity as Tsuchikage. Wearing the Tsuchikage cloak and hat, Ishiro said to the graduates below, "Hello everyone, I am your 4th Tsuchikage. I came today for 2 things. First, to chat with everyone. In a few more days, you will be graduating. Leaving the safe harbor of the Ninja Academy, you will have to directly face this cruel ninja world. Outside, the teachers of the Ninja Academy will no longer be able to help you. In the future, learning ninjutsu will require exchanging for it with contribution points. In the future, you will no longer have time to play. In the future, your lives will be mainly composed of various dangerous missions. At that time, you will feel despair, you will feel lonely. But, as your Tsuchikage, I want to tell you, you still have support. Your support is the village's Chunin, Jonin, Elite Jonin, and me, your Tsuchikage. Your support is the entire village hidden in the stones. Although our Iwagakure is not as strong as Konoha now, we are united. We have competition internally but no internal strife. Our goals are the same. We are of one heart and one mind. You are still very weak now, but do not be discouraged, do not relax your training. One day, you will grow up. Just like me. I am an orphan. I am just like you, graduated from the Ninja Academy, walked step by step to this day, and have now become the Kage of the village, become your support. So, I believe that now, the village and I are your support, in the future, you will become the village's support." At first, Ishiro's words made these children feel a bit heavy, but later, everyone became invigorated, as if no hardship ahead could stop their steps forward. Inoki did not speak. He listened silently from the side. Seeing Ishiro's performance, he was very gratified. This was what a qualified Tsuchikage should do. After everyone's mood had calmed down a bit, Ishiro continued, "Next, let's talk about the second matter. I believe everyone already knows about the second matter. Lord Third and I are going to take on a few disciples." Hearing this, the people below were all very excited. Of course, except for the students who had received invitations from other jonin yesterday. They had been told that today, neither the 3rd nor the 4th would compete with those jonin. So yesterday, these students had chosen their supervising jonin with half regret and half joy. Ishiro waited for everyone's discussion to quiet down before speaking again. "However, even if you are not chosen by us, do not be regretful or feel inferior. The disciples I choose are never the most talented. I choose those whose talents have been buried for various reasons. They are the ones most beneficial to the village. They are all ones I feel can enhance the overall strength of the village after they grow up. For example, the ones everyone discussed the most a while ago, Shinya Matsutani, Ogura Saki, and Takumi. Takumi created a set of body movement techniques on his own, which can improve the combat power of close combat ninjas. Ogura Saki has also developed wind release ninjutsu, and she is even trying to develop a new Kekkei for the village. As for Shinya Matsutani, whom you all treated as a joke, right, he raised a very powerful ninja cat for the village. Ha 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 ha. All the students were amused by Ishiro's last few words. Alright, let's first invite Lord Third to announce the disciples he has chosen, Ishiro said, yielding the position to Inoki. Inoki stepped forward and directly read out the names of the three, including Daidara. Since most of the students in the advanced class had already been chosen, the other two of Inoki's three disciples were both from the regular class. No one felt much when they heard the name of the top student, Daidara, but when they heard the names of the other two, everyone cast envious glances. The three stood up one after another and came behind Inoki. Then it was Ishiro's turn, Akino Itsumi, Ryori Uzumaki, Kiyoshi Ishizawa. Every time Ishiro called a name, everyone had to search for a good while because the three were too ordinary in the ninja academy. Ryori Uzumaki at least had the name Uzumaki, giving her a little fame. The other two, apart from their own classmates, were almost unknown to anyone. After the three also came behind Ishiro, everyone, including the geniuses from the advanced class who had been taken by Jonin, cast envious gazes at the three. In fact, the three of them were all dumbfounded at this moment, completely not understanding what aspect of them Ishiro had taken a fancy to. Ryori Uzumaki was indeed from the Uzumaki clan, but the number of Uzumaki clan members in Iwagakure was not like Uchiha Sakai, who was the last of his line. There were still quite a few Uzumaki clan members. Ryori did not have the kind of talent Uzumaki Yumi had. Apart from her chakra amount being far greater than her peers, which was like an Uzumaki clan ninja, she was not like them in any other way. In terms of sealing jutsu, she had no talent at all. Neither Ryori herself nor her Uzumaki clan elders had ever expected Ishiro to choose her, they were completely unprepared. Akino Itsumi felt even more like she was in a dream. She had never thought that Ishiro would choose her because whether it was ninjutsu talent or taijutsu talent, she was at the bottom of her class, to emphasize, the bottom of the regular class. As for genjutsu talent or medical ninjutsu talent, she was not related to them at all. Originally, she had already been planning what industry to work in after graduation. Anyway, becoming a ninja was impossible. When she heard her name, she didn't even dare to stand up, once suspecting if there was someone in this graduating class with the same name as her. On the other hand, Kiyoshi Ishizawa's performance was better. Ryori's only specialty was taijutsu, which did not match Ishiro, but Kiyoshi's specialty was water release. Although he came from a civilian background and hadn't learned any water release ninjutsu, he had already mastered the water attribute transformation. He had looked forward to being valued by Ishiro. Although it also felt like a dream at this moment, it was much better than the other two. Ishiro looked at Inoki's three disciples, then at his own, nodded in satisfaction, and only then announced the dismissal. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 35 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 275, Chapter 274, The Village Hidden by a Waterfall, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 274, The Village Hidden by a Waterfall, Bonus Chapter. The next day, Ishiro, as usual, brought the three new disciples of Squad 5 to the training ground and began the self-introductions. Today, Ishiro was not wearing the Tsuchikage attire but a standard Iwagakure Jonin uniform. Hello. First, let's do a self-introduction. My name is Ishiro. You can call me Teacher Ishiro or just Teacher. I specialize in ninjutsu, my favorite food is grilled meat, and the thing I hate most is sitting in an office handling official business. As he spoke, Ishiro glanced around guiltily, afraid that Inoki or the other advisors would discover him being a bad influence on the children. My dream, well, it's always changing. When I was young, I hoped to become an outstanding ninja. Later, that wish came true, so I changed my dream to becoming the fourth Tsuchikage of the village. Not long ago, that dream also came true. Now my new dream is to make the village stronger and more prosperous. Alright, it's your turn. Who wants to go first? After speaking, Ishiro looked at the three with anticipation. Ryori Uzumaki was the first to speak impatiently. Teacher Ishiro, my name is Ryori Uzumaki. I'm good at taijutsu. At this point, Ryori's voice became a little quieter. In fact, her taijutsu was not good. She just had a lot of chakra and a good physique, making her rather durable. Her fighting skills were genuinely average. However, if not for taijutsu, she really had nothing else to show for herself. Seeing that Ishiro was still smiling at her, Ryori continued, "My favorite thing is eating. Not just grilled meat, I also like ramen, dango, and red bean soup. The thing I hate most is theory class." As she spoke, Ryori's confidence waned again. After all, the person in front of her was the Tsuchikage. Would he be upset if she directly said she hated theory class? After a pause, seeing that Ishiro was not angry, Ryori continued, "My dream is to become an outstanding ninja, or even the Tsuchikage. I want to restore the glory of the Uzumaki clan in the village." Ishiro nodded and said, "A very grand dream. But this dream is not easy. Little Ryori, you must work hard." "Yes, I will," Ryori nodded vigorously. The second to speak was Kiyoshi Ishizawa. He was a bit calmer than Ryori. "Teacher Ishiro, my name is Kiyoshi Ishizawa. My specialty should be water release, but I've only just learned the water attribute transformation and haven't learned any water release ninjutsu yet. I like swimming. I don't seem to have anything I hate. My dream is to become a powerful water release ninja." Ishiro nodded and also encouraged him, "Then little Kiyoshi must also work hard." Finally, it was Akino Itsumi. She lowered her head and said somewhat timidly, "Teacher Ishiro, my name is Akino Itsumi. I don't have any special abilities." At this point, Akino, whose head was already lowered it even further. She didn't dare to look at the others and said to herself, "I like to read books. I don't like to see the disappointed expressions of my family. My dream is to become a ninja, even if it's just a genin." In fact, Akino was already considered a genin, but she was probably one of the weakest genin in the history of Iwagakure. By rights, she was not qualified to graduate, she had only taken the fast track thanks to Ishiro's favor. Ishiro stood up, walked over, ruffled Akino's head, and said with a smile, "Little Akino, you have to have confidence. Teacher is very optimistic about your talent. Teacher believes you will definitely become an outstanding ninja." Akino was somewhat surprised. She looked up at Ishiro doubtfully. She saw no trace of a lie in his eyes, only expectation. So Akino nodded heavily and said, "Yes, Teacher Ishiro, I will work hard." Ishiro chatted a bit more with his 3 new disciples, and then took them out for grilled meat. Next, Ishiro began to train the 3 new disciples while also taking them on missions. Kiyoshi Ishizawa was appointed as the team captain. Although Ryori should have been given the role based on strength, her intelligence was a cause for concern, so Ishiro still chose Kiyoshi. The initial training was very simple, mainly basic exercises. Ryori's physique was very good, so this area was not a key training target for her from Ishiro. But Kiyoshi and Akino gave Ishiro a hard time. Their foundations were too poor. Whether it was stamina, strength, speed, kunai throwing, or taijutsu skills, they were all far from meeting the requirements of a genin. But this was also good. Ishiro was not in a hurry. He would first slowly consolidate the foundation of the 3. Ishiro was not worried, at worst, he would lead them for another year, spending a total of 3 years on Squad 5. Apart from her good physical strength, Ryori was a complete mess in other aspects. So, besides adding some extra weight to her physical training, her other training was the same as the other 2. These peaceful days lasted for about a month. Ishiro finally proposed the unreasonable request to leave the village again for a trip. Looking at the helpless eyes of Inoki and the others, Ishiro felt very guilty. He was now the Tsuchikage. He had only been in office for a month, and he was about to leave the village without cause. The important thing was that Ishiro was leaving secretly and did not intend to announce it, and it was unknown how long he would be gone this time. This was not how the Kage of a village should act. Although the village's defense would not be a major issue with or without Ishiro, the significance was different. However, precisely because Ishiro was now the Tsuchikage, Inoki and the others had no way to stop him. In the end, the advisory council still approved Ishiro's request. Before leaving the village, Ishiro first assigned new training tasks to his 3 disciples. Ishiro required that, on the premise of not interrupting the original basic training, Ryori must learn tree climbing. This little girl's chakra control ability was almost 0, Ishiro didn't know how she had learned in the ninja academy. Kiyoshi had to master a C-rank water release jutsu. He had already completed the water attribute nature transformation. The reason he hadn't learned ninjutsu before was because he couldn't afford to exchange for it and had no family inheritance. Finally, for Akino, Ishiro's requirement was that she must finish reading all the basic knowledge books on sealing jutsu collected by the village. The 3 had no resistance to Ishiro's arrangements. Not to mention Ishiro's status as Tsuchikage, Ishiro's halo as a renowned teacher was powerful enough to make the 3 of them follow his words without question. And this was the first time Ishiro had formulated different training tasks for the 3 members of Squad 5. The 3 guessed that Ishiro was preparing to discover their special talents, so they were all very excited. After giving instructions to his 3 disciples, Ishiro left Iwagakure alone. The first stop of Ishiro's trip this time was the village hidden by a waterfall. In the original story, because of the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, Ishiro had a pretty good feeling about Tachigakure, even though the village had produced a traitor like Kakuzu. But in this life, the feeling was different. During the Third War, although Taki and Kusa were neutral, they both leaned towards Konoha. Although the two villages did not participate in the war, they both did not welcome Iwa ninjas into the land of waterfalls and the land of grass, yet they turned a blind eye to Konoha ninjas. This action made Ishiro have not a shred of goodwill towards these two hidden villages. So, this time, coming to Tachigakure to stir up trouble, Ishiro had no psychological burden whatsoever. Due to its geographical location, Tachigakure was relatively mysterious among the small and medium-sized hidden villages. Iwagakure didn't even have a single intelligence ninja who had infiltrated Tachigakure. Because it was too difficult to transmit information out of Tachigakure, planting intelligence ninjas was not cost-effective. However, Ishiro could fly. What waterfall obstructions, what natural barriers of high mountains, to Ishiro, they did not exist. Using the light/heavy rock jutsu combined with the camouflage jutsu, flying slowly in the air, with sensory ninjutsu and mind's eye fully open, searching carefully, Ishiro soon found the exact location of Tachigakure. The village hidden by a waterfall was located in a canyon. At the bottom of this canyon was a huge cave-like depression, and the village was situated in this depression. The location was indeed hidden enough. If he didn't use his mind's eye for a large-scale scan, just by relying on his naked eye, Ishiro also wouldn't be able to find this hidden village. Finding the location of Tachigakure was only the first small step. The second step was to find the Jinchuriki. That's right, Ishiro's target this time was the tailed beast, the Seven Tails, Komiai. Kushina Uzumaki was pregnant, the savior Naruto was about to be born, and the Nine Tails rampage was coming. It seemed out of character for a major villain like Ishiro not to get involved. But Ishiro was now a Kage. To openly cause destruction would be to declare war. After thinking it over, sending a tailed beast to Konoha was a good idea. The Nine Tails had been sealed for so long, it was time for it to meet its little friends. The current Jinchuriki of this generation in Tachigakure was naturally not Fu from the original story, Fu was probably still an infant at this time. Tachigakure did a very good job of keeping secrets. Whether in the original story or in this life, Ishiro did not know who the current Jinchuriki of Tachigakure was. However, this was no difficulty for Ishiro. There was no one in Tachigakure who made Ishiro feel wary, including their so-called leader. The strongest person in Tachigakure, in Ishiro's eyes, was just an elite jonin, and not even a top-tier one at that. The only thing Ishiro was concerned about was the bad influence. He didn't want to start a war because of himself, even though the things he did had always been similar to war. Scanning Tachigakure over and over with his mind's eye and sensory ninjutsu without any restraint, Ishiro finally confirmed the target of his trip. Extending from Tachigakure deeper into the cave, there was a small hut covered with sealing runes. Outside the hut stood guard 3 jonin. Ishiro deduced that the Seven Tails Jinchuriki should be in that hut. Feeling the faint commotion coming from within Tachigakure, Ishiro was not concerned. His recent probing must have been discovered. But anyway, he had found the target. Next, he just needed to take the Seven Tails away before the main Taki forces could arrive. Ishiro used the light/heavy rock jutsu to rush towards that small hut at full speed. Porcelain release, kunai rain. Ishiro formed hand seals, creating countless rock kunai, which continuously rushed towards the small hut. The 3 jonin outside the hut, if placed in Iwagakure, would only have the combat power of elite chunin. Ishiro didn't even bother to look at them. Sure enough, the continuous kunai easily took the lives of the 3. The only thing the 3 did was to fire a distress signal into the sky. Ishiro didn't care about these things. After dealing with the 3 jonin, the kunai rain did not stop and plunged directly into the small hut. Or rather, the target of the kunai rain had been the small hut all along, dealing with the 3 jonin was just incidental. You're courting death. A huge chakra fluctuation suddenly came from the small hut, and then the hut was instantly blown apart. A huge, bright red chakra monster that surged out from the hut immediately attracted Ishiro's attention. As expected, it was the Seven Tails. A huge number of kunai rained down on this chakra monster from all directions. It's useless. You have no idea what you're facing, an old voice came from within the chakra monster. The corner of Ishiro's mouth twitched. What fool is this? He doesn't even recognize the 4th Tsuchikage's porcelain release. Is the village hidden by a waterfall too isolated, or has this Jinchuriki not had contact with the outside world for a long time? None of this concerned Ishiro. Since this Jinchuriki was seeking death himself, that was great. Ishiro's hands quickly formed seals. The porcelain rocks scattered around the Seven Tails began to re-aggregate, and in the blink of an eye, formed a cage that tightly enveloped the Seven Tails. And this cage was also covered with sealing runes. 5 elements seal. Ishiro shouted in a low voice. No, impossible. Accompanied by that incredulous old voice, the Seven-Tails chakra quickly retracted and soon disappeared, leaving only a human-shaped object wrapped in porcelain on the spot. With a wave of Ishiro's hand, that human-shaped object flew up with him. By the time the leader of Takigakure arrived with the main force, Ishiro had long since disappeared without a trace. We've hit 400 Power Stones goal as promised this week. Here's the bonus chapter. Thank you for your support, please keep it coming. Chapter 276, Chapter 275, Waiting. Chapter 275, Waiting. After leaving the village hidden by a waterfall, Ishiro looked at the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki while pondering the battle he had just had. The capture of the tailed beast this time was very smooth. Neither the Seven-Tails nor this Jinchuriki had any defense whatsoever. How did an attack ninjutsu suddenly turn into a sealing jutsu? By the time they realized something was wrong, the sealing jutsu had already been set up, and it was too late to resist. The process was too short, with too few variables. This battle didn't offer much of a reference for Ishiro. He didn't think other Jinchuriki would be so careless. The waterfall village had clearly been at peace for too long and lacked the vigilance a ninja should have. However, this short battle was not without its benefits for Ishiro. The formation of the sealing runes can probably be even faster. The maintenance of the seal can be approached from a different angle. It seems it doesn't have to be a one-time seal. If the situation in battle is special, I can seal it part by part, and then connect these seals together in the end. This idea is not bad. I'll research it more when I have time. A day later, Ishiro successfully infiltrated the Land of Fire with the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki and stopped on a small hill far from Konoha village. I'll just wait here for Obito to make his move. This distance is just right. Too close, and it's easy to be discovered. Too far, and I won't get timely intelligence and will miss the good show. Kushina's delivery date was in these few days, he shouldn't have to wait long. Kushina's pregnancy was a piece of intelligence Ishiro had paid close attention to. Ishiro had analyzed Kushina's delivery date from multiple intelligence sources, including Minato's movements. So although Ishiro didn't know the exact due date, he knew the general time frame, which led to this stakeout. During the stakeout, Ishiro naturally couldn't train, because if he made too much noise and attracted Konoha's patrol ninjas, it would be bad. After setting up a barrier to shield his perception, bored and with nothing to do, Ishiro's consciousness entered the five-element seal and started chatting with the Seven-Tails. Ishiro had no interest whatsoever in the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki. A Jinchuriki of this age, even if he hadn't met Ishiro, only had a few years left to live. But for the Seven-Tails, Komiai, Ishiro still had some ideas. Hello, my name is Ishiro. I am the fourth Tsuchikage of the village hidden in the stones in the land of Earth. It's a pleasure to meet you. In the sealing space, Ishiro was introducing himself to the Seven-Tails. The Seven-Tails ignored him. Rest assured, I have no ill will. I just asked you to come and help me with something. The Seven-Tails ignored him. Our village also has two tailed beasts, one is the Five-Tails, and the other is the Four-Tails. You should know them, right? The Seven-Tails ignored him. I am good friends with the Five-Tails Jinchuriki. By the way, the Five-Tails and his Jinchuriki have now also become friends. How about that, envious? The Seven-Tails ignored him. Just like that, Ishiro had a pleasant chat with the Seven-Tails while waiting for Obito's move. On the seventh day of Ishiro's infiltration into the Land of Fire, in the Konoha Memorial Stone area, in front of Rin Nohara's tombstone, Obito Uchiha, enveloped in a white Zetsu clone and covered in a tightly wrapped black robe, quietly gazed at the tombstone. Suddenly, the voice of the white Zetsu clone came from Obito's body. Obito, have you really decided to release the Nine Tails? Although Lord Madara left behind the summoning jutsu for the Nine Tails, you probably only have one chance. After this, Konoha will definitely find a way to break this contract. Shouldn't we wait until the war breaks out to launch it? Obito snorted coldly and said, with the yellow flash around, it's uncertain if the next great ninja war can even be fought. And Kushina's delivery is the only time the Nine Tails seal will be loose. If I miss this opportunity, I don't know if she will ever have a second child. Lastly, call me Madara Uchiha. Don't call me Obito. Obito is already dead. Alright, Obito. I get it. By the way, the Five-Tails told his Jinchuriki, Han, that you tailed beasts all have names. The Five-Tails' name is Kokuo. What's your name? Ishiro was still trying to make small talk. The Seven-Tails still ignored him. Senior Kokuo is currently guiding Senior Han in learning his Kekkei Genkai. However, Senior Han's learning progress is not fast. On the contrary, his disciple, Yui Toda, has a good talent in this area. The Seven-Tails still ignored him. With Senior Kokuo's help, Yui Toda should be able to learn boil release very quickly. The Seven-Tails still ignored him. By the way, Seven-Tails, what's your name? The Seven-Tails still ignored him. Ishiro continued his pleasant chat with the Seven Tails. Finally, after Ishiro asked a certain question, the Seven Tails reacted. That name, Kokuo, did he really tell it to you himself? Ishiro was stunned. Well now, you finally spoke. Of course, of course. Otherwise, where would I have known you all have names? Ishiro replied quickly. However, the Seven Tails seemed to have only confirmed one thing with Ishiro and had no intention of chatting with him. Afterward, no matter what Ishiro said, it no longer spoke. Until a certain moment, with a boom, a giant red figure abruptly appeared in the distance, in the direction of Konoha village. It's starting, Ishiro muttered to himself. Obito, you really didn't disappoint me. Ishiro was genuinely afraid of the butterfly effect. If the yellow flash didn't die, would Iwagakure still have a chance to rise? Seven Tails, I'll take you to see the Nine Tails. Konoha should send you back to Tsuchikage afterward. When you get back, I'll come and chat with you again. As he spoke, Ishiro grabbed the Seven Tails Jinchuriki and flew towards Konoha. When Ishiro flew over Konoha, the Nine Tails was pressing down on a massive slug in battle. It seems Tsunade is also in Konoha. In that case, Konoha's losses this time will be much smaller than in the original story. Fortunately, I'm here, otherwise, the plot would have gone off track. Let me correct the plot. 5 Elements Seal, release. Ishiro immediately released the 5 Elements Seal he had placed on the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, and also released the trash seal that the Waterfall Village had placed, directly unleashing the Seven Tails just as Obito had unleashed the Nine Tails. Then, the giant Seven Tails smashed towards Konoha village like a meteorite. What is that? Another tailed beast. Below, Konoha ninjas and civilians exclaimed in alarm. This scene, why does it feel so familiar? Right, last time, the Fox of Iwa dropped the 8 tails on their heads just like this. Some ninjas who had participated in the siege of the Third Reikage unconsciously recalled that unpleasant memory. Could it be Ishiro again? Damn it, that ninja gritted his teeth. Monkey King Enma, a loud shout rang out, and then a giant, super long staff suddenly smashed onto the falling Seven Tails. Bang. The Seven Tails was hit, its falling direction changed, and instead of landing in the center of Konoha, it landed on the outskirts. It's Lord Third. Great, we're saved. The Konoha ninjas and those civilians who hadn't had time to evacuate all shouted loudly. However, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had saved the day, had a very grim expression. His face was ugly not just because of the huge consumption but also because of his worry about the enemy hidden in the shadows. This enemy, who had not yet shown themselves, not only controlled the Nine Tails but had also brought the Seven Tails. And, the opponent had the Sharingan. Go up. Suppress the Seven Tails first. Don't give it a chance to use a tailed beast bomb. Hiruzen immediately ordered the surrounding elite ninjas. Then, the Seven Tails, which had just landed, was immediately met with a wave of attacks from the Konoha ninjas. Thus, the Seven Tails, which originally held no great enmity towards Konoha's ninjas, also immediately launched a counterattack. Seeing this, Ishiro breathed a sigh of relief. Good, the Seven Tails didn't fly away directly. Then Ishiro quickly lowered his altitude and infiltrated Konoha amidst the chaos. At this time, Konoha's sensory barrier had long since ceased to exist. Something like a sensory barrier, which was used to deal with ninjas, was useless against a tailed beast. So the Konoha higher-ups had transferred the barrier team away after the Nine Tails broke its seal. After all, sealing the Nine Tails still relied on these people. Ishiro came to Konoha this time with another goal besides delivering a package. Ishiro ran through the streets destroyed by the Nine Tails for a long time, and finally came to a house. The door was not closed, the people inside must have left in a hurry. Ishiro didn't delay at all and flashed into the house. This house belonged to one of Minato's 3 guards, Genma Shiranui. Having long anticipated this day would come, Ishiro had already investigated the residences of Minato's 3 guards, who could later jointly perform the Flying Thunder God technique. Not caring about the battle outside, Ishiro carefully searched Genma's house. But unfortunately, although Ishiro found several ninjutsu scrolls, he did not find the Flying Thunder God training method he was most looking forward to. After confirming nothing was missed, Ishiro ran towards his next target, the home of Iwashi Tatame, which was relatively close to Genma's house. Ishiro disguised himself as a Konoha Umbu and quickly moved through Konoha village. When he encountered Konoha villagers who needed help, if it was convenient, Ishiro would also lend a hand. Soon, Ishiro arrived at Iwashi's house. Going inside, Ishiro was pleased. Iwashi's house was not in a mess. Ishiro guessed that when the Nine Tails broke out, Iwashi was probably not at home. So, Iwashi probably hadn't come back to retrieve the Flying Thunder God training scroll. Of course, it was also possible that Iwashi kept it on his person. With a mood of both nervousness and excitement, Ishiro quickly began to search Iwashi's house. Soon, Ishiro found his target. Right in Iwashi's bedroom, Ishiro very easily found a scroll. Looking at the 4 characters, Sword of Shinobi Love, on the scroll, Ishiro understood why Iwashi hadn't taken the scroll with him. With the Flying Thunder God mark on it, this thing would basically never be lost. Probably no one had expected that Minato, who possessed the Flying Thunder God, would die in battle so easily. Although he knew Minato was tied up by Obito and couldn't get away, Ishiro still created a clone. The clone stepped forward and cast a sealing jutsu on that scroll. Only then did Ishiro put away the scroll. After obtaining the Flying Thunder God training scroll, Ishiro breathed a sigh of relief and looked towards the direction of the furthest house, Rado Namishi's home. Rado's home was relatively far, and Ishiro would need to cross the central area of Konoha. After thinking for a moment, Ishiro gave up. Rado's home was not in the same direction as where the Nine Tails broke out. He should have had enough time to move the scroll. Rather than searching for a scroll that most likely didn't exist, it was better to go and loot some corpses. Next, Ishiro checked the houses that looked like ninja residences while also looting corpses. This was Konoha Village, Konoha's main base. No one would have thought that an enemy would invade their own village, so many ninjas carried ninjutsu scrolls on them. There were even more such scrolls in ninjas' homes. For example, in Ishiro's own home in his childhood, there were 2 ninjutsu scrolls left by his father, one for the earth-style wall and one for the rising earth spears. Along the way, Ishiro's harvest was not small, he found nearly 100 scrolls in total. But due to time constraints, Ishiro didn't look at the contents of these ninjutsu, just stuffing them all into his ninja tool pouch. However, as time went on, the Konoha ninjas gradually gained control of the situation, and it became more and more inconvenient for Ishiro, the one fishing in troubled waters, to act. Looking around, the Nine Tails was already gone, probably moved away by Minato. The Seven Tails was being suppressed by Tsunade and Katsuyu not far from the village. Ishiro knew that the Nine Tails rampage was about to end. After thinking for a moment, Ishiro turned and went towards the Uchiha clan's territory. The Uchiha clan had not acted all night. All personnel were blocked in their clan territory by Danzo's route. At the entrance of the Uchiha clan's territory, Danzo and Fugaku Uchiha had been in a standoff. The other root members were scattered around the Uchiha clan, on guard. Suddenly, in a corner behind the Uchiha clan, a violent chakra fluctuation abruptly appeared. Fugaku's eyes narrowed, and he activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, looking in that direction. And Danzo shouted in a low voice, "Clan head Fugaku." Hearing Danzo's shout, Fugaku, who was originally planning to go and investigate, hesitated for a moment and ultimately did not go. After a while, several root members and several Uchiha members ran over, wary of each other. A root member spoke first, "Lord Danzo, Team D has been killed." They were ambushed. From the scene, it looks like the opponent attacked from outside the Uchiha territory. Danzo first gave Fugaku a cold look, then asked, "Did anyone enter the Uchiha territory?" The root member who had spoken before said, "Lord Danzo, we don't know." D and his team were killed instantly. There was a brief gap in that guarded area. If someone entered the Uchiha territory, we wouldn't have been able to discover it. Fugaku looked at the 2 Uchiha clan members. The 2 nodded and said, "Lord Clan Head, it's true that a squad of root members was killed, but no one entered the clan territory. I was guarding there the whole time. I only felt a wave of chakra fluctuation, I didn't see anyone. It's over." Although Fugaku's political skills were not high, he was not stupid. He understood that the Uchiha clan had been framed. Thinking again of the suddenly appearing Seven Tails, and the crimson Sharingan in the Nine Tails' eyes, he sighed. Fugaku knew that the Uchiha clan could no longer explain themselves clearly. Now there was only one hope left. "Fourth, you must not die. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 35 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 277, Chapter 276, The Influence of the Nine Tails Rampage. Chapter 276, The Influence of the Nine Tails Rampage. After Danzo learned that Team T had been instantly killed, he recalled all his root members. T was one of the stronger members of Root. If even he was killed instantly, then the blockade by the others was meaningless. And Fugaku also gathered all his clan members. Time passed slowly, and the chaotic night finally ended. But the thing that Fugaku Uchiha worried about most still happened. He waited all night, only to receive the news of the fourth's death. After everything calmed down, Danzo also left with his Root members. He needed to understand the extent of the Umbu's losses in this battle. He had to judge whether there was a chance of successfully seizing power at this time. Ishiro did not stay long in Konoha. After placing an obstacle called suspicion between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha higher-ups, he left happily. Before returning to the village, Ishiro made a trip to Minato Namikaze's house and collected a large pile of special kunai from inside. Unfortunately, there were no ninjutsu scrolls in Minato's home. They were probably on Minato or Kushina's person. However, as Ishiro was leaving Minato's house, he encountered an acquaintance. "Obito Uchiha," Ishiro said softly, looking at the masked man before him. "I am Madara Uchiha," Obito said in a flat tone. When Obito and Zetsu saw the Seven Tails appear, they realized a third party had intervened. White Zetsu immediately contacted other clones to gather intelligence. When Ishiro was disguised as an Umbu, he was not recognized by White Zetsu. But when Ishiro ambushed the root ninjas, he was discovered by White Zetsu. Subsequently, White Zetsu followed Ishiro all the way to Minato's house. At this time, Obito, who had been taught a lesson by Minato, also received the news and rushed over. "Hehe, the old man from whom I took a pair of Sharingan that day should be the real Madara Uchiha," Ishiro chuckled lightly. "Obito Uchiha, I didn't expect you to personally kill your own teacher. How heartless. Walking the ninja world under the name of Madara Uchiha, may I ask, what is your purpose?" Obito took out a chain and said, "What I'm going to do is none of a dead man's business." "Hehe, after fighting with the yellow flash, how much of your strength do you have left?" Ishiro was not concerned by Obito's threat. "Humph." Obito gave a cold snort and immediately rushed towards Ishiro with the chain in hand. Ishiro immediately focused his attention on his mind's eye's perception. As expected, he couldn't sense anything. The current Obito was in a phased state. Porcelain release, fine rock technique. Ishiro formed a seal with his left hand and cast his porcelain release. A large amount of fine rock particles immediately filled the space where Ishiro was. Soon, the area within a radius of dozens of meters, including the position where Obito stood, was covered by fine rocks. Under Ishiro's control, the distance between these fine rocks was definitely not large enough to accommodate a person. Now it was awkward. For a moment, Obito couldn't find a suitable position to deactivate his phasing. If Obito rashly deactivated his phasing, many small rocks would immediately overlap with his body. The result would be that he would be injured the moment he appeared. Although Obito had the first Hokage cells, he did not have a body modified by Earth Grudge fear like Kakuzu. It would not be easy to deal with the rocks inside his body, let alone the fact that these rocks were still under Ishiro's control. Obito's phased body passed through Ishiro, and the chain he was pulling behind him also passed through Ishiro. Obito's steps did not stop. He ran for dozens of meters, completely leaving the area covered by the fine rock technique, before deactivating his phasing. "How about it, Obito? This is a ninjutsu specially prepared for you. Are you satisfied?" Ishiro said with a smile. After becoming tangible, Obito formed hand seals and shouted in a low voice, "Fire release, great fireball technique." A huge fireball flew towards Ishiro, directly scattering all the fine rocks Ishiro had laid out. Ishiro smiled faintly, activated his body flicker technique, and easily dodged Obito's great fireball. Then, Ishiro continued to use porcelain release. This time, even more rocks quickly covered the area towards Obito. Subconsciously, Obito chose to phase first. After his surroundings were once again filled with fine rocks, Obito knew he couldn't do anything to Ishiro today. With a turn, Obito was about to leave. But soon, he found that Ishiro was constantly manipulating the fine rocks to follow him around. When Obito accelerated, Ishiro also accelerated. When Obito decelerated, Ishiro also decelerated. Obito's gaze narrowed. Ishiro was trying to compete with him in a battle of attrition, waiting for his ocular jutsu's duration to reach its limit. Ha! With a cold laugh, Obito's body suddenly went down, escaping/hiding, into the ground. This way, Ishiro's rocks could no longer track Obito. Not only could they not track him, but Ishiro couldn't even find where Obito was. Ishiro sighed and had no choice but to leave. He collected the porcelain rocks to prevent Konoha ninjas from confirming his identity based on the rocks, and then he left Konoha. The mind's eye was still a bit lacking. If it could sense Obito in his phased state, Ishiro wouldn't have minded giving Obito another heavy blow. But there was really nothing he could do today. Ishiro hadn't even entered Sage mode. Not being in his peak state, Ishiro didn't dare to fight Obito head-on. Not long after Ishiro returned to Iwagakure, the entire ninja world was once again thrown into turmoil. The Nine Tails rampage broke out in Konoha. The renowned Yellow Flash died in battle to seal the Nine Tails. The adult Nine Tails Jinchuriki also died after having the Nine Tails extracted from her. Konoha had lost a Kage and a Jinchuriki that could deter the ninja world. Although the tailed beast was still there, everyone was skeptical about whether Konoha had found a new Jinchuriki and whether the new Jinchuriki could wield the Nine Tails' power. In addition, with the rampage of two-tailed beasts, how many casualties did Konoha's ninjas suffer? How much did Konoha lose in one night? All parties were both excited and nervously gathering intelligence. Soon, Konoha elected their fifth Hokage, the Slug Princess, Tsunade. Tsunade, having overcome her hemophobia, first held back the Nine Tails during the rampage and later suppressed the Seven Tails by herself. Her strength was recognized by all Konoha ninjas. Of course, except for Danzo and the Uchiha. After the battle, Tsunade used a large-scale medical ninjutsu without regard for the cost, which earned her everyone's love and respect. Thus, Danzo, who had thought he finally had a chance to rise, was directly ignored by everyone. However, although the various countries were eager to make a move, they still held back, because Konoha had harvested a tailed beast this time, the Seven Tails. Konoha certainly wouldn't dare to keep the Seven Tails, but if they launched a war before Konoha returned it, what if Konoha threw the Seven Tails at their own army? Thus, all countries and villages began to condemn Konoha in unison, demanding that Konoha return the Seven Tails to Tsuchikage. But Konoha was not stupid either, directly claiming that a summoning jutsu had been placed on the Seven Tails, and it could only be returned after the summoning jutsu on it was removed. In addition, all parties were still guessing who had released the Nine Tails, and who had captured the Seven Tails and thrown it at Konoha as well. To be honest, the fact that Konoha could seal two tailed beasts at once was still shocking to all parties, considering that one of them was the Nine Tails, the strongest of them all. Although they sacrificed Hokage, everyone couldn't help but marvel at Konoha's power. Ultimately, everyone focused their attention on the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan symbol in the Nine Tails' eyes had been seen by the intelligence ninjas of all parties. Thus, the Uchiha clan, which had been given the cold shoulder by Konoha, suddenly became a hot commodity. Every day, ninjas from other countries would infiltrate the Uchiha clan's territory. All kinds of wooing and provocations were constantly staged in the Uchiha clan. Even some small hidden villages were inviting the Uchiha clan, saying they were willing to give up the power of their own village for the Uchiha to lead and establish a sixth great hidden village. Iwagakure also followed suit in denouncing Konoha and wooing the Uchiha, but they did not investigate the truth of the incident too much. Because Ishiro, who had participated in the Nine Tails rampage, had made it very clear that this matter was done by him and Obito. Iwagakure had no time to deal with Konoha right now, they were just shouting a few 660 SIXS behind the other great nations. Iwagakure's main energy was focused on studying the scrolls Ishiro had obtained from Konoha. The scrolls Ishiro obtained were not all ninjutsu, there were also many ninjutsu insights. These things were extremely valuable. Ishiro gathered many elite jonin to study these scrolls together. As for the most important item in this harvest, the Flying Thunder God training scroll, Ishiro made a copy to write into Iwagakure's scroll of seals. The original from Minato, Ishiro planned to leave for Akino Itsumi. It took a month for Iwagakure's powerhouses to digest the scrolls Ishiro had obtained from Konoha. It is worth mentioning that in the process of studying the genjutsu Ishiro obtained, Katsumata finally became a quasi-jonin. This would be Iwagakure's first jonin to major in genjutsu. When Katsumata fully matured, perhaps he could really make up for Iwagakure's shortcomings in genjutsu. Besides genjutsu, medical ninjutsu and lightning release ninjutsu were also involved quite a bit. And what excited the IWA higher-ups the most was that Ishiro had also obtained notes on the training of shadow clones. There were many types of clone jutsu. The one Iwagakure used most was the earth clone. It wasn't that IWA couldn't use shadow clones, but Konoha's shadow clones had many techniques in their use. IWA didn't know these, so when they used it, the effect was far inferior to the earth clone. This time, with the scroll of insights on shadow clones, Ishiro, Inoki, and the others all seriously studied the shadow clone technique. Ishiro slammed the table and said, "List the shadow clone as a B-rank ninjutsu, but the contribution exchange only needs to be C-rank. Encourage everyone to learn this ninjutsu. But training this ninjutsu, like an A-rank one, requires a seal to be placed." Inoki nodded and said, "The shadow clone is not divided by chakra attribute, its practicality far exceeds other clones. Besides Konoha, the other villages are also coveting this ninjutsu." Ikura said, "It's a pity we didn't get any ninjutsu related to Inyang release." Ishiro also nodded and said, "There's nothing to be done. Most of Konoha's Inyang release is in the hands of those large ninja clans. I didn't have a chance to make a move. Actually, at that time, I wanted to go to the Hokage building to look for the Scroll of Seals. But the Scroll of Seals definitely has Minato's Flying Thunder God mark on it. If Minato felt that the Scroll of Seals was more important to Konoha and gave up sealing the Nine Tails to turn around and deal with me, that would have been bad." Ikura nodded, "There is indeed such a possibility. If Iwagakure were attacked and someone was after the Scroll of Seals, I would also hesitate." "Alright, Ishiro, what do you plan to do next?" Inoki asked Ishiro about his next policy towards Konoha. Ishiro thought for a moment and said, "The breakthrough is still with the Uchiha. We should contact the Uchiha, and it would be best to reach some agreements with them, such as secretly transferring a few Uchiha children. That Uchiha Sakai, now Ryotenbin Chuko, isn't he still attending the ninja academy? Have him write a letter to their clan head. Mei said, this child is still thinking of returning to the Uchiha clan. I'm afraid he won't write as we require. Ishiro smiled and said, let him write whatever he wants. The heartfelt words of a young child are what will allow Fugaku to see our sincerity. If we make him write according to our requirements, it will instead cause Fugaku's resentment. The more real, the better. Anyway, we are indeed treating him with sincerity. Anoki thought for a moment and also felt that Ishiro's words made sense. So he said, all right, I'll have the boy write a letter when I get back. Uchiha Sakai was now living at Anoki's house, with the identity of Anoki's grandnephew. Anoki had two grandnephews. The other one, whose original name was Hakuminazuki, had not yet reached the age to attend the ninja academy. Dash, support me with Power Stone. Dash, for every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. Dash, 35 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. Dash, https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega is. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 278, Chapter 277, Konoha High-Level Meeting. Chapter 277, Konoha High-Level Meeting. The fourth Hokage was dead. The third Hokage, who had been in power for decades and lived through 3 great ninja wars just fine, was succeeded by a fourth Hokage who suddenly died in an era of peace. The fourth Hokage also possessed the Flying Thunder God technique and was known as the fastest in the ninja world. In everyone's eyes, Minato Namikaze should have been immortal. However, Minato was just like Tobirama Senju back then. The Konoha ninjas of that time also felt it was impossible for Tobirama to die in battle. Wasn't the fourth Hokage the legendary child of prophecy? Was a dead child of prophecy still a child of prophecy? The onlookers of the ninja world expressed, incredible, incomprehensible. Why wasn't it the third Hokage who died? He was clearly the only one who couldn't use the Flying Thunder God, yet he was the one who lived to retirement. So the Flying Thunder God's greatest weakness is bonds. This was the first sentence the Raikage, said after hearing the news. Minato had died sealing the Nine Tails, which reminded the fourth Raikage of his father. Back then, the third Raikage had also nearly lost his life trying to suppress the rampaging Eight Tails. Yellow Flash, Red Hot-Blooded Habanero, both dead together. Dummy Big Bro, should we go or not, to attack Konoha? Killer Bee said while writing lyrics. For a rare moment, the fourth Raikage did not strike Killer Bee away but said seriously, no rush. We'll wait for Iwagakure to make a move first. Huh. Killer Bee looked at the fourth Raikage very strangely. What's wrong with my big bro? Is this still my big brother who is full of muscle and only knows how to be reckless? The fourth Raikage seemed to know what he was thinking. A flash of lightning, and he raised his hand to punch Killer Bee on the head, directly making him see stars. However, the fourth Raikage still gave an explanation. This newly appointed fourth Tsuchikage from Iwagakure likes to let others take the lead while he lies back and reaps the benefits. This time, I want to see what Iwagakure will do first. There was another person who had the same idea as the fourth Raikage, and that was the fourth Kazekage, Raza. It had to be admitted that after so many years of fighting with Konoha, everyone was surprised to find that only Iwagakure had gained some advantages in recent years. And who was responsible for Iwagakure's change in strategy in recent years? No one had paid attention to this question before, but after Ishiro became the fourth Tsuchikage, everyone seriously analyzed Ishiro's track record and only then discovered that he had been influencing Iwagakure's strategic direction from a very early stage. Iwagakure's great changes were all because of Ishiro. So, both the fourth Raikage and the fourth Kazekage wanted to see Ishiro's reaction first. As for the fourth Mizukage, no one could guess his actions. However, they waited and waited, but there was still no reaction. For a whole month after the Nine Tails incident, Iwagakure made no move at all. It wasn't until a month later that they learned from some clues that Iwagakure's elite jonin had been studying a batch of ninjutsu together for this entire month. As for the origin of this batch of ninjutsu, it was unclear. What, unclear? It was obviously obtained from Konoha. Iwagakure must have participated in Konoha's Nine Tails rampage. Not long ago, news came from Konoha that someone had taken advantage of the chaos to loot the homes of many Konoha ninjas. Raza's and A's first reaction was, it must have been Ishiro who infiltrated Konoha that night. Raza's and A's second reaction was, how many good things did Ishiro get from Konoha? Raza's and A's third reaction was, how did Ishiro know Konoha's Nine Tails would break its seal? Could it be that Ishiro orchestrated this Nine Tails rampage? Raza's and A's fourth reaction was, has Ishiro already colluded with the Uchiha clan? We can't fall behind either. Damn it. No wonder Iwagakure made no move. They were full from eating and were now digesting. Then, the Sand and Cloud villages both began to try and turn the Uchiha clan, in unison. Although there was no evidence, all countries guessed that Konoha's Ninetales rampage was most likely related to Iwagakure. And unanimously, everyone pinned this blame on Ishiro, who had the title, Fox of Iwa. When Ishiro got the news, he was a bit dumbfounded. What's going on? How did I suddenly get the same treatment as the scapegoat king? Returning the view to Konoha village, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, root leader Danzo, and the two advisors with no real duties, Kohara Yuditane and Hamura Mitokato, all sat before the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. Hiruzen asked Tsunade, "Tsunade, the Umbu has been investigating the Ninetales rampage for a month. Are there any results?" Tsunade shook her head and said, "According to the Umbu's investigation, no suspicious personnel have been found in the Uchiha clan." Danzo heavily pounded his cane on the ground and said, "Fifth, on the night of the Ninetales rampage, the root members surrounding the Uchiha were attacked. The attacker, after the fourth contained the Ninetales, killed their way back into the Uchiha territory from the outside. It was the Uchiha who released the Ninetales," Danzo said with absolute certainty. Tsunade was not afraid of Danzo. She slammed her fist heavily on the desk and said in a tone even firmer than Danzo's, "You can't even confirm if anyone entered the Uchiha territory. On what grounds do you directly say the Uchiha clan was responsible for the Ninetales rampage? Besides, who knows how the root members died?" Danzo was furious, stood up, pointed at Tsunade, and shouted angrily, "Tsunade, are you doubting me?" Seeing this, Hiruzen immediately came out to mediate. "Tsunade, advisor Danzo and the root he leads are all members of the village. They are all trustworthy. Danzo, the one who killed Team T, might not necessarily be an Uchiha. Don't forget Iwagakure." After Hiruzen smoothed things over, the tense atmosphere in the office finally eased a bit. Koharu took the opportunity to say, "Fifth, has the Umbu obtained any definite news related to Iwagakure?" Tsunade shook her head and said, "Not yet. But there is something very suspicious. Just as the fourth was dealing with the Ninetales and I was dealing with the Seventails, a battle occurred near the fourth's house. One of the parties in the battle used a powerful fire release. I have confirmed that none of our own people went to the fourth's house at that time. Neither of the combatants was one of us. And the fourth's house had clearly been infiltrated. Near the fourth's house, Hamura had a headache. Because Kushina was a Jinchuriki, the fourth's house was actually some distance from Konoha village. Very few Konoha ninjas went there. With no witnesses, it would probably not be easy to find clues about the two combatants. Can we determine the identities of the two combatants?" Hiruzen asked. Tsunade shook her head and said, "One side only left a trace of fire release. The other left no trace at all." Fire release. It must be the Uchiha, Danzo snorted coldly, directly making a conclusion. Tsunade was speechless. Using fire release well, back in the Warring States period when ninjutsu relied on family inheritance, could barely be said to be a sign of the Uchiha. But by this point in the era of hidden villages, if you randomly grabbed 10 elite jonin in Konoha, 6 of them would know fire release. Fire release was no longer representative of a certain ninja clan. This ratio might be a bit lower in other hidden villages, but not by much. Tsunade did not refute Danzo, she couldn't even be bothered with him. The others also did not respond to Danzo's words. Danzo was obviously slinging mud at the Uchiha clan. "Are there any movements from Iwagakure's higher-ups?" Hiruzen asked. He was referring to Ishiro, Inoki, and Ikura. Only these 3 from Iwagakure had the strength to release the Ninetales or drop the Seventails on Konoha from the sky. If considering that the Seventails had fallen from the sky, then the opponent should have the ability to fly. Ikura was then less suspicious. Considering the style of action, the person who came to everyone's mind first was Ishiro. Tsunade shook her head and said, "The Umbu's intelligence ninjas have no direct intelligence." After speaking, Tsunade looked at Danzo. Danzo frowned. His root had been almost completely replaced in recent years, and his intelligence personnel had not been replenished in time. His intelligence gathering on Iwagakure was not as good as before the Third War. Intelligence of this level, on the movements of Iwagakure's higher-ups, was not easy to collect. Seeing Danzo's expression, Tsunade also knew he had no useful intelligence either, so she continued, "However, although the movements of Iwagakure's higher-ups are uncertain, in the month following the Ninetales rampage, Iwagakure gathered the village's powerhouses for a period of intensive training. And on the night of the Ninetales rampage, the homes of many ninjas in the eastern part of our village were burglarized, and the bodies of many ninjas who died in that area were looted. The intelligence squad analyzed that it cannot be confirmed whether Iwagakure was the culprit who released the Ninetales or the Seventails, but the one who collected the ninjutsu scrolls was definitely Iwagakure." "Is it Iwagakure again?" Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, then said, "Tsunade, from now on, we must focus on suppressing Iwagakure. Almost every major loss the village has suffered in these years has been because of Iwagakure. The cause of White Fang's death lay with Iwagakure. The loss in the first battle with the sand during the Third War was because Iwagakure handed over the third Tsuchikage puppet to the sand. Iwagakure was later the first hidden village to withdraw from the Third War. The Land of Earth has also surpassed the other three great nations economically, steadily becoming the second great nation after the Land of Fire. Hiruzen took another drag from his pipe and continued, Jiraiya's death was also because of Iwagakure. The breakdown of our relationship with the mist was also because of Iwagakure. In addition, the breakdown of the relationship between the Uchiha clan and us also involved Iwagakure. The child who went missing from the Uchiha clan a few years ago should be in Iwagakure now. More importantly, during the Third and Fourth Wars, we have repeatedly inflicted heavy damage on the other three hidden villages, but Iwagakure alone has suffered almost no losses in these two great wars. In a few more years, the vitality that Iwagakure lost due to the Second Great Ninja War will have recovered, but our four villages have been constantly bleeding. Compared to after the Second War, our strength has basically not improved. And Iwagakure's overall strength has been continuously improving. According to intelligence, Iwagakure, which was originally not skilled in medical ninjutsu, sealing jutsu, lightning release, genjutsu, sword techniques, and combination ninjutsu, has made rapid progress in these areas in recent years. Hearing this, Tsunade couldn't help but frown. She hadn't expected the situation to have deteriorated to this extent. Although she had been back in the village for some days, because she wasn't the Hokage before, she hadn't paid attention to this kind of intelligence. In Tsunade's mind, Iwagakure was still that big, clumsy village that only knew earth release. Finally, Hiruzen looked around at everyone and said, the most terrifying point is that Ishiro used sage jutsu in the battle that killed Jiraiya. After Lord First, a second sage has appeared in the ninja world, but this person is not from Konoha, but from Iwagakure. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. It hadn't been obvious before, but now they suddenly realized that Konoha's situation was already so critical. Tsunade suddenly stood up and said to the four, I want to visit the Uchiha clan. Teacher, Senior Hamura, Senior Koharu, the three of you come with me. The Hokage personally visiting the Uchiha clan was a gesture of goodwill. Calling the other three was to show the formality of the village's leadership and also to give the Uchiha clan a step to reintegrate into the village. As for why Danzo was not included, Tsunade didn't say, and no one guessed. Support me with Power Stone. For every 200 PS equals Bounds chapter. 35 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/Sega. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you.